Should I throw in my secret weapon? Michael thought to himself. He was about to throw a bar of chocolate in their feet, when all of a sudden, Michael heard a whisper from the shadows. PSSSD Master. Michael looked at the tree nearest him and saw a peculiar violet snake wrapped around one of its branches. Fudge, what are you doing here, Master? I was able to find something interesting in their tribes. They hid it quite well, but I think I know the answer as to why the two chieftains hate each other so much. He leaned in closer to the snake, intrigued at this game-changing information. They used to be blood brothers who swore to protect a relic from the ancient times that was said to hold untold power. They said that their ancestors received this as a gift from the dwarves until they lost it. Master, they used to own mithril. They used to be the sole protectors of an ancient relic passed down from generation to generation. However, due to some unfortunate accident during a terrible earthquake, these two chieftains lost possession of this relic forever. Because of this loss, the two orcs became sworn enemies of each other. The Orcanine chieftain thought that his friend was a coward who couldn't show up at a critical moment, while the Orcupine chieftain thought his friend was an idiot meathead who lost their most precious treasure in the entire history of the orcs. They blamed one another, and once they became chieftain of their tribes, this hatred and rivalry seeped into their clansmen and escalated into the civil war that they have now. As Michael listened to Fudge's story, he couldn't help but see the cute little ninja in a completely different way. He always thought that Fudge was just fooling around, but this time, it seemed that he had brought in an extremely important discovery that would completely change the atmosphere of this meeting entirely. Do you know what kind of relic they used to have? The violet snake shook its head. They refrained from directly speaking about the relic in their diaries. Oh yeah, I got all this from the journals under their bed. With the root cause of all this tension and rivalry finally unearthed, Michael finally knew how to solve their problem once and for all. He looked at the two chieftains, who were still in a perpetual screaming match like children on a playground. You coward. You coward, meh. The Orcupine chieftain mimicked. Michael put up his hand and commanded the earth mana in the surroundings to stop. Fuzzy balls of brown energy halted their natural flow in the world. They had gone still, forcing the two orc chieftains to stop what they were doing and wonder why they couldn't feel the presence of the earth goddess in their bodies. What's happening? How Michael cleared his throat and caught the attention of the two chieftains. I would like all of you to stop your whining and listen to me, Michael said with authority, allowing the earth mana to bend to his will and his will alone. If the two chieftains want to connect with the goddess they worship so much, then they would have to do as Michael said. Finally, they stopped fighting and looked at Michael. It turned out that both of you have been fighting over just a relic. The Orcanine chieftain shook his head. Not just any relic. It was the pride of our ancestry, a symbol of what we have once accomplished under the banner of the earth goddess. But this coward Orcupine let it fall into the crevice. I was trying to save you, you fool. The Orcupine chieftain yelled out. You were going to fall into the crevice as well, so I chose to help you instead of catching the relic. But I know now that I should have let you fall. You should have. Yeah, I should. Explore more stories at my virtual library empire. Michael tried to calm the two chieftains once again. So this relic, is it perhaps called a mithril artifact? The two chieftains nodded. Yes. That relic was a necklace that gave anyone who wielded it a significant boost in strength. Anyone who wore it would feel the equivalent of consuming 50 cacao beans. It is a treasure that has helped our tribe become one of the strongest demi-humans in ancient times, the Orcanine chieftain lamented. It was what protected us from harm many times before, but unfortunately, we weren't able to protect it. The orcs stopped their fighting for a brief moment to mourn the loss of their treasured relic. The very root of their hatred for one another was actually a hatred of themselves for failing to protect their legacy. So, if you had an item equivalent to your relic from before, would you be able to forgive each other? The two orcs looked at each other, remembering the times when they were young orcs. They used to be called the dynamic duo for their collective power. The camaraderie was still there, present but hidden under their years of hatred for each other. There is no equivalent for this relic, the Orcanine chieftain dishearteningly said. It was a lost art made by ancient dwarves. No blacksmith can ever make it again. It looked like the orcs were more disappointed with this fact, as they too wanted to squash the beef between them. Unfortunately, the relic cannot be replaced. Are you sure about that? Michael said as he reached down his shadow to reveal an arm brace. This was special because Michael had it specifically made for Zion as his customized armor to help with his punching power. Oh, and also, it was a mithril artifact teeming with power. The two orc chieftains felt themselves drawn to the arm brace in Michael's hand. They felt like they had seen this before. It was only when they looked closer at the object did they finally felt the mana in their cores start to react with feverish intensity. It was like their mana cores were starved in a desert, and only now did they see a pool of water in front of them. The pain from losing the relic was so bad precisely because the two orcs knew how powerful it was. Once they lost it, they knew they wouldn't be able to feel the course of mana flow through their veins as powerfully as the relic had done before, and they had longed for it ever since. But now, a different object was giving them the same feeling as the relic they had lost. "Human, what is that?" the chieftains asked. "This is a mithril artifact. I made it myself with the help of my dwarf friends. Do you want to test it out for yourselves to see if it's as good as your relic?" Before the two could answer, Michael gave the orc chieftains the pair of arm braces, and as soon they held it in their hands, their eyes welled up with emotion. Their connection with the earth goddess had never been this strong ever since they lost their relic. It felt like they were bathing in her bosom, being showered with her love and her care. The power they felt from the mithril artifact was only second to the connection they felt with the mana on their surroundings. The two orc chieftains looked at each other and realized that this was the relic that they had been searching for their whole lives. And the person who allowed them to feel her presence once again was none other than Michael. The snake messenger was right. Michael was indeed the chosen one by the earth goddess. Meanwhile, Michael watched the two orc chieftains experience the feeling of having their magic output increased by at least 30. "How is it? Was it similar to the relic you lost before? If their relic was indeed a mithril artifact from the ancient times, then Michael wanted to know if his mithril artifact was different from the ones the dwarves created back in the days. Maybe it would give him insight on what could be improved upon. "It is as I remembered," the Orcanine chieftain said, squatting down and raising both his hands above his head. Michael knew that the orc was about to perform his ritual once again, but was too late to stop him. "Bayou, too. The chieftain cried out, slapping his chests with a vigor and passion unlike anything he had ever expressed before. Michael found this extremely awkward as the orc maintained eye contact with him. "Ra, tah, the Orcupine chieftain beside him added on to the awkwardness, as he too began doing his ritual of thanks towards Michael. He began striking his quills, each one producing a different tone that combined into an enchanting melody. And despite being rivals for their whole lives, the two orc chieftains were able to create a wondrous beat and melody that Michael would have enjoyed if not for the prolonged eye contact from both the chieftains. "Please, there's no need for this," Michael said. "This is not just for you, human," the Orcanine chieftain said. "We are mainly giving thanks to the earth goddess for letting you walk into our lives. If not for her grace, we would have never met and you would not have restored the pride of our tribes." "That is right," the Orcupine chieftain agreed. "We are showing our thanks for the goddess by praising you." Michael lightly coughed. "Well, if you want to thank me, then there's other ways you could do that. For example, maybe joining my nation as citizens." The two chieftains finally stopped their rituals and looked at Michael with a look of obedience. "I was already planning on asking this of you," the Orcanine chieftain said, bowing to Michael. "I as well. With my tribe at your beck and call, I am sure that we can make the earth goddess proud," the Orcupine chieftain added. "Bark," the Orcanine coughed. "I believe that my tribe will be able to serve your nation best." The two Orcanines flashed another glare at each other, before turning to Michael like two eager sheeps ready to be praised. "But maybe it would serve the earth goddess best if we worked together to serve her chosen one," the Orcanine chief added. "That I will agree. I am willing to work together with your tribe under his banner, and since the Reborn company is blessed by the earth goddess, we are essentially working under hers." Michael still sensed a rivalry between the two chieftains, but he was glad that they seemed more willing to work together now. It turned out Fudge was quite the essential little helper in this mission. If it weren't for his convincing work as the snake tempter, then the two orc chieftains wouldn't have been so easily convinced of joining Michael. The downside of this was that Michael would have to pretend to be the chosen earth goddess, or whoever that may be. "You are blessed by the goddess," ChatJK3 reminded Michael. "She just owes me a life, that's why she gave me these powers, not because I was chosen or something. My death was a mistake, remember anyway." The two orc chieftains wouldn't have believed him anyway if he told them that he wasn't blessed by the earth goddess. Just the fact that he gave them the mithril artifacts was enough to convince him of his holy connection. Michael could only imagine what sort of reaction they would have when they realized what he did with all the cacao beans they gave him. They wouldn't turn chocolate into their sacred food, would they? It is more than probable. "So I guess the unity of your tribes is official now." The two orcs couldn't help but frown at each other, but still, they nodded to Michael and affirmed his question. "But I don't know how my tribe will take this news," the Orcanine chieftain said worriedly. "They hate the Orcupines down to their muscles." "My tribe will surely revolt," the Orcupine chieftain speculated. "The thought of spending their days with the Orcanines would make my tribesmen want to pull out every single quill on their bodies." The two chieftains were sure of their tribe's hatred for the other because they were the one who taught them to hate in the first place. "Good news," he said to them. "Your tribe will probably like it more than you think." Michael gestured for them to follow him, which the two orc chieftains did, but with doubtful looks on their faces. He led them out of their meeting place and towards a metal fence overlooking a large field. There were large lights beaming down onto the field and illuminating it from the dark. The two orc chieftains wanted to ask Michael about the stars that he was able to harvest, but was distracted at the sight of their tribesmen mingling in the field. Orcanine ox and Orcupine orcs were playing and laughing with each other as they played baseball in the night. Michael showed the orc chieftains that their tribesmen were already starting to accept a sense of unity between the two tribes. They enjoyed baseball as one group and were united by their desire for chocolate. He even showed them how Orcupine orcs and Orcanine orcs worked together to improve the cultivation and strength of Rebornians through their unique resonance. This particular glimpse into what the two tribes could accomplish was what all the chieftains needed to finally realize the errors in their ways. "I thought our resonance was gone because we lost the relic," the Orcanine chieftain said, ruffling his mane in worry. "But it turned out it was only due to the rivalry between us. The ancestors were right. Orcs were stronger together." Michael let the two chieftains ponder over it through the night. He watched as the two chieftains returned to the forest and back to their village. The next day, the two tribes arrived at the gates of Neo-Orcus. It wasn't just the chieftains, it was the whole entire tribe. The Orcanine tribe is at your disposal, and so do the Orcupine tribe. The rest of the orcs rallied behind the two chieftains by slapping their knees and strumming their quills in synchronicity. "I have told everyone of our plans to serve under your banner, as one. It took no convincing at all to have the rest of the tribe join me in my decision," the Orcanine chieftain said. "We told them of our tribes, the history of our rivalry, and admitted that it is nothing but hubris and pride. I confess that I led the tribe into the wrong path for too long. It is therefore my responsibility to right that wrong. I step down as the chieftain of the Orcanine tribe and relinquish it to you, human, who is the chosen of the earth goddess." The Orcupine chieftain stepped up right after the Orcanine chief and kneeled to Michael. "I give way for your guidance as well." The rest of the orcs looked up at Michael with expectation in their gazes. Their eyes reflected the image of Michael standing with the Dragonborns and the rest of Neo-Orcus standing behind him. They, too, longed to be part of his community. "Well, I guess we should start the festival to commemorate this event," right? Shayna began clapping, followed by the rest of the Dragonborns and the locals of Neo-Orcus. It was a celebration. Today was the day that the orcs officially became citizens of the nation of Reborn. The integration of the orcs was much easier than Michael thought. He thought it would be hard to convince the orcs to suddenly start working together after being rivals for so long, but seeing for themselves how Orcanines and Orcupines could play baseball together or share a beer was enough to dispel their previous thoughts. Of course, as citizens, he had to awaken their talents first and foremost. He first started with the former Orcanine chieftain. Potential evolution paths obscured Shadow Orc. This orc species uses the shadows as their main form of offense. They strike from where their opponents could not see or feel, dealing critical damage that may paralyze those unfortunate enough to be struck. Shadow Smith Orc. This subspecies of orcs can mend their shadows into different constructs depending on the user's imagination. The stronger the image they have on their mind, the stronger and more detailed the shadow will become. Earth Shadow Orc. This orc species uses their innate connection to the earth and borrows from it the power to mold oneself into one that will conform to the ideals and will of the earth goddess. Michael was not surprised when the orc chieftain chose the Earth's Shadow Orc bloodline. As expected, "This is truly the way to please her," the Orcanine chieftain said. "Please, let me become her shadow." As Michael chose the third option, a blinding light obscured the orc's entire body for a few seconds. Then, the light subsided, showing the Orcanine orc's new form. He didn't see much difference from the orc's physical structure, with him having the same orc and wolf mix of genes. However, there were now small flickering shadow flames emanating from the orc's body. As the Orcanine tested his new abilities, Michael observed that as the shadow flames increased in intensity in the orc's body, the harder it was to perceive him. It was as if he started to blend into the background, blend into the very earth itself. After evolving the former Orcanine chieftain, his counterpart was next. Michael was surprised to find that despite their difference in species, the two orc chieftains' talents were strangely the same. He also chose to become an Earth Shadow Orc. Michael thought that this was just a product of them being blood brothers when they were younger, but as Michael began to awaken the talents of the other orcs, he was surprised to find out that all of them had a talent in the shadows. Fudge was right. The orcs did indeed have the talent to become shadow ninjas like him. Seeing this made Michael curious. Was a species' talent for something formed from their very birth, or nurtured through their childhood? Their obsessive nature about the Earth Goddess must have influenced their talents in some way for it to manifest as one of their bloodline evolution options. Your conjecture has merit. Evidence seems to suggest that both nature and nurture has an effect on a person's talent. With ChatJK3's words, Michael was more sure of his guess, though he had no way to prove it. He just had to awaken more people to get more evidence. Anyway, after Michael spent 3 days awakening every orc from the 2 tribes, Fudge popped out of his shadow and immediately showed Michael his pity eyes. Master, since I did good, can you please fulfill a small favor for me?" Michael looked at the slime and knew exactly what it wanted. "Fine, you can have the orcs." Yes, Fudge didn't waste any time and slipped out of his shadow to meet with the orcs. Meanwhile, Michael sat in his bed looking at his system screen with a smile on his face. After awakening thousands of orcs, he gained one of their innate skills. "This is good. You think I can give this to every Rebornian?" "Yes. Any Rebornian can receive this skill," ChatJK3 replied. Michael looked at his screen. On it said, "Superior Sugar Rush. This skill allows the user to explode with the power of unity upon consumption of chocolate, allowing them to transcend their current power for a limited amount of time. The user can consume only one at a time, with no time limit in between consumption." This was a universal skill that was applicable to any Rebornian, either they be engineers, farmers, or even musicians. It would serve as a trump card, giving them a huge burst in strength in order to protect themselves at a critical time. So now all Rebornians had lesser unity defense as their protection, and superior Sugar Rush as their offensive option. Although it would take a lot of time and effort to implement this new skill to the tens of thousands of Rebornians personally, Michael was glad to do it for his citizens. It would give him peace to know that they would be safe from harm even if he wasn't there. And before they even needed to protect themselves, he and Fudge were sure to arrive before anything happened. That was why he and the ninja slime spread their clones to every citizen, allowing them to appear to any Rebornian at a moment's notice. Speaking of Fudge, Michael was a little bit curious as to what the mischievous devil was doing with his knee regiment of orcs, so he visited them in the forest, where the village were located. He arrived at the outskirts of the orc village, with wooden stakes as their walls and thatches as their houses. It was still the same village as before, but there were now Rebornian engineers surveying the place for a renovation. Now that they were a part of the nation of Reborn, their standard of living needed to be upped quite a bit. Seeing no sign of other orcs in the village, Michael walked further inside their territory before he came across their sacred grounds. Only now did he fully appreciate the size and magnitude of this place. Every tree was bountiful with cacao seeds, ripe for the picking. And since the orcs were part of his territory, that meant all of this was now his to take. He planned to expand this sacred ground even further to accommodate their chocolate needs. Not only would he sell it, but he would also have to stock up chocolate for his citizens as well, for emergencies. Hear ye, hear ye. As good ninjas, you must all know that stealth is critical. Michael heard the echoing voice of a very excited slime. He walked further up the sacred grounds and saw Fudge in his snake form, wrapped around the tallest tree and looking down at the Orcupine and Orcanine orcs below him. "We shall learn your ways, messenger." The former Orcanine chieftain vowed, "You have us at your disposal." The former Orcupine chieftain said, "Good, good, good. For our first mission as the Shadow of Reborn, each of you are assigned a Rebornian to protect, 1 Orcanine and 1 Orcupine. 2 of you are to spend your days in their shadow, never showing yourself unless they are in danger, as you wish." They all screamed, "Bu, tu, to, ra, tah. It looked like Fudge was doing good work. Michael didn't interrupt the slime and the orcs doing their rituals, letting them do whatever they wanted. He returned to Neo-Orcus, where he was welcomed by Shayna and Yumisu, who were busy preparing all of the paperwork needed for the orc tribe expansion. He let them take care of everything, so that all he needed to do was sign some paperwork. It involved creating a new chocolate factory, sending farmers to tend the sacred cacao grounds, and other mundane nation stuff. He kind of envied Jaku and Zion, who did nothing but laze around. A few days later, the chocolate merchants were finally ready to embark. Their carriages were filled to the brim with chocolate products ready to be sold in Angora City. They would have wanted to use the automobile for faster travel, but there weren't any flat roads and gas stations in the Queen's region. Hopefully in a few months, the new Golden Road would have made significant progress and allow automobiles to be used in the Queen's region. "Thank you again, Michael. No, the Reborn Company is thankful for you," he said to them. After some reluctant goodbyes, some merchants became too enamored with the way of life in the King's region and Neo-Orcus and wanted to stay permanently. The chocolate merchants set off. Before they left, though, Michael saw a few black figures merge with the carriage's shadow. It was none other than Fudge and a few shadow orcs doing their first mission. They sent their clones to the merchants as protection. "Master, they are now citizens of our nation." Right? Fudge plopped out of Michael's shadow. "Yes, they are. And if I didn't know better, I would have thought that you just wanted to protect the merchants. But you just want to infiltrate Angora City, don't you?" The slime flashed a guilty smile. Maybe Michael didn't object, so he didn't say anything to Fudge. He, too, was a little bit curious as to what a capital city from the Queen's region looked like. maybe ill-plop in their carriage once in a while to check in too. He flicked his finger and sent one of his shadows to the merchants. Michael spent a few days meeting with all Rebornians and giving them the superior sugar rush skill, while also catching up with them in the meantime. He became intensely bored by the third day and wanted to see a different scenery. He checked in on Kingsbridge, the nation of Reborn, and the Dwarven Kingdom, but they weren't doing anything special. Neo-Orcus was busy with the Golden Road project, so not a lot of people were free to entertain him. Then, out of curiosity, Michael traded places with Shadow attached to the chocolate merchants. They were surprised at his appearance, but welcomed him dearly. On the way, they told him about their lives in Angora City. He spent the rest of the day with them until they set up camp in the wilderness to pass the night. After sharing soup and bread, they snuffed out the campfire and readied their tents to sleep. Michael was going to leave and rest back in Neo-Orcus when he suddenly heard faint whisperings in the forest. Jackpot, they don't have any security with them. They look like merchants too. Their carriage looked to be full of money ready to take. Listen, guys, let's make this quick. Steal their money and get out. No need to make this messy. With his enhanced hearing, Michael caught wind of a thievery waiting to happen. He peeked out of his tent and used his supreme skill, Unity Gathering, to search the environment for life mana. And sure enough, he saw 5 people waiting in the bushes and watching the camp with greedy eyes. The chocolate merchants were none the wiser. They slept in their tents, unaware of such dangers lurking in the shadows. These thieves are quite weak, Michael assessed. They are all only in the 2-star realm. Michael didn't want to brag, but he could deal with these thieves in a literal blink of an eye. He didn't even have to use any physical art spell. A simple earth wall or ember spell would be enough to scare these thieves into unconsciousness. Should I deal with them now? Before Mitchell moved, he saw Fudge emerge from the shadows. The slime looked up at him, begging. Master, please let us deal with this. This is so exciting. This is the first time that any of us can show off the power of Reborn's shadow. Fine, Michael acquiesced. Since Reborn's shadow, as they like to call themselves, was going to be the first line of defense for the nation of Reborn, Michael wanted to see what they were capable of firsthand. Yes, Fudge rejoiced, but don't tell the Dragonborns. Oh, of course, Master. Miss Shayna would be angry at me if she knew that she wasn't there to protect you from these thieves. While Fudge disappeared to set up the defense with the other orcs, Michael sneaked into the tents of the merchants to warn them of the incoming thieves. The veteran merchant groggily woke up. After Michael told them about the 5 thieves in the bushes, the veteran peddler hastily stood up. Thieves here? Who would be so brazen as to do that? Isn't it normal to have thieves in the wilderness? Michael asked them. No, sir, not here. Everyone knows that the territory around Angora City is under the protection of the Order of the Heavenly Knights. Not even organized crime groups would be so brazen as to disregard the order for such a small caravan. That's why we don't have any security with us. We thought we wouldn't need it. Clearly, we were wrong. The influence of the order was bigger than Michael thought. If the merchants were so confident as to embark without any security, then it must mean that they fully trusted that thieves were too afraid of the knights. Well, you're all Rebornians now. All the security you will ever need is right under your shadows, Michael assured the merchants. Just look at how your shadows deal with it. Just then, the thieves seemed to have finally finished their preparations. I know you're awake, a rough voice said. Give us all your gold coins and no one gets hurt. The chocolate merchants all looked at Michael, and he just nodded at them, assuring them that nothing bad was going to happen. Slowly, they walked out of their tents with their hands up in the air, signaling their surrender. There were 5 men wearing tattered black clothes trying to conceal their identities, but they seemed to have neglected to cover the most important part, their faces. They wielded rusted scimitars on their hands, threatening the merchants with nothing but tetanus with those crumbling weapons. Michael watched as the thieves approached the carriages, aggressively taking off the cover to reveal the treasure hidden inside. What is this food? Is this trash? No, wait a minute. That looks familiar. One of the thieves' eyes flashed with a glint of recognition as he looked at the violet and gold wrapping of the chocolate bar. Yeah, this is chocolate. You know, the one that was talked about in Angora City. The one that those knights have been raving about. Only after that explanation did the other thieves finally realize the treasure that they had in front of their eyes. Jackpot. We can sell all of this for tens of thousands of gold. Greed could be seen overflowing in the thieves' eyes. They even became a little bit impatient, approaching the chocolate merchants to threaten them into giving up the carriages. Don't do it, the veteran peddler pleaded, but the thieves disregarded his warning. Hey, old man, this is our carriage now. Leave if you don't want to get cut up into pieces. The chocolate merchants stood their ground. They wanted to protect the chocolates because it was not theirs, but the Reborn Company's possession. Gra. One of the impatient thieves ended up picking a big rock from the ground and throwing it to the veteran peddler. As it was about to hit, a transparent prismatic shield appeared to protect him from harm. What was that? The thieves were stunned. Didn't take long before the thieves charged towards the merchants with their scimitars in their hands. The veteran peddler flinched as the blade came towards his face, but thankfully it was stopped half a meter away from him. The thieves, surprised yet remained undeterred, tried to hack into the prismatic shield. However, any attempt they made only ended up bouncing the blade back to them. How is this possible? They're just merchants. How do they have this impenetrable defense? It's okay. I am sure it will break eventually. Just keep hacking. They thought they had all night to threaten the merchants. They didn't know that their shadows began to stretch and mold under the static moon above the starry skies. Terrifying 3-meter-tall orcs, numbering 10 in total, emerged from the shadows behind the thieves. Michael, watching all of this, couldn't help but laugh. They were supposed to be ninjas, undetected in the night, yet their huge statures were the complete opposite of what they were trying to accomplish. The thieves were startled upon realizing that there was another presence in the camp. They turned towards Michael, using their scimitars defensively like a shield. But once they realized how young he was, their unease lessened. Don't make any funny moves, kid. We don't want you to get hurt. Just let us have the carriage and all of you can walk free tonight. Hey, what are you doing? They saw Michael move towards his tent, thinking that he was trying to help the chocolate merchants in some way. I just wanted something to sit on, Michael said as he pulled out a chair from his tent and sat on it casually. Go on, he gestured to the thieves. The shadow orcs had just awakened, so they're still in the 1-star realm. These thieves are in the 2-star realm, but they are just at the orcs level. This will be a good fight, he thought to himself. The thieves were quite unnerved by the calm demeanor of the 10-something-year-old kid, looking at them with amusement in his eyes. Not to mention the fact that he laughed during a robbery in the middle of the night. There was definitely something wrong with this child. Hey. Deal with him. The kid, that's a bit much, don't you think? The thief whispered, just scare him a little. Make sure he doesn't interfere in our business here. The unfortunate rookie thief with a lanky build reluctantly turned around to pick up a rope in their bag. He wanted to tie up Michael and prevent him from running away and alerting the authorities. But just as he turned around, he suddenly bumped into something hard and squishy at the same time. Ow. The thief was face to face with a hairy wall in front of him. His expression was one of annoyance at first, but as his dazedness phased away, his eyes finally showed recognition that he was facing something big and terrifying. His head slowly looked up until he saw an orcanine orc looking down at him with red eyes, sharp tusks and all. The thief started to back away, struggling to get the words out of his mouth. A cold sweat poured down his back as he looked around and realized that this orc wasn't the only one stalking them from behind. There were 10 of them in total, each one standing behind the thieves, waiting patiently like a snake about to pounce. These orcs were just silently standing there, menacingly. The thief finally let out a scream, with fire mana billowing up from his dantian. Fire strike. His scimitar erupted in a fire, and as he swung it in the air, a crescent of fire shot off towards the silent orcanine orc, and in his flusteredness, he ended up throwing away his scimitar towards the orc as well. But before the fire strike even burned a single fur from the orcanine's body, a prismatic shield appeared around his body and extinguished the flames. As for the scimitar itself, it was easily swiped away by a well-timed punch from the orc. It was only now did the other thieves finally took notice of the shadow orcs standing behind them. Ah, damn it, who are you all? Orcs. We're nowhere near Orcus town. Whatever, defeat them. The thieves began activating their physical art spells one by one, which Michael happily observed on the sidelines. This would be the first time he would see an actual fight in his entire life, which was quite exciting and reminded him of watching anime in his previous life. Though he must admit, this was a lot more exciting than seeing moving images on a flat screen. The thieves used various spells using their scimitars as their main offense. One of them threw fire strike at any opportunity. The other used his quickness to approach the orcs and try to slice them into pieces. And others also used complicated stances and fighting styles to try and overwhelm their opponents. However, their efforts were rendered null by the presence of the prismatic shield surrounding the orcs. Everything was extinguished, and anytime the thieves tried to use their scimitars to attack, the orcpuine orcs would move in the front lines and clash their quills against the thieves. Go, my shadow orcs, Fudge screamed beside Michael. Show them the power of ninjas. Michael looked at the violet slime. You know, ninjas use stealth and finesse to deal with their opponents. No such thing, master. They used big destructive moves like the Rasengan or the CH Dory. Just as Fudge said that, Michael saw the orcanine orcs gather in one group. Then they began to mold their shadows into one big ball carried by their leader. Shadow Sphere. Fudge excitedly rallied, just as the orc holding the shadow ball ran towards the thieves. Seeing this, the thieves took back their scimitars being entangled from the orcupine orcs' quills before using them to protect themselves against the other orcs. A few 2-star spells were used like Stone Skin, Air Dodge, and Heart of Fire, yet they were utterly destroyed upon contact with the innate skill from the orcs called Shadow Sphere. The thieves were thrown a few feet into the air upon contact, before slamming back down on the ground and exacerbating the internal injuries they just sustained. Gaha. The thieves could only groan, defeated and broken, against the shadow orcs. Ho! See, master, this is the power of Reborn's shadow, Fudge bragged to Michael, to which Michael had to admit they were pretty good, especially since these orcs were constantly hiding in every citizen of Reborn, ready to defend them at a moment's notice. Good job, Fudge. I'm liking the future of your little group, he said to the violet slime. Heh, pat, sure, little guy. Michael obliged and patted Fudge for a good job. After that, the orcs bowed towards Fudge and Michael, before turning back into shadows that hid under the chocolate merchants. Now that the thieves were apprehended, the night had turned calm once again. Fudge tied up the unconscious robbers using their own rope and gathered them up in one bunch. Michael was about to speak, when all of a sudden he felt another presence coming from the wilderness. Someone is coming, he said. This person's pace was steadfast and strong, the complete opposite of the thieves who sneaked around with malicious intent. And even if the moon only gleamed a sliver of its light down on the ground, Michael could still see its brightness reflected upon the steel armor worn by this person. It only took a few seconds before a man wearing full metal armor entered their camp. The chocolate merchants looked at this stranger with surprise and a little bit of excitement in their eyes. They recognized him from the insignia borne on his chestplate. Forgive me for intruding. I am Sir John, a knight from the Order of the Heavenly Knights. Experience more tales on my virtual library empire. Sir John approached the chocolate merchants, for he judged that they were the ones in charge of the camp. He took one look at their carriage and rightly judged that they were peddlers. I came here to warn you that thieves had plagued this wilderness as of late, but worry not, I am in pursuit of them. They are not far from being apprehended, he assured the merchants, but instead of seeing relief on their faces, the knight saw the merchants look back towards an unassuming golden-haired kid on the back. A child, Sir John uttered. Be careful out here, young man. Just then, he caught sight of the thieves he had been pursuing. He would not mistake those faces. His eyes showed surprise as he saw the rope tied around the thieves like they were cattle caught in a ranch. Who apprehended these thieves? Sir John asked, confusion and a little bit of admiration showing in his tone. We did, Michael said. Yes, well, my friend over here did, Michael said as he pointed to the violet slime perched on top of his head. A tamed monster, Sir John said with recognition and amazement. He looked around the camp and saw signs of fighting, with burned patches of grass and overturned soil all around. And seeing the campfire already snuffed out, he correctly assumed that the thieves struck in the deep night and caught everyone by surprise. I have never seen such a talented tamer that could defeat thieves of this caliber, 5 against 1. This slime of yours is impressive, and you even more for nurturing the slime to this degree while being so young. Michael didn't correct the knight, who just kept on praising him for his taming ability. And while Sir John talked with the chocolate merchants, Fudge tapped on Michael's head. Master, who is he? Asked Fudge. Just a passing knight. No need to worry about him, assured Michael. But what about the thieves? What should we do with them? Master Michael looked at the pitiful thieves and only had one solution for them. Take them to our prison. Maybe they'll change once they experience being locked up, he said to Fudge. Ever since the nation of Reborn welcomed visitors from all over the King's region, there was an immediate need for a security system. There were quite a few troublemakers who didn't follow the rules of the nation, varying from minor offenses to serious ones. Either way, they were all sent to the nation's very first prison, meant to jail those troublemakers until they could repent their crimes. Of course, Michael had to follow the rules of his previous world, having a justice system that based one's time in prison depending on the severity of their crime. Of course, they could always make their case and plead their innocence, which was made possible through the talented lawyers in their nation. These thieves would probably have to serve a lot of years for their crime of trying to harm a reborn citizen. As you wish, master. I'll send them off to prison. Fudge had a skill called shadow transference created by Michael, which could substitute one of his clones for something else, just like how Michael could take the place of a clone. Shadow flames grew from the ground and soon engulfed each thief from their foot to their head. By having Fudge's clone inhabit the entire body of the thieves, he would then be able to replace them with the clones he had back in the nation of Reborn. But just as Fudge was about to activate the skill, the knight noticed what was happening. What are you doing with them? He asked hurriedly. We're taking them to our place, Fudge explained. The knight looked a little bit flustered as he realized the slime could talk. You can't do that. They should remain in the custody of our court. Sir John raised his axe and tried to cut through the very shadow flames that engulfed the captured thieves. But just before his axe cleaved through the Fudge's shadow clones, he suddenly changed the direction of his swing to his back. A resounding tring echoed as his blade met with the orcupine orc's quills. Surprised at seeing the appearance of 10 orcs behind him without any warning, Sir John exerted his real power to try and overpower his axe away from them. The orcs were pushed back for a few meters. Seeing no other choice, the orcs took out a single bar of chocolate from their pockets and unwrapped it right in front of the knight. A sense of unease showed on the knight's face for a second. His instincts were telling him that they were about to get stronger, like a cat showing its claws. But just as the orcs were about to consume the chocolate in one go, the veteran peddler suddenly jumped in the middle of the two. "Stop! Wait, Sir John. We are citizens of the nation of Reborn, and since the thieves attacked us, then we have the authority to take them prisoners." The knight, realizing his mistake, quickly lowered his axe and returned it to his back. "I apologize," he said to them. "I didn't know." The knight immediately released the grip he had on his axe and let it fall to the floor, showing his sincerity. Then he kneeled on the ground, looking down with repentance in his eyes. "I hope you all forgive me for my assumptions. I did not know that you were all part of a sovereign nation." The veteran peddler heaved a sigh of relief and immediately went over to Michael. "I am sorry, Michael. I should have told the knight before all of this happened. Since this territory is still part of the knightly court in Angora City, they have jurisdiction over criminals roaming around it. But since we were attacked by the thieves, and we are part of the nation of Reborn, we have the authority to apprehend them." The knight didn't know that and thought that we were trying to take the criminals captive. Michael waved off his worry. "It wasn't your fault. It's just a small misunderstanding. It's all behind us now." The knight got up and faced the chocolate merchants. "I understand that you have all come from the nation of Reborn. Forgive me, but I do not recall such a sovereign state anywhere in the Queen's region." "We're based in the King's region," Michael replied. Sir John nodded in understanding. "Ah, now it makes sense. I take it that those orcs are also part of your nation. Are they also your tamed beasts?" Fudge suddenly popped out of Michael's shadow and faced the knight with anger in his face. "They are not beasts, they are my shadow members." Sir John was still a little bit startled as he faced Fudge, not expecting him to speak at all. A sentient monster was a rare sight even in the capital cities of the Queen's region. He turned to Michael, who was the youthful genius who seemed to have tamed these surprisingly strong creatures of the shadow. "May I know your name, young man? Surely a man of your talent would be widespread even in the Queen's region." "My name is Michael." The veteran peddler intervened once again to give a little bit more context for the clueless knight. He knew Michael disliked bragging about himself, so someone else had to do it for him. "You must know, Sir John, that Michael here is the esteemed leader of the nation of Reborn." A look of surprise and disbelief flashed across the knight's face. Even if this nation of Reborn turned out to be a small sovereign state in the backwoods countryside of the continent, it was still unusual to see a kid pushed into the leader position so early. "I understand it now," Sir John said, scratching his chin. "Those orcs must be part of your elite defense force, intended to protect the leader of your nation while he travels outside the King's region. Am I correct?" "Yes, we are," Fudge immediately answered. "We are the elites, not those scaly meanies." Michael could only chuckle at Fudge's shenanigans. Of course, if there was a group titled to be the elite defense force of the nation of Reborn, then it would be none other than the Dragonborns, who still reign supreme over every other Rebornian with regards to their fighting abilities. But since Fudge and his shadow orcs did a great job, Michael let them have this small victory for now. He just had to make sure Shayna didn't hear about this, or else they'll both get in trouble. "Those orcs are indeed elite, as I thought," said Sir John as he remembered clashing blades with the orcupines. "Even though I am ranked in the top 50 of our knightly court, I still felt overwhelmed when facing just one of your orcs, truly heavy in their strikes. It is no wonder that the thieves were quickly dealt with in just a few minutes." The knight looked at Michael and Fudge, his mouth quivering as he hesitated to say something. "And it may just be my presumption, but I can tell that the orcs had not yet shown me their best power. I can tell. Before we were stopped, they were about to consume something darkish brown. You don't need to tell me, but I feel as if they were about to become even stronger than they were before." Fudge's bulbous body immediately inflated with pure pride and confidence. "Hee hee, you guessed right, my curious knight. I must admit, you were a hell of a fighter yourself to force our shadow orcs to use their hidden power." The knight looked extremely impressed. Michael could see the fire of curiosity and competitiveness in his eyes, as if he longed for nothing but to clash his axe with the orcs once again. "Ho ho, what was it perhaps? It is one of those famous cultivation pills from Sinclair's Elixirs. Read latest stories on my virtual library empire." Michael shook his head. "I don't know what that is, but it's nothing like that. It's just a simple snack." He took out a bar of chocolate from the merchant's carriages and showed it to the knight. There was no reason for him to hide the fact that orcs got stronger by consuming chocolate. After all, the orcs were supposed to always be in a state of enhancement through it at all times. And there were plenty of other secrets and trump cards for the orcs later on, like the mithril artifacts, the resonance, and other such shadow-related skills. The violet and gold wrapping shined under the moonlight, illuminating the knight's face with a sliver of gold for a brief moment. Sir John's eyes gleamed with recognition. He couldn't help but point at the chocolate, as if it was something that he had been looking for this whole time. Chocolate. He excitedly yelled out, "That's chocolate, the one being sold in our city. You know this?" Michael asked him. Of course. Chocolate is extremely popular in our knightly court. It is the most sought-after product within our community, as it has shown great effects upon consumption. I can't believe it's here. Michael looked at the chocolate merchants, and they nodded in confirmation. It is true, Michael. Our main customer base is mostly squires and knights from the order. They were the reason why chocolate spread so fast in Angora City, and why our products were quickly sold out after just a few days, said the veteran peddler. You don't know how popular chocolate is in our circle, said Sir John. After you guys left, chocolate became some sort of a mythical product in our city. Those who were able to buy one before it sold out were able to sell it for 10 times the original price they bought it for. Of course, most refused to sell it at all. After all, we didn't know when we were going to get chocolate again. Michael knew chocolate would be a bestseller, but he didn't know the reaction for it would be so maniacal. 10 times its original value, he wouldn't have believed it if not for the look of excitement and seriousness in the knight's eyes. And the main customer base for chocolates is knights and squires, who spend the majority of their days training in grueling conditions to create the perfect body. They certainly wouldn't consume such a high-calorie food for nothing. That must mean that they get some sort of benefit from the chocolate. Do you feel different when consuming chocolate, like having the mana in your cores burst out in an unprecedented excitement? He asked the knight. Sir John didn't deny nor confirm Michael's question. Nothing that drastic, he said. We just feel a lot more energetic than before. The effects it gives us feels like a toned-down version of a cultivation pill, but a lot cheaper. Michael thought that they were feeling something like the sugar rush skill of the orcs, but it turned out that they were just feeling some sort of placebo effect from consuming a lot of sugar. Either way, it was still good that there were a lot of potential customers for chocolate. This is unbelievable. It turned out that chocolate came from the nation of Reborn. My squires are going to have a field day when they find out a huge shipment of chocolate is about to come. Seeing his excitement, Michael had to give him a free chocolate bar. You are all going to Angora City, correct? Then please allow me to escort you safely to your destination. With a knight by your side, no thief will ever have the courage to make plans on your goods, Sir John said with the bravado and confidence of a true knight. The chocolate merchants all looked at Michael for his permission. Sure, go ahead. I'm planning on heading back to Neo-Orcus anyway. Sir John looked at Michael with a regretful look on his face. Ah, you are not joining us in Angora City. I was hoping to introduce you to the other knights. They'll surely treat you and your compatriots well, knowing that you created chocolate. I'll take you up on your offer, but I'll just catch up with you later, he said to the knight. Sir John didn't pursue it any further. Well then, I'll just leave you with a warning for caution. Today is not a good day for traveling alone in the wilderness. The knights are preoccupied with something big, so the unscrupulous groups take this as a chance to prey on the weak and troubled. Michael was intrigued and pressed the knight with a question. Preoccupied with something big, can I know about it? Sir John looked hesitant to spill the beans. But then he looked at the chocolate bar in his hands and couldn't help but feel indebted to the young leader of the nation of Reborn. You must keep this a secret to others, he warned Michael. But there was a recent sighting of a discovery very near here. Details are still fuzzy, but there are talks of a tomb containing the inheritance of a legendary figure in ancient times. The Order is trying to keep this news contained for now, but there are already a lot of companies in Angora City preparing to participate in the campaign. Michael nodded with a blank expression, but even he couldn't help but be interested in this tomb inheritance. Any chance he could try and advance the progress in upgrading ChatJK3 was a risk he was willing to take. Progress to next update. 11.3 Thank you for telling me, he said to the knight. No problem. This news would have spread through rumor anyway. No matter how much we try to hide this, it will always find its way to everybody's ears. Early in the morning, the chocolate merchants set off into the wilderness guided by Sir John. The knight almost pushed the carriage himself, in excitement of getting the chocolates into Angora City. They said goodbyes to Michael, who stayed behind in their camp. Now that he was alone, Michael looked down on his shadow and summoned Fudge. Continue reading at my virtual library empire at your service, master. Michael looked at the slime. You heard what the knight said last night, right? Fudge flashed a smug smile. Of course, master. Who do you think I am? I am the best ninja in the world. Last night, I already sent out the shadow orcs to survey the wilderness for this supposed ancient tomb. It will only be a matter of time until we find it, I guarantee. Good job, he said to Fudge. Michael then sunk back down to his shadows and arrived back in Neo-Orcus, just behind the Rebornian engineers currently working on their project. "Ah, boss, you got here just in time," said the Hobmanky engineer. "We have already laid out a plan to start the Golden Road." They then showed Michael a blueprint showing a top-down view of the nearby topography of Neo-Orcus, including the first destination of the Golden Road. "What are we waiting for?" Michael said to the Rebornians. "Let's get this show on the road." The construction of the new Golden Road was finally on its way. Rebornian engineers had already fixed the crevices and cracks on the ground, reinforcing it with steel bars to make sure that it wouldn't get destroyed by another earthquake again. If anyone visited Neo-Orcus at this time, they would see nothing but big trucks filled with rolling cement coming in and out of the town every single day. The only thing they needed to do now was to pour liquid concrete onto the ground and use a little bit of magic to quicken their hardening process. Michael helped a lot with this. Shayna and Yumisu ended up finding out about the thieves incident a few days ago and were immediately angry at Michael and Fudge. They were talking about having a Dragonborn always present with him at all times as a precaution, so Michael had to escape from that conversation quickly. Master, good news." As Michael finished pouring cement into the ground, Fudge suddenly jumped out of his shadow and landed on his head. "What is it? Did you find the tomb?" he asked the ninja slime. "Yes, we did," replied the excited Fudge. "Fufu, nothing could be hidden in the shadows with us around." Michael conjured a ball of water in his hands and washed off all the dirt and cement in his hands. "Show me," he said. Michael and Fudge both descended into the shadows, leaving the Rebornian construction workers to their jobs. As the two ascended from the shadows, Michael was immediately greeted with the sight of overgrown vines and moist grass all around him. It felt like he was in an Amazonian jungle, with 20-foot pythons lurking about in the wilderness. Aside from the obvious change in scenery, Michael observed the raucous mumblings echoing all around him. It didn't take a second for him to know that those were people talking to themselves, trying to keep their presence as small as possible. Michael and Fudge peeked around the tree and saw middle-aged men with scars around their bodies and their faces, wearing parts missing metal armor and a semi-decent weapon. They were giving off a hostile aura, something that didn't welcome any ridicule or disrespect. They were adventurers, and like most adventurers that Michael saw in anime, these people weren't that well off with regard to money. Despite the obvious dangers and risks that their jobs entailed, the clothes and armor they were wearing were severely below standard. It looked like something they just whipped up from a scrapyard. These adventurers were grouped up, some with many members totaling up to 20, while some only had 3 to 5 in their midst. Michael sensed the life mana in the area and judged that there must have been about 100 adventurers here right now. There was only one thing that would tempt an adventurer into a nondescript part of a jungle, and that was none other than treasure. They must have also heard about the tomb. Why are they all still here? Michael thought to himself. The treasure is first come first serve, so why are they not out there adventuring? Michael even saw a few groups camped out with full beds and tents set up on the outskirts of the jungle, and by the looks of it, they had been here for a couple of days as well. He wanted nothing more than to simply just walk right over to them and ask this question, but he knew that having an 11-year-old boy coming out of the jungle alone would raise some red flags to the cautious adventurers. Michael planned to show himself with the Dragonborns and some of the Rebornians later, but for now, he had to stay in the shadows. "Fudge, did you find out anything about the tomb? Has anyone entered it, or even found it?" At this point, the ninja slime grabbed Michael's head and moved it in the direction of a large group of adventurers on the far left. Michael hesitated to call them adventurers because of their decent attire. This group of 20-something people were practically shining in the middle of the jungle, with their full metal armor gleaming in the sunlight. "Master, I heard that nobody wants to enter the tomb for now because it's filled with a lot of deadly traps. The first few groups that entered never returned, only leaving behind corpses for the next group to stumble upon. And how did you find that out?" Fudge pointed upwards, towards the crown of the tree, putting shade on the large group. There, Michael saw a large orcanine orc just hanging on the branches, looking down on the group using no effort to hide himself. Michael slapped his own forehead. "I don't even know what a ninja is anymore. We are the exemplary specimen, Master. Find more to read on my virtual library empire anyway," Michael sighed. "Who is this group, and why are they being the subject of all the gossip and whisperings from the other adventurers? They seem to be part of Hammerstone Company, Master. I don't know much about them, but from what I could piece together from the other adventurers, they are on some sort of ranking or whatever. Golden 500. Yeah, Golden 500. I heard they are ranked 495th, meaning that they have the best chance of breaking through the tomb and reaching the inheritance. At least that's what I've heard." Michael didn't know much about this company, but he knew that he wanted to someday break through this Golden 500 ranking. He would have to ask more from Jimmy or Una if they knew more about this Hammerstone company. For now, Michael had to go back. But just as he was about to descend back into the shadows, he heard a faint sound coming from the jungle. Heya, heya, help. A haggard adventurer with his entire lower leg turned into nothing but red flesh came rushing out towards the group of adventurers. Legs, we need leggings. He screamed before eventually collapsing into the ground. Michael immediately signaled Fudge to move in closer to the ailing adventurer. An unsuspecting shadow slithered through the ground without arousing any suspicion, which was easy because everyone's attention was on the adventurer lying helplessly on the grass. Whoa, what happened to him? Another impatient bastard bites the dust. That's why I said we shouldn't go in before the knights arrive. Are you kidding? By the time they arrive, they'll have scooped up any treasure in the tomb. The adventurers got too caught up in their squabble, which allowed Fudge to inhabit the shadow of the fallen man. How is it? Michael asked Fudge. A small bit of the slime's head peeked back up from Michael's shadow, shaking its head. He's gone, master. Michael was going to try and help the unfortunate guy, but he was too late. The man had already used up the last of his remaining life mana to warn the other adventurers of the dangers in the discovered tomb. Clear out, everybody. Give the man some space. A commanding voice from a bald man wearing bulky red armor carved through the nosy adventurers. Now, as a group of rebels, it was in their nature to never take commands from other people. But as they were about to yell at the guy for saying such audacious words, they realized the insignia borne on his right chest plate, Hammerstone Company. The unruly adventurers ended up backing down in front of the 20-something fighters from the 495th ranked Hammerstone Company. They knew they were outclassed just from the clean clink sound of their armor alone. Do we know what happened to him? Asked the bald man, clearly the leader of the whole group. His legs are in terrible shape. It's a miracle he was able to even get out of the tomb. Michael couldn't hold in his curiosity any longer. He turned his entire body into a shadow and glided through the backs of unsuspecting adventurers until he reached a large tree overlooking the whole situation below. Coincidentally, the best view he could get of the whole situation was by hanging onto a branch on the tree directly above the adventurers. I owe the shadow orcs an apology. This is actually quite a stealthy way to eavesdrop on someone. Michael looked down at the corpse below, expecting to see only dark mana permeating the body, but instead, he also saw large chunks of poison mana on it, specifically the legs. Poison chat JK3, can you find out the cause of death? I have seen traces of some kind of acid present on the corpse. Look at his chest plate, the bald man from Hammerstone said curiously. It's barely scratched. It's the complete opposite of his lower body, which seems to have been eaten through the bone, some kind of acid or poison maybe. The other experienced adventurers drew their own conclusions, not that much different from the bald man's guess. That means the tomb has an acid section that must be traversed, and this unfortunate soul didn't have any protection at all for it. That's why it's important to have leg armor. Everyone thought that the man foolishly tried to swim through acid with nothing but leather boots and a can-do attitude. Wait, I know him, said one of the adventurers. He did have leg armor on. And it's full-on steel armor as well. If the man's words were to be believed, then this meant that his leg steel armor did nothing to protect him from the acid. That's why he said we need legs or leggings, Michael thought. I'm guessing this acid could permeate through the smallest of crevices in the leg armor, which they didn't anticipate. Michael looked at the bald man and saw his eyes gleam with understanding as well. We know now that to storm the tomb, one must have strong metal leggings to withstand the acid, the bald man said. It didn't take long for the other adventurers to see through the meaning behind his words. Experience tales at my virtual library empire slowly. They began to walk away from the forest with only one thing in mind, searching for the best steel boot leggings money could buy. If they were to get their hands on leggings like that, then it was more than possible that they would be the first ones to get through to the treasure room of the tomb. The problem now would be to find a blacksmith good enough to create such a craft. Michael listened in on the conversation of an adventure group planning on going back to Angora City to find a blacksmith. Where are we going to find a blacksmith that can create something this fast? How about Hammerstone? Surely they have a lot of metal leggings to sell. Let's buy from them even if we have to pawn off some of our stuff. No, didn't you see them out here? They don't plan to share the tomb with anybody else. I am betting that they won't be selling any leggings in Angora City by tomorrow. They'll hoard it for themselves, I guarantee it. After being a good ninja, as Fudge liked to call it, Michael found out that the Hammerstone was a blacksmith company. It made sense seeing as how well-equipped their fighters were, and he also thought that the adventurers had a point. Hammerstone would definitely keep acid-proof leggings to themselves for this tomb campaign. What should we do? Master Fudge said, returning to Michael's shadow. As much as I hate to admit it, those scaly meanies can enter the tomb by themselves. It wasn't just the Dragonborns. Michael was sure that any Rebornian could bypass the acid section of the tomb quite easily. They had the lesser unity defense, after all, but Michael wasn't just thinking about the tomb and its treasures. Instead, he was also thinking about a way to spread the Reborn Company and the new Golden Road to a much wider customer base. He reached down into his shadow, letting part of his hand reach Neo-Orcus as he picked up one of the blueprints for the Golden Road project. As he observed the outskirts of Neo-Orcus on the map, Michael's eyes latched onto the jungle portion of the territory. ChatJK3, use this map as a reference to tell me my exact location. Very well. Scanning your surroundings complete. Just then, a small light suddenly appeared on the blueprint, just on the borderline of the paper. That was his current location on the map. Coincidentally enough, the location of the tomb was very near and close to the path of the new Golden Road. Come follow me, Michael said to Fudge. Where are we going? We're taking a little visit back to the parched lands. We need the dwarves' help on this. Michael was planning on becoming the main supplier for the adventurers. This would be a tremendous opportunity for the Reborn Company. He would supply not only acid-proof leggings, but also food, armor, weapons, and other such necessities for the campaign. This would earn him a lot of reputation within the adventuring community. But of course, Michael wasn't planning on just letting the adventurers have the tomb for themselves. While selling the leggings for the adventurers, he was also planning on diving into it himself and getting the treasures inside. It was a double win. In preparation for this whole campaign, Michael visited the blacksmith workshop in the parched lands once again. He was greeted by Thrain and the rest of the ancient dwarves with excited smiles. They almost couldn't contain their excitement as they showed Michael what they had been working on for the past few weeks. Boss, welcome back. You missed a lot when you were gone. Barkus got married, I was able to hit a home run, and we were finally able to solve the mystery of the multi-elemental mithril artifact. Thrain picked up a glowing arm brace from his furnace and shoved it in the water, whistling a satisfying tshhh as its internal temperature shot back down to normal. A few seconds later, Thrain showed Michael the finished product. The uni-elemental mithril artifacts that they had created before, the ones that were only good if they only had one element in them, had the appearance of a glass sculpture with a glowing light in its core. It certainly looked good for wands and other such delicate weapons, but it looked a little bit too brittle for offensive weapons and armor. But now, this multi-elemental mithril artifact looked a little bit more opaque, with a milky white appearance with the frequent red, blue, and yellow glints of light shining through the surface. Fire, water, and earth mana, Michael said, listing off the mana in his body that was reacting crazily from the appearance of the mithril artifact. How did you bypass the need for a transmutation spell, he asked them. We had a little help from the Dwarven Kingdom, boss. Turns out they have an old-school smithing technique that can replicate the effects of a transformation spell. They showed him the technique involving only dwarf-specific skills and unique tools from the very ancient treasure room of the king himself. Michael didn't know why he hadn't thought to ask Buru, the Dwarven King, in the first place. There was a reason why they were renowned for their smithing technique back in the past, and even in the present as well. Congratulations. Looks like we can finally mass-produce these mithril artifacts for the Rebornians. The ancient dwarves shouted their joy, clinking their hammers on their anvils to express their excitement. This new iteration of the mithril artifact, hereby named Ver, too, would be better suited for the Dragonborns and the Shadow Orcs, who mainly used physical art spells in their day-to-day lives. In short, these would benefit the Rebornian fighters tremendously. A mithril artifact Ver, too, only boosted the magic power of spells by 10 or less, which was low compared to the 30 boosted effects of the original version. However, this new version now allowed its users to boost multiple mana cores, not just one, so in truth, they would actually be boosted by about 40-50. Of course, for Rebornians who didn't go out much, like the engineers, the famers, and other production-related jobs, it would be much better for them if they just used the first version of the mithril artifact. That way, they would get a 30 boost in stats and just switch artifacts whenever they needed a new elemental mana boosted. For the Dragonborns and the Shadow Orcs who needed to always be prepared, especially in the upcoming campaign in the tomb, they didn't have the luxury to change artifacts while in the middle of fighting, so the second version would be much more fitting for them. Our next project is to now create mithril artifact Ver, 2 for each Dragonborn and Shadow Orc, Michael said to the dwarves. I'll handle the Dragonborns, you guys do the orcs. Thrain and the others hadn't met the orcs yet, so Michael summoned an Orcanine and Orcupine orc from his shadow and had their measurements taken by the dwarves. While they were working on that, Michael continued working on the armor for the Dragonborns. He had to take into account their personal preferences and their unique powers in creating these customized sets. ChatJK3, plan the best armor set for the Dragonborns. Understood, creating suitable weapons and armor complete. After about a few days of non-stop work, Michael was finally finished with different sets of mithril artifacts. The ancient dwarves couldn't stop praising Michael for his quickness, but in truth, most of the hard work was already done by Chat JK3. He just had to swing the hammer in the correct spot each time. Heck, he didn't even have to swing. Magic was all that was needed. After taking a break, he approached the dwarves and asked them about their other products. "Can you make acid-proof leggings?" he asked them. The ancient dwarves almost scoffed at the question. "Of course, boss, all leggings should be acid-proof, or else they wouldn't even be armor in the first place. Of course, the standards of dwarves were extremely high compared to normal humans. Why do you need it?" Boss Michael told them about his plans to sell armor to the adventurers. Thrain scratched his beard, contemplating. "We can do it, boss, but it will take time away from making mithril artifacts. The boss Fudge keeps on bugging us about their new ninja outfits." Michael nodded, understanding their concern. These ancient dwarves were way too overqualified for the job, especially for something just to be sold to adventurers. They wouldn't be able to buy even one pair of boots if Michael sold Thrain's handmade crafts. He had to go to the normal blacksmiths of the nation of Reborn. They were good, but not as good as the ancient dwarves whose blood could even be compared with lava. "Boss, I hear you want us to make some leggings." A sadder blacksmith approached Michael. "Yup. As a matter of fact, those look good," Michael said as he pointed at the armor sets just strewn around haphazardly in the smithy. "Are you sure, boss? These are just the rejects from our students. It barely passes as armor." Michael couldn't help but chuckle. Even their reject armor was at least 2 times better than the best armor he saw from the adventurers. These would definitely be enough to satisfy their needs, without it being too pricey for them to not be able to afford. "Send all of these armors to Neo-Orcus. All of them," he said to the blacksmiths. It was then quickly arranged for these tons and tons of reject armor to be transported to the Queen's region through the railway. And since this was a request directly from Michael himself, the armors were quickly given VIP treatment and shipped off to the next train leaving the nation of Reborn. Michael arrived back in Neo-Orcus and immediately moved to the Golden Road project. He was gladdened by the progress he saw. The previous crevice-filled, cracked, and degraded stone road was no longer present. It was now replaced by a flat, concrete road leading directly to the horizon. Of course, the work had just barely started, but it was good that they had finally stepped off Neo-Orcus and were heading to its next destination. "How's the progress?" he asked the Rebornian engineer. "It's good, boss. I'm guessing that by tomorrow, we can reach the jungle area, just on the outskirts of the tomb." Meanwhile, the campaign for the discovered tomb has been getting more and more traction lately. As Sir John said, the rumor was quickly getting spread through the grapevine even though the Order was keeping the information under tight wraps. As long as the adventurers smelled even a whiff of money, they would come swarming in even hungrier than a shark in blood-filled water. However, the progress in the tomb had come to a standstill. After a few more deaths by acid, the adventurers refused to enter without any proper defensive measures. Some returned to Angora City, hoping to be the first ones to purchase leggings from the best blacksmiths. Unfortunately for them, it seemed that the premier armory in the city, owned by the Hammerstone company, coincidentally suffered a shortage of leggings to sell. It was also a coincidence that their fighting group was showing signs of preparation for the tomb. They were taking advantage of their monopoly in gear to become the first people to explore the tomb. Eventually, some ended up returning to the tomb with nothing but rusted boots and guts of steel. One such group, made of 4 slightly inexperienced adventurers, returned to the tomb with almost no hope left in their name. As no names, they certainly didn't have any connections to established blacksmiths that would hook them up with acid-proof leggings like some high-class adventurers. After another scream echoed in the jungle that signaled another death in the tomb, the group decided to call it quits and return home. However, when they were about to leave for Angora City, one of them suddenly spotted something out of the corner of his eye. There was a slight glint in his vision. "What's that?" he said loudly to his group, which caught all of their attention. They all turned around and slowly walked over to this strange sight. And lo and behold, they saw something completely out of their expectations. There was actually a small house right here in the middle of the jungle. How was this always here? The structure was just large enough to be called a home, with a roof and 4 walls. It was barebones, with no decoration or paint around it. And if it didn't have any sharp edges, they would have thought that it was just a large boulder. They didn't recognize the material. It looked like stone but was way too smooth to be one. Maybe it's part of the tomb. No, it looks modern. And look at that, there's light inside. As they slowly walked over to the front of the house, they finally saw part of its interior through the looking glass beside the double doors. They all looked up at the signage carved in stone. It said Reborn Armory. The adventurers couldn't believe their eyes. They would have never expected to see an armory in the middle of nowhere. They had half a mind to consider this as a trap, just like seeing a puddle of water in the desert. They thought that this armory was nothing but a mirage. After all, just when they were wondering where they could get armor from, this building suddenly popped up without any warning at all. Should we come in? What if it's a trap? But look. Leggings, armors. They couldn't help but squeeze themselves through the window as they peeked at the goods inside. A hum welcome to our armory. A human woman suddenly opened the door from the inside and greeted the weary adventurers. She gestured for them to come inside with her warm expression and inviting smile. Boss Michael. We have customers. She shouted back. Michael ascended from the other side of the counter with a smile on his face. Michael oversaw the construction of the Golden Road right until the very edge of the jungle area. There he instructed the engineers to create a little shop to set up their armory. It was near enough to the tomb so that the adventurers could stumble upon it accidentally, while still being close enough to the Golden Road that they could easily replenish their products through automobile trucks. With Michael's magic, it took barely 2 days for the armory to be completed. It was simple but quaint. With the structure done, he just had to stock up the shipment of Rebornian reject armors inside. Of course, he made sure to add more than just armor. He stocked up on everything an adventurer would need in a campaign, such as rations, tents, torches, bedrolls, and other such equipment. It didn't even take long before their very first customers arrived. Boss Michael, we have customers. She was a Neo-Orcus local who helped him take care of the armory while he was away. Once he heard her voice, he immediately transported himself to the armory to welcome the first customers. Excuse me, a youthful adventurer said, but is this really an armory? Of course. You can buy anything you need here, he said to them. The adventurers didn't speak anymore and simply just admired all the products hanging on the shelves. They couldn't help but show a face of shock as they saw their reflections from the smooth armor. I don't even think those fighters from the Hammerstone group have this amazing armor. One of them said, I can't believe the quality of the swords here. It looks the same as those dwarven equipment in the black markets. They were too amazed at the armor to even question the fact that an 11-year-old boy owned an armory in the middle of the jungle. Oh my God, those are steel leggings. One of them finally chanced upon the armor that Michael set up. Look at the craftsmanship on this. There's no seams. This is acid-proof. We have to get this. This could be our chance to finally break through to the tomb. A palpable excitement spread across the adventurers. They immediately brought out all the gold they had on them and pushed it on the desk. Even though they had to fork up their savings, it was worth it to get these leggings. Thank you, Michael's attendant said. Please come again. After the adventurers left, Michael smiled to himself. Good, now we just have to wait. A day later, 5 groups of adventurers came inside the Reborn armory. Just like the previous group, they had also stumbled upon this by accident and were curious as to what it was. And when they saw the leggings on sale, they immediately bought them without any consideration. By the second day, there had been rumors that a few groups had been able to cross the acid part of the tomb safely. This became a sensation among the adventurer circles, especially since the people who had successfully journeyed through the acid were no names. And when they asked around, more people found out about this supposed armory in the middle of the jungle. Of course, most people didn't believe it was true, but when they investigated it themselves, they quickly found out the truth. And so, the Reborn armory slowly gained a reputation from the adventurers. With the Hammerstone company preventing anyone from buying any legging armor, this was the only place they could obtain one for their campaign. By the 5th day, almost half of the people camping by the tomb were wearing armor with the distinct R symbol of the Reborn company stamped on its side. Michael and Fudge both kept on monitoring the situation in the tomb, secretly eavesdropping on the conversations happening all around. It was quite funny that not once did these cautious and experienced adventurers look up at the sky. If they did, then they would see orcs and shadows perched up on the branches, not making any attempt at hiding their humongous bodies. Where did you get that chest plate? Mine got dented after going through an arrow trap, but yours is squeaky clean. There's barely a scratch. The adventurer wearing armor with the symbol R carved on his right chest looked around, hesitating to tell it so publicly. To tell you the truth, I am tempted to gatekeep where I got this armor. I don't want it to get sold out so easily. In fact, this is the last armor that was in stock yesterday, so I got lucky. Come on, just tell us. After getting pressured by his friends, the adventurer eventually relented. Fine, follow me. Michael watched this kind of scene unfold multiple times just this day already. Slowly, the Reborn armory was getting spread through word of mouth from the adventurers, leading them to discover the workshop. He then looked down on his shadow and said, Mary, there's going to be some adventurers coming your way. Welcome them, please. He was talking to Mary, the caretaker of the Reborn armory. All right, boss, I just finished stocking up our wares, she replied with her voice coming out of Michael's shadow. A couple of minutes later, those adventurers arrived at the Reborn armory, where they were immediately welcomed by a homely-looking woman. Whoa, where did this place come from? Look at all these armor and weapons. It's even better than the ones in Angora City. I'll even dare say that this is better than the ones sold by Hammerstone. The adventurer who led his friends into the armory stood there dumbstruck as he looked at the rows and rows of the same chestplate that he had just purchased yesterday. "I don't believe it," he said. Yesterday, this was the last chestplate they had, and as he looked around, he realized that their most popular item being sold, the acid-proof leggings, had already been fully restocked. By the time he got here yesterday, they were all already sold out. "Excuse me, miss, how fast do you guys restock?" The attendant just smiled and just had one simple explanation for them. "It's because we are the Reborn Company," she said. The adventurers showed an expression of unfamiliarity, but from now on, the name Reborn would get stuck in their minds. The adventurers quickly bought all the equipment they could afford. Even though the prices were a little steep for their liking, the fact that they could buy it in the first place was already a privilege that they were thankful for. "We can't even buy this stuff if we're not a member of the Hammerstone Company. The quality is better too. Whoa, this says that we can create fire just by striking this match. We can finally have a torch anywhere we want. Come on, let's try this out in the tomb." The adventurers left the Reborn Armory with their new, glistening armor and equipment. Of course, Fudge sent his clones to monitor the adventurers. "From what I hear, the acid portion of the tomb is just the halfway point of the exploration," Michael thought to himself. "But thanks to our leggings, people can finally explore further." There were plenty of rooms and caves that had diverging paths, with some leading to a dead end with traps, or some just looping back at the start. It seemed that some of the real pathways led into a big chamber, with nothing but a lake of acid preventing the adventurers from advancing further. Michael even heard that the acid lake had varying degrees of depth, with only one true path being shallow enough for a person to walk through with just their legs getting soaked, hence the need for acid-proof leggings. From the rate of progression of the tomb's exploration, it would probably take another month before the tomb was fully mapped out and the treasure room was discovered. Of course, Michael heard this from the adventurers who heard it from another source, who heard it from the Knights of the Order, so the credibility of the news was still a little bit hazy. But it seemed accurate enough. At least ChatJK3 seemed to think so based on the size of the abnormal earth mana on the ground, which Michael thought to be the whole size of the tomb itself. And from what he could see, the acid room was barely halfway to the end. It was probably the reason why the Knights from the Order hadn't arrived yet. They wanted the adventurers to do all the legwork for them, not risking their lives and letting others map out the tomb. But as a consolation prize, these adventurers did find some treasures here and there that made it all worth it. "Oh look, master," Fudge said as he pointed in the distance. "There's a group of adventurers returning from the tomb. Hee, their armor is toast." Michael watched as the disappointed adventurers limped out of the mouth of the cave with their weapons and armor chipped and dented. "Damn, we're going to have to return to Angora City to resupply. It'll take us a week to return here. Maybe it'll all be too late by then. We can't fight for the main treasure room, but I thought we'd at least get some from the other rooms." Just then they were approached by a female adventurer. She pointed at the R symbol on her chest plate and then pointed towards the jungle, where the Reborn Armory was located. Michael didn't even have to listen to their conversation to know what happened. Word of mouth once again did its work. About half an hour later, those same adventurers returned to the mouth of the cave with entirely new weapons and armor, as well as a couple of new hiking and exploring equipment, which all had the R symbol printed on it. This was how the Reborn Armory became the premier store for these adventurers. Not only was the quality good, but it was also placed extremely close to the tomb, saving them a lot of time and effort. The fact that they could restock their inventory in just a single day was also incredibly impressive, causing the adventurers to wonder if they had some sort of pocket dimension hidden somewhere in the armory. Of course, it was all thanks to the automobiles coming from Neo-Orcus via the newly constructed Golden Road, which no company could even hold a candle to. A day later, the gossip and conversations from the adventurers in their camps became alit with new topics. The Hammerstone Company adventurers finally returned to the tomb. They had just returned from Angora City after the whole acid incident, and they expected the tomb to be a lot less populated because of the lack of acid-proof leggings. But they were quickly stunned by the fact that almost all the adventurers, whether they be no-names or not, were fully equipped with new armor and weapon sets. Not only that, but the tomb had been explored much further than the acid lake portion. They were actually behind in progression. "Master, you should have seen the look on their faces," Fudge said, telling the story to Michael about how the Hammerstone group was completely caught off guard by the current events. "Tell it to Master, Naruto, and Sasuke." The former Orcanine and Orcupine chieftain ascended from the shadows and showed themselves to Michael. Fudge took it upon himself to name the two dignified chieftains as Naruto and Sasuke, which was extremely similar to the anime characters in his previous life. The orcs didn't mind it at all and embraced their new name. After all, they had no name back when they were unevolved. They simply referred to each other through the unique sound they produced from their bodies. The Orcanines slapped their thighs, and the Orcanines strummed their quills. Butch, the leader of the Hammerstone group, had his people investigate the cause and found our armory, reported Naruto, the Orcanine chief. You were leaving a lot of stuff out, said Sasuke, the Orcupine chief with a competitive spite. He already sent out a messenger to deliver the news back to Angora City. I had my subordinates follow their shadows and find out more. I wasn't done talking, Naruto grunted. I was just about to report that to our boss. Why do you always undermine me? I wasn't. I was making sure that our boss got the truth. It is simply your pride thinking that. You, Michael, had to appease the two from bickering any further. So, what did the Hammerstone company do? They're planning on competing with us by allowing their customers to buy their acid-proof leggings again. They tried to keep it for themselves, but seeing as everyone is buying leggings from us, they quickly changed their tactics. Fudge was quite proud of what the Reborn armory was able to do. According to our ninja orcs, they are also planning on establishing a temporary armory in the jungle. They are building it now as we speak, Naruto said. True enough, a couple of days later, Michael took a look for himself and saw a makeshift wooden cabin on the opposite side of the Reborn armory. It had the insignia of the Hammerstone company, manned by their employees. It was shabby and devoid of any decorations due to how rushed they had to build it, but it did its job. It displayed all the available Hammerstone armor and weapon sets anyone can purchase. However, they found that business was a little bit slower than they were expecting. No one was buying from their stall. This was all because the adventurers had gotten used to buying and using Reborn products. In short, they were too late. Not only that, but their quality was a little bit lesser than that of the Reborn armory, while still being a lot more expensive. Butch, the bald leader of the Hammerstone adventurers who wore the fiery red armor set, had to lower the prices a lot to compete with the Reborn armory. They slashed it by about 40, making it cheaper than the Reborn products. This led them to finally gain customers. As the exploration in the tomb progressed further and further, the traps and dangers increased, leading to more wrecked armor needing to be replaced. Conversely, the treasures found within became even more and more valuable, which tempted more explorers despite the increased risk. This led to new adventurers coming in from different territories, who all needed proper equipment to brave the tomb. Due to this, the makeshift Hammerstone armory store found a problem. Their supply wasn't keeping up with the demand. Their wares would get sold out not even a day after they resupplied. Normally, this would be a cause for celebration for them. However, this meant that they were losing out on a lot of customers willing to spend all their gold coins in this campaign. All those disappointed people who left their armory empty-handed went over to the opposite side of the tomb, to their competitor, the Reborn armory. And somehow that company never experienced this kind of problem at all. They were always filled with supplies despite having 20 adventurers buying acid-proof leggings every day. Where did this company come from? They resupply their products too fast. The Hammerstone adventurers looked over the map of the Queen's region and found no city anywhere near the tomb. The closest was Angora City. Maybe they come from this place, Orcus Town, someone said, pointing at the edge of the Queen's region. I heard that place is a ghost town, ruined beyond repair, and even if they are from there, it will take at least a week to resupply their wares. They must be super close to be able to refresh their stock so fast. Butch had to calm his subordinates down. This is fine, he said to them in a commanding voice. We are not here to sell armor and weapons. We are here to explore the tomb in its entirety. Our bosses need us to be the first ones to complete the tomb so that our company gets published in the newspapers. If we do, we can finally break through and achieve that 494th spot. Nearly a month after the acid incident, the tomb had now been explored by about 90. There were a couple of fortunate adventurers who discovered a hidden treasure room, but no gemstone or gold bars could compare to the ultimate prize at the end of the final door to the tomb. This was when the Order of the Heavenly Knights finally sent in their own group of adventurers. Everyone in camp was awoken by the sound of clinking and clanking as 10 or so full-armored knights came into the entrance of the cave. Whoa, they sent in no squires. This is serious. That means they're all 4-star fighters at the minimum. Look, that's Sir John. He's a 5-star knight. This signaled to the adventurers that the campaign for the tomb was nearing its closure. Now that the knights had appeared, they were sure to complete the exploration of the tomb by tomorrow at the latest. If anyone wanted to join the campaign, then this would be the last chance they would get. So a lot of adventurers gathered at the mouth of the cave, just behind the knights led by Sir John. Of course, most of these adventurers knew that they would probably not get anything valuable from the main treasure room. After all, they were competing with the knights as well as the Hammerstone group, who held their own against the best. Who do you think will be the eventual winner? I am betting on Sir John. He's a knight. Here you are again being a mega fan of the Order. I think it's going to be the Hammerstone Company. Did you know that their leader Butch has a secret weapon? I heard that his gauntlets have a small piece of mithril relic embedded inside. Please, it's not all about strength, you know. The tomb could still have some tricks and traps up its sleeve. I think that the 4-star Infernal Adventurers or the 3-star Bears group will have the best shot at getting to the treasure room. They have the most experience with this sort of stuff. While most of these adventurers were debating with each other, a completely unfamiliar group arrived from the back, made up of one 11-year-old child and 4 dragon-like individuals. Michael initially wanted to explore the tomb by himself, but of course, Shayna had to intervene and invited themselves on this campaign as well. Now, this whole exploration of the tomb became some sort of field trip for the siblings. Despite the inherent dangers and risks that they would face in the tomb, the Dragonborns treated it as nothing more than light work, and it was not without merit. Their fighting techniques had improved far beyond normal after months of training with Agnes. And so, Michael and the Dragonborns arrived on the mouth of the cave, along with about 100 or more adventurers waiting as well. Just like others, they waited behind the group of knights in the front line. As the knights moved, the adventurers moved as well. Even though Michael had spent about a month focused on this campaign, he had yet to see it with his own eyes. This would be the first. The very entrance of the cave looked like it was born from the ruins of a once great civilization. Michael compared it to the Mayan infrastructures back in his previous life that had sunk deep into the ground. It was mostly made out of stone bricks, which used to hold such great architecture, but was now filled with moss and grass. The whole tomb itself was underground. Michael suspected that the original tomb had been swallowed up by a large crevice on the ground due to the intense earthquakes throughout the years. The fact that the broken structures littered on the ground were reminiscent of roofs gave more credence to that theory. Michael and the Dragonborns followed the adventurers inside and saw a large open cave structure, which was a mix of stalactites and stone bricks fused together. The whole cavern was lit up by the torches of the adventurers, letting Michael see the broken statues and pillars on the ground. Fudge, what kind of tomb is this? The violet slime dripped down from the stalactites above and landed on Michael's head. I heard that it's the resting place of a renowned general of some kind. Michael believed that since it would explain why the Knights of the Order were so interested in the tomb in the first place. As they advanced further down the cavern, the whole structure narrowed down and forced them to choose between 10 different openings. The right choice had already been marked by the previous adventurers, so everyone easily passed the first trap. This made the tomb relatively safe, which made the Dragonborns a little bored. Even Shayna, who was always serious, ended up sharpening her arrows while walking. Jaku, the eldest of the bunch, couldn't help but yawn and drag his feet on the cracked stone brick flooring as he followed the adventurers. Yumisu, on the other hand, let herself fall behind because she was incredibly shy from all the adventures in front of her. Meanwhile, Zion was the complete opposite. The energetic little Dragonborn couldn't help but catch up to some of the adventurers up in front of and chat with them. He began to bombard the adventurers with a lot of questions about their previous experiences and their hardships from before. And the tunnel they were going through wasn't that big, so his voice was booming and echoing through the whole pathway. It was only now that some of the adventurers noticed Michael's peculiar group. Michael could see that the adventurers were a little bit confused as they looked at their group. First of all, they had never seen a Dragonborn before, and secondly, they didn't expect to see a child accompanying them as well. It finally came to a point where one of them had to ask, "Excuse me, who are you?" Zion smiled and proudly announced, "I am Zion, and we are from the nation of Reborn." His answer was met with a lot of blank faces as they tried their hardest to recall their geography classes. But no matter how hard they tried, they had never heard of this nation before. Wait, Reborn, why does that sound familiar? It was only when the adventurer looked down at his chest with the intricate R symbol imprinted on it that he finally connected the dots. Reborn Armory, do you guys own that? Oh yeah, our boss owns that, Zion said as he pointed to the golden-haired kid walking behind. The adventurers who overheard their conversation ended up stopping right in the middle of the winding stone brick tunnels, creating a traffic jam. Reborn Armory, you guys are the one to thank for saving my life. If it weren't for this helmet, my head would have been skewered by now. Me too. And it's also thanks to their matchsticks that I was able to survive the cold night when I got stranded in one of the rooms. Hey, tell me how you guys create these armors so fast. It's as if you just magic their existence. Michael and the Dragonborns were swarmed with these curious adventurers. They asked all sorts of questions about the Reborn Company and how impressed they were at their smithing capabilities. Of course, these people thought that they were purely a smithing business like the Hammerstone Company. So Shayna had to explain to them that it was just one part of their product line. This led them to bombard them with even more questions, but Shayna wasn't entertaining any of them until they continued to walk further, or else they were getting completely left behind. And so, as they continued to progress through the tomb, some of the adventurers finally noticed the abnormal physical abilities of the Dragonborns. They jumped through pitfalls with barely no effort. They showed no care as arrows shot past their faces from hidden wall traps, and they were doing all of that while conversing with each other like they were just walking through normal ground. Who are these people? They're stronger than they look. What do you think? 3-star fighters. I think they're 4-star fighters. Either way, how did the Reborn Company get these elite fighters from out of nowhere? I've never even seen their species before. The adventurers were even more surprised as they reached the acid lake portion of the tomb. Most of the experienced explorers carefully followed the one before them, wading through the acid with their legs fully submerged under it. They stepped carefully, making sure to never walk a step away from the established path or else they would risk sinking into their death. However, as the Dragonborns entered the water, a prismatic shield suddenly manifested around them and allowed them to essentially walk over the whole lake. The acid tried to eat through the shield, but there was some sort of magical property within it that destroyed the acid entirely as it tried to push through. What the hell? What kind of defensive spell is that? Is their armor magical? I am super envious. That's gotta be a secret defensive spell from their company. Where did this Reborn come from, and why are they so powerful? And the supposed leader of this company, the 11-year-old boy with blonde hair, simply floated in the air and bypassed the lake entirely. A 4-star spell, just like that. After journeying for hours and hours into the tomb, ducking through semi-collapsed terrain, squeezing through tight walls, and even jumping 3 meters across a black abyss, the whole adventure group finally arrived at the supposed last room of the tomb. They knew that this was the last obstacle from the treasure room because the large, gigantic double doors were intricately carved with depictions of a man's heroic triumph against a whole army of monsters. This is it. General Grievous' final resting place. Sir John's words were directly transmitted to Michael's shadow, courtesy of none other than Fudge, the good ninja. Meanwhile, another voice came through the shadows. This time the voice was more commanding. It was Butch, the leader of the Hammerstone adventurers. Remember, we care not for the treasures inside, but the triumph of its first exploration. The Hammerstone group's reputation rests solely on our shoulders. We shall make them proud. Fudge had eyes and ears everywhere inside the tomb, allowing Michael to hear everyone's strategies and preparations for the upcoming final door. This was a little bit strange for Michael to hear, because he thought that everyone would push themselves to try and be the first ones to open the door. Yet from the look on their faces, it seemed like they were all hesitant to be the first ones in. Oh look, Master, all the leaders are gathering in one spot. Sir John, the representative of the knights, took charge and gathered all of the other large names in the group. Butch joined him, as well as 2 other leaders from the most prominent adventuring groups in the campaign, the Infernal Adventurers and the Bears group. These 4 leaders talked amongst each other and planned their respective roles in the upcoming event. Shayna walked up to Michael. Shall I insist that you be included in their meeting? Lord Michael, it is only fair. She sounded a bit upset at the others for neglecting to include Michael, as if they knew he was even here in the first place. It's fine, he said. I don't want to interfere in their plans. After all, I've got plans of my own. Michael scanned the whole chamber, with his normal eyes seeing stone brick walls swallowed up by mud and soil. It looked like everything was normal. Yet, with his supreme sensitivity to mana, Michael was sensing that there was some sort of spell hidden inside this very chamber itself. All he should be seeing was earth mana randomly present in the walls, but curiously, he saw unnatural crystallized formations that should not be naturally made. Someone manipulated the walls of the chamber to make it look like a normal room. ChatJK3, can you decipher the magic theory behind this mystery? Michael even went to the wall and physically touched the recessed stone brick wall, feeling the wetness of the moss growing on its cracks. It certainly did feel real, yet Michael knew it was all an illusion. The result of the abnormality in mana is due to the effects of a high-star magic spell casted 1,000 years ago. It will take approximately 10 hours to analyze the structure. Progress 01. Meanwhile, as ChatJK3 examined the abnormality within the room, the 4 leaders began their discussion. Michael listened to their conversation through Fudge. In short, the reason why they were all hesitant in opening the final door was because they were expecting monsters to welcome them inside. It had been known through different expeditions of ancient era tombs that the final door to the treasure room was guarded by creatures of varying degrees of difficulty. Nobody knew if these creatures were purposely placed there by its creator in order to deter any grave robbers, or they were just naturally occurring monsters born from the bountiful mana present inside. Either way, they were not something that a single adventuring party could fight alone. Sir John expected there to be 4 high-level monsters hiding inside. He shared this guess with the other leaders and hoped that each of their parties would deal with 1 monster. Whoever finished their monster, the fastest would be able to reach the treasure room first. It was an equal responsibility for all, so this decision was quickly accepted. Even the normal adventurers who just tagged along with the four big groups accepted the fact that they would never be able to compete with them. They would have to be satisfied with fighting off the small fry monsters and harvesting their materials. After about an hour of preparation, Sir John finally pushed the double doors. It only took a slight bit of force before the whole thing swung wide open, revealing the hidden creatures lurking on the inside. Red eyes flashed in the darkness of the room as large jaguar-like monsters pounced towards the adventurers, snarling their sharp black teeth to the rude humans who awakened their sleep. These monsters were large, about the size of an adult elephant, with tusks not that much smaller than that of a woolly mammoth. Their bodies radiated necrotic energy, as their whole bodies looked to be on the brink of decay. Their gray and black bodies blended well with the dim lighting of the tomb, almost making them disappear into the darkness if not for their shining red eyes always staring at the small humans. The knights and the adventurers readied their weapons and cast their defensive spells. Everyone had put on a serious face, except for a few Dragonborn on the back who shouted WOOO in excitement. As they planned from the start, Sir John and his medley of knights took on one of the large undead jaguars. He did not hold back as he used a 5-star physical art spell called Mountain Crushing Axe, cleaving a large part of the monster's shoulder. The rest of his knights followed suit, brandishing their swords and distracting the jaguar while the rest attacked with coordinated moves. Their well-practiced teamwork allowed them to systematically dismantle the giant undead jaguar. Whoa, as expected of Sir John, that's the reason why he's one of the best. Damn, I wish I was a knight. Their spells are so cool. I want to know the way of the axe too, but look, they are not the only ones showing off. On the other side, Butch and the rest of his Hammerstone comrades fought their monster using their advantage in equipment. They may not be as coordinated as the knights, but they could take a hell of a lot more beating, especially with the fiery armory sets they were all wearing. Butch in particular bullied the monster through an unrelenting barrage of punches. With every connected hit, his gauntlets glowed with a red aura, making the giant undead jaguar flinch in pain. I told you his gauntlets were special. It has a mithril relic embedded in it, I promise you. Damn, I am envious of them too. I guess that's one of the perks of being a sub-company of the Hephaestus group. The other two adventuring groups held their own against their undead jaguars, but they were clearly a step below the knights and the Hammerstones. But as they were all distracted, a pair of red lights suddenly emerged from the dark room past the double doors. Another creature came out of the shadows, and this one was bigger and badder than the rest of the monsters. An apex jaguar sauntered out of the shadows, with its eyes showing clarity unlike that of the other mindless beasts. It scanned the humans, calculating its next victim carefully. Panic and dread immediately set in the chamber. This new monster was probably at the peak of 6-star difficulty, just a half step below the 7-star realm. The 4 strongest adventure groups were already preoccupied with their own undead jaguars. Sir John was distracted for a second, allowing one of the jaguars to cleave a large gash on his chest with its claws. But thanks to his armor, it was barely nothing more than a flesh wound. It took the combined power and cooperation of the knights to keep the jaguar occupied. They didn't have the luxury to help anyone else but themselves. Even Butch and his Hammerstone group fighters felt the pressure increase in the chamber. Although they had superior numbers, they didn't have coordination like the knights. He could feel some of his teammates losing focus and letting their fear take over their bodies. The 2 other adventurer groups dealing with the jaguar had no leeway for help either. This meant that the apex jaguar was free to do as it pleased with no one to keep it in check. Even though there were about 100 other adventurers present in the room, their combined strength could not fight against a monster of this caliber. It would have been possible if they had practiced for this, but their lack of coordination would prevent them from defending just one lunge from the apex jaguar. It would slowly whittle their numbers down, eventually killing them all. Some of the adventurers already had their bodies half turned towards the exit, with their minds just one push away from fleeing for their own safety. They would be safer with larger numbers, which was the cardinal rule as adventurers, but their fear of the jaguar blinded them from recognizing this fact. Ooh. Can I play with this cat? A relaxed voice echoed in the chamber, even catching the attention of the apex jaguar. It was Zion, who began punching the air in excitement. He looked at the apex jaguar not as a monster, but as a punching bag ready to take his strongest attacks. Zion, don't be rude. We don't know what Lord Michael wants to do, Shayna said, walking over to her younger brother and smacking his head. Just make sure to finish it off. I don't want to clean up after you, Jaku said, with his hands on his head casually. Everyone is looking at us, Yumisu said, hiding behind her big brother Jaku. While everyone was frightened to their wits, these newcomers were walking and talking casually as if they were not dealing with a 6-star difficulty monster. Who are they? Oh, that's the guys from the Reborn company. Butch and the Hammerstone adventurers had to turn their heads, finally putting a face at the company that had been putting theirs into the dirt. They eyed the Dragonborns, gauging their strength as a comparison. One of them held up a monocle to his eye and gazed at the Dragonborns. In his vision, he saw 3 floating lights hovering in each of their stomachs, signaling that they were in the 3-star realm. He whispered his findings to Butch, who eyed the Dragonborns with even more confusion. Their attitude and casualness of the whole situation made it seem like they were a lot stronger than that. They're only 3 stars. I'm afraid they won't be able to deal with the apex jaguar by themselves. Should we help them how we can barely deal with the jaguar in front of us? Butch raised his gauntlets and used a 5-star spell called Erupting Lava Fist as the jaguar showed a vulnerability after failing to claw their shielded tank. A fiery red aura engulfed his arm, empowering it enough to allow him to punch the jaguar into the stone brick walls, stunning it for a moment. Meanwhile, the apex jaguar finally made its move. Its body turned into a mist before reappearing right in the middle of a group of adventurers. Its claws ripped the ground and created a shockwave that sent a couple of adventurers flying into the air. As they came falling back down, they thought they were done for, but before their bodies slammed on the ground, their shadows grabbed a hold and softened the impact. Zion looked back at Shayna with impatience. Look, Shayna turned to Michael, who was busy deciphering the mana in the walls. Lord Michael, may we have permission to use our powers, she asked him. Go, he said to them, and with his explicit consent, Zion finally rushed towards the apex jaguar, introducing himself with a punch right through its temple. The jaguar saw nothing but a blur as Zion jumped. It could do nothing as it felt a skull-crushing force on its head. The apex jaguar snarled, opening its jaws and chomped towards Zion as he fell to the ground. The youngest Dragonborn smiled and punched its tusk, producing a shockwave that pushed both of them away from each other. Everyone who watched this scene unfold couldn't believe their eyes. This Dragonborn was fighting toe-to-toe with the apex jaguar, exchanging blows while barely incurring a scratch. The apex jaguar's eyes glinted in surprise. It didn't think that such a small creature could keep up with its attacks so easily. As it looked at the taunting punches of Zion, the apex jaguar's posture changed into one of seriousness. It bent its body low, with the ground cracking under its feet. Ooh, getting serious, are we? Zion teased. Necrotic energy gathered on the apex jaguar's feet, imbuing it with the strength of a 6-star magic power. It intended to skewer the annoying little fly in front of her, but before it could lunge at Zion, a single arrow flew through the air and struck its shoulder, interrupting its spell. The bluish-green energy in its paws flickered before disappearing. It snarled at Shayna, who calmly took out another arrow from her quiver and kept it aimed at the jaguar. The 6-star monster, angry at these new pests, ripped out the arrow from its body before using its claws to lunge at Shayna. Ting! Before its sharp talons could rip through the female Dragonborn, the jaguar's paws were stopped in the middle of the air. It was only when it looked down did it finally notice Jakku, who had his blades drawn and clashed with its claws. The jaguar didn't even see him arrive. It retracted its claws and turned around, now using its tail to sweep the Dragonborns away into the wall. But unfortunately for the jaguar, Yumisu was already there with her spear, thrusting its tip towards the tail and deflecting it away from them. The apex jaguar had to retreat for a second as it assessed its situation. Its eyes showed confusion as it never once thought that there was anyone in the chamber who could contend with its claws. Yet, it was proven wrong. These Dragonborns showed their prowess. The adventurers couldn't help but stare at the backs of the Dragonborns with amazement. And there was only one thought in their mind. Where did these reborn people come from? 5 groups of adventurers were each fighting against an undead jaguar of their own. All of them were established groups. The knights came from the Order of the Heavenly Knights, known for their mastery over all the known weapons. The Hammerstone Company was renowned for their weapons, armors, and equipment. Not only that, but they were considered to be a sub-company of the Hephaestus Group, a conglomerate on the same level as the Vanderbilt business. The Infernal Adventurers and the Bears Group were all part of guilds famous for their exploits all around Queen's region. In short, nobody was surprised that they could contend with a 6-star undead monster like the Jaguars. However, nobody expected the physical dominance that these Dragonborns were showing right now. The fact that they could go toe-to-toe with the Jaguars showed that this unknown reborn company was powerful in their own right. And it wasn't just a normal jaguar. It was an apex jaguar, the leader of the pack. Their unique powers and skills were keeping this beast subdued, parrying its terrifyingly sharp claws and keeping up with its lightning-fast lunges. Sure, one could argue that these jaguars were not real 6-star difficulty monsters due to them being undead, therefore they were not at the peak of their physical power, but their magical ability was not in the least bit degraded at all. This meant that although its physical power was realistically only in the 4-star realm, its magical power was still in the 6-star realm. Even Sir John Want survived being hit by a 6-star necrotic spell head-on. The fact that these unknown demi-humans from the Reborn company clashed with the Apex Undead Jaguar meant that they were the undisputed strongest group amongst the entire adventuring campaign. This cat is pretty strong, Zion said as he ducked under the Apex Jaguar's claws. He tried to punch its head again, but the monster turned into mist and disappeared. His punch ended up creating a shockwave in the air, but hitting nothing else. Focus. We're slowly cutting away its life mana. Shayna shot another arrow towards the jaguar, this time hitting its hind leg, but the monster barely flinched and retaliated by slamming its paws towards her. Jacka's sword blurred as he drew it from his scabbard, parrying the jaguar's claws. I agree. This is too slow, he said. I'm trying my best. Yumisu swung her spear and slammed its end on the ground, using the momentum to jump kick the jaguar's ribs. Bro Mike, can we use our new artifacts? Michael had been watching the Dragonborns fight the Apex Jaguar. Chat JK3, do you think they can beat the jaguar like this? It is possible with their current strength. However, the longer the fight goes on, the higher the chance that the jaguar can regain the advantage. It is advised for the Dragonborns to use their mithril artifacts. Progress to analyzation. 59. Michael looked at Shayna and gave her a subtle nod. Zion saw this and excitedly reached for his own shadow. Shayna, Jaku, and Yumisu followed suit as they took advantage of the Orc Shadow's abilities to retrieve their newly created mithril artifacts from the nation of Reborn. A pair of black gauntlets with glowing violet cracks ascended from the shadows in front of Zion. The youngest Dragonborn didn't wait any longer and put on his new mithril artifacts. The unity mana in his body coursed with excitement, increasing his strength even further than before. And as the rest of the Dragonborns wielded their mithril artifacts, there was a subtle change in the air. It was faint, but palpable. The Apex Jaguar's eyes narrowed as it looked at the Dragonborns. It wasn't just fear in those eyes, it was recognition. Back when it was alive, it witnessed the power of mithril artifacts in its entirety, and the fact that weapons like these appeared in front of its eyes again made its undead heart quiver in fear. The other jaguars felt the change as well. Their tails lowered, wary of the mithril artifacts wielded by the Dragonborns, and in some way, every other adventurer knew that the Dragonborns had achieved a power even greater than before. They didn't recognize these mithril artifacts, but they felt its power. Zion's gauntlets distorted space itself, as his natural talents began to manifest itself even stronger through the magnification effect of the mithril. Jacka's sword crackled with lightning. Yumis's spear made the winds move. Shayna's bow emanated an ever-seeing light that illuminated even the darkest of shadows. What are those weapons? Is that even a metal? Why is it glowing? Sir John and the knights eyed the mithril artifacts with surprise. They recognized it, but they could hardly believe it. They had only felt this kind of power when they visited the headquarters of the Order and saw the Heavenly Knights for themselves. They knew that those weapons held mithril relics. They were sure of it. No one was more sure of that than Butch. After all, he also held a fractured version of a mithril relic in his gauntlets. It was what gave him the power to launch punches with the eruption of volcanoes. It was a precious gift given to him by the Hephaestos group. He thought he was the most fortunate man in the world for receiving it. Yet, when he saw the mithril artifacts worn by the Dragonborns, he knew that theirs were much stronger than his own. Of course, all of them thought that those weapons held pieces of mithril relics. They didn't know that everything was made out of mithril artifacts, and with the power of the mithril artifacts, Zion and his siblings began unleashing the power of their skills to the Apex Jaguar. Zion punched the air, breaking the very space itself, letting the power of his fist reach the monster's face even though they were tens of meters away from each other. The jaguar felt its jaws break from the punch, and before it could even recover, Jaku jumped up and released the sword from his scabbard. Before anyone could even see anything, he put the sword back in its scabbard as if he had not yet done anything, and as he landed on the ground, hundreds of large gashes and cuts appeared around the jaguar's body. Grao. It screamed. It used its tail to reposition itself in the air, with its legs scratching the ground, its jaws hung loosely in its head. Just then, Shayna released her arrow. The Apex Jaguar jumped out of the way, using all of its speed and strength to evade. It was no longer underestimating these Dragonborns, but it still did. The arrow struck its neck cleanly. The arrow seemed to have predicted where the jaguar was going to go and struck it in its perfect spot. And before it could even patch itself up, Yumisu finally finished her preparations. She had been swinging her spear this entire time, gathering momentum in her body, and each time she used her spear, wind energy began to pick up around its handle, empowering her strength even more. And as the jaguar felt incapacitated due to the arrow stuck in its neck, Yumisu finally released the power in her spear. With a single thrust, an invisible cone of destruction appeared and struck the Apex Jaguar straight in its body, propelling it to the stone brick walls. As the Apex Jaguar crashed onto the stone brick walls, Michael felt the crystallized earth mana in the area destabilize for a second. This is a chance, chat JK3. The defensive measures set by the person who created this tomb was disabled for a split second. The chamber shimmered imperceptibly for normal people who didn't have an insane mana sensitivity, but for Michael, it was enough for him to peek through the curtain and partially see the mechanism hidden inside. This was definitely enough time for his personal AI assistant to rush its analysis. Understood. Analyzing the mana composition of the tomb progress. 60 progress, 74 progress, 89 progress, 99 information washed over Michael, detailing the very structure of the tomb itself. He saw purpose in the crystallized earth mana around the walls. It acted not just as a containment facility for the tomb, but also some sort of battery for the undead monsters living inside. Beyond the wall of earth mana, Michael saw complicated dark mana pillars pointed directly downwards, slowly spilling out the sustenance needed by the undead creatures. This gave him insight into the inner workings on what made undead creatures possible. He made a mental note to himself, memorizing the very structure of dark mana in the jaguars for the possibility of one day creating one for himself. Of course, that wasn't his goal at this moment. The very reason why he wanted to analyze the crystalline earth mana walls was because he knew that there was a hidden room within it that could lead him into the secrets of the tomb itself. After all, the double doors that everyone thought led to the treasure room was nothing more than an empty space used by the undead jaguars to hibernate. Michael looked beyond the shadows and saw nothing but layers of the earth's crust, meaning that there was no treasure room beyond it. This must mean that the treasure room was hidden somewhere else. And he had a feeling that the strange mana around in this chamber could lead him to find this very room for himself. As Michael finished the analysis of the mysteries of the tomb, the apex jaguar was finally in its last legs. Its eyes were still aching for a fight, but its body failed to keep up. The Dragonborns had successfully subdued the undead monster. Its jaws finally dropped to the ground, courtesy of Zion's space-breaking punch. It could not even stand up as Shayna's arrow hit its spine, crippling its very torso. It was only possible due to the sliver of light mana embedded in the arrow, disabling the dark mana that allowed it to move. Its body was cut and destroyed due to Jakku and Yumis's constant blows, battering it into the walls. The apex jaguar looked at the Dragonborns for one last time, raising its head in defiance. Then, it started to glow with a bluish-green light, necrotic energy filling the chamber in a mere second. The four other jaguars, injured and battered from the adventurers, stopped in the middle of the fight and stared at the glowing apex jaguar. Their red eyes slowly lost its light, before the very dark mana composing their body started to dissipate and merge with their leader. It only took a few seconds before their body was devoid of dark mana, turning their undead bodies into mere ashes and bone that scattered in the wind. The adventurers, still reeling from the Dragonborn's amazing show of prowess, were caught off guard and just stared at the intensely glowing apex jaguar. What is that? What's happening? The only person who knew this answer was Sir John, from the Order of the Heavenly Knights. His face was one of worry and panic, with his eyes showing that he recognized this increasing intensity of the bluish-green light. Retreat. He screamed at the top of his lungs. It's a bomb. The adventurers broke out in a panic, desperate to leave this chamber. The Dragonborns were the only ones who didn't worry. Their shadows morphed and formed into an orc who offered to transport them back in the Neo-Orcus for safety. However, they refused, seeing as Michael was still busy inside. Sir John and his knights ran towards Michael, recognizing him from before. "Young man, we have to run now," he said, but Michael shook his head. "It's fine. I have it under control." Before the knight could even question Michael, the 11-year-old boy manipulated the air mana in his feet to lift him towards the glowing apex jaguar. He looked at its body and visually dissected its necrotic energy. He saw 2 elemental mana making up the monster's body, dark and poison. So that's how you make necrotic energy, Michael thought to himself, taking notes even at this unfortunate timing. He then wondered why it was threatening to explode now, when it showed no sign of it before. As he looked further beyond the apex jaguar's body, he saw another weird combination of mana slowly seeping into the undead monster. There was also light and lightning mana. Light mana canceled out dark mana. Lightning mana canceled out poison mana. So in theory, it should have simply disintegrated the very necrotic energy powering the apex jaguar and turned it into nothing but dust and bones like its other comrades. But as it turned out, light mana complemented poison mana, and lightning mana complemented dark mana. The combination of all 4 mana created a constructive and destructive mixture that was similar to the first Unity mithril artifact Michael created, which turned out to be a volatile bomb. This was the reason why the apex jaguar was mere moments away from exploding. The rest of the adventurers couldn't help but look up at Michael, wondering why a boy so young was moving closer to the bomb. They all recognized him to be part of the Reborn company, but few knew that he was the owner. Sir John, in particular, knew Michael to be a talented business owner, but nothing more. He never even expected Michael to know the 4-star spell Air Flight, but here he was casting it so casually. Michael raised his hand with the power of his supreme skill, Unity Gathering coursing at full power. Separate, he said to the mana. He had complete control, not only with his own mana, but everything around him as well. The necrotic energy, made up of individual dark and poison mana, revolving around each other like planets, began to shoot away from each other because of Michael's word. His control over each mana was fine-tuned by Chat JK3, allowing him to simultaneously manipulate millions upon millions of mana at the same time. As this separation happened, the bluish-green light started to lighten and separate into two, black and violet. With the necrotic energy finally dismantled, Michael then controlled the light and lightning mana to into the dark and poison mana, canceling each other out and disappearing in an instant. And because these mana were separated from one another, they did not have the capacity to explode. Slowly, these 4 mana destroyed each other, creating sparks of light that were reminiscent of sparks from a sparkler. Then, silence. With no necrotic energy left to fuel its body, the apex jaguar turned into dust. All the adventurers, the knights, the Hammerstone company, they all stared at Michael with their eyes full of amazement and disbelief. But Michael wasn't done there. He looked at the brick wall and grasped at the dark mana pillars hiding beyond. A crack in the crystallized earth mana erupted, creating an opening for Michael to enter. Michael looked at the crack in the stone brick walls, realizing that the earth mana had parted ways to show him a completely different room in a completely different space. If one looked at the cracks from the side, they would see nothing but a 2-dimensional line that had no depth at all. This gave Michael an idea on where the treasure room was hidden. It was in a small pocket dimension. Now, he didn't know much about the specifics of a pocket dimension, but Michael had heard it discussed in anime and fantasy media from his previous world. Without further ado, Michael empowered the revolving air in his feet and pushed himself towards the crack. As his body crossed over to the cracks, the crystallized earth mana suddenly closed up, reconstructing its structure to how it was before. It gave no chance for the other adventurers to even try and go after him. Michael looked at the crack in the stone brick walls, realizing that the earth mana had parted ways to show him a completely different room in a completely different space. If one looked at the cracks from the side, they would see nothing but a 2-dimensional line that had no depth at all. This gave Michael an idea on where the treasure room was hidden. It was in a small pocket dimension. Now, he didn't know much about the specifics of a pocket dimension, but Michael had heard it discussed in anime and fantasy media from his previous world. Without further ado, Michael empowered the revolving air in his feet and pushed himself towards the crack. As his body crossed over to the cracks, the crystallized earth mana suddenly closed up, reconstructing its structure to how it was before. It gave no chance for the other adventurers to even try and go after him. By the time they realized what was happening, Michael was already gone, and the cracks had healed into the normal, unassuming stone brick walls of the chamber. What just happened, and so, the name Reborn Company would once again be imprinted into the hearts of every single adventurer who witnessed this whole event. Michael stepped off the crack just like how he would traverse a door. There was no transportation or removal of his body at all. It was as if the pocket dimension was just another room in the world. Of course, he didn't forget to have Chat JK3 try and analyze the very magic theory governing this pocket dimension. He looked around and saw himself in a hallway leading to a confined chamber in the distance. The stone brick walls around him were in pristine condition, with no sign of degradation or cracks in its structure. If Michael didn't know any better, then he would have thought that this place was created just yesterday. This was probably what the tomb would look like 1,000 years ago when it was first constructed, Michael thought, appreciating its architecture. The hallway was lit up by torches, which was mystically being powered up by nothing but fire mana, probably a spell left behind by its creator. He looked around and saw paintings depicting some kind of historical scene from the past. These paintings were simple and 2-dimensional, reminiscent of the Egyptian paintings back in his previous life. From the very start of the hallway, he saw a scene depicting a normal man in a ship, looking over towards a large landmass in the distance. And as Michael walked down the hallway, he saw the paintings progress in story as well. The next scene depicted the same man touching down on the land and meeting with the locals. After that, the painting showed him bringing gifts and establishing connections with the natives. Michael kept on walking through the hallway, keeping up with the history that this scene depicted. It wasn't long before the adventurous man who discovered this new land ended up establishing his own country, depicted by him planting his own flag onto fertile land. The next few paintings showed him progressing his country, creating buildings, progressing infrastructure, and generating peace for his citizens. The paintings after this now showed the man leading an army to siege a walled territory. There were a couple of depictions of this, each showing the man conquering different territories, until finally he united the large continent that he discovered into one country. Michael was finally at the end of the hallway, onto the last painting. This time, this painting was a lot more realistic, almost like Leonardo da Vinci painted it himself. And this painting had a title, The First Human Emperor Establishing the Royal Continent. It showed the man finally happy and content, looking over his land from his castle. ChatJK3, can you summarize what these paintings mean based on the depictions? This seems to show the history of the royal continent, the very land that you stand on right now. And according to this, there was once a man who was able to unite the entire continent under one banner, making him the first human emperor, royal continent, and the two regions inside it are the kings and queens region. Does that have any correlation to each other? There is a large possibility of this naming convention being created by the first human emperor. With no other painting to look at, Michael then set his sights onto the large confined chamber in front of him. This was a tomb, all right. An enclosed sarcophagus made out of pure silver steel was placed in the middle of the chamber. Around the sarcophagus were piles of gold coins, chalices, and jewels from the ancient world. Although these would make any adventurer salivate at the sight, Michael wasn't that much interested in this paltry amount of wealth. He was more interested in the sarcophagus and what laid inside it. There must have been a reason why the Order of the Heavenly Knights were so interested in finding such a tomb. From what he heard from their organization, they didn't seem to be the type of group that prioritized wealth over anything. That meant that whoever was buried under here had some sort of significance for them. Fudge, can you hear me loud and clear, master? Fudge popped out of his shadow and landed on the ground. Usually the violet slime would immediately ask for head pats from Michael, but this time he seemed to be incredibly taken by the treasures all around. Focus, Fudge. What did they say about this tomb? Oh, right. They said that it was the burial of an honorable general. Michael then looked back at the paintings depicted in the hallway and started to put the two and two together. Is this guy a general of the first human emperor? Spurred on by his curiosity, Michael decided to open the sarcophagus to see for himself. I am not a grave robber, Michael muttered to himself as an excuse. I am an archaeologist. He pushed the sarcophagus lid using great force, aided by some magical spells, until finally it slid off the structure and landed on the floor. Michael, with Fudge on top of his head, peeked over the sarcophagus and saw a skeleton. A normal skeleton, with nothing but dust and cobwebs inside. For a tomb that took such great lengths to conceal itself, Michael would have thought that it hid something a lot more special. He would have thought that for a tomb made for a general, it would have some kind of special relic armor or weapons worn in battle during the ancient era. But even as he looked at the treasures around the sarcophagus, he saw nothing of the sort. He turned back and consulted the paintings and depictions once again, trying to see if he missed something. There's gotta be something more, Michael muttered. Michael thought that there was some kind of puzzle hidden inside the paintings, like those adventuring games he played in his previous life. A hidden button, perhaps. Master. Michael turned around and saw Fudge looking up as the skeleton suddenly arose from its eternal slumber. Wisps of necrotic energy seeped out of the very wedges of the stone brick walls, supplying the skeleton with enough energy to reanimate itself. The skeleton slowly floated out of its sarcophagus, with dark and poison mana gathering at its pores. Its bones slowly glowed a bluish-green light as it got filled. The whole chamber started to shake with a magnitude 7 earthquake, dust cascading out from the ceiling. If it weren't for the magnificently crafted stone brick walls surrounding them, Michael was sure that the whole tomb would have collapsed by now. He looked around and saw the dark and poison mana pillars around from earlier. But this time, its whole structure was starting to disintegrate and turn it into strings of mana that floated over towards the standing skeleton. It sucked in all the mana from the tomb, absorbing everything even at the cost of fully damaging the very structure itself. Michael could feel the power of the mana forming in the skeleton start to intensify even further and further as it continued to absorb everything. At first, its power solidified into a single point, signalizing its return as a one-star realm fighter, but it didn't end there. The revolving necrotic energy in the air started to into each other, creating clumps that eventually formed into another giant ball of mana. Slowly, these lights popped up one by one. It only took a few seconds before the skeleton went from a 1-star undead creature into a 9-star undead monster. Facing such a legendary creature made Michael sweat for the first time. He was so enthralled with seeing the formation of an undead creature that he completely neglected its inherent risk and danger. Now, a 9-star skeleton with balls of bluish-green eyes of light were staring down at him from its sarcophagus. It raised its hand, gripping the air as if it still wielded a sword. Then it brought its hand down towards Michael with no added force, letting gravity do all the work. Hairs stood on Michael's neck as he instinctively felt the danger coming towards him. He ducked down just in time as an invisible slashing force suddenly cleaved the entire hallway in half, turning its pristine stone brick walls into a lopsided structure. Seeing its attack had missed, the skeleton raised its sword again and swung from the other direction, intending to separate Michael into a top and bottom half. A mound of earth and rock sprung up from Michael's feet, raising him up above the invisible slashing line just before it wreaked havoc onto the hallway again. Michael knew he had to do something. He raised his hand and multicast 4-star spells, Blazing Sphere of Sun and Piercing Tornado, directly towards the skeleton, not caring even if the treasures beside the sarcophagus were disintegrated into pieces. A big ball of fire manifested in front of him, about as big as the hallway itself. He launched this mini-sun into the skeleton, turning everything asunder in mere seconds as it exploded upon impact. It wasn't long before the gold coins and chalices started to meld into a liquid from the pure heat given off by the sphere's explosion. And if that wasn't enough, a tornado formed inside the skeleton's sarcophagus, feeding the fire and increasing the temperature even further. But still, the skeleton stood unmoving above its casket, with its bluish-green motes of eyes staring lifelessly towards Michael. Its dark and poison mana were too plentiful to be destroyed by Michael's 4-star spells. Seeing that it wasn't enough, he cast Freezing Tundra as cold air breezed towards the chamber, freezing the flames and turning the liquid gold into solid form. Frost started to build on the skeleton's body, permeating to its pores. That wasn't the end, though. He cast Great Wall of Earth, intending to bury the great general for another time in its life. Pure earth and stone in the form of jagged spikes erupted from the floor and pierced towards the skeleton. As more and more of it grew from the ground, the entire tomb itself began to be encased in stone. And for a second, silence reigned in the hallway. Whoa, master, that was close. Fudge had already turned back into his shadow form and hid under Michael's feet from the moment the skeleton started to move. Scary bones, he said. Can we go back home now? Michael also wasn't a fan of being slashed into half by an invisible sword. However, he did notice something weird from the skeleton. Even though it had the magical power of a 9-star mage in its body, it barely used anything while wielding its sword. Now Michael was glad that there weren't any relic weapons left behind in this tomb. Just then, a prismatic shield showed up around Michael's body. A few milliseconds later, the buried earthen tomb exploded out into a million pieces, sending sharp cubed rocks flying towards the hallway, with each one as smooth as glass. It caused further damage in the tomb, but were immediately disintegrated upon hitting Michael's prismatic shield. This guy must have been a tremendous swordsman in the past, Michael guessed. Even without a sword in its hand, it could create devastating attacks through nothing but its stances alone. Michael guessed that it had some sort of sword intent like the ones in anime and fantasy books. Its mastery over the sword was so high that it could use just its bony fingers to act as its weapon. That was the only explanation he could make for its weird attacks. After all, there was no mana in those invisible slashes. They were waves, like some sort of disturbance that created very sharp ripples around the mana in the environment. He looked at the skeleton, seeing its rich, dark, and poison mana just staying in its bones idly. Michael could easily leave the tomb if he wanted, but he saw an opportunity to defeat it. Chat JK3, can you analyze the skeleton? He saw firsthand how the necrotic energy empowered the skeleton to become an undead monster. With Chat JK3's photographic memory, it was easy to reverse engineer its process and completely undo the skeleton's very power. Understood deconstructing dark and poison mana in the skeleton, Michael raised his hand and ripped away the skeleton's command over its own mana. The strings of necrotic energy revolving around the skeleton started to shake and shimmer as Michael took control. The skeleton's individual bones started to click and clack as Michael ripped away its mana. Then, a flood of information washed over his head, showing him the proper way to fully deconstruct the skeleton from its undeath. Michael took advantage of the fact that the 9-star general skeleton had no recollection of what it was or what it could do. Only its muscle memory was retained, ironically. He peered through the invisible realm of mana and saw individual fuzzy balls of black and yellow mana, dark and poison, which comprised the necrotic energy of the skeleton. He began to separate the two mana, ripping each other away from their orbiting bond. One of the light points inside the skeleton's ribcage died down and dissipated into pure dark and poison mana. It was now only an 8-star undead. Michael continued to wrestle away control of the skeleton's power, dissipating its points of power until it was just a mere 1-star undead skeleton. No longer was its presence as large as a mountain, turning it into just a small whimper of a mound. He was about to snuff out the very life that infused the skeleton, when all of a sudden, its bluish-green eyes of light looked at him with a sense of wonder, as if someone was trying to recognize a stranger from the street. The skeleton then looked at its arms, confusion evident in its face as it saw nothing but bones making up its body. Michael, amazed at what he was seeing, stopped his deconstruction of the skeleton. Somehow, the skeleton became more conscious as it grew weaker. An idea flashed in Michael's head. It was a little bit crazy, he would admit, but he couldn't help but think of the possibilities it entailed. Looking at the skeleton's sentient eyes made it seem as if he was looking at a real human, at least the semblance of one. This skeleton was once a normal living being with its own wants and desires. Not only that, but it was able to fulfill its dreams by becoming a proud general for the first human emperor. The fact that its mere skeleton, armed with nothing but muscle memory, could cut through tons of solid stone brick walls like pudding was an indication of its once tremendous strength. Michael could only wonder how strong he was when he was alive, and now he was seeing a semblance of it with the skeleton. Michael could see it in its bluish-green eyes of lights. Chat JK3, let me take over for a second. His personal AI assistant didn't respond to his words, but let him have the full burden of control over the dark and poison mana emanating from the skeleton's body. Michael felt the entirety of the mana in the air, all millions of it. He felt connected to each one, feeling as if he had become a gaseous being enveloping all the fuzzy balls of mana floating everywhere. He was supposed to the dark mana into his own light mana, and his lightning mana to the poison mana, completely destroying the structure of power that made the skeleton's revival possible. He was supposed to kill the undead, but Michael had a thought. What if he didn't? What if he powered it up instead of taking it down now? Michael knew that the full power of the 9-star skeleton was nothing more than a mindless beast that swung its invisible sword at anyone it could encounter. But what if it didn't? What if it had the sentience it had when it was alive? This possibility only came to light when Michael saw when he was about to end the skeleton's undeath. When it was only a 1-star undead, the powerful yet corrupting power of the necrotic energy had dissipated enough for it to regain its sentience, just for a little bit. This gave Michael a theory. Dark and poison mana, although powerful enough to raise the dead and animate it, turned those infected by it into a creature of pure destruction and chaos. After all, those 2 mana were the blackest of all elements, embodying death and degradation. And what was the difference between a living being and a dead one? From what he could see, it was only the mana present in their bodies that changed. A living being, as it dies, replaces the light mana in its body with dark mana. But somehow, dark and poison mana can make something alive without the use of light mana. But what if he added light mana into necrotic energy? What if he added light mana into the mixture of dark and poison mana? Michael raised his hand and drew from his own cores a single mote of light mana. This fuzzy ball of light slowly made its way toward the skeleton, towards a single strand of bluish-green light that revolved around the skeleton's skull. With Michael's supreme skill, he was able to see the true reality of mana. He commanded the light mana to enter into the dual orbit of the dark and poison mana. He pushed it further, allowing it to orbit into the necrotic energy. And as it entered into the rotation, the dark mana suddenly shot away from its original course and gravitated towards the light mana, with the two attracting each other like magnets. This resulted in a collision, with the light mana destroying the dark mana and vice versa. This left the poison mana aimlessly wandering about. With his first attempt a failure, Michael raised his hand and took out 1,000 more individual light mana from his cores. This time he began to experiment with the combination of the three. 1,000 light mana individually entered a pairing of dark and poison mana. Then, Michael instructed it to push itself into their orbit in 1,000 different ways, hoping that it would reach a different result, but the same thing would happen. The light mana and dark mana would eventually cancel each other out. Michael didn't give up and sent out 1,000,000 more light mana from his body. ChatJK3 saw what he was doing and started refining his methodology into something like a science experiment, testing different variables and constants simultaneously. Michael didn't know how much time passed before he found the right track. By separating the dark and poison mana from their orbit first, he could add the light mana into the mix away from the dark mana. As he found out earlier, light and poison mana complemented each other well, making a strong bond that increased each other's magical properties. Michael then added the dark mana into the mix. This time, the bond between the light and poison mana was enough of a deterrent to prevent the dark mana crashing into the light mana to cancel each other out. He had successfully added light mana into necrotic energy, but a new problem arose. The light mana became too overbearing and started to purify the very structure of the skeleton. Michael could see it starting to eat away at the bones, turning them into white ashes. Necrotic energy still needed a large mix of dark energy. The only solution Michael thought of was to add the lightning mana into the dark mana. After all, the two mana had a complementary bond, just like light and poison. Michael was sure that this could resolve the purification issue with the skeleton. However, he also knew from experience that the combination of all four mana, dark, poison, light, and lightning, would set off a mini-bomb just like the apex jaguar. This was a problem that bugged him before he started to realize that the solution was staring right at him in the face. Whilst he also a combination of all elements, unity mana was the combination of all 8 known elements. And when Michael tried to add unity mana into a mithril artifact, he found that the combination of it was extremely volatile and explosive. So then why wasn't he explosive? Why hasn't any of the Rebornians he awakened exploded into bits by the moment of their evolution? The answer must be because a living being was different from a non-living being. And this skeleton, although nothing but bones, was alive in a sense, which meant that it could probably take the combination of unity mana without it exploding into a million pieces. The answer then was simple. He should awaken this undead monster. Michael raised his hand and activated his other supreme skill, Gift Bestowal. ChatJK3 took control of every dark and poison mana in the tomb, making up the necrotic energy of the skeleton. Then it started to gather them in one place, intending to create a whole being for the supreme skill to latch onto. Michael looked at the skeleton in its bluish-green eyes of light, and the skeleton looked back at him, waiting. He only said one word, awaken. A white light began to envelop the skeleton, bathing it with the power of a supreme skill. It began to course through Michael's veins, with all 8 elemental mana mixing together to create unity. As the words left his mouth, he came into contact with the necrotic energy in the skeleton. And just like with a normal living being, his supreme skill began to change and evolve the very mana structure of the skeleton, infusing it with the mysteries of unity mana. The dark and poison mana that was innately present in the skeleton began to be bombarded with unity, with all elemental mana, and forced the light mana to enter into the orbit of the necrotic energy. The dark and light mana that was supposed to cancel each other out began creating a bond with each other than destruction. The mysterious and contradicting relationships of the unity mana somehow allowed the two to coexist within each other's orbit. All the knowledge gained from observing the skeleton affected the awakening of this skeleton. Michael was sure that if he didn't know how necrotic energy worked, he wouldn't have been able to awaken the undead creature even if he tried. Slowly, the corrosive power of the necrotic energy began to be tamed, with it no longer destroying the limited consciousness inside the undead skeleton. Every point of power inside the skeleton's ribs, all his 9 stars of mastery, began to be changed fundamentally as light mana began to be infused in its entirety. Then a shockwave of light exploded out from the skeleton, making Michael take a step back. Even he was slightly blinded from the sight. It felt like he was looking directly at the sun. After all, this was the first time that he had ever awakened something this powerful. After a few more seconds, the light subsided, and the only thing that remained in the tomb was a normal-looking skeleton standing upright. The strings of necrotic energy surrounding the undead was gone, and only its bluish-green eyes of light remained. Michael thought he was looking at a normal skeleton from the school laboratory. Where am I? The skeleton looked at his hands. Even without a face, his expression of overwhelming confusion and uncertainty was clear. It looked at Michael. Was I dead? He could only awkwardly nod his head. Yes, you were. You were standing on your tomb. The skeleton looked around and saw the architecture of his own tomb. His eyes showed no glint of recognition. I see then, can I assume that you are the necromancer that revived me from my death? Technically, no. I found you here as an undead creature, and I awakened you. Do you remember who you are? He asked the skeleton. If Sir John's words were to be believed, then this tomb was the final resting place of General Grievous. It would be a wise guess for him to say that this was probably Grievous himself in the bones. I don't know. I have no recollection of who or what I was before, the skeleton said. But the skeleton then looked at his own bones. It couldn't help but try to grasp at an invisible sword in his hands. Just imagining it in his palm gave him a sense of home. I was probably a great warrior in my past life, the skeleton said. I can tell that my body is built for war. Wielding a weapon in my hand is as natural as it is breathing. It then looked its own body, confused as to how it could move and talk of its own volition. Even though I know nothing about my past, I do know that an undead creature has no mind of its own. It only knows commands and destruction. It then looked at Michael. Are you a god? No, no, he replied, showing his hands innocently. I just have special powers, whom I do not know how much time has passed since my death, but magic seemed to have progressed much further than I anticipated. After all, even the grand wizards of our time cannot do what you have just done. At least I think so. The skeleton seemed perplexed at its own words, as if it didn't know why he knew that fact. After a few seconds, the skeleton shook off its confusion and faced Michael. You are the only reason why I am alive right now, said the skeleton. I can feel it. My very soul is indebted to yours. Nah, I just wanted to see how necromancy works, he said. You're free to do whatever you want to do. If so, then please take me in as your companion. Even though I am nothing but bones, I still remember how to use it. My mind, if I even have one, is filled with knowledge of the past that may prove useful to you. I have only one request. I wish to see the world as it is now. Even if everything had changed after I died, I am still clinging to the hope that something would rattle my brain and make me remember who I was before. The skeleton's sincere request made Michael sympathetic. After all, if the goddess hadn't allowed him to retain his memories after his reincarnation, he would also feel frustrated, feeling as if his whole life was missing from him. Sure, you can join us. Michael wasn't going to reject a 9-star general from the ancient times. And judging from what the skeleton said, it seemed to at least remember some of its powers from before. Wait a minute, said Fudge as he jumped out of Michael's shadow. Who are you, oh slimy one? Asked the skeleton. I am the esteemed pet of Master, the very first and only companion. However, since you seem a little bit strong, I am willing to let you join us on one condition. The skeleton immediately kneeled in front of Fudge. I will treat you as my senior, he said. Ho ho ho, I didn't know you were such a nice guy. I'm fine with this now, Master. Fudge laughed like a maniac and jumped on top of the skeleton's skull. Michael didn't know if he should tell Fudge that he was stepping on a 9-star realm fighter, but whatever. He seemed to be having fun, and the general didn't seem to mind. By the way, what do you want to be called? I heard that your name was General Grievous or something. That name means nothing to me, he said. I will have to defer this to you. After all, you were the one who gave me my second life. It is also fitting that you give me my second name. Grieve it is then, he said. The skeleton nodded and accepted Michael's name. Fudge then congratulated his junior and began telling him all about the rules and regulations for a junior to follow, including being respectful and the senior having first dibs in Michael's head pats. I guess we better head out. The chamber is about to collapse. With all the necrotic energy absorbed by Grieve, the tomb no longer had any mana to sustain the lifespan of the pocket dimension. The hallway had already collapsed from the previous fight with unawakened Grieve, so the portal back out was blocked. Thankfully, Michael didn't have to worry about that. Fudge lent one of his clones to Grieve, allowing all three of them to teleport safely back out of the tomb. Michael, Grieve, and Fudge returned to Neo-Orcus, where they were immediately welcomed by the Dragonborns who had been waiting for quite a while. After Michael sent a signal to their shadows that he was safe, they all returned to Neo-Orcus without waiting for him. Lord Michael, thank you, you were all right, Shayna said. Bro Mike, where did you go? Did you have an adventure without us? Glad you were safe, couldn't relax while you were out there by yourself. Michael assured them all that he was okay. If there was any sort of danger in his life, he would have teleported back to Neo-Orcus without even thinking about it. Sure, he was fighting with a 9-star undead skeleton, which was certainly the most dangerous fight in his entire life, but he didn't think it was that dangerous. Oh, let me introduce to you guys our newest recruit, Grieve. It was only now that the Dragonborns noticed the unassuming walking skeleton behind Michael. The Dragonborns noticed Grieve's bluish-green eyes of light. It was faint, but they could sense an ocean-deep power hidden inside him that even they could not comprehend. They would have been suspicious of the skeleton, if not for the intangible connection they had with him. It was almost as if they were all connected by a string, symbolizing every Rebornian's connection to Michael, as he was the one who awakened their talents in the first place. This was enough for the Dragonborns to realize that Grieve was their comrade, their family. Heh, see for yourself, mean scalies, I have my own junior now. Bragged Fudge to the Dragonborns. Zion immediately pouted and expressed his jealousy. Of course, Fudge didn't waste the opportunity to rub it in the young Dragonborn's face. The Dragonborns had to restrain Zion as he began charging at Fudge, who was making mean faces at him. Meanwhile, Michael approached Grieve. So what do you think of the outside world? The general from the ancient world looked around and saw the unique architecture of Neo-Orcus. His eyes were filled with wonder and amazement. You are a king, then. You own this land, Grieve said. If so, then it is fate that I serve another king in my second life. Wait, how do I know that? Grieve scratched his skull in search of an answer, but unfortunately he could not. Michael didn't even respond to Grieve and let him wander around the town with Fudge and Zion leading the way. Michael knew that those two were a terrible influence on Grieve, but he was already too late to stop them. Meanwhile, he looked at his own shadow and summoned the two shadow orcs. Naruto, Sasuke, are you there? The former Orcanine and Orcupine chieftains ascended from the shadows, kneeling towards Michael in deference. At your service, boss. Do you know what happened to the tomb after we left? Naruto began slapping his thighs and his chest in a rhythm as he began to recount the reports of other orcs in the vicinity. The whole tomb collapsed after you left, boss. Thankfully, everyone was able to retreat before the whole thing sunk back into the ground. It became quite a topic for the adventurers, with some thinking that you were left buried under the tomb, or some thinking that you had already left with the treasures in tow. A lot of people are asking about you, boss, Sasuke added. Everyone is starting to wonder about the Reborn Company after this whole tomb campaign. After all, everyone thought that it was either going to be the Knights or the Hammerstone group that would be able to reach the treasure room. But in a twist of events, you were the only one able to reach the tomb itself. We have heard quite a lot of chatter about the Dragonborns as well, added Naruto. They are all quite taken by the mithril artifacts they all wielded to fight against the apex jaguar. This led to a lot of people swarming the Reborn armory to ask about the Dragonborns in detail. The appearance of mithril artifacts had caused quite a scene, just as Michael expected. What did Mary do, he asked them. She directed them to Neo-Orcus, boss. Michael nodded in satisfaction. Surely by now, the adventurers would have noticed the newly constructed Golden Road and followed its path to Neo-Orcus. This was part of the reason why he allowed the Dragonborns to show their strength in the tomb campaign in the first place. He wanted to make a strong first impression, allowing the Reborn name to stick to their mind, and once their curiosity piqued, they would then follow the Golden Road and reach Neo-Orcus in search for answers. What was the Reborn Company? Who were the Dragonborns? Who was that golden-haired boy who reached the tomb by himself? And once they reached Neo-Orcus, they would be so surprised by everything the town had to offer that they would completely forget why they were there in the first place. Then they would eventually find out about the King's region, which would lead them straight to the nation of Reborn. This was Michael's plan to get more visitors to the parched lands. This was the very goal of the Golden Road to begin with. It was a cookie crumb path that everyone would slowly follow until they reached the end, the nation of Reborn, where all their dreams would come true. And sure enough, a couple of days later, the first batch of adventurers arrived in Neo-Orcus. They were the ones who witnessed the Dragonborns defeat a 6-star undead creature by themselves, and technically, they would be the first tourists of the Golden Road itself. Of course, the town welcomed their arrival with happy smiles and chocolate bars in hand. Meanwhile, conversations were happening in Angora City. It wasn't long before the results of the tomb expedition were brought back to the capital city. At first, the news was limited to the companies who joined the tomb campaign, like the Hammerstone Company and others. But as time passed, the news spread like wildfire. Many couldn't believe that a no-name company would be able to pull off such a feat. Most of the top adventuring companies in Angora City had never even heard of the Reborn Company at all. Of course, there were some who recognized their name through the chocolates being sold on the market, but that only increased confusion within everyone. A snack company owning an armory, those were two completely different things. Not only that, but there were also rumors that the adventuring party of the Reborn Company were in possession of mithril relics. That idea was absurd for most people, especially for smithing companies within Angora City. They knew exactly how rare it was, and how nobody could buy it so easily even if they had all the money in the world. Even Butch, leader of the Hammerstone adventurers, had to convince his company that what he saw was real. Of course, even Sir John was met with a lot of doubtful glares from other knights in the court. Everyone began to speculate about the Reborn Company, but none of them knew that their own shadows were twitching and morphing unnaturally under their feet. A few days after the events of the tomb campaign, things had settled down in Neo-Orcus. Grieve quickly showed off his expertise as a 9-star undead general from the ancient era. He seemed to have retained all his physical art spells he learned back in his previous life, and was now using it to teach the Rebornians and the Dragonborns everything they had to learn. It was quite a wake-up call for the Dragonborns, as Grieve was quite strict about his training routines. He would have everyone up and running very early in the morning while the sun was still hiding in the horizon. Heya bro Mike. Help, Zion said as he dragged his feet forward, completely beat from the laps he did around Neo-Orcus. Michael looked at the Rebornians and saw them all collapsed on the ground. Grieve was quite harsher on the Dragonborns, giving them 10 times the hardships. Is this all right, he asked Grieve, a little bit concerned. Yes, Michael. Even though this world had changed quite a bit since I died, I am still sure that the physique of these young ones are not quite up to par. They are not even better than our ordinary soldiers. Definitely not fit to be a general for your kingdom, at least, I think so. I don't remember, ho you old bones. We heard that, Zion shouted back. Hey, no shouting at my junior other than me, said Fudge from atop Grieve's skull. Bleh. Michael was, of course, exempt from all of this training under the guise of being a king. Although Michael didn't regard himself as a royal, if it would allow him to skip training, then he would assume that role as fast as a rabbit. Eventually, he was approached by Una and Agnes, who eyed Grievous with suspicion. Sir Michael, about your friend, who is he? Agnes asked, her eyes moving up and down at the skeleton standing upright. Oh, I just found him someplace, he explained. Why do you recognize him, or something? Agnes looked at the Dragonborns, and the Rebornians performing weird stances in unison. They seemed to be training in some kind of weird fighting technique that she hadn't seen before. That way of pure physicality, Their importance on using bodily power, I have heard something about that kind of style only once, she said silently. Back when I was a part of the Order, my master Kruger showed me an ancient scroll, and even though I only saw a glimpse of it, I am sure that it is quite similar to what the Dragonborns are learning now. What's it called? The Way of the Emperor, she said. Michael thought about it and figured that it lined up with what he thought. Since Grievous was a general from the ancient times, then he would have knowledge and mastery of the fighting techniques back in those days. But it was said that this way was lost to time forever. Even the other heavenly knights are only privy to sparse scrolls they found survived in the Queen's region, Agnes added. If this is indeed what the Dragonborns are learning, then who is he? Michael looked towards the forest. He is Grieve. He is a Rebornian, he answered. After a while, the construction of the Golden Road had progressed far enough for it to see a glimpse of Angora City in the distance. It wouldn't be too long before the capital city would find out about what they were doing. And according to Una, it would be better if they arrived in Angora City and announced it themselves, rather than them finding it out for themselves. It will give you a strategic advantage, Una said. If you earn the trust of the master of the Magic Tower and the head knight in the knightly court, then you will have enough influence to allow the city to incorporate the Golden Road into their midst. I know how to meet with the Tower Master, Michael replied, but I don't know how to connect with the knights. Don't worry. I will introduce myself and request a meeting in their court. I have a feeling that they would certainly welcome your presence after what you did in the tomb. Una was alluding to the fact that Michael showcased the true power of the Rebornians through the use of their myriad of mithril artifacts. Even knights had limited inventory of relic artifacts, which only consisted of fragments and sometimes broken pieces. Yet, the Reborn Company showed up out of nowhere and showed possession of a complete set of them. I wonder how they would react when they find out it's not just weapons the Dragonborns have, but also armor. After a few days of preparation, Michael and his allies finally departed Neo-Orcus to reach Angora City in a few days' time. Michael brought with him the Grieve and the Dragonborns, Una and her escorts, as well as some Rebornians as support. Of course, Fudge and the Shadow Orcs were always present in the shadows, observing everything around them. This would be quite a momentous occasion, as this would be the first time that Michael showed automobiles to the Queen's region. Although it was already quite normal to see cars in and out of Neo-Orcus, it was still too secluded from the societies of the Queen's region that practically nobody knew about it at all. But once Michael showed it off to Angora City, it would eventually get spread to other territories as well. This would all be part of the plan for Michael to break into the Golden 500, the ranking of companies all over the globe. Integral to this plan was Jimmy, who was the journalist correspondent of the Nation of Reborn. He came with Michael to Angora City in the hopes of having his papers be published by his company. Hopefully, this would be enough for the Reborn Company to break through to the rankings. What should have been a weeks-long journey turned into mere days due to the speed and efficiency of automobiles. In fact, it would have been much shorter if the Golden Road had finished its construction all the way to Angora City. Michael was on a cliff overlooking the Angora City in the distance. He saw the magic tower in the distance. Even now, he could see the intricate magic and spells set up by the tower to protect the city from harm. It wasn't that much different from the magic tower back in Kingsbridge City. Just beside the magic tower was the castle surrounded by a moat. That was where the ruler of Angora City lived, and this castle was protected by the knightly court, which was made up of knights and squires from the order. Those three institutions were what comprised the political landscape of the capital city. Have you prepared for what's to come? Asked Una. I did, he replied. I already asked the chocolate merchants to scout a potential headquarters for the Reborn Company. I hope you brought a lot of money, she said teasingly. Angora City is a capital city. Owning real estate there can be quite pricey. Michael looked at Angora City one more time and smirked. At early dawn, the soldiers manning the walls of Angora City were awakened by the sounds of rumbling in the distance. They scrambled to their posts and peered through the looking glass, trying to see the commotion up ahead. Then they saw it, huge metallic beasts speeding through the flat lands. They immediately rang the bells and alerted their seniors about what they saw. Most of the soldiers prepared for an upcoming war, thinking that they were being besieged by an enemy. But as the news spread through every authority in Angora City, it eventually reached the ears of a certain bearded man wearing a wizard robe. His room was located at the topmost floor of the tallest building in Angora, overlooking the whole territory and the wide regions surrounding it. There, the man saw Michael's automobiles running through the plains at speeds much faster than a horse. He looked at a scroll in his hands. Dear Tracheus, please welcome my dear friend into your abode, Tower Master. He can be quite the overwhelming little fellow, but he means well. Consider this not as a favor to me, but as a favor to you. It is in your and everyone else's interest to be allied with Michael. Yours truly, Cerberus Tracheus looked at the automobiles in the distance one more time before teleporting out of the magic tower directly to the walls. The soldiers who were rushing to pick up their armor were surprised at the sudden appearance of the famed tower master, Honorable Tracheus. "Have you come to help us fend off this enemy?" the soldier asked. The wizard shook his head. "I am here to save you from the misunderstanding. That is not an enemy, so I suggest that you retract your weapons and your fighters, or else our magic tower will be forced to intervene." The soldiers looked up at the floating tower master and did not know what to do. A few seconds later, a messenger coming from the castle itself came and shouted out to the soldiers, "False alarm." He cried out, "They are to be welcomed with our utmost grace." The soldiers all looked at each other before starting to unarm the giant crossbows pointed downwards. Tracheus then looked back at the castle and muttered to himself, "Looks like they are interested in the Reborn Company as well. Anyone would, especially with the rumor of what they have under their possession." Michael's automobiles finally arrived in Angora City. Even far away, he could already see some curious heads popping out of the walls to peek at their metal carriages. Una immediately got out, with Michael just behind her. He saw her take out an emblem of the Montgomery family and show it to the guards, who quickly scrambled to open the gates. Michael looked around Angora City and saw that they were gathering quite a crowd around the gates. Just then, he sensed the presence of a strong mystical arts user. The mana in the air were quite abnormally excited, jittering and pointing his attention upwards. He followed their direction and saw an old man with a scar across his right eye, floating in the skies with his robes fluttering in the wind. "You must be the Tower Master," Michael said, as he floated up to the old man. Fufufu Cerberus was right. "You are frighteningly talented in the mystical arts. Why do you say so?" Michael asked. "I was trying to hide my presence from you. Even resorting to high-level spells, I was still not able to obscure myself in your eyes. Quite impressive." "My name is Tracheus Waterdeep, and I am indeed the Tower Master of Angora City." The old man introduced himself to Michael with a respectful nod. "Have you heard about me? Cerberus will not stop talking about you," Tracheus said. "You don't know how many scrolls were sent by Cerberus, all describing the genius boy of the Vanderbilt family. I have also heard rumors, young boy. They say that you are not only talented in the mystic arts, but you have also inherited the skills of your grandfather. Cerberus says you established your own nation in the rumored wastelands of the south, creating a paradise out of the desert. And not only that, but you have also recently performed quite a feat, conquering the tomb of General Grievous. It caused quite a stir in the higher circles. I wondered if any of that was true, but seeing your metal carriages myself, I can only assume that it is just a fraction of the truth." Michael shrugged, not knowing what to do after being complimented. "Thanks, I guess. Do you have any accommodations in the city? If not, then I am glad to offer my tower as your temporary home for you and your allies in your visit to the city," Tracheus offered. "Wait, our court offers you a place in our stables as well." Michael looked down and saw Sir John and a couple of other knights arrive at the gates. "Hello, Michael. It's been a while," Sir John said, putting his hand across his chest as a sign of respect. "We didn't get a chance to speak in the tomb, especially after you conquered it yourself. But after I spoke to my superiors, they have tasked me to invite you to our nightly court. We wish to discuss an agreement with you and your company. I will take you up on your offer after I meet with the magic tower," Michael said. Sir John and the knights respectfully backed away and returned to their court. Michael didn't think it would be that easy to reserve a meeting with the Order, but it seemed that the reputation of the Reborn Company had finally started to spread. "Tracheus, can I visit the magic tower?" Michael asked. The old man didn't hesitate and agreed. "Of course, it would be our honor to have you. It's not just because Cerberus regards you highly, but because I also think that you have a high potential. I will wait for you at the tower." Tracheus raised his hand and teleported out of the skies and back to the magic tower. This left Michael and the others alone in the gates. Una had already arranged something with the guards, and they were now free to enter Angora City as they pleased. Of course, Michael's first mission in the city was to find a place to sleep in. This would be their eventual headquarters and the place for the Reborn Company Mall. Ideally, Michael would want it to be placed right in the middle of the city, but he knew that acquiring that kind of land would be hard. It wasn't just about the matter of money, but also if it was acquirable in the first place. "Michael, welcome to Angora City." It didn't take a while before the chocolate merchants arrived to welcome Michael and his party in the city. Michael used the automobiles and paraded it through the streets, letting everybody see the magic of horseless carriages. It caused quite a stir, having a lot of people crowding the streets just to have a glimpse at this strange new vehicle. Michael let Shayna and Una deal with the arrangements of the Reborn Company, while he, of course, went on to explore Angora City by himself. He reiterated to them that this was purely a scientific endeavor, one that would allow them to observe the happenings of this new and unknown place. Of course, he was met with a lot of speculation that he was merely, as they say, playing around. The fact that Fudge was with him made it seem even more apparent to them that he just wanted to slack off in this new city. Thankfully, one of the perks of being the leader of a nation was that he could do whatever he wanted, so he began walking through the streets of Angora City, looking at the unique architecture and culture that was still in its medieval form. Horse carriages run rampant in the stone-bricked streets, with their droppings still present all around. For people in this world, this was normal. He walked and observed the food, the people, everything that he could see. He found it quite weird that he didn't see that many demi-humans in this place. They were present for sure, but not to the amount they had back in the King's region. He had heard that because of the expensive living situation in most capital cities, demi-humans struggle to populate them. Just then, as Fudge jumped around and judged the lesser quality of life in this city, Michael came across a peculiar group of demi-humans in the streets. There were a few demi-human teens scrubbing the stables and taking care of the horses parked inside. They seemed to be employees of the establishment in front of them. Welcomes and Michael stopped in the middle of the street and looked at the inn in front of him. It was still primarily made out of wood, probably about a couple of decades ago. And it looked like it hadn't been renovated recently, as Michael saw evidence of rotten wood and decaying planks. Compared to the other high-end establishments he saw earlier, which were made out of stone, this one looked to be in a very poor condition. Not to mention that this place was located in the slums part of the city. The Welcomes Inn didn't look like a place that was visited much by a lot of customers. But however much interesting this place was, Michael's initial curiosity wasn't with the building, it was with the demi-humans taking care of it. They stood on 2 feet, had bodies filled with fur, and a tail that dragged across the floor. He recognized them because they were the species that Michael first awakened back in the parched lands. They were Mankeys. However, there was one stark difference with the Mankeys here and the Mankeys back at the parched lands. These people had red fur. Mankeys species, red Mankeys type, demi-human difficulty, element. None just like before, these species were the lowest of the low, having no affinity at all to wield mana in their bodies. Of course, he was able to change that. Now, Mankeys were the most talented group in all of the nation of Reborn. Their skills in production, agriculture, and engineering were part of the reason why it had grown and developed so fast in a matter of a few years. Just then, Michael's nose started to itch. It had been so long since he felt this sensation that he thought it was a mere natural bodily reaction he had to the horse droppings on the floor. But no. This was his skill-superior golden nose at work. It was telling him that these red Mankeys could lead him to find extremely talented individuals. The last time he felt this was when he met the Dragonborns. If any of these red Mankeys proved to be even a fraction as talented as the Dragonborns, then they would serve to be an extremely needed group in the nation of Reborn. Spurred on by this possibility, Michael quickly turned around and introduced himself to the red Mankeys. "Hello, sir, welcome to Welcomes Inn," one of them said meekly, struggling to maintain eye contact. "Welcome, sir," the others followed suit. Michael sent a signal to Fudge, and the violet slime immediately sent out his clones to inhabit the shadows of the red Mankeys. And with this connection, Chat JK3 was able to take a peek at their potential talents. I was able to ascertain that one of them had the potential to become a wind swordsman, the other had the potential to become a wrestler of the mound, and several others had similar talents as well. They don't have talent in production. Every yellow Mankey had some kind of talent in engineering, farming, smithing, and any other kind of production possible. But it seemed that this group of red Mankeys seemed to have a knack for fighting. Although the sample group is still too small to achieve a definitive conclusion, it is safe to assume that red Mankeys have a natural affinity to using their physical strength. Michael was intrigued. Fighting talent wouldn't be the first thing he would think of when he looked at the scrawny, barebones Mankeys in front of him. "Excuse me, but are you the owner of this inn?" he asked them. They immediately shook their heads desperately. No, sir. We just help around," they said. "So you are all employees?" "No, sir, we are in debt." Just then, Michael heard a bit of a commotion happening inside the inn. A couple of seconds later, a man in a suit came out of the inn looking a bit stressed and disheveled. But before he could leave, another man, wearing a plain white shirt and overalls, came out and pleaded to the suited man. "You don't have to do this," said the man in the overalls. "What choice do I have? I can't fend off the officials any longer. If I do nothing, then they will seize everything in this place." The man in the suit looked pained, as if he were about to make a very hard decision. Michael looked to the red Mankeys for some answers. "What's happening here?" he asked them. And from what he could piece together from what they said, the man in the overalls was the owner of the inn itself, while the man in the suit was the debt collector. It seemed that the inn wasn't doing well these days, and the owner was able to pay the rent for the whole place. And after a month of overdue fees, the city itself was close to taking back their property from the inn owner. Strangely enough, the debt collector wasn't here to force the inn to pay him cash. Instead, the debt collector was trying to extend the lending period by offering his own money to lessen the burden. I like what this place stands for, said the debt collector. I have friends, demi-human friends, and they wouldn't be able to stay in this place if it weren't for this inn. This is the only place that is cheap enough to take them in, so even if I have to go into debt myself, I will keep this inn afloat. Michael was moved. As it turned out, this inn was the only place that demi-humans could turn to in their hour of need. He looked at the inn and saw multiple demi-humans looking out of the windows, with tears nearly welling up in their eyes. Demi-human mothers were cradling their children, trying to appease them while a tear drops from her eyes. Fathers scrubbed the floors harder in an attempt to try and make things better. They knew that this was the only place that they could afford. Life in the city wasn't that kind to people that didn't have great talents. This was especially more so for demi-humans, who had come from far away to prove that they belonged here. However, the good graces of the owner led the inn to its eventual downfall. While prices were low enough for poor demi-humans to afford, it wasn't enough for it to keep the establishment afloat. Just then, Michael heard a voice coming from his shadow. It was Shayna, who contacted him to report about their current progress in procuring their arrangements. Lord Michael, me and Miss Yuna have finished our meeting with the owner of an abandoned building in the center of the city. It is an adequate place to establish our headquarters here in Angora City. We just need your order. Michael stayed silent for a few seconds before he looked at the demi-humans distraught in the inn. Then he turned to Shayna. Lord Michael, change of plans, he said to her. I am thinking of buying another place in the city, somewhere that reminds me of home. Who would he be if not for the help of all the demi-humans back in the nation of Reborn? It was only right for him to save them too. He raised his head just in time as a group of soldiers came marching in, escorting a man in royal attire. Judging from the despaired expressions of everyone in the inn, it was safe to guess that this person was here to officially take back the land that the owner rented. Greetings. I am here as a royal sent by the governing body of the city to oversee the matter of welcomes in. In accordance with the contract that you and the city signed, this property is now to be seized by the rightful owner once rent has not been paid for 3 months' time, announced the man in regal attire, reading off a scroll. Rent has not been paid in half a year. Please, can you give us more time? The inn owner begged. The soldiers prevented the inn owner from reaching the royal before the royal himself allowed it. I'm sorry, he said. As much as I would like to help you, this contract is mystically binding. You know what happens when a contract purview by magic is broken? It has dire consequences. The inn owner knew that the royal had no choice. I know I am sorry. The fault is mine, and mine alone. His eyes were sunken from burden. He looked back at the demi-humans in the inn, and he couldn't help but shed a tear for them. Where else would they go now that the inn was about to be destroyed? The royal sighed and took a deep breath before he sent a signal for the guards to start forcing the demi-humans off of their property. There was pain in his eyes, yet he had to do what he had to do. Wait. Michael's voice compelled the soldiers to stop their advance. Everyone looked towards Michael, the golden-haired boy in the middle of the street. What if I paid off the debt? He asked the royal. The inn owner and every demi-human in the area looked at Michael. In their eyes, a tiny bit of hope flared in their souls before eventually dying down. What good could a child do, young man? I am sorry. But my debt is in the total of 100 gold coins. I'm not sure you understand that, but even blacksmiths have to work for 5 years to afford that, said the inn owner. I'm afraid that debt is doubled if you want to take possession of the inn again, said the royal. 200 gold coins is the total. The royal noticed that Michael didn't even flinch once he heard the numbers. I'll buy it, Michael said without hesitation. It was quite cheap, he thought. If it weren't for the seriousness of the situation, most people would laugh and think that it was cute that a child thought he could afford such a high price. The royal didn't outright dismiss Michael's words. Instead, his eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Michael's face in an attempt to recognize where he came from. He certainly wasn't from the royal family of Angora City, or else the royal would have known it from the start. His attire showed no signs of magical robes, meaning he wasn't someone from the magic tower, and his age and lack of weapon in hand meant that he wasn't from the order either. An inheritor of a company was the only possibility. However, the royal still found no possible answer for Michael's background. He could see a sense of confidence in Michael's eyes that told him that the kid wasn't kidding. Even if you could afford it, this matter has already been passed to another buyer, said the royal. They have already reached an agreement with the city to take over this land and make it their own. Michael looked at the scroll in the royal's hands. Is that the contract for this territory? He asked the royal. Yes, it is, and before the royal could even say anything else, he suddenly felt the scroll thrash away from his control. Wah! The scroll rushed perfectly into Michael's palms, allowing him to read the contract in its entirety. Since the royal established that this was a mystically binding agreement, then it meant that this contract was filled with magic and mana. Of course, all he had to do was beckon them, and they came running to his possession. That was his supreme skill. ChatJK3, Can you analyze the contract and find a loophole for me to buy this land? Understood. It didn't even take 5 seconds before his personal AI assistant came back with an answer. It flowed into his mind like a wave, allowing him to see the answer. It says here that once the territory has been seized, there is a 1-month grace period for buyers to bid for the territory itself. Yes, the royal nodded, still staring with disbelief at the scroll in Michael's hands. But as I said, the bid has been finished. It has been bought by a company at a price of 300 gold coins. Michael nodded and pointed to a certain clause within the contract. But it says here that the bidding for the property has to allow participation from all interested parties. This means that I can still bid for the land itself. The royal looked at Michael. Yes, but it has another clause beside that. Once bidding has finished and another party shows interest, then this new party must bid twice the bid amount, meaning you need to pay 400 gold coins. The demi-humans winced. The price given by the royal was something they couldn't even fathom. Its heavy amount crushed their dreams of retaining their current living situation. No doubt they would have to return to camping in the woods to survive, or worse, they would have to be cast out into the parched lands. Such are the difficulties of living in a capital city, said the inn owner. We'll have to put our land somewhere else, somewhere a lot more lenient with struggling folk. The man tried to put on a brave face, but his creaking voice betrayed his true sadness. No need, Michael said. I'll buy the lot myself. With a simple nod from Michael, 2 shadow orcs emerged. The royal and his soldiers were caught fully unaware of where the pair of orcs came from. It was as if they just appeared in existence in the blink of an eye, which was extremely weird because their huge stature should have alerted the well-trained soldiers from 10 meters away. And without even saying anything, one of the orcs took out a large leather pouch from out of nowhere, about half as big as Michael himself, and presented it to Michael with a kneel. Michael lifted the bag with magic and threw it to the royal's feet, surprising them all by the heavy clinking that came from the impact. It was hefty by the sound of it, and by the time the royal and his guards looked up, Michael was alone in the streets, with no sign of the humongous orcs anywhere near him. They disappeared as fast as they came, leaving everyone to wonder if they were simply just a figment of their imagination or not. This is 500,000 gold coins, Michael said casually. The rest of the money is yours if you process the contract today. After a moment of disbelief, the royal eventually took up the courage and loosened the string on the bag. And as soon as he did, a golden glint reflected back on his face, showering his sight with a mound of pure gold coins. The royal, with shaking hands, took one of the coins and scrutinized it with great care. His royal background allowed him to discern the authenticity of the minted gold. Recently minted, he said, looking at the minimal scratches of the coin. Then his eyes moved to the small inscription at the bottom. It said KR. It's not made in the Queen's region, which means King's region. Just this one clue alone allowed the royal to glimpse at Michael's true background. You're not from here, he said. No, I am not. That was all the royal had to hear. His eyes showed that he realized something when talking to the golden-haired boy. Very well, said the royal. I shall take this payment and personally arrange for this territory to be passed over as your ownership. The soldiers were left confused as to the sudden change in the royal's demeanor. Sir, is this all right? What about the previous buyer? Yes. I'm guessing that even they will have to acquiesce when they realize who we're dealing with, the royal replied, cutting off the soldier. There is only one group here that has this kind of money to spend. And that is none other than the Reborn Company. The soldiers looked back at Michael with disbelief. The Reborn group, the one that conquered the tomb. I heard that they even went toe-to-toe with the knights. Not just, they did. Sir John reported to his seniors that in a scenario where they had to compete with each other, he confessed that they may not triumph over them at all, said the royal, who was clearly a lot more privy to insider knowledge. What makes you so sure he's part of them? I heard they're a group full of dragon-like beings. The royal looked back at Michael, who was being surrounded by the thankful demi-human inhabitants of the inn. Call it intuition. Did you see those orcs? Those kinds of demi-human want follow a human even if they had all the money in the world. That boy earned their respect, or else they wouldn't have followed him in the first place. The soldiers took one look back at Michael. Where do we go now? They asked the royal. To the castle, he said. The Duke would want to know what happened here. He's been saying that he wants to meet with the people of Reborn ever since they arrived here. He's been in dire need ever since those conglomerates started their wars. Meanwhile, back at the inn, the demi-humans looked at each other with looks of skepticism, as if they couldn't believe that they were saved at the very brink of loss. Who would have thought that a magnanimous stranger would be able to take control back of the inn? Young man, the inn owner approached him. What do you plan to do with the inn? Don't worry. Our Lord Michael will definitely take care of you all. Shayna and the other Dragonborns arrived just in time, surprising the other demi-humans. They awed at their expensive-looking attire, making them look like the human royals. They had never seen a demi-human looking so happy. Did you guys have fun? He asked them. HMPH, I'm sure you have, Una pouted. We were just about to close on the deal. She then looked at the demi-humans sharing hugs of joy once they realized they weren't going to lose their homes. But it looks like it was for a good reason, she said with a smile, playfully nudging Michael with her shoulders. Michael then looked at the inn owner and reached out with his hands. I haven't introduced myself. I'm Michael. The inn owner named Plato introduced himself, as well as the other demi-humans in the building. I have inherited this inn from my father. He's the one who created this safe place for unfortunate humans and demi-humans alike. I am just trying to continue the tradition. Michael looked at the demi-humans in the inn. Most of them were wearing tattered clothes with permanent grease stains, almost to the point of being rags. And behind these attire were nothing but skin and bones, clearly sustaining themselves with the bare minimum. This was a sad sight. After all, demi-humans of their kind were prospering in the nation of Reborn. Catfolk back home were renowned for their agility and speed, useful for performing arts and gymnastics. Lizardmen were famous for their strength and acrobatics. Yet here they struggled to find jobs to keep themselves afloat. I am planning on rebuilding this inn in a different manner, turning it into the base of operations for our company in this city. I will give each of you a choice. Either you stay and live in the new building, or you can go join your brethren back in the king's region to our nation. The demi-humans looked at him confused. Shayna took this as her cue to present herself and the rest of the Rebornians. She began weaving tales of the paradise in the desert, about how this could be a place that they could call home. I want to see it. My family is still in the king's region. Maybe they also joined your nation. That place sounds even better than here. Please allow us to live there. Most of the demi-humans here had lost far too much hope in living in Angora City, and the only reason why they hadn't left it yet was because they were sure that no one was going to take them in. But now that Michael assured them their own place back in the parched lands, they had no reason to stay here any longer. Of course, there were still some who wanted to stay in Angora City for one reason or the other. If you want to stay, then I will give you a job and a place to live. You will be part of our nation too. Shayna, please make sure that these people are taken care of in the meantime. Michael's trusted secretary Dragonborn quickly took to work and began to command the Rebornians to start the migration process. But Sir Michael, they are still considered as citizens of Angora City. I doubt that the soldiers will allow them to leave so easily, said Plato the inn owner. I have it under control, said Yuna. All it takes is just a little bit of paperwork. As expected of the diplomat, she was quick to arrange documents for the migration. I am happy for them, but what am I going to do now, asked Plato. You could join them too if you'd like, but if you want to stay, then I have a job for you. I want you to do the same thing you've been doing your whole life, an inn caretaker. Part of our business here in Angora City will be a safe haven for demi-humans to seek. Here, they can apply to become a citizen of the nation of Reborn and be sent off to the king's region as soon as possible. Plato's eyes moistened as he realized he could still help demi-humans even if he had lost control of the inn. It would be in an even greater capacity now that he would become part of this reborn nation that could spend 500 gold coins so easily. Let's talk inside. Show us around the place, Michael said. Soon, the rest of the Rebornians finally had a place to stay for the rest of their visit here in Angora City. Of course, it was only temporary as they would soon rebuild this inn into something a little more Rebornian. Seeing the broken flooring, leaking roofs, and lack of flowing water in the room, the Rebornians felt even more thankful that they met Michael. If not, then it was possible they would be living in this kind of place even now. As Yuna and Michael ironed out the paperwork and contracts needed to establish the Reborn company in the city, Zion, Grieve, and Fudge all decided to take a stroll around the city, a dangerous combination if Michael had ever seen one. But since he had an orc accompany them in the shadows, Michael was assured that he would be notified as soon as possible if they ended up creating some kind of chaos in the city. The other engineer Rebornians didn't waste any time and began scouting the inn, creating and planning the blueprint for the eventual building. Soon, afternoon came around and the royal and his guards came back knocking on the inn's door. It's official, he said. You are now the owner of this inn. Michael took the contract and read through it, with ChatJK3 making sure everything was solid. Thanks, Michael said. Before we leave, I have to relay a message to you, the royal said. Who is it from? Michael had an inkling as to who it was. The Duke. He wants to meet with the owner of the Reborn company at your own leisure. You need only to arrive in the castle gates and you will be welcomed with the utmost warmth. If you'd like, we can also send soldiers to escort you there. No need. I'll visit it when I can, he said, not committing on a promise. The royal didn't say anything further and respectfully nodded to Michael before leaving. He wants to meet with you this soon, Yuna asked, peeking out to look at the castle up in the distance. Usually, royals like him wouldn't show interest in the market. Something must have happened. What do you think I should do? My advisor Michael said. Oh, so I am your advisor now, Yurei, the one who knows everything about the Queen's region. It's only natural I come to you for help. HPMH, I still haven't received my favorite ice cream from you. You think it'll help you now, she said, walking backwards away from Michael. I'm trying to find it. Fine, she chuckled. Since you helped out a lot of demi-humans today, it'll help you out free of charge. I think you should meet with the Magic Tower and the Knightly Court first before you meet the Duke. It gives you leverage to negotiate a better deal. You think the Duke wants to come to an agreement with me. It's the only reason why he would want to meet with the Reborn Company. It's no secret that you were able to conquer the tomb with your mithril artifacts. He'll probably want to commission a set from you. His seed had finally started to show fruit. Having the Dragonborns show off their mithril artifacts did wonders to spread its name and increase its value. Then this means I'll have to meet with Tracheus first. Hopefully he'll allow me to access their magic library. Just then Michael's shadow fluctuated a little bit before Fudge popped out of the ground. Hello, Master and Miss Master. Fudge jumped directly to Una and received plenty of head pats. How's the trip going? It's a bit boring, Master. It's so much cooler to walk around in our nation, but it's nice to have all the people look in my direction when I am walking. They must think I am such a cool ninja. Michael laughed. Fudge always seemed to forget that a ninja was supposed to be invisible. Oh. Master Bones Jr. said that he found someone talented, or at least he thinks he thought so. Intrigued, Michael had Fudge lead him to where they were now via shadow teleportation. Michael ascended behind a crowd of spectators, all seemingly cheering for something in front of them. He looked around and saw that he was in a circular arena of some sorts, with a capacity of about 1,000 people. There were flags all around the arena, each one a different color and having a symbol or insignia of different weapons in the same style. Everyone cheered, pointing Michael to the main event of the arena, a fighting match between two well-armored individuals. Woo, go win this for me, Sir Buckus. Ha, you think the way of the sword is better than the way of the spear. Keep dreaming. Sir Bran will win this like any other fight he had today. Two knights squared off inside the arena, each one emanating a strength of a 4-star fighter. This is the Knightly Court, Michael realized. This is the territory of the Order of the Heavenly Knights. And just as Grieve said, Michael did indeed catch wind of a talented individual somewhere inside the arena. Michael felt his superior golden nose ticking off, alerting him of talented individuals. Now, seeing as they were in the territory of the Order, it was more than possible that the talented individuals were the knights themselves. However, since they had already been awakened and became a knight, then it meant that if they had some sort of unknown talent, then it would be in a different category of skill. He would have wanted to find out more, but these knights were fighting in broad daylight. Having his shadow inhabit them for a brief inspection would definitely catch the eyes of some few sharp-eyed individuals, especially from the Order. Bro Mike, you finally came. Zion pushed himself through the crowd in the bleachers to reach Michael and Fudge. The youngest Dragonborn seemed to have the time of his life, seeing as he was filled with knightly paraphernalia like patched hats and flags all around his clothes. He was accompanied by Grieve, who was completely draped in loose clothing in each crevice of his bones and a hood to cover his face, making sure that no one could discern his true nature. The city here is not much different from the cities that I was familiar with back in my time, at least I think so. It seems that your territories are the only ones that have advanced much farther than anyone else, the skeleton general remarked. Michael then remembered that it was Grieve who sensed the talented individual first. Can you tell me who you think is talented? Grieve nodded and looked towards the arena. The two knights were deep in their fight, clashing their weapons with great fervor and passion. For experienced fighters, they immediately saw how the knights exaggerated their moves for the crowd. They clashed their swords more frequently than they avoided strikes, as if they just simply wanted to paint a picture of a more intense duel. After all, the crowds cheered whenever their blades sparked from each strike, but as the duel progressed, it became apparent that one of them was going to win. The knight with the spear held the advantage, parrying the other knight's strikes easily while keeping his distance. He used the spear's advantage quite well and was able to put its tip just an inch above the other knight's neck. I concede. The crowds erupted in cheers, with the spear knight brandishing his weapon for all to see. They cheered even harder, chanting his name even louder. Some even threw clothes, handkerchiefs, and flags towards him in an attempt to show their love for the fighter. Are those knights talented in your eyes? Michael asked Grieve. The undead skeleton kept his silence until the two knights left the arena and a few demi-humans came out. They wore simple clothing and wielded no sharp weapons, but wooden brushes and brooms. They began to sweep up all the things the crowd threw in order to prepare the arena for the next fighter. Michael was surprised to see these demi-humans here. Their striking red fur immediately caught his eye. They were red mankeys. Those are elite soldiers, Grieve said, pointing his gloved hands towards the group of red manky janitors. My memory is hazy, but I feel as if I have seen them before. I feel as if I had walked through hell, blood, and fire with their ancestors from before your time. At least, that's what my bones are telling me. Michael believed his general's intuition. After all, he did discover that red mankeys had a natural talent for physical arts. They were basically born for it. I think it would be best if you could get them under your wing, advised Grieve, with his bluish-green eyes flaring up for a brief moment. Michael went down the arena towards the barracks where the knights and the squires were chatting with each other. He even saw the spear and sword knight with them being treated with bandages. They seemed to be on a break, with their full metal armor unequipped and stored in boxes. "Excuse me, this is for knight personnel only," said one of the men as he chomped on a single bar of chocolate. Then, one of the knights on the back stood up and squinted as he looked at Michael's group. A second later, his eyes widened as he stared at Zion. "That's them." He yelled out, "They are from the Reborn Company. He's the one who punched that apex jaguar into the wall." The rest of the knights perked up once they heard the name Reborn. Ever since the Tomb Expedition, the knights in Angora City stamped the name of Reborn into their hearts. It was one thing to showcase their immense strength through defeating a 6-star undead monster, but it was a completely different matter that they turned out to be the one who created chocolate in the first place. Even now, their preferred snack to eat every day was Reborn chocolates. "Reborn, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Sir John said that you guys have mithril artifacts. Is that true? I even heard that you guys came here with metal carriages that need no horse." Michael and his group were surrounded by the knights, gathering the attention of the crowd in the arena. "Hey, who is Sir Rupert talking to? Isn't that supposed to be a restricted area, only for knights? Wait, I heard them talking about a company called Reborn. Anybody heard of it? They're the one who conquered the tomb." Meanwhile, Michael bribed the knights with some chocolate bars in exchange for more information about the Red Manky janitors. "They're quite the earnest workers," the knight said, chewing chocolate cookies in his mouth. "They have weirdly strong bodies, which is perfect for janitorial jobs here in the court. Some of them even show talent in the ways. Unfortunately, even if they could swing a sword better than others, it's all useless if they can't wield any magic." It seemed these knights knew about the Red Manky's natural talents. "Can I talk to them about a minute later?" The knights gathered the Red Mankeys and gave them space to talk while they continued on with the fighting arena. "Hello, sir." Michael secretly used his shadows to inspect their talents, and as he expected, they all had latent fighting talents just waiting to be unburied. However, none of them had overwhelming talent like the Dragonborns, which was weird because he thought that he would meet at least one S-class talent from them. It was then that Michael noticed something. Back when he met the other Red Mankeys in Welcome's Inn, his superior Golden Nose skill also triggered. However, he found no one among them with transcendent talent. This was the same case. This couldn't be a coincidence. There must be a reason why his skill was getting triggered each time he met the Red Mankeys. Michael was in deep thought when he suddenly realized Greaves' words from earlier. "Those are elite soldiers," he said. "What if there was no transcendent individual talent within the Red Mankeys? What if they were all talented as one group, as one species? What if they only showed their true strength when they were in great numbers?" As Michael thought about it more and more, the idea seemed to become a lot more solid. He knew instinctively that his guess was right. These Red Mankeys were nothing like the Dragonborns, who each showed tremendous talents in dueling. Perhaps the Red Mankeys were a lot more suited for warfare, as soldiers who moved with 100 men simultaneously without missing a beat, as soldiers who rushed towards their enemy from one call from their general. It would make sense why the Red Mankeys would make such a great impression onto Grieve, that he remembered them even from the grave. "Sir, are you from the Reborn Company?" one of the Red Mankeys asked. "I am. Have you heard of us?" The Red Mankeys firmly nodded. "We have friends that told us what happened at the Welcomes Inn. We also want to join your nation." Michael was surprised that the news spread so fast. "It only happened this morning." "This is great," he said. "I was hoping to ask you if you want to join." The Red Mankeys were elated, their tails swinging back and forth like a dog. "Can I ask if you have any more friends that want to join our nation?" They all looked at each other awkwardly. "We have our family back at home in the village." This was exactly what Michael was looking for. He wanted more Red Mankeys to join him so that he could test out his theory about their collective strength as a group. The Yellow Mankeys already showed a version of this back at home. Michael noticed that a group of engineer Hobmankeys working on one project together always seemed to create a faster end product than the other demi-human species. Michael thought it was just their camaraderie as Mankeys, but maybe there was more to it than that, something a lot more innate within their species. "I am sorry, Sir Michael, but we don't know where the village is," the Red Mankeys dejectedly said. They explained that back in the days, once they left their village, they were forever exiled and banned from returning. Their village ensured this by kidnapping them in their sleep and tossing them out in the wilderness so that they wouldn't know their way back. That's what happened with their ancestors back in the day. And since their parents, and their parents' parents were born here in Angora City outside of their village, then they could never truly know where they truly came from. But we hear that it's near Angora City. The Red Mankeys were sorry that they couldn't help Michael any further. Michael assured them that he was going to find them sooner or later. "Nothing in the shadows can hide from me," assured Fudge. Well, find that village in no time. Michael told them to go to Welcome's Inn for now, and Shayna would be the one to take care of everything for them, whether they wanted to stay here or move to the nation of Reborn. Meanwhile, he was approached by a few young squires who were eyeing him with amazement. Sir John would like to see you, mister. Since he was already here, and he had always planned to visit, Michael agreed and followed the squires deeper into their nightly court. No one was more excited for this than Fudge, who began discreetly placing his shadows everywhere so that he could spy on every knight inside. Michael had to warn the little ninja not to go overboard. Or I really wished I could spar with the knights, Zion said disappointingly. Ho ho, then I shall be your sparring partner later, replied Grieve. That quickly shut him up. Michael was the only one who appreciated the beauty of the nightly court. Everything here looked like it was ripped straight out of medieval England, with mossy stone walls and knights polishing their metal chest plates. The whole circular court was divided into many sections, each one dedicated to a specific weapon. The sword section, named the Way of the Sword, were full of knights training their squires how to properly hold a sword. Their barracks contained nothing but swords, having many different varieties that they could choose from. Beside them was the Way of the Spear, which seemed to harbor quite the rivalry with the Way of the Sword, as they began shouting teasing remarks at their rival for losing the games in the arena. Everyone he passed, whether they be soldiers, civilians, or even animals, gave him a passing glance and a polite nod when he walked through. It seemed that the rumor about the Reborn Company had already spread here as well. The squires eventually led him towards the furthermost slice of the circular court, containing the barracks of the Way of the Axe. There, he was welcomed by Sir John and the rest of the knights that saw him in the tomb. Michael, it's great that you decided to meet with us today, Sir John said, shaking Michael's hand. Then he turned to Zion and offered his hand to him as well. And you, great sir, what is your name? Me, Zion said proudly. I am the great Zion, sting like a butterfly, float like a bee. Then he turned to Grieve, who was completely covered, obscuring his entire being. I haven't met you before, but seeing as you are part of the Reborn Company, I am sure that you possess great strength. Michael was glad that he made special mithril-laced clothes for Grieve that enhanced his stealth. He didn't know how he was going to explain how he turned the great General Grievous into one of his own allies. Let us talk inside. We have much to discuss. Sir John led Michael and the rest inside the barracks. They passed through the different rooms for the knights and squires before eventually ending up at the very end of the hallway, presumably Sir John's own office. Please come inside. There is someone very special waiting for you there, Sir John said. This meeting is far too important to be made by me alone. Instead, there is someone a lot more qualified to talk to you. Michael raised his eyebrow before looking past the door with his supreme skill. However, all he could see from the inside were a bunch of random mana. Although it was plenty and of immense intensity, Michael sensed no sign of life mana anywhere inside. Is it not a living being? Michael eventually opened the door, and there, he saw in front of him, a large orc who had his back turned away from him. An orc, Michael asked. However, as he came closer, he then realized that this was no ordinary orc. That was because it wasn't a life form at all, but instead a projection made entirely out of mana. I apologize for meeting you this way. I would have liked to look upon you face to face, but I am quite preoccupied with something and cannot bring my true form to meet you. The orc walked towards Michael with the floorboards creaking under his feet, making him seem like a normal demi-human. Even other people wouldn't have known the difference, but he could. We haven't met yet, but I have heard a lot about you. I am Kruger, a heavenly knight. Kruger seemed no different than an ordinary orc. In fact, he looked even more normal than the Orcanine and the Orcupine orcs simply because they were a variant species of orcs. Meanwhile, Kruger was just a simple, ordinary orc with a huge stature and 2 tusks coming out of his lower mouth. The fact that he was simply a projection of mana made it seem like he was even more unimpressive. It didn't help the fact that he was wearing a simple training attire with a plain white shirt and brown shorts. "You're a heavenly knight?" he asked. "In the flesh? Well, actually not, ha. But for all intents and purposes, I am a heavenly knight before you," Kruger said, with his hands behind his back looking scholarly and dignified. "As you might have noticed, I am a master of the Way of the Axe. Do you know anything about the ways?" Michael heard most of it from Una and Agnes, who were a little bit more knowledgeable on the fact, but it wouldn't hurt to hear it from a heavenly knight himself. In this current age, we have considered 10 different weapons as mastered arts in our field. In other words, a way is the field of mastery, in which a knight takes in order to achieve heavenly status. Through hard work, talent, and a little bit of luck, I was able to achieve perfect mastery over the Way of the Axe, giving me the title of Heavenly Knight. There are 10 of us currently, each one a master of their own weapon. Michael saw pride in Kruger's eyes. He seemed confident and assured of himself that he was truly a master at his field. It made him wonder what he would see in terms of mana when he saw Kruger face to face. "Now that I have introduced myself, would you care to do it too?" Michael reciprocated and simply replied the truth. I am the leader of the Reborn Company, he said plainly. Ah, yes, the Reborn Company. It has not been long since I have caught wind of its name, but I am already quite impressed with what you have achieved. They say your company has tremendous smithing skills that are almost equal to the dwarves. They say that your products are addictive and novel. They say that your company has established the Orcus town as your own, now known as Neo-Orcus. But perhaps the most impressive of which is the fact that you have both the Orcupine and the Orcanine tribe under your employ. I could hardly believe it when I heard it. Many of my orc comrades even deem it as a myth, especially since no one has ever confirmed the sightings of these orcs together. I would have asked you to confirm this yourself, but I know that sometimes one has to keep their hands in the dark. So all I have to say to that is thank you. I am deeply grateful that you were able to save my brethren from their own folly. Michael shrugged. They just needed to hash things out, he said. Kruger laughed, knowing the difficulty in getting those two orc tribes to work together. Either way, your arrival here in the Queen's region has driven quite a splash. I am sure that there are many players in the field that are quite surprised at your arrival. You have single-handedly thrown all their plans out the window. Kruger walked around the room as he talked, eventually stopping at the window overlooking the main court, with knights and squires training with strangers in their midst. There was a dragon-like creature, a hooded figure, and a violet slime, talking and mingling with the knights with merry joy. Usually those spear knights dislike talking with people they do not know, but they seem to be quite happy with chocolate bars in their hands. But let us get to the bottom of why I have requested to meet with you. Your friends down below, even while I am a projection, I could see that they are brimming to the top with talent. It is quite rare to see a collection of them under one banner, and in such an early stage of their career. They have proven themselves in the tomb, fighting a 6-star apex jaguar and defeating it quite handily, but of course, not without the help of those certain weapons' mithril relics. Of course, Michael knew that this would happen. He just didn't expect that he would lure such a big shot so soon. Kruger wanted to meet Michael to discuss these very weapons. What do you want to know about them? He asked Kruger. The Heavenly Knight Orc looked back at Michael, surprised that he would admit it so easily. So it is true, there's no point in hiding it, he replied. You do know that these are weapons of great power, once thought to be erased from the annals of time. Even our order spent great resources and time gathering bits and pieces of mithril relics. How were you even able to procure such a large amount for your allies? I made them, he replied. Kruger's projection momentarily shimmered, as his mental state was disturbed for a moment. A heavenly knight such as himself should have achieved inner peace, allowing him to stay unperturbed even in the most surprising of events. Yet this single piece of news, so casually revealed to him by Michael, made him so unstable that his projection almost disappeared. Is this true? How is that even possible? Even the dwarves have lost the method of their creation. Michael shrugged once again. Not anymore. Long story short, I was able to figure out the method myself with their help. Now, our nations are working together to create more. Kruger had to sit down on the chair to center himself, lest he lose control of his projection again. You are quite the dangerous man. This is the first I've even heard of the dwarves allying with a human. Michael reached into his pocket to reveal a simple mithril artifact piece. It was one of the test pieces he had when he first started making them. It looked like an ordinary crystal, transparent and with a small red light coming off of its center. That is the real deal, Kruger said, making his way towards Michael. His eyes couldn't leave the mithril piece as if it was glued to it. His curiosity eventually got the better of him, and he reached out to the artifact. However, his hands just passed through the mithril piece. Regret filled his face. He wished he had taken the time to meet with Michael face to face right now. If he did, then he would have been able to touch upon the mithril artifact with his own hands. Are you not afraid that such a treasure of yours will attract bad intentions? Michael simply snapped his fingers, with the fire mana leaving the mithril artifact and dissipating into the air. The transparent crystal eventually lost the red light inside its core, leaving it desolate. With no mana inside, the mithril artifact turned ashy white, before eventually turning into a crumpled piece of metal even more fragile than paper. Kruger looked at Michael, his eyes flashing as he began to realize the power this 11-year-old boy held in his hands. So you are the only one who could produce mithril artifacts, and you are the only one who can distribute it. I was right. You are quite the dangerous character. With complete monopoly over the greatest weapons in existence, Michael was perhaps the most sought-after man in the entire world. The world just didn't know it yet. What do you plan on doing with your mithril artifacts? Are you planning on selling it? Kruger asked with an inquisitive tone. It was clear what he was trying to convey to Michael. Kruger wanted them too. For now, I can only release a limited supply, Michael said. But the price for my artifacts is not something that I want to sell for money. Kruger nodded, completely understanding Michael's stance. From what I hear, your company is doing quite well in Angora City. Chocolate pastries and armors, quite a strange combination, but it has been able to gather quite the reputation for being money magnets. I am sure you have no trouble with gold. So, what do you want for mithril artifacts knights under your control influence on the Order Scrolls of Forbidden Physical Arts spells? Michael smiled. Friendship, he said. Friendship, Kruger repeated. For a second, his face contorted into one of confusion as he tried to discern the hidden meaning behind that word. Was that a weapon name? Was that a territory? But when he looked at Michael and saw the look of sincerity on his face, Kruger realized that the request was genuine. Oh. He then burst out in laughter, with his voice echoing down the court and surprising a few knights and squires in training. You are quite the greedy little fellow, aren't you? You don't want one thing. You want everything, Kruger said, staring at Michael. I just believe in the philosophy of helping each other out. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. There's no need for pricing. If you need something, I will gladly give it to you. And if eventually I need your help, I hope that you can lend me a hand. In short, I want to be friends, just like how I am friends with the Dragonborns, the Rebornians, and the dwarves. Let's all help each other out. Kruger couldn't wipe the smile off his face. By basing their relationship not through contracts and business deals, Michael was guaranteeing a long-time partnership with him, one of the only 10 heavenly knights in the entire world. If it was any other human, Kruger would have been wary that he was being taken advantage of. His influence as a heavenly knight was universal, only below that of the rulers like the Ocean King and the Draconic Queen. But Kruger felt Michael's genuinity. He walked over to Michael and reached for his hand. All right. I accept your friendship, Kruger said with a big smile. Michael reached for his hand as well, using his supreme skill to manipulate the mana in the projection to have a solid handshake with the heavenly knight. After the meeting ended with Kruger, Michael left the room and was immediately met by Sir John, who had a permanent surprised expression painted on his face. What happened back there? I just received word that you are allowed full access to our dungeons. Before leaving the meeting, Michael asked Kruger if he could take a peek into the court's physical art spells. He didn't forget his original goal in going to this place. This was the perfect time to catch up. All the spells that ChatJK3 knew were full of mystical art spells, which was of no help in training the Dragonborns and the other fighters in the nation of Reborn. Although Grieve was there to teach them about fighting, the undead skeleton was quite forgetful of normal, basic spells. By gaining access to the bulk knowledge used by the knights to train their own people, Michael would be able to finally impart that knowledge onto the Rebornians. Michael was eventually led down into the spiraling tower case down into their dungeon. Sir John gave him a small tour, showing all the equipment they stored as a backup. In these small caves, kind of like an underground prison, there were plenty of weapons and armors haphazardly stacked up to the very ceiling. Eventually, he was led into the very end of the room, and before he even entered, he already smelled the scent of old books wafting over from the room. And when he finally entered, he saw shelves filled with scrolls made out of papyrus papers. Each one was magnificently preserved and categorized based on their contents. Just like the court, the whole library was circular, with each slice showcasing the different physical art spells for the different weapon masteries. Is there any particular spell you would like to learn? I can help you with it, said Sir John. There's no need. I'll learn them all. Michael walked to the nearest shelves and picked up one of the scrolls near his eyeline. It was a simple 3-star spell specializing in the sword called South Wind of Cuts. When he unfurled the scroll, he saw a magic circle filled with the magic theory surrounding the very spell. Normal knights would take months to master such a spell. Sir John, expecting Michael to be completely absorbed in studying the scroll, eventually left the room and walked back up to the court. Michael looked around the circular library and began to use his supreme skill to make contact with the subtle mana imprinted into the very ink of the scrolls. These written knowledge were not just simply inked down, it was imbued with mana from an experienced user, allowing them to put their insights and learnings into the paper itself. And once that teachings have been passed on over to another person, the magic would cease to exist. This was the reason why scrolls were expensive. But of course, Michael didn't need any of that at all. He simply just needed ChatJK3 to scan all the magic theory in the room and copy it for himself. So he began manipulating all the mana in the room, with the scrolls levitating from out of their shelves and unfurling themselves right in front of Michael. With mana in the ink, his personal AI assistant was able to see all of the knowledge and analyze them to the maximum degree. Progress to next update, 20. 23 progress to next update, 27. 73 progress to next update, 39. 26 With each scroll, Michael's progress to the update began increasing. In a matter of a few seconds, Michael was able to copy the magic theory upon tens of thousands of physical art spells. The knowledge washed over his mind, bringing him the acuity to perform these spells adequately. Michael thirsted for more, with his speed of consumption becoming faster and faster. Progress to next update, 49. 99 progress to next update, 50 congratulations. You were able to achieve basic mastery over physical art spells. System is currently going on an update complete. Hello, Michael. I am ChatJK3, 5, and I am your personal AI assistant. Michael felt even more attuned to his own body. Every fiber of his muscles were intertwined with unity mana, allowing him full control over his own mobility. His bodily coordination shot through the roof. I have successfully integrated all the physical arts knowledge in the 532 scrolls and adjusted your mana gathering technique accordingly. It is now 83 more efficient, allowing you to exert more power with less effort. Is that why my body feels so good? The leftover consciousness from each scroll gave deepful insight into the mind of masters. All those knowledge are now stored into your body, whether you actively know it or not. In other words, Michael's muscle memory was probably even better than that of the Dragonborns, which was quite unfair for them since they were the ones who had been working hard to train. Meanwhile, all he had to do was read 10,000 scrolls, and he was able to perfectly acclimate his body into the perfect vessel for physical art skill. Michael did find it to be a bit of a letdown that he wasn't able to improve ChatJK3 to the next software. All he got was a half-step upgrade, which was good but not better than he hoped. The capacity needed for the software to upgrade increases with each reform. The scrolls contain only basic information about physicality, which transformed your body into an athlete, but wasn't able to transform your mind into the next level. I knew that, he said to ChatJK3. 5. Thankfully, there's a lot of other knightly courts here in the Queen's region that I would someday be able to visit. For now, Michael had to be content with the fact that he had a modicum of master over physical art spells. Just like last time, he was now able to completely create a new skill from pure imagination. He could compose 5-star and below physical art spells in a matter of seconds. This would serve well with the Dragonborns and the Rebornians who severely needed a lot more firepower in their repertoire of skills. With nothing left for him here, he walked back up to the main court, where Sir John was caught unprepared for his arrival. You were only gone for half a candle. I am sorry. Did you not get what you were looking for? Michael shook his head. I was able to learn it. I just need more, he said. Of course, Sir John couldn't have possibly known that Michael learned every single scroll in their dungeon, nor would he even think that it was possible at all. Did you see where my friends went? Zion and the others completely went off on their own while he talked with Kruger, so Michael had no idea where they were now. I did see them go with the other knights earlier. I think they went back up to the arena, Sir John said. Knowing those three, Michael was sure that they were up to no good. You guys have healers here, right? He asked, only because he was sure that Zion wouldn't be able to hold off his excitement and end up hurting one of the knights. Why? Sir John asked. I think they went to pick a fight with the knights. You guys have healers here, right? If it was any other person, Sir John would have scoffed at the question. But since he saw what those Dragonborns were capable of with his own eyes, he knew that there could be trouble brewing. I'll get the bandages, Sir John said, worryingly. As Sir John scurried off to warn the knights about the monstrous genius called Zion, Michael was left all alone. He was going to go to the arena, but all of a sudden, he saw the shadow of the walls morph and change in front of him, before 2 shadow orcs emerged. It was Naruto and Sasuke, the 2 leaders of the Orcanines and the Orcupines. Is something the matter? We have observed an important conversation taking place, so we decided that it was best to report directly to you, said Naruto, bumping his chest as a sign of respect. Important conversation? Michael asked, intrigued. He transported himself and the orcs back to a more private location. We have spread our forces everywhere in and around the city. There is no corner in which we do not have our ears on them. Usually, we hear plenty of nonsensical chatter spreading around that we ignore. But in matters of the Reborn Company, we are always fully alert, said Sasuke, with the quills on his back shaking to produce a shrill sound. Ever since the tomb incident, there is one particular group that has caught our attention, the Hammerstone Company. We have disturbed their plans for improving their ranking in the Golden 500, and they are not too happy about it. Competition always brings some sort of friction. That was natural. He even heard that the Hammerstone Group was a sub-company of the Hephaestus Company, one of the largest conglomerates in the world, just like his grandfather's business. What did you find out? Nothing as of yet, boss Michael. It's happening as we speak. Michael looked back at the shadow orcs, with an idea forming in his head. Meanwhile, at the very center of Angora City, in the heart of the business district of the capital, was the headquarters of the Hammerstone Group. Their armory was the premier store for everything made out of metal. Every group, company, or guild needed armors and weapons for their security, and they were the ones to get it from. At least, that was before a mysterious group came out of the jungle and showed off their new armor and weapon sets, completely setting a new standard in the city. They were slowly losing control of the flow of armor and weapons everywhere. In response, the Hammerstone Company only had one choice left to do. They had to ask help from their parent company, the Hephaestus group. Every Hammerstone employee welcomed their arrival on this very day. Butch, the leader of the company's adventurers, made sure everything was perfect. After all, these visitors coming from far away were from the main Hephaestus company itself. The double doors opened as 5 individuals stepped foot into their building. Maids and butlers laid out a red carpet for their arrival, but they didn't seem to care that much at all and continued to walk forward. "I sincerely welcome you to our building." Butch's words tapered off as the fire-hooded figures continued to walk past him, completely ignoring his attempt at establishing relations. "There is no need for pleasantries. We are here for one thing only: establish dominance." One of the hooded figures picked up a sword from their large collection and bent its blade with no force required. "Do you know why your company is losing revenue?" the hooded figure asked. "It's because they are losing faith. They don't believe that the Hammerstone company is strong enough to deliver the best equipment." Butch lowered his head. "What shall we do?" "You shall do nothing, but continue to improve the quality of the swords and armors you make. That should be easy enough, seeing that you are all a part of the Hephaestus company, but we have a different job. We shall show that our strength is even better than the knights and the wizards. That is how we build trust." Meanwhile, in the shadows flickering in the chandeliers, there were 3 figures lurking above. It was Michael and the 2 orcs. From an outsider's perspective, Michael's entire body was as natural as the paint on the wall. If they looked directly at him, they would notice nothing and simply thought that he was part of the wooden ceilings up above. His mastery over mana allowed him to be completely devoid of it as well. There was no light mana emanating from his body, mistaking him as a non-living being, as an object. Of course, he could have just used the orc's shadow skill to obscure himself, but he thought that this was a better stealth option overall. "We have arrived here to solve the situation." "And solve it we will," said the hooded figure. Thanks to Naruto and Sasuke's timely report, Michael was able to witness the arrival of the hooded figures in the city. "Any idea who they are?" he asked the orcs, using the 2-star spell variable sound to transform the waves of his voice into a straight line that directly transmitted the sound to their ears without any leakage. "Rumor has it that they are part of an elite task force from the Hephaestus company trained to be elite soldiers," Naruto replied, showing Michael the written reports of his orc subordinates. Instead of sending a blacksmith, they sent out soldiers instead. This told Michael one thing: they planned to use strength to showcase their dominance, especially after their failure in the Tomb campaign. He heard from Fudge that Butch's main goal during that time was to be the first one to conquer the Tomb, which would gain them a lot of reputation within Angora City. But with their failure, they lost some of that reputation, which directly led to their sales plummeting down. And now, the Hephaestus company sent down elite soldiers to remedy this failure. The owner of the Hammerstone company is quite disappointed. He fully expected you to be able to reach rank 490 for this month around, but it seems it's more likely we get rank 496 instead. Butch bowed his head, ashamed. "I wish to convey my deepest apologies to the owner. As a direct descendant of Hephaestus, he deserves only the best of the best. This failure is mine." The hooded figure nodded, accepting Butch's apology. "But not to worry. We shall solve this problem in a matter of a few days, or else we would not have been called the Stone Cold Six." The rest of the Hammerstone employees hid their gasps at the revelation of their name. Their reputation as fearsome warriors triumphed even that of the Knights of the Order. Rumor has it that they could even defeat those that were 1 star higher than their own level. Soon, hopeful smiles flashed across the faces of every Hammerstone employee. With the appearance of the Stone Cold Six, Angora City would hopefully see the strength in their company again. Michael noticed that there were only 5 of them here in this room, meaning there was 1 missing. "I have already sent out one of our own to fulfill the first mission," said the hooded figure, "establishing dominance in the knightly court. Stone Cold Six will bring triumph against the knights, that you can be sure." Michael nodded to the 2 orcs in front of him. They heard everything they needed to hear. They sunk back down to their shadows and disappeared, with no one the wiser. Meanwhile, back in the knightly court, the friendly competition between the different knight factions were routinely going on their way. The Way of the Spear, the winner of the previous fight against the Sword Knight, was now the reigning champion within the court. He raised the green flag with the insignia of a spear stitched on the front, with the crowd cheering him on for his dominance. However, before he could be crowned as the winner of this competition, there was just 1 faction left remaining. It was the Way of the Axe, led by none other than Sir John. They were the true reigning champs of this competition. Sir John specifically had been quite the tough opponent to beat. It was even more apparent as the 2 knights fought. Sir John's axe was as heavy as a mountain, yet his swings were so fast as if he was wielding a rapier instead. It didn't take long before he won and became the champion of the competition. But just as Sir John was supposed to raise his flag in victory, someone from the crowd suddenly threw a cold blue glove towards the arena, landing just in front of him. Sir John eyed the glove and then looked towards the crowd. He knew what this meant. It was a formal challenge. "I humbly ask for your teachings," a hooded figure asked. As a proud knight, Sir John never shied away from a fight. He swore an oath to always honor a challenge. "Very well," Sir John said, scrutinizing the hooded figure. "But I will not hold back my strength, even for someone that is 1 star below my level." Even at a distance, Sir John was able to discern that his challenger was only a 4-star realm fighter. "It's only fair," the hooded figure smiled. Then he jumped onto the arena, taking off his hooded robe all in one move. He revealed himself to be a bald, manly figure encased in intricate icy blue armor. His muscles bulged perfectly in the metal, as if it was molded specifically for his body. The number 5 was stamped on his back armor. "What do I call you?" Sir John asked. "You can call me 5, the bald man replied. The crowd cheered in an uproar. The sudden appearance of this new challenger excited them to no end. Just from his armor alone, they knew that this would be an extremely entertaining fight. Whoa. Look at his armor. Isn't that the emblem of the Hammerstone Company? Oh yeah. It's stamped on his chest." Soon, everyone knew that this new challenger was adorned with a full Hammerstone armor set. Only the result of the duel would tell if the armor could withstand the heavy cleaving strikes of the famous Sir John. Meanwhile, Zion, Grieve, and Fudge finally returned to the arena after exploring every single barracks in the court. They became quite preoccupied with stuff since Fudge insisted on visiting every corner of the court so that he could spread his clones everywhere. "Oh, look, Fudge, you made us miss the fight," Zion said, his shoulders sagging in disappointment. "It's not my fault," Fudge said. As the two kept arguing, Grieve walked forward and looked through the crowd. Eventually, he saw a strange sight. Everyone in the crowd was silent, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Grieve looked down and saw Sir John on the ground with his axe split in half. He was panting while looking up at a figure in front of him. "He lost," Grieve uttered. Zion and Fudge eventually caught up and saw the scene for themselves. How could Bro John lose?" Zion asked. Just then, the figure who won the fight suddenly faced the crowd. "This is dominance. We are the best fighters in all of Angora City. Hammerstone Group will prevail, and no other company is better than us." Zion was triggered by those words. He was about to jump in when all of a sudden he felt a tap on his shoulder. He looked behind and saw Michael. "Before you go, I have a few gifts to give you," Michael said with a smile, raising his hand to bestow some new skills for Zion. With Chat JK3.5's mastery over physical art spells, Michael was able to whip up new skills customized specifically for Zion's talents. Information washed over to the young Dragonborn's head, giving him the magic theory required to turn his innate movements into something that was bathed in mana. He figured out how to draw deep from his unity cores and spread it to a specific muscle group with the right amount of force and quantity to release the maximum amount of power required. After the transfer was over, Zion's eyes glinted in understanding. "What do you think?" Michael asked. "Thank you, bro Mike. These are so good." Zion excitedly punched the air, a crisp whipping sound echoing in the arena. This small preview of strength was enough to catch the attention of the reigning champ below. The warrior named 5 looked up at the bleachers and squinted as he looked at Zion, scrutinizing the Dragonborn. "Hey bro, can I play next?" he asked 5, jumping down the steps to stand on top of the wooden railings. The bald man's eyes showed confusion as he felt the points of power within Zion to be lower than his. And upon using a monocle that determined a person's cultivation strength, 5 realized that the Dragonborn was only at the 3-star realm. Was that just a fluke? 5 muttered under his breath. For a brief second, he felt an explosion of mana from "Did you hear me?" Bro Zion asked, cupping his mouth outwards with his hands. "You wish to challenge me, I am willing to accept. But are you sure?" The crowd that was so silent once again erupted in hushed whispers. They had seen how dominant 5 was against even one of the best knights in the entire city. Sir John was of no match to him. It took less than a minute for the renowned 5-star knight to completely lose control of his own weapon. Somehow, 5 was able to completely overpower even the tremendous force of the axe and split it in half. This was a feat that silenced all knight supporters. Even though 5 was only in the 4-star realm, he was able to beat someone 1 star higher than his own cultivation. And now Zion wanted to challenge 5 while being 1 star lower than him. "Let's fight. You look fun," Zion said as he jumped down onto the arena, with dust particles exploding beneath his feet. Sir John, who was being carried away by his fellow knights, only had one thing to say to him. "Be careful," he said. Sir John had completely underestimated his opponent, leading to his humiliating loss. One of the greatest sins that a knight could commit was losing their weapon in battle. His mastery over the way of the axe should have prevented this from happening at all. Yet, it did. His weapons and armors are top-notch. "It's not the kind of thing that is produced here," he warned Zion. Of course, if he knew that 5 was part of an elite task force called the Stone Cold 6, directly from one of the biggest conglomerates in the world, then he would completely understand why his weapon was unable to survive. "No worries. It's just a fun little fight, Zion said, rotating his shoulders in preparation. It was as if he didn't even hear Sir John's warning in the first place. And why would he? His face showed no sign of worries that his weapons and armors would be destroyed like the others. It was made from Reborn. There was no better equipment to be had. Meanwhile, Five scrutinized Zion's face and swung his spear in the air. Blue frost permeated the weapon, with mist evaporating in the air. You are from the Reborn Company, are you not? Five said, pointing the tip at Zion. Of course, the guy did his research. It would be stupid of him to not know the very reason for their failure in the first place. Yeah, I am, Zion announced proudly, with Fudge cheering him on from the bleachers. The rest of the crowd began whispering to each other once again. Not a lot have heard about the Reborn Company and only knew their involvement in chocolates, so a lot of them were surprised when rumors began to spread about the Rebornians' exploits in the tomb. What? They're the one who conquered that discovery, yeah. And you know what I heard as well? They said that the Reborn guys were able to hold their own against the Knights and the Hammerstone group. That's how they emerged victorious in the tomb. I heard they use special weapons too, like real rare stuff. Wow, I should visit their armory then. Five bit his lips as he heard the discussion around them. Even though he put on a dominant show of force against the Knights, somehow, the Reborn Company was still able to steal it away from them. Five then spread his arms and looked at the ground. Listen here, every one of you. This is going to be a duel not only for ourselves, but for the company that we represent. Then he pointed his spear at Zion. Whoever shall win this battle will revel in the admiration and respect of every single person in attendance, and whoever loses will have to admit here, in the presence of everyone, that their company is the inferior of the two. A fire lit up in Zion's eyes. He looked back up at the stands and saw Michael and the rest of his friends looking over at him with a smile. Kick his ass, Fudge cheered. A good old-fashioned duel. Ho ho. I may not remember much, but I do know the triumphant feeling of a senior Fudge would say kicking someone's ass. I would like to see it again. Even Grieve was pumped up. Go have fun, Michael said to him with a thumbs up. That was the only permission Zion needed. He looked back at Five and gave him a thumbs up before turning it into a thumbs down. Let's fight. Five immediately rushed to Zion, with dust exploding out from behind him. His spear was pointed directly at the young Dragonborn's unarmored chest. Zion punched the air, with the force transferring into the air like a wave and reaching Five's body at the speed of sound. With a single slice of the spear, Five disrupted the punch's power before rushing forward with the tip towards Zion. The young Dragonborn skipped in place like a boxer, moving left and right rhythmically before dodging out of the spear headed towards his chest. When his thrust missed, Five swung his spear to try and reach Zion. But he was able to duck away at the last second, countering with an uppercut aimed towards the chin. Five stepped back, using the bottom of his spear as leverage, with Zoin's punch creating a huge shockwave up to the air, but hitting nothing else. The crowd stood up, surprised at the electric fight they were witnessing today. Zion smiled and looked at his opponent. He was just getting started. He charged towards Five, punching with a left jab. Five parried the punch with his spear, but that wasn't the end of Zion's attack. It was a 1-2 punch. Zion's immense speed and power left Five completely vulnerable as the Dragonborn landed a heavy punch to the liver. Zion's space-breaking punch sent Five shooting towards the wall. Everything happened so fast that the only thing that the audience could see was a blur before Five crashed into the wall, creating a reverberation in the arena and dust flying everywhere. The crowd got up their feet and tried to look beyond the cloud of dust to see if the fight was over. But as dirt settled, they saw Five standing perfectly still, with his cold blue armor perfectly preserved. There was no dent or scratch on his body. Even the smile on his face was enough evidence for everyone to know that Zion's punch was not able to do any significant damage to the bald man. Whoa, who is that demi-human? His punches are insane. But it's even more impressive that Five is able to take that punch head-on without even feeling anything. That armor must be amazing. I never knew Hammerstone could create such an amazing craft. Five smiled as he heard the compliments to his armor. This was precisely the reason why he let himself be hit. You were a good comparison for my armor. Now they know where to buy theirs if they want something good, he said to Zion. Sorry, but I'll have to finish this fight. A cold blue aura emanated from Five's body as air and water mana to combine into an icy spell in his body. Hephaestus Frosty Wind. Five screamed out, empowering the tip of his spear with a 4-star ice power. The crowd gasped as they saw that even the dust underneath his feet began to frost. Five lunged towards Zion, thrusting his cold-tipped spear to his chest. Zion sidestepped away at the very last second before a sharp icicle extended from the tipped spear and easily pierced through the wall behind the young Dragonborn. The bald man continued to swing his spear towards Zion. Unlike last time, each of his swings released a burst of powerful 4-star icicles that could pierce through even the toughest of steel armor. With each spear attack, Zion was forced to step back more and more. Winter Wonderland, 5 cried out as his legs began to turn completely icy blue. It was as if his whole leg was frozen into an iceberg. With the power manifested into his legs, 5 stomped on the ground, spreading frost and ice outwards. You can't keep running away forever, 5 taunted as he stepped forward and swung his spear at Zion. The ground beneath Zion's feet turned into a slippery ice terrain just before the cold-tipped spear arced towards him from above. 5 hoped that this would disorient the young Dragonborn and prevent him from stepping away in time from his spear attack. Yet he seemed to have underestimated his power. Zion simply punched the air, creating a shockwave that was enough to deflect the spear's trajectory, allowing the icicle to just slip past his ears. He then used a 1-2 punch beneath his feet, the shockwave creating a cracked crater on the ground, effectively destroying the flat terrain that made the ice become so slippery in the first place. Too late, 5 screamed out as he thrusted his spear towards Zion. Iced encasement, a blue ball of energy launched from the tip, freezing anything unfortunate enough to be caught in its trajectory. The frozen sphere of energy crashed upon contact, creating an iceberg that encased the young Dragonborn. At least it should have. 5's eyes widened as he saw the icicle start to melt just as fast as it was created. Mist and steam erupted from the iceberg because of how fast it was disintegrating. How Zion emerged from the iceberg completely unharmed. 5 thought that he would at least incur frostbite from being hit by a 4-star spell's direct impact. But then he noticed that the iceberg never encased Zion at all. There seemed to be an invisible spherical barrier that prevented the spell from reaching the Dragonborn's scales. It was what also melted the ice so quickly. Or I wanted to win without using the Unity defense, Zion said, disappointed at himself. In fact, he was the only one upset at himself. Everyone could see that he, a 3-star realm fighter, was able to withstand the full frontal attack of a 4-star spell. He even came out of it unscathed. That was supposed to be impossible. Well, whatever, Zion shrugged. I guess I have to use my real skills now. Zion took out a single piece of chocolate bar from his pockets and raised it in the air. He released it in his mouth and swallowed it whole. Then an explosion of power and aura permeated the arena. Even civilians who had no idea about cultivation felt the immense spike in power from Zion. 5 stood in the arena, with his face completely contorted into confusion. He slowly took out a monocle from his pockets and placed it on his eye before staring directly at Zion. There he saw 4 points of light in his abdomen. He was in the 4-star realm. This is impossible. He cried out. Even the best cultivation pills found in the market couldn't have possibly created such a drastic change in power. This was the power of superior sugar rush. Consumption of chocolate immediately boosted his power by 1-star realm. Are you ready? Zion asked. Try and hit me. The young Dragonborn rushed towards the flustered 5, but immediately after sensing danger, the bald man sobered up and took his spear in self-defense. 5 thrusted his spear 20 times in a matter of a second, leaving no chance for Zion to come close to him. If he tried, then icicles would pierce through his body, but Zion still pressed through. He put both of his hands on his chin and ducked downwards before weaving left and right as he moved towards the barrage of spear thrusts. Dempsey roll, he whispered. Zion's body began to blur, making it seem like there were afterimages beside him. Seeing this chance, 5 pierced his spear directly towards Zion. The Dragonborn didn't even try to duck away, but surprisingly enough, 5's spear passed right through Zion's head. It was as if he pierced through only a mirage. Panicked, 5 increased the intensity of his spear thrusts while stepping backwards. Ice particles began to shimmer in the air, but none of them were able to touch a single scale on Zion's body. The young Dragonborn continued to weave left and right, completely dodging every spear that came his way. How? 5 was now face to face with Zion, with the advantage of his long spear already long gone. In a last-ditch attempt, 5 encased his entire spear with sharp icicles growing out of the shaft and swung it towards Zion, but Zion just ducked under it quite easily. And while squatting down, Zion began to gather up all the power inside his right fist. Unity mana, powered by the sugar rush, began to course through his veins and give him tremendous power. Zion looked up at 5 and saw a panicked expression on his face. He smiled and prepared his finishing move. Gazelle Punch. Zion burst upwards with an uppercut, hitting 5 squarely on his stomach and sending him flying outwards. 5 was sent crashing into the wall, creating a large dust explosion that covered everything down below. The audience got up off their seats once again and waited until the dust settled. A few seconds later, they saw him. And unlike last time, 5 was not able to brush off Zion's attack like it was nothing. He laid down on the floor, groaning and crying in pain as he held his stomach. "Oh, that was so fun," Zion said, shuffling his feet, ready to go another round. "Gah. Oh. Impossible," he muttered, grasping at the dust on the ground. The audience looked at Zion and shouted to the top of their lungs, cheering at his dominant display of power. Whoa, he just defeated a 4-star fighter. How did he become so powerful all of a sudden? Did you see what he ate? Wasn't that chocolate? So it's true that if you eat chocolate, you become a lot stronger. He'll have to buy a whole crate today. That's not all. He was able to defend against the frost of the other guy because of some strange invisible shield he had. Do you think that it's from one of their armors? Hey, let's visit their armory later. It was a clear display of dominance. Zion showed a powerful burst of strength, as well as an enduring defense that could take even the power of a 4-star ice fighter. Yeah, I knew my junior would win, Fudge screamed. Serves him right. Excellent display of fighting skills, Grieve commented. Zion reveled in the applause, taking in all the cheers and claps coming his way. He performed a few light jabs for the audience, which seemed to have riled them up even further. But unbeknownst to the audience, Five was not yet done. He secretly took out a white pill from his pockets and chewed on it with his teeth. The pill broke into a powdery mess, which was instantly absorbed into his body. Whatever he ate seemed to have contained copious amounts of mana as his body began to go wild. The new supply of this energy allowed his body to temporarily fix the 8 broken ribs in his chest and fix all the internal injuries he sustained from Zion's gazelle punch. However, the side effects of this consumption seemed to have reddened his eyes and made his face twitch uncontrollably. Whoa, watch out. Suddenly, Five burst out towards Zion with renewed strength. However, the Dragonborn swiftly turned around and faced his opponent once again. Only now did the other people notice that Zion suddenly wielded black gauntlets with violet cracks all over it. The appearance of this weapon took away everyone's attention. They couldn't seem to stop looking at it. Unfortunately for them, Zion raised his gauntlets and performed a straight jab with his right hand, meeting with the tip of Five's spear. The two weapons collided, creating sparks in the middle of the arena. Magically adept people then began to notice an unusually strong amount of multi-elemental mana bursting out of Zion's gauntlets. It was so powerful, in fact, that it began to overpower the renewed vigor of Five's attacks. Coup. If it weren't for the pill Five consumed, he would have immediately recognized the power hidden within Zion's gauntlets and knew the eventual result of crossing weapons with him. But his newfound power messed with his logical reasoning. The gauntlets exploded in power, pushing the tip of the spear backwards. The force was enough to bend the shaft unnaturally, before it became too much and splintered into 1,000 pieces. But that wasn't the end of that. Zion's gauntlet followed through and eventually reached 5 square in his chest. The bald man's icy blue armor began to permeate with frost, trying to fight the power of unity from the gauntlets. Five's face crumpled as he tried to stubbornly withstand the force of the punch. But eventually, the ice in his armor began to melt. The water and air mana being supplied to the chest plate was counteracted by the fire and earth mana present in the unity-powered gauntlet. The icy blue armor that imitated the long-withstanding and eternal icebergs of the Arctic released a final burst of energy before losing all its color and power. The metal chestplate crumpled from Zion's punch, completely destroying the armor and leaving it no good for anything but scraps. Five looked at his own armor with disbelief, his red eyes not enough to convey his grief and frustration. It was only now that he looked up at Zion and realized that he lost. "You win," Five muttered with the last of his strength. He collapsed on the floor, ending the fight entirely. The crowd was silent for a second, before erupting in an even bigger applause. They began throwing all sorts of congratulatory gifts towards Zion. The young Dragonborn looked at all the towels, flags, and handkerchiefs before raising his hand in triumph. "I am a Rebornian," he proclaimed, and with his words, the audience began to chant Reborn in honor of his win against Five. Isn't Hammerstone armor supposed to be stronger than that? That demi-human completely destroyed that guy's armor. We gotta talk about his gauntlets. What kind of power was that? It felt like it could even destroy a mountain. Reborn, reborn, reborn. I'm going to be a fan of their products from now on. I want to have their chocolates and armor. Even the knights from the court began to congratulate the young Dragonborn. He was able to successfully restore their honor by beating Five so badly that even his armor was destroyed. Meanwhile, Michael clapped for Zion from the stands as well. Seeing the power of customized physical art skills really solidified the importance of this new upgrade for Chat JK3. 5. He wasn't even sure that the Dempsey roll and Gazelle punch skills would work, because it was something he only saw in his previous life. But his personal AI assistant was able to convert those normal moves into something powered by mana. There were plenty of other moves Michael could borrow from his life on modern Earth, some of which would fit perfectly for the other Dragonborns. Speaking of whom, Michael's shadow contorted in front of him as Shayna's voice echoed from the other side. "Lord Michael, I heard my little brother's having a lot of fun." Michael scratched his head awkwardly. "Ah, yeah, it's just a little experiment. I would like to remind you, Lord Michael, that it is customary for elder siblings to be the first one to receive gifts. Oh. Oops, the line is breaking up. Signal's too low here. Michael got out of that conversation as fast as possible, even if his excuse didn't even make sense. The Dragonborns will serve as great generals of their own, said Grieve. I'm not sure about their talent to lead an army, but their strengths are definitely enough to be considered as a leader at least, I think so. Michael also couldn't see Zion becoming all serious and leading an army himself. But the young Dragonborn was definitely full of surprises. After the fight in the arena, Michael and the Dragonborns taught the knights how to drink beer properly, with one hand on waist and chugging a mug in one go. They may have inadvertently become a bad influence to the righteous knights. The afterfight party was small, consisting only of the knights and Michael and his group. The squires immediately surrounded Zion, asking him if he could teach them some of his moves. Those who chose to become a part of the Way of the Gauntlets were the ones who asked with a little bit more fervor in their voice, "Teach us, please. The way you punch is so fast and quick. I've never even seen someone duck and dodge like you. And those gauntlets, can you show us, is it really made out of mithril artifacts?" Zion graciously accepted all the compliments with a humble tone, saying that what he did was nothing special and all that. But of course, the smirk on his face said that he was enjoying the attention everyone was giving him. He began punching the air and shuffling his feet, performing his shadow box training session for the knights. Michael noticed that the squires and knights from the Way of the Gauntlets were similar to the boxers of the olden days in his previous life. Their postures were completely rigid, with their hands just awkwardly positioned in the front. It seemed that the boxing techniques in this world were not yet that advanced, seeing as they were completely bewildered by a simple feet shuffle. Michael, while the other knights were having fun with Grieve, Fudge, and Zion, he was approached by Sir John, who was walking on clutches on both sides. "Are you recovering well?" he asked Sir John, and the knight replied with a nod. "My body can walk tomorrow, but my mind needs more time to recover. My axe is my lifeline. The fact that it broke means that I should have died in that arena." Michael consoled him. "You didn't know," he said. "I heard that 5 was someone from a conglomerate called the Hephaestus Company." "Ah. I see, then it is no wonder that my weapon was not up to standard. It also explains why he is not yet recovered by his team." "What do you mean?" Sir John explained that after the fight, the knights nursed 5 back to health. Usually he should have been recovered by the Hammerstone Company by now to be treated at their building, but no one had claimed him yet. This meant that 5 was most probably abandoned by his company. Those conglomerates are quite strict. A single failure can be enough for you to be fired and cast aside. It seems that whatever 5 was trying to do in the arena, he was unable to fulfill it, leading to his dismissal. Michael found it to be a cold-blooded act, but that's just the way things go. Even in his previous world, a single mistake could cost anyone their job, and seeing as 5 was strong enough to defeat a 5-star knight like Sir John, he would have no trouble finding another employment in another company. By the way, what was that pill that he consumed? It was most probably a cultivation pill. Usually, those are only consumed during meditation in order to increase the amount of mana intake into the body, but he used it while in an active state, which led to all sorts of side effects on his body. Sir John then looked at Michael awkwardly, as if he was having trouble if he wanted to say something or not. "This leads me to a favor I need to ask of you. What is it? Our whole knightly court wishes to procure chocolates and armor directly from your company." Michael's eyebrows raised, intrigued at the proposition. "We saw how inadequate our equipment is, and we are in dire need of an upgrade. Your weapons and armors have proven to be of the best quality we have seen in recent years." Of course, Michael said yes. Becoming the weapon and armor supplier of the Angora City Knightly Court was a big opportunity that should not be let go. Although, I do have to remind you that chocolates have no real effects, right? We Rebornians just have a special skill that allows us to take advantage of its properties. Sir John still insisted on having chocolates become a part of the deal. "Even if the effects are not as substantial as young Zion over there, we still feel a little bit of improvement upon eating chocolates. And even if it is just a figment of our imagination, we have become addicted to its sweet taste. Even now, the knights were eating chocolate while drinking beer at the tables." Michael eventually acquiesced and struck a deal with Sir John and the rest of the knights. And before they shook hands, Sir John had one last request. "Oh, and can we also get more beer after the celebrations in the court?" Michael and the others returned to their headquarters in the city. They returned to Welcome's Inn, which was now completely covered in a large cloth enclosure that obscured the whole building from the outside. The sounds of muffled hammering echoed on the outside, revealing that there was construction going on under the blanket. This was all part of Michael's plan to renovate the whole building and turn it into Reborn's Angora City headquarters. Upon passing through the cloth clover, Michael saw that the whole building was destroyed from the inside, and the wooden structures were replaced with concrete pillars for more stability. The new and old Rebornians made their homes in makeshift concrete rooms on the bottom floor. Michael saw that the red Mankeys from the arena earlier had successfully reunited with their relatives here. They thanked Michael immensely for his help and asked if there was anything they could do to make it up to him. Since their talent laid in fighting rather than constructing, there wasn't any job they could do right now, so he suggested they follow Grieve for now. The undead general skeleton quickly took control of the red Mankeys and began making them do all sorts of physical construction jobs to toughen up their bodies. "Welcome home, Lord Michael." Shayna greeted Michael and reported to him everything that happened while he was away. Thankfully, nothing out of the ordinary. "Did you have a productive day?" Una asked. He told her the deal he struck with Sir John and the Knights, which gained him approval from the diplomat. "Now, you just need to meet with the Magic Tower and gain their approval. Those two factions will be enough to persuade the Duke to let your Golden Road pass through Angora City. I'm planning on doing it tomorrow," he said to her. In the meanwhile, since he wasn't going to do anything tonight, Michael ended up helping the Rebornian engineers with the construction of the headquarters. And with his mastery over mana, the progress skyrocketed, allowing them to completely finish construction in a matter of hours. By the time the sun rose in the sky, the new building was ready to be unveiled to the general public of Angora City. Reborn became the talk of the city because of yesterday's fight in the arena. Word was spread quite fast, which prompted a lot of people to search for the Reborn company all over. That was until they were led by some soldiers into a grand building in the middle of the street. Reborn company, huh? Where did this stone building come from? Early in the morning, the citizens of Angora City woke up to the sight of a huge stone building erected in the middle of the street. This was definitely not here before because they would have remembered the sophisticated architecture of the structure. Reborn company, you mean the people who conquered the tomb? I only knew them for chocolates. Didn't you hear about yesterday? They defeated someone from the Hammerstone group. Eventually, a crowd had gathered in the front, bringing in more curious citizens looking to find some answers. Suddenly, the revolved around itself to reveal a pleasant-looking woman wearing a dress. She looked at the crowd in front of her and bowed to them in deference. "Welcome to the Reborn department store, dear valued customers. You are now free to enter," she said. The curious onlookers broke out in hushed whispers, hesitant in taking the woman's words for the truth. They had never heard of a department store before. "Please come in and take a look at our wares." She walked back to the revolving door, with some people bravely following her in, and when they saw what was inside, they were completely stunned and bewildered. Everywhere they could see, there were shelves upon shelves containing a variety of metal equipment and armors of all kinds. Everything shone even in the dim light, exhibiting its high quality from even far away. Each shelf had a specific equipment stored. On the very left side were for arm braces and gauntlets only, while the one next to it were meant for chest plates and shoulder armors. People began to walk through the shelves until they reached the very end, where a counter was located. There were several demi-human employees behind the desk who bowed politely at the potential customers. "Well, sirs, mesdames, would you like to try our new chocolate desserts?" Beside the desk were crates and boxes full of chocolate goodies. There were visual depictions of a man and woman eating chocolates with a satisfied smile on their faces, which stimulated the appetite of anyone looking at them. One of their very first customers approached the desk shyly. I would like to buy a bar of chocolates," he said. The attendants on the other side smiled at the customer. "Of course. Would you like to buy our new leather shirt that is both stylish and protective? If you buy one now, you can avail an entire box of chocolates for yourself for only 100 gold altogether." The man immediately nodded and pushed a sack of gold to the counter, receiving his new shirt and box of chocolate. The other people who heard this couldn't help themselves and bought one for themselves as well. It was too good of a deal. Michael looked down the balcony overlooking the entire department store. It had been a couple of hours since they opened up their new headquarters to the public, and already, the entire floor was being swarmed by adventurers and civilians alike. As soon as the first satisfied customer left the building, the news spread like wildfire. People began visiting this obscure part of the city just to take a look at the Reborn department store that seemingly got constructed overnight. It was an unbelievable story to most of them, which was quickly proven true once they visited the actual building. Curiosity was what pushed people to enter the building. Quality products were what forced them to stay and buy one for themselves. "Look. This uncommon Mankey armor set looks durable while being easy to move through," said one of the adventurers pouring through the armor on display. "This one looks like that Dragonborn we saw yesterday in the arena. It even has the same fiery red color," said one of his friends, pointing at the armor set inspired by Zion, which was currently displayed in a glass. "I know. I want to buy that rare Dragonborn chestplate, but it's too expensive for me. The incredible display that Zion put yesterday increased the reputation of Reborn products in the city. Almost everyone heard about it by now, and timely enough, they could now purchase their own Reborn armor here. Zion's weapon and armor triumphed against Hammerstone equipment. That was enough assurance for people to believe that Reborn's quality was top-notch, leading them to buy it in droves. Even civilians who had not held a single weapon in their hands ended up purchasing leather armors and decorative weapons just for their pleasure. Congratulations, this uncommon Rebornian steel sword comes with 10 free chocolate bars. Enjoy, said one of the cashiers as they handed out the customer's sword in a grand wooden box with the symbol R carved on it. Sweet. Zion's consumption of chocolate during the fight also helped increase the popularity of chocolates, with others believing that they could also become super strong like him upon consumption. All in all, the first day of business in Angora City turned out to be extremely good. Business is doing well, Lord Michael. Shayna approached Michael with a bunch of papers in her hands. It sure is. I have heard from the Shadow Orcs that a lot of the companies in the city expressed their surprise at our new department store, she said, looking at her papers. It's only natural, he replied. I'm sure they're trying to find out how we were able to accomplish such a big construction job in just under a day. Should I instruct the Shadow Orcs to create illusions and mislead their investigations? Michael shook his head. No, let them find out about concrete. Shayna's eyes lit up once she understood Michael's intentions. I see. Once they find out about concrete, they will inevitably contact you to purchase their own supply. Yup, he replied, smiling. More this rumor spreads, the less we have to do to advertise our products. The female Dragonborn respectfully bowed at Michael, once again surprised at his genius. Well then, I shall make sure that they accidentally find concrete in our inventory. Shayna left, leaving Michael all alone with just his shadow. Naruto, Sasuke. What did you find out about the Stone Cold 6 maybe? I should call them Stone Cold 5 now since they're down one member. The two Shadow Orcs emerged from his shadow, kneeling. Just like the other companies, they are surprised that we were able to create such a big project. They are even more surprised that it has garnered a lot of customers on the very first day of our opening, which has directly caused theirs to plummet, said Naruto. What did they say about 5? They are shocked at his loss, but attribute it to nothing more than the failure of 5, and not the strength of Zion. They still don't consider the appearance of mithril artifacts as real, and they just think that Zion used some kind of special weapons and armors, said Sasuke, completing the report. Michael thanked the two Shadow Orcs, who had been stationed this whole time in the Hammerstone Company to survey their surroundings. Continue surveillance, he said to them, and the two descended back into the shadows. With his preparations done, Michael set his sights onto the tallest spire in the entire city, the Angora City Magic Tower. Michael lets the Rebornians take care of the matters in the new department store and journey out to the city in search of the Magic Tower, which wasn't that hard since all he had to do was look up, and he could see its towering structure piercing up to the heavens. Once he reached the base, he came into the familiar sight of the strange black material that the whole tower was made out of. Everything looked the same as the tower back in Kingsbridge City with barely any difference. The tower here was more plentiful with water mana, but that was about it. Its very entrance was a large arcing structure, which was a portal that led directly inside. He walked through its swirling green liquid. And as he did, he now only realized that the magic structure of this portal was similar to the pocket dimension he came through in the tomb. This one was a lot more sophisticated, with complicated intertwinement of mana and use of exotic materials, while the one at the tomb used a very crude form. Of course, he absorbed anything he could glean from the portal. As he stepped foot over the portal, he found himself inside the tower that opened up to a room with a large domed ceiling. There were mages and wizards walking around with books in their hands, completely preoccupied with whatever they were doing to even give a glimpse at him. They wore robes and coned hats, with some even having magical spells weaved onto the very fabric itself. He realized that it probably helped increase their magic power, but only marginally. It was like a single drop compared to a whole bucket like the mithril artifact. He walked through the hallways, seeing moving paintings conversing with him or the other mages that passed by them. Now that he was a little bit more adept in magic, Michael saw through the whole magical structure behind it. It contained intertwining complicated magic theories that allowed the figure in the painting to move like a real human. But seeing no light mana present in their bodies, he knew that they were not a living being at all. They were more akin to the robot animatronics back in his previous life. Although they moved like a real human, they only did so because they were programmed to do so. Maybe this could be good for an advertisement billboard, Michael thought to himself. After exploring the first floor of the Magic Tower, he came across a certain hallway that was quite familiar to him. He followed it down and led him to a library, and even from far away, he could hear that familiar sound of wooden clicks and clacks echoing from the inside. Michael walked closer and saw the library, which was filled with mages and wizards facing each other with a wooden board on top of their square tables. They were playing reborn chess. This was a nostalgic sight for him, as this was where he got most of his mystical art spells. He had to hustle a win against unsuspecting wizards who would never have thought that he was the one who created reborn chess in the first place. I heard that this is how you met Cerberus, Tracheus said, shimmered into existence beside Michael. Yeah, did he tell you how? Oh yes. How? He is still salty about it after all this time. He keeps warning me and everyone he could talk to that we should never fight against you in a battle of reborn chess, or else we'll lose all our dignity. Too bad. I was planning on challenging you to a game, Michael chuckled, remembering the white-bearded old man. We can play, but no bets, ha. I don't want to end up like Cerberus. Michael and the Tower Master took up a spot in one of the tables below, which garnered a lot of attention from the mages and wizards playing. Whoa, the Tower Master is playing. Who is that boy? Isn't this bullying? Fighting a child is not fair, Tower Master. Tracheus simply laughed upon hearing the words of his colleagues. Don't you know who this guy is? He asked them. He then picked up one of the boards and flipped it over, revealing a simple but imposing symbol R etched in the middle, the Reborn Company. Most mages knew about their names solely from the chessboards they played with every day. And since these mages were essentially hermits who never left their towers unless absolutely necessary, they didn't hear much about them aside from that. He's the owner of Reborn, Tracheus revealed. The mages and wizards took a look at Michael again, disbelief forming in their faces. They thought that the creator of this game was someone as old and wizened as the Tower Master, but it turned out to be a product from an 11-year-old boy. No way. Michael started off the game, moving his pawn 2 blocks forward. Your new department store is truly something to behold. Even we were caught unaware, the Tower Master said, mirroring Michael's move. It's all due to our proprietary products, of course, with the help of a little bit of magic, he replied, moving his knight piece. A lot of companies are knocking on our doors about that, asking if we had anything to do with the construction. They don't believe that stone could be built that fast. Of course, we told them no. Our magic tower remains to be a neutral party in the matters of commerce and business. Did they believe you? Michael asked, capturing a pawn. Most of them did, but there was one group that was quite adamant. You probably know them by now, seeing as they are your biggest competitor in Angora City. Michael looked up at Tracheus. Hammerstone Company, he guessed. Yes, since they are the sub-company of the Hephaestus conglomerate, their influence was quite hard to deflect. They are willing to pay a lot of money to have us help them construct a similar department store in their territory. But we told them that even with all the money in the world, we can't help them in that regard, Tracheus replied, moving his queen to a more favorable position. I have noticed that they are quite aggressive in their attempts to become the dominant company in the city. Why is that? Michael asked inquisitively. Tracheus waved his hand and cast a simple silence spell in a sphere around them to make sure that the spectators couldn't hear his next words. It's because they're planning on creating a monopoly in the city, Tracheus revealed. They want to become the sole provider of everything metal, and by doing so, the owner of Hammerstone will stand a better chance in competing. Michael raised his eyebrow. Competing in what there is a current competition going around in the Queen's region. Angora City is still far away from the heart of the region to feel its effects, but we will be inevitably involved in it. Sub-companies of the conglomerates like the Hammerstone Company are making big moves in order to gain more money and territories at an increasingly fast rate. I hear they're planning to make their own golden roads. Michael showed genuine surprise. He thought that he was the only one in the entire region making a golden road. After all, the original one had been abandoned and left in the dust all those years ago. They're building their own golden roads, he asked, incredulous at the coincidence. Who would have thought that people would start their own projects just as he started his? Yes, Tracheus confirmed, moving his bishop piece to the corner. It has been an open secret to leaders like us that a competition has started between the up and coming companies in the Queen's region. At first, we thought that they were simply having a friendly rivalry among them with no specific goal in mind other than profit. But then we noticed that all of those companies were connected to the main conglomerates controlling the global market today. That is no coincidence. What's weird about it is that the conglomerates themselves aren't the one making the moves. It's their sub-companies. You don't know anything about this. I am sure the Vanderbilt family is participating in this too, with your cousins or aunts and uncles making moves with their companies. He shook his head. Even though he was part of the Vanderbilt family, he was barely related to them in name. He wasn't surprised that he wasn't informed about any of this. His grandfather didn't even show up when Michael awakened his supreme talent. Probably none of them even know about the Reborn business. So it was safe to say that he was never going to be included in the Vanderbilt business, which in all honesty he didn't care about. Whatever they were planning, he wasn't going to be involved. at least not in the name of Vanderbilt. I can see why they would want to start their own golden road, he said, pondering. The potential for profit is extremely high in the short term and in the long term. To be honest, I am wondering why they never even tried it before now. He only started the project because he coincidentally arrived in Orcus town, where it all started back in the olden times. So this makes him all wonder why now he asked Tracheus. Is there a reason why they suddenly think building a golden road is profitable? Tracheus went silent for a moment and made another move on the chessboard. This is only a conjecture of mine, an educated guess if you will, but I think it all has to do with the current agreement between the Ocean King and the Draconic Queen. Michael stared at Tracheus, wanting him to continue his words. Long story short, the agreement between the two rulers now allows for easier and faster travel between continents. This means that we'll probably see a lot of tourists from other parts of the world in the coming years. I am sure you already see the importance in controlling the Golden Road. Michael was stunned. He never knew that such a huge shift in global politics had occurred without him even knowing about it. He could already see the implications of this with regards to tourism. It was no wonder that companies now were pouring billions and billions of gold coins in order to get a great start in the upcoming in tourists later. By controlling the Golden Road, they could control the flow of tourists and commerce. Michael felt incredibly lucky that he stumbled upon Orcus town and found the Golden Road. Due to total coincidence, he was able to unknowingly prepare the Reborn company to compete in the tourism. To be honest, I am building my own Golden Road, he confessed to Tracheus. This seemed to have surprised the old man quite a bit. And you knew nothing about the agreement between the two rulers beforehand? Michael shook his head. How? Tracheus laughed, making the spectators around them wonder why the tower master was laughing without any sound. What's so funny? It's nothing. I just find it incredibly satisfying at my old friend Cerberus' misfortune. He has always expressed his regret about you not becoming a fully fledged wizard because of your immense talent. Now I see that your business acumen may be even more monstrous than we think. You have inherited your grandfather's intuition, making you all the more suited to continue your path as a businessman. Michael scratched his nose awkwardly. Let's get back to the topic at hand. You're building your own golden road where Neo-Orcus. It was previously known as Orcus Town until they joined our nation. Tracheus creased his forehead, trying to remember where he heard the name Orcus Town when it suddenly hit him. That place isn't that where the original Golden Road was located. How were you able to do all of that? Last I heard, they were getting plagued by frequent earthquakes and aggressive orcs. Michael explained everything to Tracheus, how he arrived at the place, how he renovated its structures, and how he reunited the two orc tribes. The Tower Master was so engrossed in Michael's story that he completely forgot to make a move on the board for an entire 2 minutes. Amazing, he uttered. The original Golden Road is a tried and true method to efficiently disperse commerce throughout the Queen's region. If you are able to complete its construction, I think you may have a chance at winning whatever game they're playing. Michael wasn't doing it for their competition, but it wouldn't hurt to win something as well, whatever that was. One of my current goals in Angora City is to ask the Duke for permission to allow the construction of my Golden Road here. Do you think that you could help me out? Put in a good word, Michael asked politely. This kind of favor wasn't that easy to fulfill since the Guild of Arcana always tries to remain neutral in these sorts of earthly affairs. You are not the first one to ask me about this, Tracheus revealed, squinting. I have already been approached by a certain company within Angora to try and gain the favor of the Magic Tower. Michael looked at the chessboard and uttered the name on the tip of his tongue. Hammerstone. Tracheus nodded. Yes. The owner of the Hammerstone company is a direct descendant from the Hephaestus conglomerate. As you may have experienced for yourself, the Hammerstone company has been trying to increase their value for a while now. He wants to prove to us and everyone else in Angora that they are the company that has the best potential to reach the greatest heights. How the Golden 500. He is the only one in the city with that kind of credential, which is truly impressive on its own. And by increasing his rank by at least one place, he can prove that he can lead a company to a successful future. A confused look was painted on Michael's face. Why would he want to prove that? Because he wants to become the main sponsor for Angora City. He wants us to become part of his assets in the upcoming Golden Road War between the sub-companies. This will ensure that he has enough allies to contend against his peers. Michael stayed silent and thought it through. The Hammerstone company wants to make Angora City to be a part of its Golden Road, he asked quietly. Not just that, Tracheus sighed. I have a feeling that if we side with the Hammerstone company, we will be caught up in their fight as well. And as unfortunate as it may sound, this Golden Road War will have to shed some blood. Michael pursed his lips. He disliked violence, but acknowledged the need for it in certain circumstances. Ideally, he wanted everything to be solved amicably, but not everyone was going to think the same. Then you should just refuse them, he said matter-of-factly. That is the problem. There is reason to believe that if we don't side with them now, then eventually some other company is going to want to force us to side with them. Companies are trying to get their hands on as many territories as possible, becoming the dominant monopoly in their market. And by influencing the leaders of those territories, they can ensure that no other company could build their business within it. Our city may not feel it yet, but we are going to get involved one way or another. It's just a matter of who we side with or who we make enemies with. Michael could see the dilemma facing the Tower Master. He could understand how he may feel trapped between a boulder and a hard place. If they side with the Hammerstone Company, then they may be forced onto a fight they never asked for. And if they don't side with the Hammerstone Company, then they may not have any allies if some other company comes knocking in the future. But now that I know that you're planning on building the Golden Road here, then my decision is easy. I will cast my vote onto Reborn. Michael's face lit up. Really, thank you, he said genuinely. Tracheus couldn't help but chuckle after seeing Michael's response. You still quite underestimate yourself. Anyone would gladly side with you if they knew that you were the only one that can produce mithril artifacts in the world. Not only that, but those automobiles that you showed off a couple of days ago were something that anyone with a decent mind could see as a revolutionary product. In my mind, even if your company hasn't entered the Golden 500 ranking, it is already at the top of the list purely for potential. Michael laughed awkwardly and looked at the Tower Master. So I'm guessing that's your request to get a mithril artifact for yourself. Ho ho ho, was I that obvious? Michael nodded, promising to give him a gift. Since you are a friend of Cerberus, I will gladly procure a specialized mithril wand for you. Your speciality is water mana, right? Tracheus nodded with a little bit of surprise. I didn't think that you could sense my mastery over water mana so easily, but I guess that's why they call you a genius. Thank you. With their conversation done, Michael moved his queen towards the very corner of the board, away from all the action. By the way, I have just one tiny request from you, he asked the Tower Master. What is it? Tracheus half-heartedly answered, as he was still trying to figure out the reason for Michael's move. I want to visit your magic library. Only now did Tracheus realize the magnitude of Michael's previous move. It was a discovery check, with Michael's bishop having line of sight towards his king after the removal of the queen. From there was no other move left. Checkmate, Michael said with a smile. Yowl, let me see the magic library. Right, thank you. Tracheus slumped back to his chair, laughing in despair as he was completely bested without him even knowing about it. After the game, Tracheus led Michael to the very top floor of the magic tower. Just like the one back in Kingsbridge City, this was where the Tower Master lived for the majority of the day. He saw books and magic scrolls neatly placed in floating shelves. There were also magic circles inscribed on blackboards using white powder, and most eye-catching of them all was the giant sphere of floating lights in the middle of the room. This was the magic library, where all the magic in this tower was stored. This contained both basic and unique spells, Tracheus said. Basic spells are those that are readily available to the public and can be obtained by buying our magic scrolls. Unique spells, on the other hand, are more rare as they can only be found here or on other magic towers. Tracheus explained that all the studying and experimentations done by the mages and wizards of this tower were getting stored in this very room itself. All their hard work in creating, formulating, and testing, new spells were condensed in each node floating in a circular orbit in the sphere. In other words, asking to access or even just see this magic library could be considered as an invasion of privacy. I appreciate it, was all Michael could say. Tracheus laughed. Since Cerberus already asked him a favor to accommodate Michael, Tracheus already planned on letting him see the magic library. It was also good to let an amazing mystic genius like Michael to learn as much as he could so that it could benefit the community in the future. And since Michael was planning on giving him a mithril artifact as a gift, it would be extremely greedy for him not to let him take a glimpse at the magic library. After all, even a tiny piece of mithril sold for a whole lot more. Of course, he didn't know that just a single touch was all chat JK3. 5 needed to completely devour all the knowledge hidden inside the library. I will be down in the tower practicing my chess skills, so take your time, Tracheus said, teleporting out of the room to give Michael some privacy. Michael didn't waste any more time and approached the giant globe of floating lights. He raised his hand and touched one of the lights, creating a ripple effect among the interconnected lines. Accessing Magic Library, downloading all its contents. Progress to next update, 50. 64 progress to next update, 65 32 progress to next update, 73. 9 Michael closed his eyes as a flood of information washed over his mind. It felt like physical books and magical scrolls were zooming towards him and crashing into his head at fast speeds. With how fast they were going, he could barely see a glimpse of what was inside, but as soon as it entered his head, he learned all its contents as if it was there in the first place, and it was only now did he remember it. As he consumed knowledge, the magic library sphere shimmered for a brief second as it couldn't handle the hungry devourer called ChatJK3. 5. Progress to next update, 84. 81. Progress to next update, 91. 42. The progress continued to increase until finally, it reached the maximum. Progress to next update, 100. Initiating software update. Michael opened his eyes, completely unaware of how much time had passed. Hello, Michael. I am ChatJK4 and I am here to be of your service. Just ask anything you want and I will try my best to answer it. The disembodied voice of his personal AI assistant brought him back to the real world. I feel different, he said to ChatJK4. Yes, Michael. This new software update allowed me to consolidate all the basic physical and mystical art spells that you have gathered throughout the years. I have taken it upon myself to optimize your mana flow to maximize its efficiency. He looked at his own body and barely even felt the unity mana course through his veins, which was quite impressive for how volatile and powerful they were. It was smooth now, perfectly mixing the mana flow for his mystical and physical arts in the most efficient way. But it wasn't just him who felt different. ChatJK4 felt different too. It looked like he was talking to an actual human assistant now. Back then, the voice was indeterminate and wasn't an actual sound that he could hear. Now, he heard the voice of a feminine woman loud and clear. ChatJK4, what are the new features of this software update? Although there may not seem such a drastic change in your capabilities, I can assure you that your potential for magic has received a substantial increase. Try to feel the mana in your body, ChatJK4 said. Michael closed his eyes and used his supreme skill to observe his mana. I feel so much more in tune with my body and the unity magic within it, he said, a smile forming on his face. He could control the entirety of his mana with much more finesse, allowing him to exert fine and complex control needed for things like magic spells. Does this mean what I think it means? He asked ChatJK4, excitement growing on his face. You are now able to use unity mana for your magic spells. She said plainly. This was a huge accomplishment for Michael. All this time he had mastery over all the 8 known elements of the world. He could control them and cast any spell he knew without a problem. However, he was never able to use all of it simultaneously. He could do 2 at a time, 3 at a time, or maybe even 4 at a time, but not all 8. This was because no spell that he knew of required the need for all 8 elemental mana. He guessed that the reason for this was because of the natural volatility of unity mana, tending to explode uncontrollably rather than be part of a complex and delicate magic theory. But now, Michael felt like he could create the very first unity spells. He didn't know what that would entail for now since this was like stepping into the complete unknown, but he was excited for it. The possibilities were endless, he just had to find the right one. ChatJK4, can you create a magic spell using Unity? Yes, but I must warn you that I cannot synthesize complicated magic spells for now. My understanding of Unity mana is still too shallow for me to properly create a magic theory that will not explode in your face. ChatJK almost sounded a bit disappointed in itself. That's fine, I understand that. But I do have an idea for a very simple magic spell. You think you can do it? He asked. Very well. I shall synthesize this magic spell for you. It will take an approximate 12 hours for me to find the right magic theory and test its effectiveness. Estimated time remaining, 11 HRS, 59 mins, 57 secs. Michael teleported back down to the first floor of the magic tower, where he saw Tracheus playing chess with some of the other wizards. Turned out that barely an hour had passed after Michael entered the magic library, so Tracheus was quite surprised that Michael had taken so little time to study. Thanks for your help, he said to Tracheus and handed him a thin rectangular box made out of pristine dark wood. The tower master looked at the box with wide eyes. He stood up impulsively, completely ruining the position of the chess pieces on the board, but he didn't care. Is that Tracheus asked, almost salivating at the box. Yes, it's a little gift from me to you. I had this prepared a while ago ever since Cerberus told me to meet you, he said, pushing the box towards the tower master's trembling hands. Tracheus accepted the fine box and lifted its lid slowly as he tried to peek at the contents inside. Then he saw the glimmer of a crystal-like wand with intricate carvings of water and the ocean placed in a velvet mold. It glowed a dim blue light, making Tracheus' water mana almost jump out of his hands. Thank you, Tracheus screamed. Michael had already turned around as he coolly waved at the tower master before leaving the magic tower entirely. A few minutes later, Michael arrived at the entrance of the Reborn department store, their headquarters. Even now, when the sun was about to set, the whole place was still filled with customers shopping and trying out new armors and weapons for themselves. Just like a clothes store back in his previous world, Michael allowed customers to try out the weapons and armors they liked in a designated training spot on the other side of the main floor. Business was doing well because of this, which made the Rebornians quite busy. Michael walked up to the second floor, to the dormitory for him and everyone else. Already he could hear the sounds of raucous laughter coming out of the Dragonborn's rooms. They seemed to be quite busty entertaining themselves with one of the board games he introduced to them. For tonight they seemed to be playing Uno, the card game. +4, Shayna casually said. "Aw, curse you, sis," Zion cried out. "Ure skipped, so it's my turn and I would like to change the color to black," Fudge said, garnering the groans of his opponents. "Fufu, like we said, there's no color black in this game." Yuna chuckled. Michael opened the door and leaned against the wall. "Fudge, you still don't know the rules of the game, master." They quickly welcomed Michael back from his trip to the Magic Tower, leaving a space for him to play with them. He spent a couple of hours playing Uno, beating all the Dragonborns in the game, and arguing with Yuna about the rules until the sun completely set, leaving only the light of the candles illuminating the room. Since it was nighttime, they all decided to end the game and leave it for tomorrow. It was just a shame that they still had to rely on candles to illuminate the floor. He wished he could finally construct the Golden Road to this city so that he could connect it to the electric lines back in Neo-Orcus. But for that to happen, he needed permission from the owner of this territory itself, the Duke. I should probably prepare for my meeting with him. They said that I could just walk up to their castle doors and they'd let me in. The next morning, Michael was awoken by Shayna with a letter in her hands, addressed from the Duke himself. Michael arose from his bed as Shayna delicately entered his room. She had both of her hands outstretched, showing a white letter marked sealed by a red and gold wax symbol of some kind of feline animal. "A soldier came by on the break of dawn to deliver this message to you." Michael took the letter from her hands. "Did they say anything else about it?" he asked her. "They said it was an invitation." He used a knife to rip the envelope's upper lip to reveal the letter inside. He unfurled the paper and let ChatJK4 analyze its contents, specifically its wording and grammar. According to Yuna, those kinds of details were important in politics, as it could determine a hidden message within the letter. "Duke Stelman is cordially inviting you on his grand castle tonight at nightfall for a formal dance ball. There are a bunch of other names written on here, which seems to be the invitees on the ball itself," ChatJK4 summarized. Michael inspected the names within the letter among a myriad of strangers he didn't know. "These names are familiar," ChatJK4 remarked. According to the information reported by the Shadow Orcs yesterday night, most of these names are people that own and manage the biggest companies and businesses in Angora City. So the Duke invited business owners, and a couple of other high-ranking royals as well, I am assuming. Is there some kind of occasion? The letter did not specify the reason for the dance ball, but using an educated guess, it can be assumed that it is merely a way for these people to mingle and socialize with each other. These kinds of events were frequent in the medieval times of your previous life. When he watched historical dramas and fantasy, he always saw women in large ball gowns and men in golden-laced suits dancing with each other while a live band played on the side. This seemed to be one of those. "I can't dance. Y'all help me write. It is unlikely for people to ask an 11-year-old boy to dance with them. But if you'd like to dance by yourself, then I shall gladly help you." "You're getting quite snarky," he said to ChatJK4, but it just ignored him. Seeing as he already planned on visiting the Duke anyway, he decided to accept the invite. "Thanks for waking me, Shayna. Can you tell our Rebornian tailors to make me an appropriate suit to wear?" The white-scaled Dragonborn smiled and nodded. "Of course, Lord Michael. I shall make sure that they create something that will truly embody your grandness." Michael reminded her not to go overboard, but she seemed to have not heard him at all. She was already out of his room by the time she finished her task. "I should probably ask Yuna for advice. She's the one who's good with politics." He knocked on her door, and not even a second later, Agnes opened it and gestured for Michael to come inside. "You're in a good mood," he said to the ogre battle maid. "Yes," Agnes said proudly. "One of your citizens, Grieve, has allowed me to partake in their training sessions. I have found that despite his lanky structure, his moves come with great power." After Michael awakened the red mankeys into hob mankeys similar to the others back in the parched lands, they had been hard at work practicing under Grieve to sharpen their innate talent. And of course, since Grieve was a 9-star general from his previous life, Agnes would learn a lot from him even though she was already a 7-star fighter herself. "If you will excuse me, I am late for training." And with that, Agnes left Michael and Yuna alone in her room. "Is there something you need?" Yuna asked as she arranged her papers. "The Duke invited me to a ball." He then explained to her everything he found in the letter before eventually asking her to give him some advice. "Why don't I just join you?" she asked. Michael hadn't thought of that, but in hindsight it would make perfect sense. As a diplomat, she would be able to help him negotiate during his eventual meeting with the Duke. "That's great," he said to her. "Well, go together tonight." Meanwhile, Jimmy, the main correspondent of the Reborn Company, had just finished inscribing the last few words in his paper. The ink was still wet, but he couldn't help his excitement and ended up reading it from start to finish. As he did, pride welled up in his chest. He could hardly believe that he was staring at his very first publication, one that would immediately put his name in the front page of the newspaper. He immediately rushed out of the Reborn headquarters, brushing past eager customers in the department store as he got out. A few minutes later, he arrived at the newspaper company, where he immediately submitted the paper to the chief editor of the entire company itself. He was the one that decided everything, down to the very last word written in the paper. The man seemed to be very busy as his entire desk was stacked with mountains of papers from other journalists. "What is it you do know that I don't handle newbies like you?" Right, Jimmy didn't care and walked over to his desk. "Please read this, Chief. Then you will see that the Reborn Company will soar through the skies." Intrigued, the editor took out the cigarette in his mouth and eventually accepted the paper from Jimmy's hands. Since the Reborn Company was such a hot topic in the city these days due to their new department store and their performance in the tomb and in the arena, the editor decided to give it a chance. The man's eyes were disinterested at first as he glanced at the top of the page. But as his eyes swept over the remaining text below, his face slowly changed into one of interest, then shock, and then finally awe. He must have reread the entire thing 3 times over, but the shock still hasn't left his face. "Are you sure this is accurate?" the editor asked Jimmy with a serious look. "I swear I saw it with my own eyes." Jimmy put his hand over his chest. The editor then walked out of his office, paper in hand. "Listen up, everybody," he shouted to the whole newspaper department floor. "Change of plans. We are going to publish this as our next headline." Everyone looked at him incredulously. It was already late in the day, yet their editor was asking them to suddenly change things without even any warnings. "What are you waiting for? Go, go, go." The editor shouted, "We will publish this piece tonight, and tonight history will change." Soon, night came and the entirety of Angora city darkened, with only a few lights glimmering off of torches and candles. Michael looked in the mirror and saw himself clad in a white suit clad with gold embellishments all around. He looked like he was part of a marching band. He quickly got rid of all the gold, making it a simple yet elegant white suit. Now he was ready to go to the ball. At nighttime, the whole castle lit up in the skyline of Angora city. It seemed that the Duke pulled out all the stops and employed several wizards to create light fixtures all over the castle. It was a magical evening for the citizens, but a normal and quite a substandard view for the Rebornians. The drawbridge was open the whole night for its guests to enter with their gold-laced carriages and magnificent horses. Each one that entered the castle garnered a few gasps of surprise from the curious citizens gathered near the castle walls. "Who do you think got invited to this ball?" one of the spectators asked. "It's probably those wizards from the tower and the knights from the court. Look at that emblem," he said as a carriage crossed the drawbridge. "They're the Shield Coast Guild. I guess all that adventuring paid off since they can afford such a large carriage. How about the Nutriboom Company? Their carriage is filled with gem leaves all around it. They all watch the owners and leaders of these successful and wealthy companies come out of their carriages clad with royal robes made out of expensive silk and cotton. They were accompanied by their wives, who wore big gowns that made them seem all the more beautiful under the moonlight. The guests were welcomed by the soldiers, who guided them inside after taking care of their carriages. Just then everyone heard a strange sound humming in the distance. Vroom. Vroom. Some people thought they were in the presence of a monstrous beast, prompting some of the soldiers to be on guard. But once the source of this strange noise came closer, everyone realized that it was no monster, but a bizarre metal carriage instead. "What is that? There's no horse. How is it moving? I heard about this. It's from the Reborn Company." Everyone recognized that name as it had been the topic of bar conversations and early morning talks within social circles in the city. By now, almost all of them had heard about their exploits in the tomb and the arena, as well as their department store. The metal vehicle rolled smoothly towards the gates, where they were briefly inspected by the soldiers. The man inside the car rolled down the window, surprising the spectators and the soldier. The soldier couldn't help but take a peek in the vehicle, seeing a glimpse of a golden-haired man and a black-haired woman in the front seat. His eyes widened as he saw that the interior of the vehicle had flashing lights, as if it had an oil lamp underneath the dashboard. Not only that, but the soldier felt the breeze of cool air hit him coming from the inside. The soldier saw the young man hand him a letter, confirming the invitation, but he was so shocked at what he witnessed from the vehicle that he just stood there dazed. "We can go in now," right? A youthful voice came out of the car, snapping the soldier out of his stupor. "Ah. Yes, yes, please come in, Sir Michael and Miss Una. Our lord awaits your presence." The window rolled back up before the vehicle's engine revved with a subtle vroom as it drove inside the castle. Everyone's eyes were stuck in the metal carriage. They didn't even pay any attention to the subsequent carriages coming into the castle, as they were intensely curious as to who was going to come out of the Reborn's metal vehicle. Some people had to go on their tiptoes before they could see a glimpse of a golden-haired boy wearing a dashing white suit coming out of the door. His hair was styled neatly to the side, giving him a sense of maturity and elegance despite his age. This young man then walked over to the other side and opened the door, guiding a young woman to come out of the car. The young woman wore a red gown that showed her gracefulness even from afar. Her gloves were sparkling white, fitting well the young man's white suit, and despite her wearing less jewelry than the other women in the party, she seemed to stand out amongst them for her exquisite simplicity. The spectators couldn't help but stare in awe as they both walked side by side towards the castle doors. Michael and Una were led inside the castle doors, entering the very interior of the Duke's palace. They saw a large hallway leading into the very main room where the ball would be taking place. This is very inefficient," Michael muttered. He saw that every inch of the interior was packed with blobs of light, which seemed to be the handiwork of 4-star mages. They'll need to recast that spell every hour. "This is standard procedure," Una commented, putting her hand over Michael's arm. "Since they don't have electricity like your nation, they can only rely on oil lamps or magic. And with enough money, they can employ all the wizards they would ever want." They then walked over to the main ball, which opened up to a large domed structure where there was a glowing ball of light illuminating everything below. The ballroom was filled with chairs and tables for its designated guests, each one decorated with fancy dinner utensils. Everyone seemed to have found their seats already as they talked and mingled with their neighboring tables. On the very far end of the room was a grand staircase that led to the second floor. Una told him that this was probably where the Duke would come from later. As Michael appreciated the view, a few butlers and maids approached them to lead them to their seats. They were guided towards the very front of the tables, just behind the largest and most decorated table of them all. "We're seated behind the Duke," Michael asked the maids and butlers, who nodded to confirm his suspicion, and it seemed they were seated with people Michael was familiar with. "Ah, Michael, it's great to see you," Sir John said, standing up to formally bow to him. Beside him was an old man wearing a normal black robe that stood out against the exquisite suits and dresses that everyone was wearing. "Ho-ho," Tracheus chuckled. "I almost forgot you're obscenely rich because of what you wear all the time. Now you look more like a billionaire." Michael greeted the two of them before he introduced Una to the two. "Ah, the Montgomery princess," Tracheus bowed. "May I just say that you look nothing like your grandmother, thankfully." Una chuckled. "I hope she doesn't hear that." "Ho-ho, yes, or else she would come for my head." Michael sat on his seat and noticed that quite a lot of eyes were fixated on him. "Do I have something on my face?" "No, Michael. They are just curious to see the face of the man responsible for creating the Reborn company. I am hearing quite a lot of conversations regarding your company and its feats. Not to mention the dramatic entrance of your automobile. People will of course be looking at you. That's the owner of Reborn. He's so young, and look at who he's with. Isn't that the youngest daughter of the Montgomery family? Why is she with him? Look at who he's surrounded with. The Tower Master and a knight. Clearly, the Duke is placing great importance on him." Despite this ball being made in honor of the Duke, the eventual conversation piece among its guests eventually led towards the Reborn company. None of them had heard of this company a month ago, and yet it had completely dominated their share of market space in the city just a few days after they arrived. Chocolates became a luxury snack that people waited in line for. Its unique sweet flavor and its rumor of endowing strength and energy upon its consumers became a driving force for a lot of people to buy it in droves. Their armor and weapons became the most sought-after pieces of equipment for professional adventurers and even casual citizens alike. Their high-end products were miles beyond what the current market could even offer, with some even comparing it to black market dwarven equipment. Not only that, but their cheap and more accessible options were still quite durable than most products in that price range. None of them could believe that a random company could suddenly come out of the blue like this. Of course, some of the more curious people in this room already had their employees investigate the Reborn company. It wasn't long before they found out about Neo-Orcus. However, the things they heard about that town looked to be a product of fantasy and imagination that they could hardly even believe was real. Some, not all, decided to approach Michael and establish friendly relations. "Excuse me, young man. Are you the owner of Reborn?" Michael nodded and introduced himself before shaking hands with the man and his wife. They seemed to be owners of a successful tailor shop and just wanted to express their praise on his white suit. He told them that it was made by his employees back in the King's region, which surprised the couple. They then asked if they could talk business with him later, and Michael agreed, telling them to talk to his secretary, Shayna. A couple of other guests soon approached Michael, with all of them striking up a conversation to express their desire to work with him. It seemed that they finally found out about concrete. He gave them all positive responses, telling them that they should talk to Shayna for more business details. Ho ho, you're quite popular with the masses, aren't you, Michael? Tracheus commented teasingly. You're completely ignoring the young lady here. Tracheus then gestured towards the live band in the corner of the room. Play something nice. This is supposed to be a dance ball. He said loudly. Lutes, harps, and chimes rang out and combined into a merry song of celebration and dance, prompting some people to stand up and dance with their partners. Come on. Tracheus said, pushing Michael to stand closer to Una. Don't waste your youth. Michael awkwardly stood there, not knowing what to do. Una chuckled. For someone so competent, you can be quite shy at times, she said as she raised her hand to Michael, asking him to take it. I don't know how to dance, he said to her as he took her hand. Just follow my lead. Una moved her hand with grace, creating a perfect arc on her hands before twirling with perfect momentum and balance. Her elegant dance moves caught the eye of everyone, and she soon became the center of attention. Even though she was doing the simplest of moves, it was somehow blessed with a smooth style that made her seem like a magical fairy. Michael watched her dance, and for a second, the image of the Una from his previous world flashed in front of him. Her graceful elegance reminded him that she was the Una that had captured the hearts of millions upon millions of people in the world. She was the Una who sang the most heart-wrenching of songs that made everyone who listened to it shed a tear. She was, and always will be, a global pop star beloved by all. He seemed to have forgotten that, and was only reminded of it in this second. Una then took his hand, breaking him out of his stupor, before leading him closer to an open space. Just let the music guide you, she said. Michael realized that he was quite the lucky man. Who would ever get the chance to dance with his favorite idol in the whole world? He moved his body following her moves, albeit a little bit awkwardly. He then took her hands and swayed her with the music, enjoying this nice moment he had with a friend. He stared in her eyes, while she stared in his. Just then, an echoing applause came from the balcony above the stairs. Everyone looked up to see a man wearing a royal robe with gold frills coming down the stairs. The man had well-styled brown hair and a short-trimmed beard. His eyebrows were fierce and wild, yet his smile was gentle and welcoming. On his side was his wife, who wore a blue gown filled with gems and jewelry that showcased her status as a duchess. Then a horn blared out from the band, signaling the entrance of the man who arranged all of this tonight. Hear ye, Duke Stelman. The butler announced, prompting everyone to bow in respect to the Duke. Stelman ignored all of that and looked down at the ballroom floor and clapped for Michael and Una. An amazing duet, wouldn't you say so, my dear? Stelman asked his wife. Yes, it was quite a sweet moment for the youngsters, she said. The Duke and the Duchess walked down the steps and approached their table just beside Michael. Immediately, the rest of the guests walked up to the Duke and introduced themselves to him. It was a flurry of introductions, with each one of them hurrying to shake hands with the most powerful man in the room. Currying favor with the Duke would do wonders for their company. It was the reason why they partook in this dance to begin with. Duke Stelman, it's an honor to meet you. I am the owner of the best granary in the city. A pleasure to meet you, sir. I would like to introduce my son. He's a potential knight for the court. However, the Duke just gave them a passing glance and a polite smile before walking over to Michael and Una. I am Duke Stelman, the leader of Angora City, he said, putting out his hand for Michael to shake. Michael, he replied, shaking hands with the Duke. Michael could see the Duke scrutinizing his very face. He seemed to be very amazed at him, and he couldn't help but smile as he looked at Michael. I have heard a lot about your company. Even if I did not have ears, I would still hear about it. Michael accepted the compliment with a curt bow. Thank you. It's all thanks to my friends, he said. There are a couple of things I would like to discuss with you, said the Duke. Your products are incredibly important to me, something that I would pay an exorbitant amount of money to procure. Michael already knew what he was going to say next. Mithril artifacts. I would like to purchase one of those metal carriages that you have. Michael was a little bit surprised. Everyone he met, either in the King's region or the Queen's region, always prioritized the importance of mithril artifacts. This was probably because people in this world knew the power of mithril artifacts. It was written in their history books about the immense strength of those weapons lost in the adages of time. So when they find out that someone was able to recreate it, they would want to curry favor and ask one for themselves. Michael thought differently. Although mithril artifacts were good, he thought that automobile vehicles had a lot more potential to change the current state of the world. Mithril artifacts could only strengthen the magic of one person and cannot be used by someone who wasn't talented in it. Meanwhile, automobiles could be used by anyone in the world. Aside from Una, he was probably the only one who knew the potential that automobile vehicles could bring to this world, but it seemed he was wrong. Duke Stelman saw the advantages that gas-powered cars could bring him. You want automobiles, he asked the Duke. Yes, I could hardly believe my eyes once I saw it. The fact that it makes no use of magic blows my mind even more. That is one of the advantages of cars, he said. Almost everyone in the king's region can use automobiles as long as they can afford it. The Duke's eyes glinted as Michael revealed to him a piece of information that wasn't widely available to the general public. So it is true that you have conquered the king's region. The automobile must have played a huge part in that, the Duke guessed with a sharp wit. As Michael and the Duke talked with each other one-on-one, the rest of the guests couldn't help but talk amongst each other, speculating on future turn of events based on what they were seeing. Is the Duke planning on taking the Reborn Company as the sponsor for Angora City? I don't think so, one of the more political-savvy guests muttered. The Reborn Company is still unranked in the Golden 500. One of the requirements for that to happen is that they are at least on the rankings. But look at who he's with, a guy said, pointing to the men and women behind Michael. That's the Tower Master, a renowned knight and a Montgomery. They could definitely influence something to happen. Michael, of course, heard everything they were saying but just ignored them. He focused on the Duke, who continued to gush about all the things he liked about the automobile. You have to tell me more about this automobile. It is a marvel of engineering if I've ever seen one. Would you like to see for yourself? Michael asked. The Duke's eyes lit up instantly. Of course, Stellmain immediately walked out of the ballroom towards the stables, where the horses and carriages were parked under the moonlight. All the guests followed behind the Duke and Michael, keeping their ears open to eavesdrop on their conversation. Wow, the Duke muttered as he stared at his own reflection on the hood of the car. Can I test it out? After seeing the excitement almost drip out of his mouth, Michael agreed. The Duke entered the driver's seat, while Michael guided his wife to the front seat. Immediately, a resounding vrmmm echoed in the castle walls as the Duke revved up the engine. People could hear the sound of muffled cheers coming out of the car. After teaching him the basics of driving, the Duke and his wife took the automobile for a test drive inside the castle walls, making some of the guests a little bit envious of the experience. Meanwhile, as Michael watched the automobile almost into the walls, he suddenly felt a tug in his feet. He looked down and saw Fudge underneath his shadow. What's wrong? He asked the ninja Slime. Master, my shadow orcs found out that the Hammerstone company is preparing for something big. I even heard that the main leader of the group is coming there. He just arrived from a faraway place in the Queen's region. Michael found it weird that the Hammerstone company sent no representatives in the Duke's party. As it turned out, they were just making some preparations. What did you find out? The Stone Cold Five are making their moves, Master. They all went out on their own missions, but I had a shadow orc follow them around. Do you want to see what they're up to? Michael nodded. He then walked up to Yuna and whispered in her ears. Keep them company, he said. Yuna didn't ask any more questions and showed Michael a confident smile. He could trust her. She began tapping her feet, creating a rhythmic sound that echoed in the walls. After gesturing to the live band to start up the music, she began dancing under the moonlight with her red dress, enchanting everyone that looked her way. While everyone was distracted by Yuna's dancing, Michael walked to a discreet corner of the stables. His shadow then latched onto the stone brick walls and morphed into a rectangular shape. Within this screen, Michael could see what the shadow orcs could see. This was a 3-star spell called Shadow Imaging, which only the most skilled orcs could accomplish. We are currently monitoring the moves of Stone Cold 6, or codenamed 6. Michael saw surveillance-like footage of a hooded figure approaching a very familiar building in the distance. Upon closer look, it was actually the Reborn department store. The hooded figure walked up to the door and started banging on the wood, creating a huge ruckus that almost woke up all the neighboring inhabitants. Come out, come out. The hooded figure shouted. It wasn't long before a middle-aged dogfolk Rebornian peeked out of the door. What is it you want, sir? We are closed for the night. I want to meet those demi-humans, those what do you call them, Dragonborns. Tell them to come out here and face me. The dogfolk Rebornian shuddered at the screaming. They are currently away, sir. You can come tomorrow. No, I want to meet them now. Or don't tell me, are they afraid of facing me? Come on. Let us settle this once and for all. Who is the best smithing company in Angora City? We are. Michael knew immediately what the hooded figure was trying to do. He's trying to regain their public perception, he muttered. By publicly challenging the Dragonborns, they can once again assert their dominance in the city. Cuckoo, does he really think he's that strong? Fudge chuckled. He doesn't even notice that Naruto and Sasuke are right behind him. The hooded figure was none the wiser as 2 gigantic orcs twice his size were just standing mere meters away from him. The 2 chieftain orcs stared at the hooded figure from behind, observing, waiting. Oh, master, those scaled meanies want to talk to you. Fudge manipulated the rectangular shadows in front of Michael, showing 3 more screens coming from the shadows orcs accompanying the Rebornians. One of the screens showed Jakku, who was stretching his arms lazily as he looked at the hooded figure in front of him. Yawn, can we do this some other time? Jakku said to the hooded figure. Boss, look at this guy disturbing my sleep. The hooded figure chuckled. There's no one here to help you, he said. I have come here to settle a debt. The man raised his arm, revealing a scimitar underneath his hood before pointing it towards Jack's face. It glistened under the moonlight, showing its incredible sharpness. One of you Dragonborns bested one of ours. I have only come here to prove that it was not you who won, but one of us who failed, and I am here to correct that. Michael watched this scene unfold from the sidelines. Jack is facing the Stone Cold too, meaning he's the second best soldier in their group, and he wasn't even the only one among them who was approached by a hooded figure. On the other screen, Michael saw Yumisu sitting in a mostly empty library as a hooded figure approached her from the shadows. "Oh no," Yumisu muttered under her breath. "What about the books? They're going to get destroyed." The hooded figure stopped in the middle of her tracks as she saw Yumisu look in her direction. This startled her for a little bit before she chuckled. "Impressive for a demi-human," the hooded figure said. "I didn't expect much, but it seems that 5 lost for a reason." The hooded figure took off her robe, revealing a long frizzy hair standing up above her head that was tied up into the shape of a giant number 3. "We're going to have to fight, you and I," she said. Yumisu shook her head. "Oh no, what about the books? I'm gonna destroy them." Just then, Michael's soothing voice came out of the shadows and reassured the anxious Dragonborn. "Really, boss, you're going to replace them? Yippee." Stone Cold 3 looked at Yumisu with a strange gaze. She thought that the Dragonborn was crazy, talking to no one except the empty shadows. Of course, Michael was behind those dark spaces in between the shelves. "Master, there's one more hooded figure," Fudge said, pointing Michael's attention to the last rectangular screen in front of him. This time, the vision showed a jungle-like scenery outside of Angora City. Underneath the foliage of the trees, Michael saw a couple of evolved red mankeys camping under the stars. They gathered around a campfire, with the sounds of crackling firewood echoing in the woods. They seemed to be quite exhausted after a hard training session, with some mankeys massaging each other's backs and polishing their weapons. Just then, a twig cracked in the distance, alerting the red mankeys of an intruder. "Tusk. I thought I would be finding something valuable once I followed you guys here, but it was all for nothing. You're just a bunch of mankeys, not worth my time." A large, burly man draped in a hooded robe came out of the woods and approached the apprehensive mankeys. His tall height and the obvious muscles underneath the robe intimidated the small mankeys. "Please tell me there's a Dragonborn among you," the hooded figure shouted. The red mankeys eyed the intruder before slowly grabbing their weapons from the ground. "Come on, really no Dragonborns? It seems I wasted my time. I'll go back to the city now." Just as the hooded figure turned around, he suddenly felt the hairs on his arm stand up. His instincts flared, making his muscles contract and flex before he turned around to face whatever monster was hiding behind him. But when he looked, there was no one there except the red mankeys. "Ho, I may not be as talented as those Dragonborns, but I would like to think that I can keep you company for a little while at least. I think so." The burly man codenamed 4 scanned the red mankeys before his eyes set onto another hooded figure standing unassumingly in front of him. If he hadn't spoken up, he wouldn't have even noticed him. "Who are you 4? asked. "I am just a relic of the past, young one," Grieve muttered with a laugh. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Michael stared at the 4 screens in front of him. "That's 4 of them," he thought to himself. "Originally, there's 6 of them, but Zion already defeated a guy named 5. The Shadow Orcs are facing 6. Jakku is fighting 2. Yumisu will battle 3, and Grieve will engage with 4. That meant that there was only one other member of Stone Cold 6 left, and coincidentally, it was the strongest member of them all, codenamed 1. If they were trying to defeat the Dragonborns in public to declare themselves as the superior company, then it didn't make sense why they wouldn't send out their strongest fighter, unless he has a bigger mission." Michael's question was soon answered as suddenly, a large creaking sound echoed around the walls of the castle. Everyone turned to the gates and saw the drawbridge slowly lowering back down before smacking itself onto the stone brick roads. On the other side of the castle walls, a beautiful adorned carriage bigger than anything they had ever seen came gracefully crossing the bridge. It was drawn by 4 chunky horses that seemed to have eaten nothing but whey protein. The carriage pushed through to the inside, forcing the guests to move closer to the castle walls. "Who is that? Wait, that emblem looks familiar. It's from the Hephaestus Company. Even their emblem is made out of Damascus steel. I wonder how much they had to spend on the dwarven black market." The Duke had to stop his test drive of Michael's car as he awaited for the rude guest who came way too late at the party. "Show yourself," Duke Stelmane demanded. The coachman walked over to the door and opened it, bowing before the owner stepped off. "We have arrived, young master. The party is delighted with the arrival of the leader and owner of the greatly touted Hammerstone Company." The young master stepped off the carriage, showing himself be a very young man, about the same age as Michael himself. This young master, wearing a black and gold tunic, waved and bowed to the guests looking at him. "Greetings. I am Christian Hammerstone, the proud owner of the 495th ranked company in the entire world," he said confidently. "Pardon me for my late arrival. I have come from the Hephaestus family estate, you see. The rest of the guests whispered amongst each other, not expecting to see the owner of such a successful company be so young. While everyone was looking at Christian, Michael looked at the man beside him. It was Stone Cold One, the strongest member of their group. It seemed his task was protecting and serving their leader rather than fighting the Dragonborns. Christian then walked over to the Duke and bowed to his presence. Duke Stelmane, I hope that you consider my offer. Our company is the best there is. I am sorry to say this, but there is no one better than our company. He then looked at Michael. Excuse my methods, but I have sent out the very best of my men to defeat your employees. It is nothing personal, and it is only a way for the Duke to realize who he should accept as the sponsor. Michael ignored him and looked down at his shadows. The Dragonborns were there, listening to what was happening. Do you guys need any help there? Michael asked. The shadow orcs, Jaku, Yumisu, and Grieve all had smiles on their faces as they looked down at the shadow beneath their feet. Are you kidding me, Master? This is what we're made for. The shadow orcs muttered. I'll finish this in just a minute, Jaku said, yawning. Master, teach that arrogant prick a lesson, Yumisu whispered. Ho-ho, you can leave this to us, Michael. Such an easy thing, ho-ho. Did you just say that y'all finish the fight in just a minute? What does that even mean? The hooded figure, codenamed 2, looked at Jaku, scoffing at his indifference to the situation. I am the real deal, boy. If you think that just because you guys defeated one of ours then you could beat me, then y'all find yourself sorely wrong. I am too, the second strongest warrior in this city. He declared. 2 finally took off his robe and showed his bald head. The man was wearing a similar icy blue armor as showcased by 5, but this armor set seemed a lot more special as its very structure was filled with intricate details of snowflakes made out of a unique blend of metal alloys. Its durability was second only to dwarven equipment. Even his scimitar looked unique. Do you know what this weapon is made of? He asked Jaku. If you were a little bit more interested in metals, then you would notice that the edge of my blade is lined with none other than Damascus steel. 2 proudly announced his weapon's greatest quality. Its strength, durability, and sharpness was not something that an ordinary bum from Angora City could appreciate. Yawn, are you done talking? Let's fight already. 2 gritted his teeth, annoyed at Jack's arrogance. He bent his legs low and burst towards Jaku at high speeds, with his scimitar above his head. The stone road beneath his feet cracked as it reached below 0 degrees Celsius, brought on by the natural icy magic of his boots. Even at this point, Jaku was still stretching his body as if he had just awoken from his sleep. Just as the scimitar was about to slice through his jugular, a sharp ting resounded in the empty road as Jack's sword seemingly teleported right in front of 2's weapon. 2's eyes widened as he stared at Jack's sword, which seemed to be crackling with intense lightning and electricity. Frozen Cleaver of the North, 2 shouted as his scimitar increased doubly in size as ice particles covered its very body. A 4-star spell was not something Jaku could take lightly, so his feet began to burst in electrical energy as he activated his skill step in the lightning. Jack's entire body morphed into pure electricity, allowing him to zap away from his position up towards the rooftop of the building in front of him. You won't get away from me. 2 shouted as he cast Titanic Ice Age, morphing large ice formations under his feet almost 10 meters up, allowing him to jump up to the bricked rooftops of Angora City. 2 jumped from his ice structure and brought down his scimitar to Jaku, which was quickly parried by the Dragonborn's quick sword strikes. The usually empty and quiet skyline of Angora City was disturbed by the sounds of metal clashing against each other, sparks going off and falling from the rooftops. 2's skillful mastery in the scimitar allowed him both power and speed to completely outclass Jaku. He fully expected the Dragonborn's sword to be chipped by now after all their clashing strikes, yet there was barely any scratch. What the hell is that sword made out of? 2 shouted in frustration. The same as you, but better, Jaku replied. 2 felt insulted at his response, taking out a white pill from his pockets and before swallowing it whole. His face scrunched as he felt the power tearing through his stomach, but after bearing through the pain, an unprecedented magical resource became readily available to his body. Tough luck, Dragonborn. You are facing a 5-star master of the scimitar, and with this cultivation pill, my strength has almost reached the 6-star realm. 2's entire body began to turn pale and white as a cool aura oozed out of his body. It wasn't long before his skin turned bluer and bluer, before turning into a dark blue similar to the color of the ocean on a dark night. A cold mist radiated out of his body, spontaneously creating snow in a 10-meter radius around himself. Northern Blade, destroying ice as 2 brought down his scimitar. Pieces of stone bricks exploded as an invisible gigantic blade crashed through the rooftops, creating a large gash that destroyed 3 homes in succession. Crying and shouting resounded through the night as the citizens heard the disturbance in the sleep. Jaku materialized back from his electrical state just a few feet away from the large gash, but just as his feet landed, he felt an impermeable cold rush through his scaled feet, trying to trap him into place as another invisible sword crashed towards the rooftop. 2 smacked his lips as he saw blue wisps of lightning zap out of his attack, and before he could try to locate Jaku, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation near his ribs. As he looked down, he saw Jaku duck down with his sword in a swinging position as he tried to slice through his icy blue armor. Blood spurted out from his side as Jaku's sword flashed in a single moment. 2 gritted his teeth before raising his scimitar to bring down icy fury towards the Dragonborn. His scimitar slashed through a large part of a tailor's rooftop, slicing off a large chunk that slid down into the ground, smashing into rubble. Despite the destruction, Jaku escaped as fast as lightning. "Stop running away," 2 shouted, haphazardly swinging his scimitar and creating chaos around the peaceful neighborhood. With each swing, his scimitar barely missed the lightning Dragonborn, hitting nothing but stone walls and bricked rooftops. Unfortunately, one of the disturbed citizens was caught unaware as he ran out of his house and into the street. Just then, a large chunk of wooden planks crashed down towards him, but at the very last moment, a streak of lightning flashed towards the old man. Blue light flashed before the wooden planks turned into cubed pieces, falling down into the ground harmlessly. The old man turned around and saw Jaku protecting him with his arm above his head. Thank you," the old man muttered. "Ha, caught you now." 2 jumped down from the air and held his scimitar in both hands, ice and snow peeling off its very blade. The 4-star spell Frozen Blade of Cuthra was a very fast that even Jaku wouldn't be able to react to, but Jaku didn't even look back. He only assured the old man of his safety. Just as the scimitar was about to split his head in half, an invisible prismatic shield clashed with the Damascus steel blade of the scimitar. As the snow particles tried to cut through the invisible shield and turn it as brittle as a sheet of ice, Jaku's Lesser Unity Defense used fire mana to completely melt the mana trying to cut through. The clashing of the 2 created brief sparks of light as their mana particles canceled each other out. "What the hell is that?" Defense 2 screamed out. Once the old man ran off into safety, Jaku turned around to face 2. His eyes were calm and unburdened. He had one hand on the hilt of his sword, and one hand holding a chocolate bar on his mouth, which seemingly came out of nowhere. As Jaku consumed the chocolate, 2 felt his control over his scimitar become less and less powerful. He felt the invisible shield trying to actively eat through the Damascus blade itself, tearing it into metal shavings. "I'm impossible sorry," Jaku said as he raised a katana in the air. It was only now that 2 realized that his sword was completely different from the one he wielded before. This one was glowing light blue, seemingly made out of pure lightning itself. "Your 1 minute is up." Jaku swung his blade, lightning buzzing around it, and created a huge gash from 2's shoulder to his thigh, flinging him 50 meters out before he crashed into the city walls, burying him in the rubble. Stone Cold 3, codenamed 3, stared at Yumisu with a wide grin on her face. In the midst of the confined space in the library, in the midst of all the books and scrolls stored in the shelves, Yumisu's spear held no advantage whatsoever. 3 had specifically hunted down Yumisu in this place because their preliminary investigations upon the Dragonborn showed her as timid and shy. She loved reading books so much that they knew she would hate it getting destroyed. Meanwhile, this would be the perfect place for 3 to showcase her unique skills. "It's such a shame," 3 muttered. "If your company weren't in the way of Hammerstone, then I think we could have been friends." 3 raised her feet and thrust it in the ground before a mechanical click came out of her tight-laced metal boots. Then a sharp, thin blade came protruding out of her soles, creating a much deadlier version of ice skates. "Snow World," she muttered as she bent down low on the ground and swept her left foot around in a circle. The metal blade left behind an icy residue that began spreading all around the library indiscriminately. The frost permeated through the wooden floorboards, slowly spreading upwards towards the walls. Its sub-zero temperature, coupled with its magical properties, allowed the ice to somehow freeze fire itself, creating a flaming ice sculpture that allowed the oil lamps to continue providing light in the library. The very few readers in the library ran out screaming as they felt the coldness almost freeze their legs into an icicle. Soon the ice spread through the wooden shelves and books, turning the library into an icy, desolate landscape. It wasn't long before the entire floor of the library was nothing but a slippery tundra, perfect for 3's ice skates. Strangely enough, though, the only thing that remained in its original condition was the small patch of wooden planks underneath Yumisu's feet. There seemed to be an invisible circumference around her that actively fought the frost from permeating towards her. 3 then took a white pill from her pockets and swallowed it whole. Power coursed through her veins, momentarily turning her vulnerable, but after a few seconds the side effects subsided and her strength increased substantially. "I will not underestimate you," 3 said to Yumisu. "My respect for you Dragonborns compels me to bring out my very best weapon in my arsenal. On Three's hands were two identical rings, each one on her middle finger. It was all made out of gold except for the blue gem on top. Except this wasn't a normal blue gem at all. This was a mithril relic. Three ripped out the two pieces of mithril relics from her rings and inserted it onto the flaps of her tight-laced boots. And as soon as she did, the blades underneath her soles glowed a bluish tint as an explosion of water and air mana permeated the air, creating a stronger frosting effect. Yet, as Three prepared, Yumisu barely moved. She kept the grip on her spear tightly as she looked down on the frozen ground. "You guys did all this to scheme against my boss," Yumisu muttered. "Yo." Guys, as she repeated her words, her voice became stronger and stronger, becoming rougher and rougher. Yumisu dropped her spear on the ground and descended into the shadows. A second later, a completely new spear emerged, and just from the handle alone, Three could feel its dominating presence fight through the icy tundra. The frozen floorboards around Yumisu began to melt into a puddle, just from the appearance of this spear alone. That glow, that strength, a mithril artifact. Three saw Yumisu's green spear glow brighter than anything she had ever seen. In comparison, her own mithril relic skate shoes were like a candle in front of the sun. "My boss, Michael," Yumisu muttered as she took hold of the spear. Three had a bad feeling about this and immediately dashed towards the Dragonborn. Her skate shoes glided on the icy floorboards easily, allowing her speed to increase faster than on foot. She weaved through the shelves with quickness, disappearing and reappearing from Yumisu's gaze. She kicked one of the shelves, sending frozen books towards Yumisu's way. The book barely grazed her scales. Three continued to grab books as she glided in the library before tossing them in the air and kicking it towards the standing Dragonborn. Yumisu began swing her spear. At first it was slow, missing a few books and letting it almost graze her scales. Then, as her momentum gathered, her swings became faster and faster, allowing her to create a furious gale of wind that deflected all incoming book outwards, letting them into the wall and shattering into a million ice crystals. Three sped up her skates, running towards the wall at top speeds, and as Three reached the end of the room, she raised her feet and began skating up and towards the ceiling. It was as if gravity was flipped upside down for her. But in truth, the ice particles in the ceiling felt a magnetic connection to Three herself, making skating on the ceiling a possibility. Three reached the metal chandelier in the middle of the room and used her sharp skates to cut it from the ceiling. The heavy metal object imbued with frost magic began falling towards Yumisu. Three followed right behind it as she jumped from the ceiling and kicked down towards the chandelier, increasing the weight and speed of the object. Yumisu stood there unfazed on the ground. She kept swinging her spear around her body, gathering momentum, even though there was nothing there to defend against. And as the chandelier was about to hit her, Yumisu looked up and showed a fiery rage towards Three. "You dare scheme against Michael," she screamed out, creating a deafening sound that made Three subconsciously plug her ears. And as Three looked down again, she saw Yumisu raising her glowing green spear and thrusting it towards her with anger and fury. A huge gust of wind immediately shoved the frozen chandelier back up towards Three, impaling her with the piece she had broken. Paradoxically, Three felt the wind grow stronger as it hit her, propelling her and the chandelier up towards the ceiling and completely bursting through the other side. Three vomited out blood as she broke through the second floor of the library, with frozen wooden planks bursting out into splinters. The furious wind from Yumisu's spear kept pushing her out into the ceiling before she burst through the rooftop, sending rubble and brick out into the air. Three felt the wind knocked out of her. She looked down with her eyes completely wide open. Tens of meters up in the air, she saw the library's rooftop completely blown wide open. And in the hole beyond the roof, she could see the second floor where she had burst through, and even beyond that, she saw Yumisu with her spear still directed towards her with anger and fury. Three was helpless as she soared in the night sky, taller than any other building in the neighborhood. Then she slowed down just for a moment before she came crashing down like a meteor. She sustained multiple broken ribs and bones from just that one thrust alone, giving her no power to even deflect the chandelier as it was falling down over her. She crashed into the stone road, cracking it into pieces. The chandelier buried her deeper, sustaining her even more injuries. "No way," she muttered under her breath. And before she completely lost consciousness, she saw a dark blue dragonborn approach her with the most casual attitude. "My sister's quite scary when she gets angry," he said, putting his glowing katana on his shoulders. She recognized him. It was Jaku, supposedly the strongest out of all the Dragonborns. Codename 2 was supposed to deal with him. But seeing as he was still unharmed, the result was obvious. With her consciousness fading, she realized that Hammerstone Company made a massive mistake in crossing the Reborn Company. They were in the same levels as their seniors, those elite fighters serving global corporations. Two large explosions in close succession rang out around the city, alerting Codename 6 to the disturbance. He looked back, seeing the sight of a woman falling down from the skies with a large chandelier above her. Six squinted his eyes, realizing that it was none other than one of his comrades in the stone-cold group. He realized something happened to her. And just as he was about to go towards her, he heard a faint tapping sound. Booted to what the hell was that, he muttered under his breath, looking around to see nothing but an empty street around him lit up by dim oil lamps. Unnerved by that strangely rhythmic noise that seemed to be a product of his imagination, Six ran towards the direction where Three landed. As he ran, the subtle sounds of ra-ta-ta became drowned out by the sounds of his hurried footsteps. Once he ran out the corner, Six slowly peeked out of the street and saw Three buried in a crater in the middle of the stone brick road. Above her was the metal chandelier, pinning her in place. He was about to move towards her when he realized that she was not alone. There was a dark blue scaled demi-human standing above her with a sword above his shoulders. Dragonborn Six muttered, "That means both of them are finished." Learning about the defeat of the two of the strongest fighters in their stone-cold group truly put the fear inside Six's heart. Only now did he feel stupid for actively trying to call out a Dragonborn to face him. After all, if 2 and 3 couldn't even put a scratch on their scales in an ambush, then that meant that he, codenamed Six for being the weakest out of everyone, probably won't even survive a single second of meeting those demi-human monsters. Fortunately for him, Jakku didn't seem to be walking towards him at all. The dark blue Dragonborn only said the words, "Have fun hunting," before leisurely walking the other direction, whistling as he did so. Six took this chance to bolt the hell out of there. He ran through streets, dark alleyways, and backyards trying to make it back to the Hammerstone headquarters where he could at least ask for some backup. But as he ran, the hairs on his neck stood up. He quickly turned his head to the side, thinking that there was someone closely following behind him. There was nothing there but empty crates and soil buckets. Booted to ra-ta-ta there it was again, those rhythmic tapping and strumming that he kept hearing through the night. Angry, Six took out the large hammer strapped to his back and smashed the crates, exploding into 1,000 splinters. He looked back, turning around in the dark alleyway alone. "Who are you?" He shouted, his voice echoing back at him. "Show yourself." Holding the warhammer with both hands, Six swung his weapon all around him, hitting the stone brick walls around him before shouting HAA. To scare off his stalker, he looked like he had paranoid schizophrenia. Six closed his eyes and took deep breaths before laughing at himself. He thought himself crazy for thinking such thoughts. His fear of the Dragonborn seemed to have made him a little bit on edge. He strapped the warhammer to his back, but as he looked down on the ground, he saw 2 large shadows right next to his own. 2 large beings were standing directly behind him. HAA, Six shouted, swinging his warhammer backwards. Yet it hit nothing but the air. There was no one around him. He looked back down on the ground and saw that the 2 large shadows he saw seemed to be nothing more than a visual illusion from the 2 street oil lamps in the street. "What the hell is happening?" he muttered under his breath. Six began running at top speeds back onto the open street before finally seeing the familiar bridge that led straight to the Hammerstone headquarters. He realized that the bridge was shrouded in mist, but he didn't care. He ran straight through it since he knew the directions instinctively. The sound of the river below him let him know that he was crossing the bridge safely, and a few moments later, the mist subsided as he stepped off the stone bridge. However, as he looked forward, he saw that same bridge again in the distance. He looked back and saw that he was right back where he started, where he ran from. What the fuck? An illusion spell, a cold sweat poured down his back. Was there a Dragonborn that they didn't account for? Six raised his warhammer, casting the spell imbue Snowy Mountain, which created a perfect mound of rocky ice on the 2 flat ends of his weapon. Destruction of winter. He shouted, bringing down his warhammer towards the nearest building in front of him. The weapon broke through stone brick corners, sending rubble and powder flying everywhere. The frost then began to spread all around the unaffected area, turning everything extremely brittle. With another swing, the very front wall of the residential building began to collapse in on itself, sending snowy powder floating in the air. "Show yourself or I am gonna destroy this whole neighborhood." Just then, a subtle voice echoed, "We're already behind you." Six quickly turned around, warhammer in hand, and saw 2 different orc species standing side by side in front of him. Seeing the true appearance of his stalker, Six couldn't help but laugh. "I can't believe I got scared by a bunch of orcs," he said. "There are no Dragonborns here in sight to help you. You should have just let me leave." The 2 orcs stayed silent, allowing Six to take initiative and bring his warhammer towards them. He swung his weapon overhead, creating frost that turned the very air around it brittle. As Six brought down his warhammer, the air around it exploded into icicles, which created a domino effect that eventually reached the 2 orcs. Needle-like icicles exploded in between the 2 orcs, impaling them with thousands upon thousands of holes in their meaty flesh. Six ran up towards them, dragging his warhammer in the stone road before swinging it horizontally, hitting the hairy orc on his side and sending him crashing into the spiky orc. but as the orc's body got destroyed, it turned into nothing but shadow flames that eventually dissipated in the air. It was another illusion. Damn it, stop with all these tricks, you're just mere orcs. Just then Six felt a stinging pain in his stomach that override his every sense. He looked down and saw a gaping hole in his abdomen, with an orc's fist covered in flame-like shadows sticking out of it. Slowly, he felt his consciousness fade into nothingness, but then he woke up. Six looked around and found himself back in the empty street as before, with the bridge right in front of him. There was no destruction of property, there was no gaping hole in his stomach, and there were no orcs around anywhere to see, but the pain he felt was real, so real that he didn't think it was an illusion. Boo-ta-ta-ra-ta-ta, he looked behind and saw the same two orcs standing perfectly still, with shadows flickering around them. Six finally realized it. He was stuck in an illusion. In the real world, his true body was already knocked out cold in the alleyway, with the two shadow orcs standing over him coldly. They were just letting him experience the pain of death over and over again, not letting him leave the hellish illusion of perpetual death. From the moment he heard the rhythmic sounds of boo-tu-tu and ra-ta-ta, the fight was already finished. He was already caught in their spell. Two large explosions in close succession rang out around the city, alerting Codename Six to the disturbance. He looked back, seeing the sight of a woman falling down from the skies with a large chandelier above her. Six squinted his eyes, realizing that it was none other than one of his comrades in the stone-cold group. He realized something happened to her. And just as he was about to go towards her, he heard a faint tapping sound. Boo-to what the hell was that, he muttered under his breath, looking around to see nothing but an empty street around him, lit up by dim oil lamps. Unnerved by that strangely rhythmic noise that seemed to be a product of his imagination, Six ran towards the direction where Three landed. As he ran, the subtle sounds of ra-ta-ta became drowned out by the sounds of his hurried footsteps. Once he ran out the corner, Six slowly peeked out of the street and saw Three buried in a crater in the middle of the stone brick road. Above her was the metal chandelier, pinning her in place. He was about to move towards her when he realized that she was not alone. There was a dark blue scaled demi-human standing above her with a sword above his shoulders. Dragonborn Six muttered, "That means both of them are finished." Learning about the defeat of the two of the strongest fighters in their stone-cold group truly put the fear inside Six's heart. Only now did he feel stupid for actively trying to call out a Dragonborn to face him. After all, if 2 and 3 couldn't even put a scratch on their scales in an ambush, then that meant that he, codenamed Six for being the weakest out of everyone, probably won't even survive a single second of meeting those demi-human monsters. Fortunately for him, Jakku didn't seem to be walking towards him at all. The dark blue Dragonborn only said the words, "Have fun hunting," before leisurely walking the other direction, whistling as he did so. Six took this chance to bolt the hell out of there. He ran through streets, dark alleyways, and backyards trying to make it back to the Hammerstone headquarters where he could at least ask for some backup. But as he ran, the hairs on his neck stood up. He quickly turned his head to the side, thinking that there was someone closely following behind him. There was nothing there but empty crates and soil buckets. Boo-ta-ta-ra-ta-ta, there it was again, those rhythmic tapping and strumming that he kept hearing through the night. Angry, Six took out the large hammer strapped to his back and smashed the crates, exploding into 1,000 splinters. He looked back, turning around in the dark alleyway alone. "Who are you?" He shouted, his voice echoing back at him. "Show yourself." Holding the warhammer with both hands, Six swung his weapon all around him, hitting the stone brick walls around him before shouting HAA. To scare off his stalker, he looked like he had paranoid schizophrenia. Six closed his eyes and took deep breaths before laughing at himself. He thought himself crazy for thinking such thoughts. His fear of the Dragonborn seemed to have made him a little bit on edge. He strapped the warhammer to his back, but as he looked down on the ground, he saw 2 large shadows right next to his own. 2 large beings were standing directly behind him. HAA, Six shouted, swinging his warhammer backwards. Yet it hit nothing but the air. There was no one around him. He looked back down on the ground and saw that the 2 large shadows he saw seemed to be nothing more than a visual illusion from the 2 street oil lamps in the street. "What the hell is happening?" he muttered under his breath. Six began running at top speeds back onto the open street before finally seeing the familiar bridge that led straight to the Hammerstone headquarters. He realized that the bridge was shrouded in mist, but he didn't care. He ran straight through it since he knew the directions instinctively. The sound of the river below him let him know that he was crossing the bridge safely, and a few moments later, the mist subsided as he stepped off the stone bridge. However, as he looked forward, he saw that same bridge again in the distance. He looked back and saw that he was right back where he started, where he ran from. What the fuck? An illusion spell, a cold sweat poured down his back. Was there a Dragonborn that they didn't account for? Six raised his warhammer, casting the spell imbue Snowy Mountain, which created a perfect mound of rocky ice on the two flat ends of his weapon, destruction of winter. He shouted, bringing down his warhammer towards the nearest building in front of him. The weapon broke through stone brick corners, sending rubble and powder flying everywhere. The frost then began to spread all around the unaffected area, turning everything extremely brittle. With another swing, the very front wall of the residential building began to collapse in on itself, sending snowy powder floating in the air. "Show yourself or I am gonna destroy this whole neighborhood." Just then, a subtle voice echoed. "We're already behind you." Six quickly turned around, warhammer in hand, and saw two different orc species standing side by side in front of him. Seeing the true appearance of his stalker, Six couldn't help but laugh. "I can't believe I got scared by a bunch of orcs," he said. "There are no Dragonborns here in sight to help you. You should have just let me leave." The two orcs stayed silent, allowing Six to take initiative and bring his warhammer towards them. He swung his weapon overhead, creating frost that turned the very air around it brittle. As Six brought down his warhammer, the air around it exploded into icicles, which created a domino effect that eventually reached the two orcs. Needle-like icicles exploded in between the two orcs, impaling them with thousands upon thousands of holes in their meaty flesh. Six ran up towards them, dragging his warhammer in the stone road before swinging it horizontally, hitting the hairy orc on his side and sending him crashing into the spiky orc. But as the orc's body got destroyed, it turned into nothing but shadow flames that eventually dissipated in the air. It was another illusion. "Damn it, stop with all these tricks. You're just mere orcs." Just then, Six felt a stinging pain in his stomach that override his every sense. He looked down and saw a gaping hole in his abdomen, with an orc's fist covered in flame-like shadows sticking out of it. Slowly, he felt his consciousness fade into nothingness. But then, he woke up. Six looked around and found himself back in the empty street as before, with the bridge right in front of him. There was no destruction of property, there was no gaping hole in his stomach, and there were no orcs around anywhere to see. But the pain he felt was real, so real that he didn't think it was an illusion. Bootata-ra-ta-ta, he looked behind and saw the same two orcs standing perfectly still, with shadows flickering around them. Six finally realized it. He was stuck in an illusion. In the real world, his true body was already knocked out cold in the alleyway, with the two shadow orcs standing over him coldly. They were just letting him experience the pain of death over and over again, not letting him leave the hellish illusion of perpetual death. From the moment he heard the rhythmic sounds of boo-too-too and ra-ta-ta, the fight was already finished. He was already caught in their spell. "I don't know what I'm still doing here," codenamed Four muttered leisurely. "By this point, I'm sure they'd leave no Dragonborn left for me to hunt." Grieve chuckled, cackling at the youngster's arrogance. "Must be nice to be so young," Grieve said naturally. "Barely out of the womb yet confident and proud to face anything in life. Such things are quite envious, at least. I think so. You've been talking a lot. Are you their leader or something?" Four asked, rudely pointing at the hooded man in front of him. "You can say that. Well, I hope y'all at least give me a good exercise. I would hate for my trip to be wasted on bums. In terms of ranking, how do you think you would fare against those Dragonborns?" Grieve raised his head and tilted it, seriously considering the question posed to him by the burly man. "The weakest out of them all, I think. They are quite talented youngsters after all." Four sighed and shrugged his shoulders. "Good enough for me. I'll just finish this quickly so that I can go back faster." He reached down and raised a large heavy sword from the ground. The very blade itself was even wider and taller than most humans, making for a very intimidating weaponry. The heavy sword was made out of a metal and Damascus steel alloy that emphasized power and weight, creating the most devastating weapon available in anyone's hands. Its heaviness prevented Four from even using a normal horse and carriage, for they would break in half trying to carry his sword. Yet, thanks to his muscular physique, Four was able to wield the heavy sword as if it was as light as a feather. He tossed it in the air and caught it with one hand, showing off his strength to the intimidated red mankeys hiding behind the trees. "Show it to me," Four said casually, to which Grieve did not answer. Four raised the heavy sword and swung it wide, creating a heavy wind that ruffled dead leaves, branches, and the quiet forestry around them. A moment later, tens of trees fell crashing onto the ground, with the sounds of splintering woods echoing in the forest. Upon closer inspection, it was cut from the thickest parts of its base with a clean incision, which seemed to have been done by a surgical knife. Four swung his heavy sword around haphazardly like a stick, showing the ease in which he wielded the hefty weapon. Though this intimidation tactic didn't seem to have worked on the hooded figure opposite him. "I know you have it, show it to me," Four demanded. "My brother Five would not have lost against that Dragonborn if you guys were not in possession of a mithril relic. That is the only way he would have been defeated." Grieve looked up at Four and raised his hand. He showed a glove with a glowing ring on its middle finger. A bluish-green aura radiated from the ring, showing its intense magical properties. Four eyed the ring with seriousness. He could feel the power from it. Good, good. It's good that you know to immediately wield your greatest weapon against me. It's the only way you'll survive. Four took out a glowing gem of his own from his necklace. This was another mithril relic, despite it being substantially smaller and weaker than the one wielded by Grieve. He inserted this relic gem on the end of his heavy sword's hilt, imbuing it with the power of water and air mana, combining into an icy frost. Ah, if that mithril relic of yours proves better than mine, then I shall take it as my spoils after your defeat. Very well, Grieve nodded, accepting the conditions of the duel. The excited feeling knocking out from his ribbed chest told him that this was not the first time he had felt this before. It felt like he was coming back into familiar territory, like coming back home. Grieve walked forward with his hands on his robe, going weaponless. Four asked incredulously, "Bold, but I respect it. I just hope you don't regret it." Four used Frostbite of the Mammoth, turning his heavy sword into a curving elephant's trunk that swooped down towards Grieve. The heavy sword struck the ground with speed and force, creating an explosion of dirt and soil before a seismic earthquake shook the entire forest awake. Birds and bats flew away in fear, while critters ran away in droves. Four's smile lessened as he saw the heavy sword impaled on the ground, but without its target. Grieve stood just a few inches away with his gloved hand on the heavy sword's blade, seemingly pushing it away. "Grah!" Four screamed, taking back his great sword and swinging it around himself, creating momentum before using it to Grieve's head to the ground. But the flat blade of his sword hit nothing but the disturbed soil. Grieve was luckily a few inches further away from the sword's grasp. Annoyed, Four shouted frozen weight of the hilt, swinging his heavy sword towards Grieve. The edge of his blade created a crescent-shaped ice that shot towards the hooded Grieve. It was as heavy as the sword itself, yet coming at speeds almost twice as fast as his swing. This time, Four was able to see how Grieve smoothly stepped away from them with efficient footwork and timing. The crescent ice cleaved through 5 trees before crashing onto a small mound of rock in the ground and infecting it with frozen ice magic. "Show me how you fight," Four shouted, sending a flurry of crescent slashes towards Grieve. Yet the hooded figure simply avoided the dangerous obstacles through footwork, seemingly disappearing from sight at the very last second and reappearing just as the shot passed him. "If you aren't going to fight me, then I'll fight these monkeys." Four sent out a single crescent towards a group of red monkeys hiding behind a tree. It was coming towards them at speeds they couldn't even react to. Just as they were about to be hit, Grieve suddenly appeared in front of them and took the crescent head-on, swinging his hand and deflecting the ice up towards the sky. "You broke the conditions of our duel," Grieve muttered, disappointed. "And for that, you will have to pay dearly." Grieve raised his hand and showed the glove containing the mithril artifact ring. Using his other hand, he twisted the golden band before slowly pulling the ring out of his finger. "Hey, what the hell are you doing? Are you forfeiting our fight?" Four shouted. Grieve shook his head. "No, insolent one, I am simply giving you what you wish for." As he took the ring out of his finger, a bluish-green aura suddenly exploded out of his very body, disintegrating the hooded cloth around him. Four felt his instincts jump, telling to back away immediately. His eyes widened as the robe began to show what was hidden underneath. He began to realize who or what he had been fighting against this entire time. "You see, this is no ordinary mithril artifact. Unlike the ones used by the Dragonborns, my ring does not give me magical powers. In fact, it limits it." As the ring left Grieve's finger, the full power of his 9-star cultivation erupted uncontrollably. The grass underneath his feet decayed in less than a second as it got exposed to his overflowing necrotic energy. Four stood there, shaking, as he looked at the undead general skeleton in front of him. Fear took the strength out of his body, feeling weakness in his arms and fingers, making him drop the heavy sword into the ground. "The game is over, young one. I simply hope you get a second chance in life like me." Then Four saw the whole world turning sideways. As he looked around, he saw his own body on the side, standing still, missing its head. Slowly, his consciousness faded into nothingness, never to return again. Back in the castle, the night's celebrations and merry dancing were stopped by the appearance of one young man named Christian Hammerstone. He stole everyone's attention without care. Just the fact that he arrived so late in the night meant that he didn't treat the Duke with a lot of respect. Some might call it justified since he was a descendant of the famous Hephaestus Corporation, but many would simply call it arrogance. "Duke Stelming, there is no better option than me," he said, approaching the metal automobile. "Whatever the Reborn Company has offered you, I am sure that my company can give you as well." Christian noticed the unique R symbol embedded onto the automobile's side door. Since the Duke was riding it with his wife, he assumed that this was a gift from Michael to tip the scales of favor towards his way. "This metal contraption is not very efficient at all," he said boldly. "You would need 4 horses to pull on a metal carriage like this. It simply shows that our Hammerstone company is a lot wiser than any other young company in this city. After all, I have my family's experience to draw back from. Siding with me is a simple recipe for success." However, the Duke didn't seem impressed, and neither were the guests around him. They knew his words were worth nothing after seeing the capabilities of the automobile. "You know nothing, Chris. It's Christian," the boy corrected. "You were a fine lad when you were a child," the Duke said sentimentally. "Your father guided you in the right ways of building a company. What has happened to you to be so ignorant?" Christian smacked his mouth rudely, turning away from the Duke and not wanting to hear another one of his sermons. "Opportunity is what happened," Christian shouted, his voice in a high pitch. "Right now my brothers, sisters, cousins, and friends are all participating in the competition, and even they are completely outmatched from the real companies controlling the market." He pointed at the Duke and everyone else. "This is a warning. The sharks are coming, and they smell blood in the water. It won't be long before they come swimming down the plains of the Queen's regions and come knocking on your doors. Didn't you know that Batroc Town is already under control of an Oscorp subsidiary company? I heard that they fought hard for their independence, but ended up losing it in the end." The Duke was startled, and the rest of the guests gasped as they heard the unexpected news. It was as if their whole belief was shattered in an instant, making them feel uneasy and unsteady for the future that was to come. "That's so near here," one of the guests uttered silently, yet his voice was heard by all. "If they're getting conquered, then what about us? This is bad for business." That was the only conclusion they could all come to. It wasn't hard to imagine what was happening in Batroc Town right now. Local businesses would immediately struggle. At best, companies would have to pay enormous amounts of tax. At worst, they would get thrown out of town for fear of them becoming too much of a threat to their reign. Meanwhile, in a time of crisis, the reigning company had the authority to turn normal citizens into soldiers to fight something they didn't want in the first place. As for the royals previously in charge of the territory, their fates were usually one with a grim ending. Even if Duke Stelmane tried to keep a still face, the anxiety he felt in his heart couldn't help but leak out into his expression. He got out of the automobile and faced Christian with a serious face. "Are you sure about this? Where did you hear it?" "I saw it with my own eyes," Christian replied. "It's one of the reasons why I'm late. I had to stop by and see why the whole town was set ablaze." The Duke paced back and forth as all sorts of thoughts flowed through his mind. Not even his wife could calm him down, as he rejected her attempt at holding his hand. "This is the reason why you need me," Christian pleaded. "The only thing that can push off a subcompany of a global conglomerate is another subcompany from an equally strong conglomerate. Me. I am the only one that can fight off against that Oscorp subcompany." It was evident in the Duke's eyes that he was seriously considering the boy's offer. Having the backing of the Hephaestus company would assure a safety net behind the city in the case that the Oscorp subsidiary company decided to expand further than Batroc. The looming threat of the upcoming territorial war between the conglomerate subcompanies sent an ominous mood that permeated throughout every man and woman around. Some of them were even considering to hitch their own companies to Hammerstone in the hopes that they would also get saved in the future. It was a smart move, truly, and the only one they could make in such times. But then the Duke looked at the golden-haired boy in the middle of the castle grounds, realizing that there was another solution to this problem, something that would not require him to relinquish his reins over to a boy. "Why you Duke Stelmane?" asked Chr Sishan. "Why can't I ask help from the Reborn company?" Christian shook his head, disappointed. Then he gestured for his personal bodyguard to come closer to the Duke. "Show the Duke the life stones," Christian ordered. Codename 1 obediently approached and took out 4 gems from his pocket, each about the size of a large bean and glowing with a white intensity similar to the moon. These rough-edged stones pulsated with a rhythmic pattern, dimming and brightening once every second. "Tonight I sent out 4 elite soldiers, each hand-picked directly from the Hephaestus Training Academy, and sent them to seek out the greatest fighters of the Reborn Company, the so-called Dragonborns," Christian explained. "And these life stones are directly linked to those 4 warriors. Right now, the glow of these stones indicate that they are fully awake and conscious. By now, they must have met their targets and attacked them with great skill and power. In about 3 candles worth of time, my elite soldiers will return from their duty and bring the news that they have successfully bested the Dragonborns of Reborn." The Duke looked back at Michael with worry. If those warriors were indeed picked from the Hephaestus Training Academy, then their level of skill is nothing less than world-class. But instead of panic and anxiousness, Michael showed an expression of calmness. Michael looked at One and Christian. "Are you sure about that?" he asked them. Just then One felt the life stones in his palms start to shake with intensity, almost rolling out of his hands. Then, a life stones turned completely black, with no glow whatsoever. It looked like a normal quartz stone. Surprise and shock filled One's eyes, much more so Christian's. But then it wasn't long before the second one turned dim as well. And then a few moments after that, the third one had its light snuffed out in an instant. "What the hell is happening?" Christian shouted to One. Their last saving grace was the final life stone staying completely still in One's palms. but a second later the stone exploded out into 1,000 fragments, leaving only powder residue all over his hand. What the hell does this mean? Christian asked one angrily. Stone Cold One, the strongest out of their group, knew the meaning of the light fading out of the life stones. It meant that they lost, plain and simple. However, he could not bear to disappoint the young master for the failure of his group. Meanwhile, the Duke looked at Michael and saw no surprise from him. Michael expected this. He knew this would happen. I've seen enough, Duke Stelmane announced. Your elite soldiers failed in defeating the Dragonborns, it seems. Christian looked back at the Duke, opening his mouth and failing to say anything to refute him. This was completely out of the realm of possibilities in his mind. The Stone Cold Six were elite warriors brought up by his family. They were supposed to be at the top of the line. Looks like my original decision is correct. The true path that Angora City shall take is the one with the Reborn Company right by its side. This is unfair. Christian cried out, stomping his foot on the ground like an angry child. Christian, the Duke called out softly, trying to appease the boy. Even if the Dragonborns had lost, I still would have chosen them as my sponsor. It is not a matter of strength, but principles. Your attitude tonight made me realize that if you were to become a sponsor of Angora City, you would treat my citizens and as your resources to conquer other territories. You would simply use our city to further your own goals of competing against the other companies. Christian crossed his arms angrily, but they're doing it too. He reasoned, why can they do it, while I can't? The Duke approached Christian and ruffled the boy's hair, treating him as the same child that he was years ago. That is not the way your father taught you to handle business. He was a righteous man, and you should have followed in his footsteps rather than be caught up by bad influences. Christian's eyes started to well up as his emotions bubbled under the surface. Anger, disappointment, shame. These were the emotions that an 11-year-old child cannot yet handle properly. Get off me, Christian shouted, swatting away the Duke's comforting hand. Then he turned to Michael and pointed right at his face. This is all your fault. If you hadn't meddled in my business, then I would have had everything I wanted. Christian looked to his bald bodyguard and uttered the key phrase, attack him. Chris, no. The Duke screamed, but it was already too late. One took the sword out from his scabbard and rushed towards Michael. His arrival almost seemed instantaneous in the eyes of the normal guests. 1 second he was behind Christian and the Duke, and the next he was in front of Michael, with the sword just inches away from his neck. Just then, a prismatic shield appeared and fought against the sword, clashing with its metal blade and creating sparks all around. KYAA, the sudden explosion of murderous intent scared the guests witless, leaving them screaming and crying out in desperation as they tried to escape into safety. The Duke guided the guests inside his castle, where they would be safe from harm. Damn it, where's my soldiers? The Duke screamed in frustration. There seemed to be no one present in his castle, but shadows in the night. He took out a whistle from his pocket. Once he blew this, soldiers from all over the city would gather at the castle walls to try and subdue the criminal. But just as the Duke raised the whistle to his mouth, he felt a sudden grip on his wrist. Duke Stelmane looked down and saw a visible shadow taking hold of his arm. Following it, he saw the shadow connected to a strange hood-wearing violet blob of slime in front of him. No need for that, Fudge said casually to the Duke. Let my master have his fun. The Duke eyed Fudge with confusion. That guy's at the peak of the 5-star cultivation. His concern was valid. Who wouldn't worry after seeing an 11-year-old boy get attacked by a superhuman soldier trained to kill his targets in the most efficient of ways yet? Fudge assured the Duke. Just watch my master. He learned something good recently, and he wants to try it out. Duke Stelmane could only watch with concerned eyes as Michael faced off against the Stone Cold One. One exerted extreme force to his sword as he tried to penetrate through the protective shield around Michael. However, the absolute unity defense around Michael counteracted the fire and earth mana inside the metal itself to push it further away. If one wanted to push even further, he would have to risk his sword getting turned into metal slag. Tusk, that strange defense again, he muttered under his breath. As one struggled, Michael took this time to observe the opponent right in front of him, sensing the mana contained around his body. There's lots of water and air mana in his cores, which means he's powerful in the ice spells. He's wearing a variant of the icy blue armor that 5 wore in the arena, with this one having iceberg-like shoulder guards that didn't impede his sword movements. This equipment is made with magic power in mind, not purely physical power. He looks like the strongest 5-star fighter I've ever faced, at least, before myself, he concluded, and a moment later, he was proven right. One retracted his sword and chanted Hephaestus chilled flames before using his finger to brush the blade from the base to its tip, with his touch leaving a blue fire that seemed to emanate a cold mist. The absence of fire mana in those flames fascinated Michael. It was made out of pure water and air mana, imitating the structure of fire to achieve actual flames. Frozen Dragon, 1 strike. He shouted, swinging his sword in graceful stances that left a trail of icy blue flames in the air. Michael felt as if he was watching a Chinese cultivation donghua. As one slashed the air, a pattern emerged from the trailing flames. A long and thin stretch of body moved across the air, like a snake slithering in its lair. Yet this snake had icy blue fiery scales and clawed legs near its tail and shoulders. Soon a head formed at the very top, with a long protruding mouth filled with sharp teeth and two long shrimp antennae near its nose. Its jaws unclenched, roaring directly at Michael. This was a dragon, but not the one that looked similar to Western fantasy, but one closer to the depiction of Chinese mythology. Michael was so entranced at the appearance of the blue-flamed dragon that he almost welcomed its descent towards him. At the very last second, he used flight and shot up tens of meters up in the air, dodging the dragon's lunge. As the dragon hit the ground, the stone brick flooring exploded into rubble and icy flames, turning the castle grounds into an almost hellish landscape. Stones burning with blue flames fell from the skies and hit the ground, spreading a deadly frost that turned everything into an icicle. Michael looked down from the skies, amazed at the power of the dragon. Magic theory acquired. JK4's voice echoed in his head. Just then, as the mist from the explosion subsided down, he saw the reformed dragon rush towards the sky. One rode in its head with his sword pointed directly at Michael. One sword was imbued with the power of a mithril relic the size of a fist. It emanated an icy blue power that seemed to feed into the dragon below him. Icy dragon's breath. One screamed, thrusting his sword and commanding the dragon to release a giant ball of blue, flames the size of an elephant. Michael floated above, with air mana propelling his feet and hands upwards. His mind began analyzing the mana composition of the icy ball of fire, watching as the wisps of water and air mana come out of one's sword to empower the ball of the blue ball of flames. It only took a few milliseconds before ChatJK4 gave him an answer in his mind. A flow of information washed over his brain, giving him the necessary magic theory to cast an entirely new 5-star mystical art spell specifically designed to counteract the icy dragon's breath. Let's call this the Icy Dragon Breath Mint, Michael thought to himself as an equally large ball of magma manifested in front of him. This magma flowed upon itself like a newborn planet, spewing out chunks of lava as the layers subducted under itself. As the icy ball of fire hit the magma planet, everything exploded into a flurry of white lights sparkling in the air, caused by the complete annihilation of the mana particles contained in the two spheres. What? One shouted his shock, pulling his reins on the dragon and stopping midair. Those that tried to destroy his icy ball of flames using water magic or any kind of spell would be faced by an uncontrollable explosion of steam that he would have taken advantage of. Yet somehow, his icy dragon breath was completely neutralized in a mere second. Down below in the castle grounds, Tracheus looked up at the night sky with his eyes showing complete disbelief. A perfect counterspell, he muttered under his breath. He didn't expect to see such a high-level execution of a counterspell tonight. Even he couldn't do it reliably. Creating a magic spell to perfectly cancel another spell was a technique that required absolute precision, boundless creativity, and perfect mastery over mana to execute. If one knew how easy Michael made it look, he would have realized that he was completely outclassed. Michael was just toying with him, but one kept fighting. He took the flaming blue dragon's antennae and whipped it, causing the creature to rush towards Michael. The dragon's body slithered up and down in the air, its jaws wide open as it preyed upon Michael in a circle. Once one was positioned out of Michael's line of sight, the dragon swooped in and used its sharp, flaming claws to tear Michael into pieces. The flaming claws reached the invisible prismatic shield, sending white sparks all over the place as the icy blue flames tried to fight the Unity defense. It didn't work. A repelling force pushed the dragon backwards, causing it to be submerged in a large collection of clouds, obscuring it from view. Then silence. A few seconds later, the sky rumbled as an icy cone pierced through the gray mist and revealed a snow-tipped mountain crashing towards Michael like a meteor. Mountain Pass One screamed, coming behind the mountain riding his dragon. Michael felt as if Mount Everest itself was raining down on him. Its grandness covered the moonlight, casting a shadow over his entire being. The mountain fell through the air before crashing directly towards the castle walls, disintegrating the stone brick walls that it collided into. Chunks of the rocky mountain flew everywhere before dissipating into a mist of pure mana. The destruction in the wall led the nearby stone bricks to fall forwards, crashing into the moat below and creating a splashing sound as it did so. Up above, one looked down at the rubble, hoping to see Michael's body among it. Unfortunately for him, Michael was nowhere to be found. Just then he saw a shadow flashed above him. He looked up and saw Michael standing in the air with his arms crossed, completely unscathed from the literal mountain that he threw at him. The stone-cold warrior gripped his sword tighter, feeling the heat of the fight finally come to him. He couldn't find a way to break through Michael's defenses. It was like he was invulnerable. "I'll find a way to defeat you," one swore. Michael shrugged. "You can't, but you're welcome to try." Suddenly, Michael's arms lit up in a strangely familiar blue flame. One was dazed as he felt the cold breeze emanating from Michael. No one muttered. It can't be his fears came true as Michael imitated his sword stances using nothing but his arms. The icy blue flames in Michael's hands left a frosty residue in the air that slowly formed into a slender body with flaming scales and extended snout. "That's impossible," one screamed as he stared at the creature in front of him. Michael created an icy dragon of his own. He copied the unique physical art spell passed down only through enrolling in the Hephaestus Training Academy. Michael jumped on top of the dragon's head, standing directly above its skull. With a single gesture from him, the dragon soared in the air, meeting eye to eye with one's dragon. The two looked completely identical, down to the flaming scales and sharp clawed legs. It was a jaw-dropping moment for one. He stared at the dragon in front of him, wondering what kind of illusion Michael had cast. Yet soon he would be completely proven wrong. "Fire," Michael muttered. His dragon opened its jaws wide, with mana gathering at the tip of its canine teeth. Water vapors flowed out of the mouth, turning into mist as it traveled in the air. The combination of water and air mana created a giant ball of icy flames even bigger than an elephant. It was one's signature move, the icy dragon's breath, and as it shot towards him, the more he was sure of it. He raised his sword, using his stances to create a defensive wall of ice. However, his unsteady mental state forced a mistake in his sword's positioning, causing the ice to suddenly melt into a gaseous vapor. The ball of icy fire crashed into one's dragon, causing it to reel back in pain, uncontrollably shimmering in and out of the air. The collision sent one flying backwards. He tried to hold onto the dragon's antenna, but failed to get a proper grip. He fell from the skies, struggling to get a grasp onto his injured flaming dragon. As he plummeted down, he extended his hand to the dragon, telepathically commanding it to swoop in and save him. The dragon slowly regained its solid form after Michael's attack. It looked down at one, seeing its creator just a few seconds away from crashing into the ground. Yet the dragon shook its head. One felt his connection over the dragon cut off, losing all the mana attached to it from his cores. Coldness spread through his body, but not because of ice, but because of the absence of something, the absence of mana. He crashed into the castle grounds, creating a large crater with stone brick roads. He groaned, feeling multiple broken bones inside his body. But he couldn't care about that. He looked up and saw his ice dragon looking down coldly at him. At its side was Michael and his dragon. The two dragons soared through the air in unison, completely under Michael's will. Cold blood rushed through his head as he realized that Michael took control of his own magic spell. Silence filled the night except for the crackling of fire above. The two ice-flame dragons hovered in the air, looking down at the castle grounds below. It was an incomprehensible sight for mortals and mages alike. Even those not adept in the complexities of the mystic arts knew that a spell was something intricately connected to its caster. It was an extension of themselves, like another limb. Yet now they saw Michael wrench control of the dragon right under one's nose. It followed Michael's order as if the dragon had no connection to its original caster in the first place. No one knew how absurd this was more than Tracheus, the 7-star tower master. Cerberus words came crawling back to Tracheus. All those hyperbolic descriptions of Michael's talents in the mystic arts didn't seem so excessive now given what he just witnessed. In fact, genius wouldn't even begin to describe the mastery it would take to do something that Michael did so easily. How is this possible, one muttered, with blood spilling out of his mouth. With the two dragons under his feet, Michael floated down. "You weren't using your mana correctly," he said to one. "I can, so I took it." His supreme skill gave him complete mastery over mana, not just his own, but also everything around him. Taking ownership of a magic spell was as easy as breathing for him. One, feeling the despair of loss overcoming his body, gritted his teeth. His desperation fueled him to grab his sword from its hilt and smashed its bottom onto a jagged rock, displacing the mithril relic, tumbling a couple of times before landing just a few inches away from his head. With shaking hands, one took the icy blue mithril relic and forced it into his mouth, swallowing it whole. "What are you doing?" Tracheus shouted at him. What he did was nothing less than suicidal, but for one, losing was already equivalent to death. Fighting Michael made him feel like he was facing against an insurmountable wall, something that he could not overcome through all his powers. Replicating magic spells he only saw once, taking control of someone else's magic spells, Michael's talents in the mystical arts were nothing less than a cheat and an unfair power. So the only way one was going to defeat him was to take extraordinary measures. Grahhhh. He screamed as the mithril relic began to wreck his entire body. The amount of power contained in that gem was not meant to be consumed by a human, for it would destroy them completely from the inside out. His skin began to tear, revealing a glowing blue light from the inside, evidence of the mithril relic releasing all its power in his innards. The pain he was going through was indescribable, worse than death. Yet for a brief moment, he felt unprecedented power running through his veins. 2 new points of light spawned inside his abdomen, letting his cultivation shoot through from a 5-star power up to the 7-star realm. Ha. He laughed with a coarse voice, seemingly echoing in the night. Michael looked at one's body and saw the mana in his cores going haywire. It was fighting the influx of power coming from the mithril relic, trying to subdue it for its own. However, it was too powerful, eventually creating cracks inside his mana cores. However, one didn't seem to mind this at all. He floated into a standing position and faced the night sky. Power, I have unlimited power. He screamed, spreading his hands wide. A beam of frost shot out of the cracks in his hand, shooting the walls and the towering spire of the main castle. The tremendous force turned a large part of the castle roof into an ice sculpture before exploding out into 1,000,000 iced particles and revealing the interior below. Some unfortunate guests inside the castle fell victim to the destruction, getting buried under the falling ice debris. Michael knew that one couldn't control his power. If he were left alone any more than this, he could end up destroying the whole castle and harming everyone inside. He had to stop this. Let go of the power or this won't end well for you, Michael warned him. One looked at Michael with his pure blue light eyes and tilted his cracking head. You look at me. I have unlimited power. You cannot control me. Michael raised his right fist and said, if you move even a single twitch, I will fire. He had his thumb unfolded and his pointy finger aimed directly at Stone Cold One. He had created a simple finger gun, which didn't seem to be threatening enough for the maddened one. And what are you going to do with that? He scoffed. He was at the peak of 7-star cultivation. He was almost twice as fast as before, and with the power supplied to him by the mithril artifact, even those 2 dragons would have to cower under his feet. And despite the power ruining his body, one knew that Michael's mystical art spells still fell victim to its inherent weakness. It was slow. Compared to physical art spells, mystical spells were slow to fire and reach their target, meaning one would be able to dash out of the way before Michael cast his spell. With a smile, one's muscle twitched as he used an upscaled version of the ice speed footwork spell to disappear from Michael's sight, frost building on his feet. But as soon as he did, a bright flash of light blinded his eyes. A moment later, his vision came back and everything looked normal. Yet when he looked down, he saw a tiny hole within his robe, something not even noticeable at all. But a second later, blood spread around the fabric, revealing that he had a small circular wound in his chest that pierced straight through the back. What he uttered, confused. He looked up at Michael and saw wisps of smoke coming off his pointy finger. As the blood spilled out of his wound, one slowly lost consciousness and transferred over to the void of death. Unfortunately, his control over the last dredges of resistance in his body was the only thing preventing the rampage of the mithril relic. One fell to the ground face first, with the cracks in his body beginning to widen and with bright blue light leaking out with much greater intensity than before. The ground shook as the power of untamed mana began to wreak havoc in the surroundings. Seeing the mana in one's body start to collapse and annihilate each other, Michael knew that this was a bomb about to detonate. It wouldn't be long before the mithril relic would explode, taking the entire castle with it. Michael raised his hands and commanded the 2 ice flame dragons by his side to swoop down and take one's body up in the air. The dragons used their claws, dragging one's corpse up in the night sky. They soared higher than they ever did before, higher up above the clouds. As they reached the starry skies, one's body stopped trembling. Then it exploded into a flurry of ice crystals spreading wide over the skyline of Angora City. The explosion propagated a cool breeze in the air, creating snow and hail falling from the skies and bringing the winter season earlier than expected. Michael looked up and let a snowflake fall to his palms. He thought back to the killing blow he inflicted upon one. That was power of his secret trump card, Unity Gun. This was the idea that formed in his mind after upgrading ChatJK4's software. The complexity of the magic spell was so hard that it took his personal AI assistant 12 hours to finish its synthesis. After all, this spell was a combination of physical and mystical arts. Using the knowledge of how mana flow worked in physical art spells, ChatJK4 changed the course of his veins to imitate the inner workings of a modern gun. With his pointy finger as the barrel, his thumb as the iron sight, and his Unity mana as the bullet, Michael created a miniature explosion at the back of his knuckles to propel the Unity bullet out of his body. Then, using the knowledge of all the mystical art spells in his arsenal, Michael created a small focus point to condense the bullet into a small laser that reached its target almost instantaneously. The results turned out even better than he expected. He felt like he held the power of the Godforge in his hands, having the capabilities to burn through anything it touched. With just his pointy finger, Michael perhaps created the most devastating attack anyone could have ever thought of. The rest of the guests peeked out of the castle gates, still wary of what had happened just a few seconds earlier. However, they saw no sign of the maniac one. Instead, they only saw the golden-haired boy standing above in the air, floating alone as snow and hail fell slowly from the skies. They saw what happened. They witnessed Michael defeat one with his own magic spells. Their perception of the Reborn Company would forever change because of this. They thought their leader was someone born into power as an heir, but as it turned out, Michael's power was the real deal. The Duke looked up at Michael, his eyes glistening with complexity. He walked over to the Tower Master and uttered, "I underestimated his talent in magic. I never thought he was capable of doing any of this." Tracheus shook his head. "This is beyond the realm of genius," he replied. "What Michael did today was something that cannot be replicated even by me or any other mystic master in the world. He is blessed by mana unlike anyone in history." Michael's last move was what truly surprised the great Tower Master, the finger point. From his perspective, a single beam of light emanated from Michael's pointy finger and instantaneously reached one's body. There was no magic circle, no magic theory, no mana signatures, nothing. It was as if pure magic and power itself had pierced through his body. Even he, in the hundreds of years of knowledge stored in his brain from studying in the magic tower, failed to decipher anything about the light from the finger. It was indescribable, but it seemed there was one person who didn't appreciate Michael's overwhelming show of force. Christian Hammerstone fell on his knees, slamming his fist on the ground. "No." He screamed in denial. "This can't be happening." He pointed at the Duke, his eyes reddened. "Why can't you let my company have your city? You were my godfather. Instead, you're going to let an unranked company become the sponsor. How unfair is that?" The Duke shook his head, completely disappointed in what had occurred in his very own castle. He couldn't help but laugh at Christian's insolence. This kid knew nothing at all. "Even now you know nothing at all. I'll show you the truth." He walked over to a large chest near the drawbridge and opened it up, revealing a huge stack of papers inside. He picked up everything his hands could carry and threw it in the air, letting the papers fly through the cold breeze. The papers scattered, reaching high up in the air before falling back down to the castle grounds. The guests picked the papers on the ground, and as they glazed over its contents, their eyes began to widen with shock and surprise. Meanwhile, Christian saw one paper float directly towards him. He realized that it was a newspaper article dated today. He didn't even have to pick it up to reach the large, bold text at the top of the page. Reborn Company debuts at the 450th spot in the Golden 500. Christian's eyes widened, picking up the paper with angry, trembling hands. He began to read the contents of the article, reading about the introduction of the Reborn Company to the Queen's region, how they renovated Orcus town into something completely unrecognizable, and how they were rebuilding the original Golden Road. Tears dropped onto the paper, staining the ink. Becoming part of the Golden 500 just a month after its debut was unprecedented, and was not even something that direct heirs like Christian could hope to do. And the Reborn didn't just graze the very last rankings, they breezed past them and reached the 450th spot. Christian ripped the paper in half and in his anger, threw a large vase towards Michael. The pot wasn't even going to reach Michael, but suddenly an arrow pierced through the vase, shattering the clay and splashing the pot water in the ground. Michael looked above the castle walls and saw the silhouette of a figure in front of the moon, holding a bow and arrow. It was Shayna. She had been positioned here this entire time, watching and waiting. "Sorry for interrupting, Lord Michael, but I couldn't let that vase stain your dashing white clothes." "Sorry you didn't get to fight," Michael said to her, with his voice transmitting to the shadow underneath her feet. "It would ease my mind if you had let me take care of that pesky one, but it was an honor for me to watch you put on a masterclass," she replied, bowing to Michael from afar. Meanwhile, the Duke walked over to Christian and slapped him across the face, stopping his childish tantrum. The boy cried even harder, but he needed this after what he had done tonight. "Your father will hear about this," the Duke said. "He will be very disappointed." Soldiers walked over the Christian and put him in chains. He would be in the Duke's custody before he got transferred over to the Hephaestus estate. "Sorry for spoiling the surprise," the Duke said, approaching Michael. "The newspaper company sent advance copies to me as a courtesy. After all, it wasn't every day that a company breaks through the Golden 500, and an unknown one at that." Michael picked up one of the papers and read through it. It detailed how the Reborn Company got its fame and fortune through selling chocolate products, armors, weapons, and even strange metal carriages. It didn't talk about the King's region or the nation of Reborn in the parched lands. Michael guessed that this was because those facts were hard to verify for the newspaper company in such a short time. "What will happen to him?" Michael asked, as he watched the weeping boy get dragged inside the castle. Knowing his father, Christian will be stripped of all his inheritances, including the Hammerstone Company. He will never be able to abuse his power and influence again. Duke Stelmane sighed as he looked at the aftermath of the fight. His castle roof was destroyed, with pieces of glass and rubble strewn all around the courtyard. The walls had a gaping hole in the middle, allowing rudely awakened people from the city to peek at what happened in the castle. This is what happens when a boy is given too much power for his own good, Duke muttered under his breath. Unfortunately, these kinds of things happen quite often in the Queen's region. Inheritors and heirs of large companies tend to be managed by the founder's children and family members unprepared for such a large responsibility. There were only very few exemptions where successions became a good ending. It seems the golden-haired boy in front of him was one such example. Even though Michael was from the Vanderbilt family, owner of arguably the richest business in the whole world, he seemed to keep a good head over his shoulders and created something as amazing as the Reborn Company. The Duke even heard that Michael wasn't given any special attention by his Vanderbilt. It was clear too, since the Reborn Company wasn't influenced by the Vanderbilt way of business. It remained Michael's accomplishment, and his alone. Not even his tremendous magical talent could be attributed to the Vanderbilt family. They were not known for their mystical or physical aptitude, only for their business acumen. Yet Michael showed a feat not even a tower master could replicate. It was truly a God-given talent all on his own. Michael's presence was like a bright sun in the darkest of nights. Everyone could see it. All the other guests approached Michael and congratulated him on his victory. Currying favor with a ranked 450 company was the best thing they could have ever thought to do. Of course, the Duke didn't waste any time and approached Michael. I will announce it here in front of everyone. Angora City requests the Reborn Company to become its sponsor. No one was surprised by this. They would have treated the Duke as a simpleton if he didn't ask it after they saw what Michael and his company could do. Even some of the companies who treated Reborn as their rivals couldn't help but accept the fact that they were on a completely different level of their own. Wait a minute, Una said, interrupting. Sponsoring Angora City will certainly help you and everyone else. But what about the Reborn Company? We will be tasked with the burden of supporting the entire capital city. What compels us to agree to your proposition? Una looked back at Michael and winked at him. He smiled, letting her do her thing. This was exactly why she was here in the first place. As a diplomat, she knew exactly how to negotiate a much better deal for Michael and the Reborn Company. She knew how to put the right amount of pressure into the Duke so that he would have to relent on benefits that could truly help Reborn. The Duke smiled and nodded in understanding. Very well, he said. I am willing to lower the income tax of Reborn to 10%. The rest of the guests gasped, almost salivating at that offer. Their companies had to pay 25 in order to operate in Angora City, but Una remained steadfast. She stared at the Duke without blinking. Are you sure that's your offer? It was already quite a generous offer, but the Una wanted more. As the Duke remembered the fact that the Dragonborns defeated the Stone Cold Six, that they had automobiles in their possession, that they could produce the only mithril artifacts in the world, and most of all, they had Michael Vanderbilt leading them on, the choice was simple. No taxes for the Reborn Company, he declared. Everyone went into an uproar. They couldn't believe it. But for the Duke, it was the only way to build a good relationship with the Reborn Company. He wasn't thinking about today, tomorrow, or even a year after. He was thinking about 10 years after or 100 years after. The potential of Michael and the Reborn Company was limitless. Duke Stelmane wholeheartedly believed that they would reach global heights in less than 100 years. His intuition told him so. And if he built a relationship with them this early on, then as the Reborn Company soared into the skies, Angora City will be pulled up with it. He was the only one who could see that as impressive as that 450th ranking in the Golden 500 sounded, it was still a gross underestimation of the Reborn Company. The article only took into account their business in Angora and Neo-Orcus City, completely disregarding the entirety of the King's region. This meant that their true rankings were well above that. Una looked back at Michael and nodded with a smile. This was the best deal they were going to get. Michael approached the Duke and held out his hand, and the two shook hands, symbolizing their agreement. As the night wore on, the guests slowly departed from the castle back to their headquarters in the city. But of course, that was not before they approached Michael and made some sort of agreement for cooperation. Shayna got down from the castle walls and helped Michael deal with all the gritty details. She began to take orders of automobiles, liquid concrete, armors and weapons, and even batches of chocolate bars. Of course, they were willing to pay a good amount to have it delivered as fast as possible. The guests argued against each other as to who would get to order first, to which Shayna had to assure them that everyone would get their products regardless of who ordered first. Meanwhile, Michael and Una were at the Duke's castle, ironing out all the details of their cooperation. Since the Reborn company would sponsor Angora City, this meant that Michael would have to help in improving the city itself by increasing it up to the famous Reborn standards, such as creating a plumbing system for every building, an electrical infrastructure, and a railroad system. The Duke felt his head spin once Michael explained how electricity worked. To make him understand better, they planned for the Duke and his wife to travel to the nation of Reborn and see everything for himself. They also talked about the Golden Road, which would directly cross Angora City and act as a node for all the other branches to connect towards. For example, the road would branch out to the east and west to reach the other territories near Angora City. Now I'm sure that you've heard about Batroc Town, the Duke muttered seriously with the oil lamps flickering in the wind. It's been conquered, right? Duke Stelmane nodded. I have just received word. It's official. An Oscorp subsidiary has taken control of the reins. Do you know who the Oscorp Corporation is? Michael shook his head, only hearing about the name in passing conversation. The Oscorp Corporation is the second largest business in the entire world, second only to your Vanderbilt family. You can even say that they are rivals through and through. They have stayed in Iz's shadow for too long, and now it seems that they want to take Iz's title away for themselves. Duke Stelmane explained to Michael about the 5 conglomerates controlling the current global market. At the very top spot of the Golden 500 was the Vanderbilt business, headed by none other than the great lion Iz Vanderbilt. Coming in under him was the Oscorp Consortium. They were just like the Vanderbilt business, which was mostly controlled by a single family and a patriarch at the top. Those 2 conglomerates had their hands in every business imaginable. As long as they could make money on it, those 2 conglomerates were part of it. The third spot was the Hephaestus Group, known for their monopoly on the world's greatest weapons and armors. They owned the biggest mine in the world located in another continent, allowing them to become the world's best supplier for anything metallurgical. The Hammerstone company is part of the Hephaestus Group, right? Michael asked. Yes, Duke Stelmane nodded. Hammerstone is just one of the families that are part of the Hephaestus conglomerate, but still considered to be an indirect descendant of it. If you noticed, the ones that the Stone Cold Six used are one of the top armor sets available in the current market. Michael did remark that the icy blue equipment they used was better than normal, but he still considered it as far below the level of what the dwarves could make. He now found it quite a waste that the Dwarven Kingdom hid themselves for so long in the royal continent. If they had allowed businesses to be conducted in their territory, then they might have been the one in the top 3 spot instead of the Hephaestus Group. The conglomerate on the 4th spot is the Goldstone Trust. They make their money through managing lands and territories all over the globe. And if you look at all the unclaimed territories in the Queen's region, more often than not, they are property of the Goldstone Trust. In other words, their business was in real estate. Michael was quite lucky that he obtained the massive landmass of the parched lands as a gift. That was probably because the perceived value of a desolate desert was very low, which was why it hadn't been conquered yet. And at the 5th spot is Sinclair's Elixirs. Their whole business is derived from their unique blends of salves, healing potions, and even cultivation pills. They have hospitals and apothecaries located almost everywhere around the world because of their usefulness to society. I don't know if you noticed, but they have a branch located somewhere in the heart of our city. Also, the biggest reason as to why Sinclair's Elixirs stood tall as a conglomerate is due to none other than Sinclair. That old witch is still the best healer in the entire world, with some even saying that she could cure death itself. This has led the other conglomerates to seek her services whenever they got a disease. I heard that your grandfather once had to pay an entire country to her as compensation for when she cured his cold. Michael did notice an apothecary in the city, but didn't take notice of it much. By the looks of it, they still used the old health practices such as bloodletting, acupuncture, and herbal medicine. It made him wonder whether the modern knowledge of medicine still worked in this magical world. So those 5 conglomerates are at the top of the Golden 500, but they are not the ones competing in this Golden Road competition, Michael asked. They are not. It's their sub-companies, the companies managed by heirs and successors, that are competing. The one in particular that I want to talk about is the Flare Corp company that took control of Batroc Town. They are a sub-company of the Oscorp Consortium, Michael remembered. This Flare Corp company is an up-and-coming business owned by a direct child of the Oscorp patriarch. He is quite young and hungry to prove himself, which was probably why he took this opportunity to expand his territory in the Queen's region. Michael looked at the Duke's expression and saw a hint of worry in his eyebrows. You think he's going to expand to Angora City? Duke Stelmane went silent for a second before nodding his head. In all likelihood, I think yes. It's the only logical way for him to compete against his older brothers and sisters who have much more established companies. Michael looked at the Duke and posed him a question. Who do you think would win between us, he asked. I'm sure you can expect their greatest warriors to be at least as strong as one, he estimated. Are you worried? The Duke took a peek at Michael's expression and saw a peculiar expression. It was as if he was saying the words, not bad or decent, in his mind. He thought Michael would be apprehensive of Flare Corp, but that look on his face was nothing less than indifference. And as it turned out, the Duke's guesses weren't that far off from the truth. Okay, that's not bad, Michael thought. I just can't say those words out loud to the Dragonborns. They'll get lazy and stop training. In his eyes, the Dragonborns were far superior to the very best of what the Stone Cold Six could offer. If he took into account that the Dragonborns weren't yet using their full power when defeating the Stone Cold Six, then Michael was even more sure of that estimation. But it's good to be a little bit more careful, he said to himself. He'll have to give more mithril artifacts to the Shadow Orcs. If the Duke was hearing his thoughts right now, he would have his jaw on the floor. After knowing what he was up against, Michael finished his discussion with the Duke, and the two of them signed a contract of sponsorship. With Una as the witness and the power vested in the name Montgomery, she was able to make the contract into an official legal binding document. Thank you again for your help, Michael. Sorry you had to fight your way through it. Michael shrugged. It's fine. I expected a little bit of action anyway. Those Hammerstone guys had been making shady moves ever since we arrived in the city. Duke Stelmane felt sorry and bowed his head to Michael. Expect good news tomorrow. The transfer of ownership will have been processed. He said, what do you mean the Hammerstone Company branch? It's yours for the taking. All their assets, treasury, inventory, and even real estate will now be transferred to the Reborn Company. Michael raised his eyebrows. Why do I have it with Christian stripped of all of his inheritance? The Hammerstone branch here in Angora City will be completely abandoned. This was a very welcome surprise. Isn't the Hammerstone Company part of the Hephaestus group? Are you sure they would want that? Oh, I am sure. Duke Stelmane chuckled. The Hephaestus conglomerate cannot take what is not rightfully theirs, and neither can Chrysiton's father. If they do, then they would have to accept the Christians' crime of attempted murder. They don't want that. And since the Hammerstone Company is small compared to what they have, it is much more logical for them to cut off their losses. And besides, Christian's father is a righteous man. He will want to give you this as compensation for all the trouble his son caused you. After finishing the conversation with the Duke, Michael and Una returned to the Reborn headquarters. He convened with the Dragonborns and everyone else inside his room, who had lots of things to tell him. There he learned everything that happened with their fights, including all the damage that they inflicted upon the buildings of Angora City. Ho ho, tonight was quite eventful. Grieve laughed. I don't remember the last time I had this much fun. Oh wait, I don't remember anything. Ho ho ho. Fuyumisu cried, regretting her excessive actions that resulted in the destruction of the public library. Those poor books, what you got to destroy a library. Oh, I shouldn't have overslept. Zion said, stomping his feet. I'm going to bed. Shayna, you're going to take care of all the reconstructions. Right? Jaku sluggishly dragged his feet back to his bedroom. Even though Shayna tried to drag him back, he seemed to be too fast for someone that was sleepy. Ha. You scaled meanies are still inferior to my shadow orcs. Fudge bragged, jumping from one Dragonborn's head to the other. They didn't even need to destroy public property to defeat them, and you still call yourselves the best fighters. Ha, Zion chased Fudge, with their ruckus creating chaos and noise all over the dorm rooms. You guys are going to sleep now, right? Shayna asked with a smile, yet her eyes glinted with a strange red light. This seemed to have done the trick and subdued the two troublemakers. Lord Michael, shall I send Rebornians to fix all the destruction in the city? Please do, he replied. Make sure to give them a few gifts as compensation too. A few hundred gold should suffice. It was important for him to have the citizens look at the Reborn Company in a positive light so that they would keep on buying from them. Very well, Shayna replied. I shall work on it tonight. The white-scaled Dragonborn left the room with a pep in her step. Even if he insisted that she worked on it tomorrow, she would still do it regardless of what he said. The next day, everyone in Angora City was awoken by the sounds of incessant shouting in the streets. Extra, extra. Get your newspapers here for only 10 bronze coins. A teenage boy screamed, using a rolled-up newspaper to project his voice louder. Shut up. One of the citizens above the balcony shouted back, I don't want to read the news today. Y'all want to read it, sir. I assure you, the boy shouted back. Eventually, the man walked down to the street and purchased a newspaper for himself, and immediately, the headline shocked him to the core and got rid of any sleepiness left behind in his body. He began reading the article fervently. He didn't even mind that he was in his boxers while he was out in the streets. He just had to read the news. Practically everyone who held a newspaper in their hands, either they be workers riding in a carriage, barbers cutting hair, or just mothers cradling babies, they all had their eyes stuck in the words plastered in the newspaper. Reborn Company, sponsor of Angora City. It was in this article that everyone learned about the agreement struck between Michael and the Duke just hours before midnight. Many would have protested this fact, But the next page of the newspaper detailed the fact that the Reborn Company achieved the 450th ranking on its debut in the Golden 500. This prompted people to fill the streets of the Reborn Company. They wanted to see the 450th ranked company in the entire world for themselves. "Coachman, please drop me off at the Reborn department store," a young man said excitedly to the carriage driver. However, the coachman refused. "I can't, the whole street is blocked off." The entire avenue was jam-packed by people clamoring to enter their headquarters. The stories told in the newspaper article about free-flowing water, air conditioners, and railways piqued the curiosity of everyone. They wanted to know if it was real. The Rebornians had to keep the people at bay or else things could turn into a stampede. "I am sorry, Lord Michael. We weren't expecting this much of a reaction," Shayna said, looking down the window. "It's fine. Just give the people what they want. We have new products coming from the nation of Reborn. Right, it's time we open the upper floors to the public." The reason Michael called it a department store in the first place was because he had already planned it to be filled with a variety of products, ranging from vegetable products to hammers and nails. The only reason why he hadn't done that in the first place was because they still didn't have any permission to continue to the Golden Road, so the replenishment of products would have been hard. But now that they had an agreement with the city, the construction of the Golden Road could continue on its way. He could finally bring the products back in the King's region to Angora City and vice versa. "Very well, Lord Michael. I'll have our people prepare the 2nd to 5th floor of the department store," Shayna said. As the Rebornians were busy accommodating the massive influx of people coming into the store, Michael took this time and descended into the shadows, teleporting out of their headquarters. A second later, he arrived in a very different part of the city. In front of him was a building in a dwarven forge-inspired architecture, with a massive title on the front that said Hammerstone Company. Even though it was already late in the day, Michael saw no people entering or leaving the doors. In fact, it seemed that it was barred shut through metal chains. He learned yesterday that he was now the proud owner of the Hammerstone branch and all its assets, meaning he now owned the building in front of him. After sending out his shadow into the gaps under the door, Michael was able to teleport inside, where he was met with the surprised faces of the previous Hammerstone employees. "I am sorry, sir, but our company is closed." Butch, the leader of Hammerstone's adventuring party, recognized Michael. "Sir Michael, you must be here to seize all of our assets," he said solemnly. "We were just about to pack up our things and go." All around him were employees who had depressed looks on their faces as they packed up things on crates. "What are you all doing?" Michael asked them. "Well, since you own the branch now, it means we have nowhere else to go. We're leaving town," Butch answered for everyone else. Michael looked around and saw about hundreds of people all around the building. There were probably 1,000 more employees who now found themselves unemployed and without work. "Why don't you just work for me?" Michael asked them. Butch and everyone else stopped what they were doing. They seemed surprised that Michael even offered them this option. "But we tried to ambush you," Butch said. "That was the stone cold, guys. As far as I'm concerned, they have been punished. Meanwhile, you and everyone else here are still talented people. I don't see why I should get rid of you." Usually a company handoff like this would be a complete makeover. It was more logical for Michael to strip the Hammerstone Company for scraps and simply build his own establishment instead. As for the previous employees, usually they would be cast out simply because they weren't needed anymore. After all, their skill sets may be completely different from what the new company may need. There were cases when a few employees would be retained because of their talent, but about 90 of the employees would be fired. However, Michael seemed to think differently. "I will hire every single one of you to work for my Reborn Company," he said, with his voice booming and echoing to every corner of the Hammerstone building. Butch looked at his comrades, his co-workers, his family. They seemed touched with Michael's offer, with tears welling up in their eyes. They thought they would have to leave Angora City itself to find another job. "Well, do anything." One of the employees wearing smithing attire said, "Well, work the minimum wage if we have to. Please just let us work in Angora City." The rest of them begged too, offering themselves at low wages just for a chance that Michael would stay true to his word. But for Michael, that wasn't enough. "No," he said to them. "If you're going to be part of the Reborn Company, then that means that your quality of life will be up to our standards as well." Michael began listing off all the benefits of becoming a Rebornian, including incredible salaries, fair time management, and other such amenities that the nation of Reborn could offer. Everyone's eyes widened as they heard Michael's offer to them. It was really good. Too good, in fact, that it made them think that it was too good to be true. But Michael was serious. As soon as they accepted his offer to become a Rebornian, they would sign an ironclad contract that would give them all the benefits that Michael promised them. "What do you think?" Michael asked them. "Do you want to become a Rebornian in a small house in the outskirts of Angora City?" A mother and daughter looked through their dingy and almost broken cabinets to pack up their clothes. "Mommy, where are we going?" the daughter asked, looking out her window sadly. "We're going to another town, sweetie," answered the mother, who looked through all the tattered clothes and dirtied shirts they had. "But why?" the daughter asked again. The mother sighed and walked over to her daughter. She caressed the little girl's cheeks and smiled. "It's because Daddy is going to find another job in a smaller place." "But what about his previous job?" the daughter asked. "Didn't he say that he was close to getting a promotion?" The mother tried to keep the smile on her face, but her facade got slowly broken down as she realized the sad reality they were living in. "Something happened, sweetie. The company that your father works for is going to close," the mother answered truthfully. The daughter pouted. "He said that he will buy me a chocolate bar once he gets that promotion." "Is he going to break his promise?" The mother cuddled her daughter tightly. She couldn't bear to disappoint her daughter, but unfortunately, there were just some things that they could not control. Her husband worked for the Hammerstone company as one of the thousands of blacksmiths in their arsenal. Although the pay was low, they made it work. They may live in the slums, but at least they were in Angora City, where they could someday enroll their daughter in the Magic Tower or one of the good schools here. Unfortunately, she awakened this morning to the news that the Hammerstone company was shutting down. She knew what this meant for her husband and her family. Without the money to pay for their daily expenses, they would have to move away and settle for a smaller place. The only problem was that they didn't even have enough money to buy transportation. If they had to move, they would have to walk the entire way there, which would probably take months. Her headache worsened as she thought about the hardships her daughter was about to face. She couldn't bear to let her go through it. Just then the door to their house burst wide open, with her husband coming in with a huge smile on his face. "Honey, what are you doing?" she said worriedly. "You almost broke our door. How are we going to pay for that?" The man wearing overalls stained with grease rushed over to his wife and picked her up by her waist. "WH." She screamed out, "What's gotten into you?" The man gave her a big peck in the lips before putting her down and then going over to his daughter, hugging her tightly. "Daddy, Daddy, hee, why do you look so happy?" she asked, giggling. "It's because I just got hired." The man screamed, elation painted all over his face. "Really? That's great, honey. And it's not just that," the man said, getting something from his backside pocket. "I have this for you, my dear." He gave a rectangular bar with a violet and gold wrapper. In the middle it said, "Reborn chocolates." "Chocolates, you got me chocolates, Daddy." The daughter immediately began unwrapping the cover. "Honey, that chocolate is quite expensive. Are you sure we can afford that?" his wife asked. "We can now. I can buy my daughter 100 chocolate bars if she wants to. We can even move out of the slums and live in a place that isn't constantly flooding and leaking whenever there's rain." The man began explaining to his wife about the job he got offered from the Reborn company. It was at least 5 times the normal pay, and he didn't even have to work for 4 straight days and nights per week to do it. "And you know what the best part of it all?" the man asked. "The owner of Reborn is offering to awaken anyone that wants to awaken, even our families." He grabbed his wife's shoulders. "Did you hear this? Honey, our daughter has a chance to become a mage." Overwhelmed with all of this, his wife collapsed onto the floor with tears streaming down her face. Even he was caught up in her emotions and cried happy tears with her on the floor of their 1-bedroom house. Their daughter happily munched on the chocolate bars, with bliss and happiness filling their household. They were not the only family who felt the generosity of the Reborn company today. Everyone who thought they lost their jobs ended up getting even better ones than before. Michael gave them meaningful work, which seemed to be perfectly in line with their own strengths and talents that they didn't even know they had. It only took about 3 days before the previous Hammerstone company was completely integrated into the Reborn company. Even the assets, mainly the Hammerstone building located on the best part of the city, was starting its renovation to become a second department store for the Reborn company. It became a very busy few days for Michael and the Rebornians, with the winter time coming in fast. About a week later, Michael finally became 12 years old. Michael didn't have anything special planned for his birthday. In fact, he specifically reminded everyone to not have prepared anything lavish or excessive. A simple get-together would have sufficed. "Of course, Lord Michael, we shall prepare only a small party for you," Shayna replied with a smile. He didn't know if he believed that. Knowing Shayna, she definitely had something else planned. "I'm serious, Shayna. I just want us to focus on the Reborn company. The next few days will be crucial for us because the Golden Road is about to be connected." Since he had permission from the Duke himself, Michael and the Reborn company finally restarted the Golden Road project. Construction workers were already pouring concrete and flattening the roads just a few kilometers away from the gates. Once the road was done, then the citizens of Angora City could finally visit Neo-Orcus. And once they visited that, they would have to visit the King's region and the nation of Reborn as well. The Golden Road was essentially a funnel that drove all commerce to paradise in the parched lands. "Don't worry, Lord Michael. We have the road under control. Planning your birthday party won't take away from everyone's time too much, Shayna said giddily. Everyone a hum well, I better get going. She said, skipping out of his room and coincidentally avoiding his question. He took a deep breath and fell back to his bed. He decided to sleep now and recharge his social batteries for when the birthday party started. But just as he was about to sleep, he suddenly heard a knock on his door. Who is it, he asked. It's Butch, sir, the previous leader of the Hammerstone company. Michael got up and opened the door, seeing the well-armored, bald man standing in front of him. After integrating them to the nation of Reborn, Michael hired a lot of the Hammerstone adventurers to become bodyguards for the company. Their strength was definitely needed with the expansion. What's the reason for your visit, he asked, inviting the man in. Butch walked inside his room and respectfully stood in place. When Christian was escorted out by his family out of Angora City, they approached me and told me to give you a message. What is it, he asked, confused as to why the Hammerstone family would want to contact him. It concerns the Hammerstone inventory, sir. They want to give you something as a sign of goodwill. Michael raised his eyebrow. Duke Stelmane told him that Christian's father was sorry for his son's actions, and it seemed he was right. This was the man's way to try and reconcile with him, it seems. What's the gift? It's contained in Christian's hidden stash, sir. Michael sensed a sense of fear from Butch. Did you see it, he asked, and Butch nodded. The bald man took a second to breath and explained what he saw. It's a flaming piece of metal, sir. I tried prodding it with a metal stick and it burned it into ashes. Nothing worked. Everything this flame touched is torn asunder. Michael's eyes widened. Butch's description seemed very familiar. It was as if he was talking about the flaming ball of fire from the Godforge. Take me there, he said, hurriedly. Butch nodded and did as Michael told. He led Michael to an abandoned mansion near the outskirts of Angora City. Technically, this land wasn't part of the Hammerstone branch, so Michael didn't even know this existed in the first place. It's over there, Butch said as he jumped over the ledge of a destroyed window that was previously barred with wooden planks. They walked over to the master bedroom, which seemed to be in tip-top shape. There was even a cup of water by the bed. Butch then opened a hidden hatch on the wooden floor to reveal a rectangular box made out of Damascus steel. This is it, boss. It's his secret safe. Magic detected, Chat JK4 informed him. The metal box is imbued with a 7-star spell called Contain Magic that prevents any mana from leaking outside its container. Curious, Michael walked over to the box and lifted the lid, and immediately a bright light illuminated his face. And if it weren't for the captivating object hidden within the box, Michael would have turned away his eyes in fear of going blind. But he couldn't. He had to stare at the floating piece of metal in the box. This metal was like a small shaving from a rounded piece. It was a little bit smaller than his pinky's fingernail and about as thin as paper. And surrounding this floating piece of metal was a familiar ball of white flame that seemed to emanate a kind of danger that a wild, untamed animal could only produce. The fire flickered as Michael looked at it, as if warning him to stay away. In just one look, Michael was sure that this was a piece of the Godforge. Small, yes, but a part of it nonetheless. He couldn't believe that such a valuable piece of relic would just be sitting here under the floorboards of an abandoned house without any care at all. This thing was much more valuable than the entire Angora city combined. He reached for it with his fingers. Butch warned him about its dangers, but he knew that he could withstand its fire. After all, he withstood the unity flames of the much bigger Godforge and survived without much problem. As his finger reached the ball of flames, the metal began to quiver as it tried to burn Michael's entire hand. He didn't know why, but he felt that if this metal had a mouth, it would call him insolent for even daring to try and touch it. Sorry, but you're just a piece, he said as a prismatic shield appeared around his hand, clashing with the ball of unity flames. His finger slowly pierced through the fire before eventually reaching the quivering piece of Godforge. As soon as he made contact with it, the piece suddenly stopped quaking. It seemed to recognize the power that was taking a hold of it. That's right, he said to the piece. I can return you to your rightful place. As soon as he did, the flaming ball of unity protecting the piece suddenly dissipated, lightening the air significantly and making Butch breathe normally again. Michael smiled before trying to grab the floating piece. However, the piece suddenly shot out from the metal box and straight into his chest, causing him to fly straight through the wall and go through the other side. He ended up on the ground next to the kitchen, with powdered paint and splintered wood all over his hair and face. He was caught off guard. He looked down at his chest and saw a tear in his leather armor. He ripped his clothes and saw a hole in his chest. Panicked, he tried to claw the piece out of his body, but the injury he sustained immediately healed back up without any warning. What the hell? He shouted out loud, Chat JK4, why didn't you protect me for all the times when his unity defense failed him? It had to be this time. But suddenly, he heard a ding in his mind as there was a bell inside it. Godforge progress, 3 What just happened I am not sure, Chat JK4 answered. and for the first time, his personal AI assistant seemed confused. He didn't know if it was because it grew to be more human with every software update, or it was because of the strange metal that seemed to have embedded itself in his chest. I am searching for all the information written on the Godforge, but everything comes up blank. There is no precedent for this occurrence. Great, what a great birthday gift, he said sarcastically. Can you at least tell me if it's good or bad? Should I worry about the metal in my chest? There seems to be no adverse effect on your physical well-being. Your mana cores are running at perfect condition. As well, what is it I seem to have discovered where the metal fragment is located? And it has merged itself with your mana cores. Michael closed his eyes and focused on his internal body. There he saw the 8 spheres of mana floating in an endless black space. Everything looked normal at first, but upon closer inspection, Michael finally noticed a very thin line connecting all the mana cores to each other, creating an octagram of sorts. There was no mistake about it. It was the piece of the Godforge, just stretched out into a hair-like strand. As for why it had attached itself to his cores, he had absolutely no idea. As for its effects, Michael knew nothing as well. Everything worked fine with his mana, and everything flowed smoothly with his cores. It is recommended to gather more Godforge pieces so that the effects would be a lot more pronounced. Michael wasn't exactly that enthusiastic about having another metal piece shoot through his chest, but he was calm-headed enough to know that the Godforge piece was an incredible piece of relic from the past. With the power it held in its prime, Michael was sure that if it wanted to harm him, it would have done so already. And besides, Michael already promised the Dwarven King to gather all the Godforge pieces he could find. At least now, it would be safe in his chest. "Are you okay, boss? What happened?" Butch asked worriedly. He shuddered at the thought of the white-scaled Dragonborn finding out that Michael got hurt while he was around. "It's fine," he answered before levitating himself back up. "Let's go home. I have some questions that I need to ask a friend." Michael ascended from the shadows in the corner of a grandly decorated room, with furniture decorated with gold and red velvet. Near the balcony was a man who watched calmly as he overlooked the skyline of Angora City. "Stellman," Michael called out. The Duke turned around and was surprised to see Michael, but not too shocked to see him appear in his personal lodging. "What brings you here?" Michael walked over to the balcony and joined the Duke for tea. "I have a question I have to ask you." "It's about Christian and the Hammerstone family." Duke Stellman finished a sip of his tea. "What would you like to know? They seem to have given me a gift. Well, it's more like a leftover piece that they didn't bother to retrieve. It was in Christian's personal stash after all." The Duke looked at Michael. "Is it a strange flaming piece of metal?" Michael sat up straight. "You know it." Stellman nodded. "I have heard of those, yes." Those Michael's eyebrows perked up. "If you remember our conversation a few days ago, I told you about the conglomerates and the sub-companies inherited by their heirs. Right, well, as far as I heard, on their 10th birthday, those inheritors receive a piece of a magical metal that cannot be touched nor destroyed. This metal has no use at all and mostly serves as a decorational piece for fireplaces and tables." Michael almost cringed as he heard that. He couldn't imagine having a powerful piece of the Godforge just laying around like a piece of furniture. Imagine the waste. Why do they even receive this metal? The Duke shrugged his shoulders. "I do not know either. But I do know that they place great importance on it, especially by those conglomerates. They make it as a test for their inheritors. If they are able to keep their magical piece, then they are viable to become a successor. It's a weird tradition in my opinion, but those conglomerates have always been weird." Michael looked over the skyline of Angora City as he digested what he learned. As it turned out, the Godforge pieces were spread apart and in possession by the heirs and successors of the conglomerates. Christian was supposed to be an heir for the Hammerstone family, but after the incident with Michael, he was stripped of all his inheritances. "Why did Christian's father give me a piece if it's so important?" The Duke laughed, almost chuckling as he sipped tea. "That is typical of him. It's his way of respecting what you have built in the Reborn company. Even though your company is not tied to any conglomerate, he is treating you as part of their competition. In a way, you already are, aren't you, since you're building your own golden road? I guess all he's trying to say is that he challenges you to beat those arrogant successors to teach them a lesson." Michael looked down at his chest, where the Godforge piece was hidden in his cores. Those sub-companies have been given a piece of the Godforge. And they are in a competition with each other to establish their own golden road. Inevitably, they would have to fight against each other, with one side potentially losing everything to the other, including the Godforge piece. And whoever wins the Golden Road competition would eventually gather a lot of the Godforge pieces for themselves. "I have a feeling that's on purpose," he thought to himself. "There must be a reason why those conglomerates want their heirs and successors to gather the Godforge pieces." Michael looked at the distance, further towards the Queen's region where the Vanderbilt Kingdom was located. "Grandfather, you know something about the Godforge, don't you?" Michael returned to the Reborn headquarters and sat in his bed. With all the mystery surrounding the Godforge pieces, Michael became a lot more determined in gathering all the pieces he could find. He thought he would find the Godforge pieces in secret tombs or hidden underground passages, but as it turned out, he just had to continue northwards. Those sub-companies have them. Michael was sure that Flare Corp had won too since they were a direct heir of the Oscorp conglomerate. Michael knew what he had to do. He had to up the pace of his golden road. He got out of his bed and rushed to the Dragonborn's dormitory. There he saw everyone together in a circle, seemingly planning and wrapping gifts together. "Michael, you weren't supposed to be here yet," Una said, hiding the gift behind her back. "Lord Michael, please close your eyes, bro Mike. Look what I got you. It's a piece of tooth I got from Five. Ho ho, my gifts are what are they again?" Michael looked at everyone with a smile. "Change of plan, guys. We're going to party." Lord Michael, is this your idea of a birthday party?" Shayna asked, disappointed. When Michael announced to them that they were going to party, they all thought of large festivities all around the territories of the nation of Reborn, the King's region, Neo-Orcus, and Angora city, with everyone chanting Michael's name in honor for his birthday. But instead, Michael gathered the new adopted employees of the Reborn company from the previous Hammerstone company and began awakening their talents one by one. "Of course, Shayna, it's a skill giveaway party," Michael said enthusiastically. Meanwhile, the leader of the adopted Rebornians, Butch, approached Michael with worried steps. Boss, what are we supposed to do?" he asked. Michael sat in his birthday seat. It's just a normal wooden chair, and gestured for Butch to come closer. "Tell me what kind of skill you want. What kind of power do you dream of having?" Butch looked at Michael, not knowing if his boss was being serious. He thought this was some kind of weird job interview. After thinking it through, Butch came up with an answer. I want something that will turn me into a volcano," he said. "A volcano, you say?" Michael uttered, activating his gift bestowal skill. "Chat JK4, can you do your magic very well?" Creating a customized skill perfect for Butch complete. Bodily magma eruption, earth and fire element. This magic allows the user to erupt with their inner power, excreting magma out of their pores. A bright light suddenly glowed out of Butch's chest, which grew bright enough to blind anyone that looked at him. After a few seconds, the light subsided, leaving Butch the same as he was before. Butch looked at his hands, with his eyes flashing with understanding as the magic theory flashed through his brain. Erupt. He shouted, and suddenly, magma pooled out of his bald head and down into his forehead, creating a literal fiery hot hairstyle. "Whoa." Yes," Butch shouted in happiness. "Okay, next," Michael said, gesturing for the next person to approach. Michael spent the rest of the day giving away skills and spells to anyone who wanted them. Luckily, he also found a couple of people who could have a second awakening, which led them to find their true talent in another job. At the end of the day, Michael was too busy to attend the lavish and luxurious party that Shayna and the rest of the Rebornians planned out for him. Michael could hear the sounds of drums banging and trumpets ringing outside the Reborn headquarters from the festivities going on in the streets of Angora city. There were posters plastered everywhere with Michael's face painted on it, forcing everyone to celebrate his birthday. And if Michael looked at Neo-Orcus and the King's region, he would see an even more fervent celebration. Fireworks and drinks flowed heavily, with everyone treating it as a local holiday to thank the man that gave them everything they had right now. Even the Dwarven King participated in the feast in the parched lands. Of course, Michael didn't really want his birthday to be such a big deal in the first place, so he was very thankful to have an excuse to miss it. Michael now sat in his bed, alone and satisfied. "Knock knock, it's Una," she said. Michael got up and opened the door, seeing Una with her hands behind her back. "What's up?" he asked her. "I just wanted to give you something to celebrate your birthday. I don't know if y'all appreciate it, since I'm bad at making things." Una revealed a small wooden sculpture of a globe, but not just any globe. It was the Earth that he was so familiar with back in his previous life. It's a reminder that no matter how crazy things may happen here, I want you to know that you can talk to me if you get homesick. We're in this together after all. Michael looked at the crude sculpture and realized that Una used no magic to create this. She shaved the wood all by herself, mistakes, imperfections, and all. But this made it all the more special. After all, Michael had been so used to magic that he used it for everything he needed. This small gesture was heartfelt. "Thank you," he said to her. Una smiled. "That just means y'all have to work harder to get me my favorite ice cream." "Okay," Michael laughed and swore that he would do so soon. After making him do a pinky promise, she left, leaving Michael all alone in his room. He put the globe statue near his bed and went to sleep. The next day, the Golden Road project continued at full force. As for Angora City itself, Michael instructed the Rebornian engineers to start the full restoration of all the buildings caught up in the fighting. The library that had been out of commission for the past week was quickly built anew in just a matter of a full day. The houses whose roofs were destroyed were quickly patched up within just a few hours as well. This showcased the full potential of concrete to the citizens of Angora City. How did they do it so fast? They used that liquid stone thing, and it hardened in just a few hours. How is that possible? Look, guys, they opened a new floor in the Reborn department store, and I think it sells sacks of this concrete thing. The clear difference in quality between the Reborn company and everyone else in Angora City showed why they were truly deserving of that 450 rank in the Golden 500. And it didn't stop there. A few days after that, the citizens of Angora City woke up to see a wide road suddenly constructed out of their gates, leading to the horizon. Sharp-eyed people recognized the material they used in this road to be concrete, which meant that this was the handiwork of none other than the Reborn company. And not even a few hours later, the citizens of Angora City were once again surprised at the appearance of large automobile trucks that came into the city. These trucks carried lots and lots of products and resources that stocked up the Reborn department store with unique products only available in the King's region. Isn't this the wood ash powder? It's so rare, but they have a whole cart here available. How did they transfer potbreak herb here from the King's region? Without it dying, I heard it dies after a week of getting uprooted. Hey, that road, where does it lead to? It wasn't long before people began to travel the Golden Road, leading them straight to Neo-Orcus. There, they discovered a society so advanced that it completely blew their mind. But then, they were told that to see the true extent of the Reborn Company's power, they should visit the parched lands. And just like Michael hoped, people began to travel to the King's region to see the end of the road, the nation of Reborn. The Golden Road allowed people to finally travel between Angora and Neo-Orcus within just a few days of travel. This was already an amazing fact that brought the Reborn Company a lot more praise and recognition from the citizens of Angora City. However, the real game changer came when they offered a taxi service using the metal carriages called automobiles. This was where the public truly realized the true potential of cars. After constructing the Golden Road, Michael fulfilled his promise to guide the Duke and his wife on a tour of the King's region and the nation of Reborn. Using the customized automobile that Michael gave to the Duke, they embarked on a few days' journey to Neo-Orcus. The Duke saw firsthand how amazing it felt to drive almost 100 kilometers per hour on the flat Golden Road. Upon arriving, the pair couldn't believe the sophistication, the order, and the quality of life in Neo-Orcus. This town was previously known for being abandoned and almost buried in the ground. Yet, what they saw was something that could only be described in fantasy books. There they came into contact with electricity and trains. Amazing, the Duke uttered, completely bewitched by Neo-Orcus. He saw a vision of an entirely new Angora City, one with automobiles running through the streets stopped only by stoplights to let pedestrians through. He saw a vision of buildings lit up by tiny stars in the night. He saw the future. The Duke immediately expressed his interest in creating a railway system for Angora City, while his wife requested to have air conditioners available in their castle. Let's talk business after you finish the tour, Michael said to them. After all, they only saw a glimpse of what was to come. They hadn't seen the nation of Reborn yet, so they embarked on the train leading to the King's region. Of course, they stopped by the Dwarven Kingdom, where the Duke got to meet its king, which seemed to have made him into a blubbering fool. He was too flustered to meet someone that was notoriously known to be hard to meet. Michael, you weren't there to celebrate your birthday, so I drank twice as much in your honor. Baru said while gulping another cup of beer. Thanks, I guess. The Dwarven King soon left after being forced by his men to finish some paperworks. You are close with the dwarves. I thought you knew, Michael shrugged. After the Duke calmed down and explained to Michael how unprecedented this was, they continued on their tour to the King's region and onto the parched lands. Finally, the Duke and his wife stepped foot onto the nation of Reborn. He gave them a day to explore by themselves. After that, Michael met with them in their hotel room in one of the Satyr's Inn treehouse. So, what do you think? Duke Stellman and his wife looked at Michael with crazed eyes. We want to stay here forever. Michael returned back to Angora City with a massive headache. After experiencing the comfort and extravagant lifestyle in the nation of Reborn, the Duke refused to go back to his so-called bidaless bathroom in his castle. This was quite a common occurrence with tourists in their nation, but Michael didn't think it would affect even a duke, who had a literal city under his name. Just manage the city for me, he said. Doesn't he know how unusual this is? Giving the keys to his city to a total stranger, he decided to let the Duke take a well-deserved vacation in the parched lands until he became a little bit more reasonable. Back in his bed, Michael summoned two shadows in front of him. How's the reception to the Golden Road, Michael? Asked the two shadow orc leaders, Naruto and Sasuke. It's been tremendous, boss. A lot of merchants and ordinary people are traveling down the road in droves. We had to implement a rule on the road to keep the carriages on the right lane while the automobiles were on the left lane, Naruto reported. That's good thinking, Michael complimented them, which Naruto reciprocated by smacking his chest and biceps loudly. BUTO2. I thank thee for your appreciation, boss. Sasuke bit his lips and stood up. Our taxi service in the city is doing well too, boss. In fact, we had to increase the capacity of our Reborn buses to accommodate the demand. As expected, the rental Reborn automobiles was the most popular service in the city. After all, this was the chance that they could see how fast a car traveled from the inside, making automobiles a lot more popular as a result. I have already ordered a large batch of automobiles to be delivered here in anticipation, so we were able to lessen the queue in the taxis, Sasuke said proudly. You too, Sasuke. Good job, Ra-ta-ta, I am honored by your appreciation, Sasuke said with his quills thrumming. Michael was satisfied with the positive reaction of Angora City to the Reborn innovative products. They were a lot more receptive to the strange automobiles than he thought. What about the other companies in the city? What are their opinions of all of this? Because of the sudden of Reborn products in the city, almost all the revenue stream was pouring into Michael's pockets alone. His department store was bringing in products at a faster rate and at an even cheaper price. Not a lot of companies could compete. As expected, their sales and profits are down, said Naruto. However, they know better than to antagonize us. Instead, they are using this chance to purchase concrete and automobiles for their own companies. Michael nodded. That's smart of them. He wasn't planning on monopolizing the entire market. He was simply showing to the other companies how efficient his automobiles were in transporting goods, and coupled with concrete, it was a recipe for success, which was something they can try and replicate. Also, sir, the royals in the castle are becoming a lot more uneasy with the prolonged absence of the Duke. Michael sighed. He didn't think the Duke would cause such trouble. Ignore them. The Duke will return soon. Do you have anything else to report? The two shadow orcs nodded. Lately, there have been more and more visitors entering Angora City of late. We found out that they are people from the big companies in the nearby territories. They must have read the newspaper by now, he guessed. That is right, boss, Naruto agreed. Our shadow orcs in the other territories are all reporting that the news of our sponsorship in Angora is spreading to a lot of networks, and they are sending in their feelers to find out more about us. The common sentiment among them is that they are doubtful as to how an unranked company suddenly jumped to 450 in the world and even ended up sponsoring a capital city. Michael expected this. That's fine. Let them. We have also used this chance to send out our shadow orcs into infiltration missions into those companies. They send out spies, we latch out shadows to them, and they lead us right to their company, said Naruto. And tell me if you find out that any of them is an heir or successor from a conglomerate. The two shadow orcs nodded. After finding out where the Godforge pieces were located, Michael decided to become a lot more proactive in finding those conglomerate subsidiaries like the Hammerstone company. Of course, it would be a lie if he said he didn't want to obtain their Godforge piece for himself. With the success of the Golden Road connecting Angora to Neo-Orcus, Michael felt it appropriate to finally expand further out to the Queen's region. ChatJK4, can you show me an optimal route for the Golden Road that will efficiently go through all the territories in the Queen's region? Understood, Michael. Generating a map for you after a few seconds, Michael saw a topographical 3D image of the royal continent, specifically the lower part of the Queen's region containing Angora City and Neo-Orcus. Right now, a yellow path representing the Golden Road connected the two Reborn-influenced territories into a sort of highway. Then a glowing yellow line flowed from Angora City to further northwards, about a month's worth of travel, to a small named location called Batroc Town, the supposed territory that was recently conquered by Flare Corp, a subsidiary of the Oscorp conglomerate. Now, if he was being selfish, he would want to connect the Golden Road directly to Batroc Town in order to force a confrontation between the two of them. After all, Michael knew for certain that the leader of Flare Corp was in possession of a Godforge piece. But if he were to do that, it would mean that he would be missing out on the 10 or so territories on the left and right sides of Angora City. Although those places were smaller and arguably less important than Batroc Town, Michael needed to spread Reborn there too. After all, the main reason he was doing all of this in the first place was to spread the comfort and pleasurable lifestyle that only the Reborn Company could give to the people of this world. If he were to abandon them, then that would be tantamount to abandoning his core principles. ChatJK4, please make a blueprint for the Golden Road to branch towards all these territories on the east and west sides of Angora City. Understood, Michael. This is the most strategic course of action that you could take. Why do you think so? By spreading your influence and completely conquering the southernmost tip of the Queen's region, there would be no way for your opponents to flank your territories. As usual, ChatJK4 was right. Michael should have thought about the military aspect of expanding the Golden Road. The Queen's region was totally different from the tame and docile territories of the King's region. This place had competition. And they wouldn't back down so easily once they saw Reborn coming, as evidenced by what happened with the Hammerstone company. All right, thanks ChatJK4. I'll have our engineers start the construction right away. Michael spent the rest of the day conversing with the Rebornian engineers, who quickly fulfilled his wishes and began their construction in the east and west gates of Angora City. He thought he would have had to ask for permission from the Duke, but it seemed he had already sent a letter giving Reborn the authorization to do whatever they wanted in Angora City, which may or may not have caused the royals to panic, because Michael was now essentially the acting Duke of the city itself. The appearance of automobiles caused in the commerce of Angora City and beyond. Products were being delivered faster than before. Rare items which were so hard to obtain could now be purchased in the Reborn department store, and more people were traveling to other places in the royal continent because of the Golden Road. Those in the Queen's region traveled by automobile or train to the King's region, and vice versa. This created a lot of opportunities for businesses to thrive, further driving the economy of the territories involved in the Golden Road. Eventually, this caused other territories in the east and west side of Angora City to become slightly aware of what was happening. The newspaper article had already created an intrigue among them, but the increased activity in Angora City certainly caught their attention. One such group took particular attention. This group, for lack of a better term, were unscrupulous in their ways to obtain a living wage. If you were to ask them what they did, then they would answer that they were in the security business, protecting merchants, travelers, and other such visitors from meeting a terrible fate in the woods. As long as people paid a good amount of coins, then those tourists could be assured that they would not be attacked deep in the night while they camped. Of course, they didn't have to tell anyone that they were the one who attacked people in the night. It was already implied. They were the so-called bastard bandits who lived in the South Tip Forest, the large patch of greenery that separated Angora City from the rest of the Queen's region. Despite the dangers of wild animals, occasional monsters, and dangerous cliffs, the bastard bandits had made a home for themselves in the South Tip Forest. They had claimed it to be theirs, despite having no jurisdiction or credentials to back it up. And because of that, they charged a measly toll on anyone that tried to travel through the South Tip Forest. If they were obedient and paid their fee, then they would find their journey in the forest to be safe and boring. If they didn't, then they would find their products stolen or their lives taken. They had made quite a living doing this, living quite lavishly in the caves of the forest. But recently, they had noticed that there was a large influx of carriages coming from the north to the south, specifically the famous Angora City. This was an anomaly. It was already deep into the winter season, which meant that travel shouldn't be too welcome among the populace. Now usually, this would have been a cause for celebration for the whole troop. More tourists meant more tolls, and more tolls meant more money for them to warm their bodies with booze. However, a few observant bandits noticed that despite the large influx of carriages coming from the north, there was a distinct lack of carriages coming from the south. It was as if they reached Angora City and chose to never come back at all. The bastard bandit leader immediately tasked his men to capture one of the travelers and question them for information. They laid in wait in the snowy bushes as a single carriage, led by 2 horses, came trotting past their hiding spot. "Halt!" they shouted. The horses were immediately startled, neighing crazily and standing on their front legs. The man in the carriage peeked out of his window and saw the snowy bushes suddenly stand up, revealing themselves to be bandits who had camouflaged themselves with pure white gear. The sharp weapons they held in their hands immediately was enough to make the man in the carriage consider a surrender. "What's the meaning of this? I paid my fees." He shouted to them. "Don't worry, we're not going to hurt you," one of the bandits said. "We're just here to ask some questions." The bandits approached his carriage and forcefully opened it, letting the cold breeze of the air enter. Then one of the bandits stepped foot inside and sat on the opposite side, meeting face to face with the merchant. "First of all, an introduction is in order. I am Sleazy, and you are the merchant," eyed the man suspiciously before answering. "I am just an ordinary merchant. I sell chocolates." The bandit called Sleazy titled his head, clearly unaware of such a product called chocolate. "I've never heard of that, and I see no sign of products here in your carriage." Sleazy took out a knife out his pocket and twirled it in his hands, with its glint reflecting towards the chocolate merchant. "Are you lying to me?" "No, no, no." The chocolate merchant cried out, raising his hands to protest his innocence. "It's true, I just sold out all my products. That's why I am returning to Angora City to get more." The bandit eyed the merchant with a glare, letting awkward silence linger in the carriage. "I believe you." "Oh, don't be so anxious," Sleazy said, patting the chocolate merchant's shoulder. "Listen, I don't want to take up any more of your time, but I just have to know. Is there a particular reason why a lot of people are going to Angora City?" The chocolate merchant went silent for a second. His first instinct was to lie. After all, he didn't want Michael and the Reborn Company to get into trouble. But then he remembered that Michael specifically told them to always spread the word about the Reborn products, whether they be customers or criminals alike. The merchant even remembered a saying from Michael: "All press is good press," meaning any and all kinds of attention would benefit the Reborn Company. So he simply told them what the public already knew. He told them about the newspaper article being spread around. "It's good to know you aren't lying to me," Sleazy said, putting his knife back in its sheath. "We have asked all the other carriages coming in Angora City and they all said the same thing. They want to visit the famous Reborn Company. So you knew about them?" Sleazy nodded and laid back on his seat. "Oh yeah, we might be living in the woods, but we are not hermits. We are in touch with the current happenings of society more than you know. Of course we heard about the current ranked 450th company in the world. It's just hard to believe that it's true." That was not the first time the chocolate merchant heard that. One of the reasons why there were so many people visiting Angora City was because people were curious to see if the stories were true or not. It seemed that it had reached the ears of the bandits as well. Clap, Sleazy clapped his hands, surprising the merchant out of his thoughts. "Well, that's all that I want to ask you today. Thank you for your cooperation." The chocolate merchant watched as Sleazy got out of his carriage and waved at him with a big smile on his face. The bandit gestured for the coachman to go, which prompted the old man to whip the reins and let the horses start trotting through the snowy road. As the carriage got further and further away, the chocolate merchant looked back to see the road completely empty, with no sign of the bandits anywhere. The snowy tracks on the road were just the horse and the carriage, nothing more. The chocolate merchant decided to visit the Rebornians and tell them what happened today as fast as possible. Meanwhile, in the bushes, the 10 or so bastard bandits gathered around in a circle with Sleazy in the middle. "What are we going to do?" Sleazy, one of the bandits, asked. "I'm feeling a little curious, you see. All those stories about the horseless metal carriages and dwarven metal seem to have made me a little bit thirsty," he said, licking his mouth. The other bandits looked at Sleazy with worried expressions. "Sleazy, the boss said that we shouldn't interfere in other territories. We should just stick to the South Dip Forest and that's it." "I agree," a bandit said. "And even if I do want to pinch a little bit of gold out of their pockets, we should only do it when they try to travel through the forest, not when they are still in their territory." Sleazy shook his head amongst the other bandits, clicking his tongue as he did so. "You guys are so unambitious." He shouted, "Come on, don't you see that we're not the only ones that's thirsty to rip apart this new Reborn Company? I am betting that if we wait any longer, other companies would have already conquered the Reborn Company and taken all their inventions for themselves." The bandits, despite being reasonable this whole time, felt a little bit agitated upon hearing Sleazy's words. It provoked their killer instinct. If there was anyone that was going to prey upon this new and unproven company, then it should be them. But didn't they say that this company defeated those Hammerstone guys, and not only that, they're a ranked 450 as well? Don't they have pretty strong fighters for doing that? Sleazy waved off the bandits' concern. "Come on, that Hammerstone company is managed by a nepotism kid. It's not that hard to destroy a house built upon fragile sticks. And besides, it's not like we're going on an all-out war with them. I'm just proposing that we shake them down a little bit, make their pockets bleed just enough for us to be set up for life. With how fast they're expanding, I am sure that there will be some weak points that we can exploit. Ask yourselves who you were before we settled down in this forest. Weren't we free spirits who took what we wanted without any question?" The other bandits turned silent, with each one seriously beginning to consider Sleazy's proposal. "And not only that, but I heard that they have mithril relics up their sleeves." This little piece of bait seemed to have finally convinced the bandits to agree with Sleazy. They looked at each other with confident smiles and expectant gazes. They couldn't wait to get their hands on those gold coins that the Reborn Company had been hoarding. "Let's go back to our lair. Don't tell anybody anything. We just prepare our things and we leave in the night," Sleazy warned them. And with that, the bandits began trekking back deeper into the bald, snowy forest. Boota Sleazy turned around, his eyes darting all over the place. He looked at the other bandits and saw none of them react to the rhythmic beating sound, making him doubt his own senses. He began to convince himself that it was just a product of his own imagination, brought on by the cold winds of the winter. Meanwhile, back in Angora City, Michael sat in his bed while the two shadow orc chieftains reported the whole situation to him in great detail. "It's a good thing that you guys had shadow orcs protecting the chocolate merchants," he said to them. "Even if they are not part of our nation, they are still important to the growth of your company. It is only natural that we dedicate a shadow to monitor them and their surroundings," Naruto replied. "What shall we do?" Boss Sasuke said, kneeling. "Shall we dispose of them since they're acting out on their own? Just monitor them. Maybe they would lead us to more information about the other territories near Angora City. Also, if they do try to rob us, then send the trainees. It'll be a good experience for them. The two shadow orcs nodded before descending back into the shadows. A couple of days later, the Golden Road expansion to the westward of Angora City went smoothly underway. The end goal would be reaching the isolated territories, they're named the Grafted Cluster. These were a collection of small settlements, towns, and villages numbering in the double digits. There wasn't a centralized government that controlled these territories like how the Duke controlled Angora City, but they did have their own local government that kept everything in check. So that means that we can construct the Golden Road there without needing any permission, Michael asked Yuna. That's right. The citizens of these people would love nothing more than to have a viable road for them to traverse, she answered clearly. They have actually submitted a formal request to our family to ask for some assistance to this matter, but you know how it is, without the proper funding, these road projects could never be accomplished. Luckily for them, Michael was in no shortage of gold at the moment. Construction of such a long road may cost a lot of money, but he knew that it would all pay off in the end, just like how business boomed once Angora City became connected to the king's region. Shayna, how's the progress? The white-scaled Dragonborn laid down the papers on the table for Michael to see. We are about 67 of the way there, Lord Michael. It will probably take less than a week before we reach the first settlement. They had people working day and night to complete the Golden Road project, made possible through employing talented prospects from the King's region and Angora City combined. So Yuna, those territories in the Grafted Cluster, is there anything I need to prepare? Yuna nodded. There are two major companies located in the Grafted Cluster, Barcus Inc. and Bullrun Inc., which are ranked 487 and 486 respectively. They are both managed by a pair of twins who treat each other more as rivals rather than siblings. They used to have a very good relationship, but one of them branched off and created a new company that rivaled the original one. Now, they're both competing to try and outdo each other in the Golden 500 ranking. Michael was kind of surprised to see that a company ranked in the 400s would be located in such a remote part of the Queen's region. This meant that they were miles and miles better than the Hammerstone company itself. I guess that's not a good comparison. The Hammerstone company borrowed the Stone Cold Six from the Hephaestus conglomerate. That's why they were a little bit more powerful than usual. Fudge, are you there? Immediately, a violet slime jumped out of his shadows and landed onto his head. Fudge looked around the room and saw Yuna, immediately diving towards her, completely ignoring Michael. Who's a good ninja? Yuna said, patting Fudge. I am hum Fudge. It was only after he coughed a second time did Fudge finally look back at Michael and saluted towards him. At your service, master. Did the shadow orcs find anything about the bastard bandits? He asked casually. Not yet, master. Those scammers are still in their cave hideout and preparing their stuff. Luckily, we already have shadow orcs being spread to all their members. It won't be long before we have them all under surveillance. Michael nodded, satisfied with the awesome work that the shadow orcs were doing. Since the shadow orcs are busy, then I'd like you to personally find out more about these two new companies, Barcus Inc. and Bullrun Inc. Fudge somersaulted out of Yuna's arms and did a superhero landing. As you wish, master. I shall send in my clones to infiltrate their operations and find out what they're hiding in their basements. Don't go too overboard, he warned Fudge, but the slime was already gone. In the very heart of the Grafted Cluster was a small town that was completely divided into two. On one side, the architecture and style of the buildings and structures were made completely out of wood and vines, making for a very earthy and natural vibe to the town. But on the opposite side of that was an entirely different style made out of stone and marble. The architecture was blocky and geometric, which was a complete tonal shift from the natural and curvy style of the opposite side. This was where the headquarters of Barcus Inc. and Bullrun Inc. was located. This was where the two brothers created their companies and built it from the ground up before they clashed and split against each other. Right now, a Rebornian messenger stood at the very gates of this town and looked curiously at the contrasting architecture and style of the territory. Beneath his feet was his shadow cast from the sun already at its zenith. Strangely, his shadow seemed to flicker and move unnaturally even though the source of light remained static. Boss Fudge, I have arrived at the town. I shall now send the letter to the local government here, the messenger whispered to himself, and strangely his shadow moved up and down, as if nodding. The messenger then entered the town and asked for the directions until he reached the mayor's house. He introduced himself as a reborn representative here to deliver news from Michael himself. The mayor didn't appear himself, but the letter was successfully delivered, making the messenger's job complete. He quickly got on his horse and rode off back to Angora City. But strangely enough, his shadow seemed to have been left behind in the mayor's house. It slithered through the guards in the front, bypassing the heavy metal doors through the small slits underneath it. Reaching inside, the shadow attached itself to a butler who walked up the winding stairs into the master bedroom. "Mayor," the butler said, knocking on the door, "there is a letter here for you addressed from the Reborn Company." The mayor, a man with quite a large gut from eating good food, opened the door and took the letter from the butler before sitting back down at his desk. He looked at the red wax seal with a distinct R symbol on the front. "This is the real deal," he muttered. But before he could open the letter, his door suddenly burst wide open as two tall, lanky men with vastly different clothes, yet extremely similar faces came walking towards the mayor. "Barcus Bullrun, I was just about to call for you," the mayor said. Barcus raised his sharp chin and put his hands on his clothes made entirely out of leaves and vines. "I heard something interesting came knocking at your door. Reborn, the 450th ranked company in the world. I would like to see what they have to say." But before Barcus could walk forward and snatch the letter out of the mayor's hand, Bullrun got in the way. "Hold your horses there, brother. I would like to see it first," he said, crossing his arms and showing off his armor made out of heavy stones. The mayor looked flustered as he once again became caught up in the siblings' rivalry. "Either way, Mayor, don't get too caught up in what the contents of that letter will say. I don't believe that a no-name company could reach that rank so fast. There's gotta be some kind of conspiracy going on," Barcus said, slamming his fist on the table. This made Bullrun smile. "That I will agree with you, brother." For the twin brothers, seeing the Reborn Company blow past their company ranking seemed almost impossible. They knew how hard they worked to achieve 487 and 486 respectively. It took almost 10 years for them, and they had to climb through the ranks one by one to do so. And unlike Christian Hammerstone, Barcus and Bullrun were both the strongest fighters in their own companies. So they knew that advancing to that rank required really strong fighting skills that not just anybody could obtain. But didn't you hear that they defeated the Stone Cold Six? What did they call them? The Dragonborns. The mayor was a little bit more apprehensive in calling the newspaper articles as nothing more than rumors. He didn't necessarily believe its authenticity, but he just couldn't completely disregard it either. "It's just a myth," Barcus said, waving his concern. "I have never even heard of that demi-human species before, and frankly, I am kind of worried for them that they will draw the ire of the dragons for using the draconic name even though they aren't part of their lineage." In a rare occurrence, his brothers seemed to totally agree. "I have a few friends back in Angora City, and even they don't know what truly happened. After all, nobody saw what truly transpired that night, if anything even happened at all," he said confidently. The mayor looked at the letter in his hands hesitating whether he should open it or not. "I'm going to open it," he said. Using a very sharp letter opener, he took out the folded sheet of paper and began reading through its contents. His eyes parsed through the inked words, with his expression showing confusion and disbelief. "What is it?" the brothers asked simultaneously. "They're coming here," the mayor announced. "They want to build a road that connects the grafted cluster to Angora City. For free," he emphasized, "for free." Barcus immediately swiped the letter from the mayor's hands and read through it himself. "They even want to establish a friendly relationship with us. They're promising all sorts of benefits as well." "Let me see that," Bullrun said, grabbing the paper too. The mayor nervously began biting on his nails. The prospect of having a serviceable road connecting their cluster to a big capital city like Angora would truly change the economic status of their whole area. It would open up so many opportunities. The mayor was definitely in favor of the agreement. The two brothers could see it in the chubby man's face. Of course, this wasn't favorable to the two companies at all. They needed to keep the monopoly they had in the grafted cluster. "Mayor, you better reconsider your choices," warned Barcus. "For a decade we have supported this town and the rest of the settlements with my generosity. Do not hog all the credit, brother. I have done even more for this cluster than your company could ever do in a lifetime," Bullrun shot back. "Really, then why aren't you the ranked 486 company right now?" "Oh right, that's me." The two twin brothers began bickering loudly again, entering into a shouting match that annoyed the mayor to no end. He really wanted to accept Reborn's offer. All those stories about having those horseless metal carriages and cheap vegetables tempted him to completely disregard the two brothers' opinions. However, he wasn't that courageous in disobeying them. After all, he had spent all the years of his term as mayor essentially becoming their lapdog. Just then, as the two brothers were busy arguing with each other, the mayor suddenly saw the whole room turn dark. He looked around hurriedly to see himself being engulfed in the shadows, unable to move and shout to warn the brothers. Eventually, all he could see was darkness all around him. What's happening?" he shouted. Just then, his whole world shook as a giant ball of violet slime, as big as a castle, jumped towards him. The colossal slime looked down at the mayor with a bit of a smile on its face. Are you a god?" the mayor questioned. "Fufufu, yes. Fudge replied, his voice echoing endlessly in the dark void. What do you want from me? Fudge looked up, imitating the grandness of a godlike being. You are destined for a great future. I am, the mayor asked, looking down at his own chubby belly in shame. Of course, Fudge coughed. However, you are now at a fork road in your destiny. One path leads you to depression and despair, not just for yourself, but for the whole territory under your hands. But the other path is the complete opposite. It is your true destiny. It will lead you to wealth and prosperity unlike anything you have ever seen. The mayor looked up at the divine body of the slime god in front of him. His eyes showed a glint of hope and longing. What do I have to do, ho ho ho? Fudge laughed. I think you already know, young man. The Reborn Company, the mayor realized. Fudge's bulbous body suddenly grew two stump-like hands, using them to create a small rift in the darkness, so that the mayor could see the distant image of the two brothers pointing and shouting at each other. The mayor could see what the two brothers were thinking. They were planning on creating a total blackout for the Reborn Company, preventing their products from reaching the territories of the grafted cluster. What should I do? He asked the benevolent divine slime. What is their weakness? What do they hate and desire the most? Fudge asked. Each other, the mayor answered. They want to completely outdo one another. Then the answer is simple. You shall. As the mayor heard the words echo in his mind, the darkness around him began to recess into the walls, returning him back into reality. Mayor, are you listening? Barkus shouted. The mayor looked at himself and balled up his fist. Remembering the appearance of the slime god gave him a lot of courage. Are you sure you guys want to reject the Reborn Company? He asked them. The twins looked back at the mayor, angry yet intrigued at his words. Why not? I mean, the Reborn Company is the 450th ranked company in the entire world. Imagine what would happen to your companies if it suddenly reported that you guys were able to completely defeat them fair and square. Barkus and Bullrun's eyes widened as they began to realize the effects of the mayor's hypothetical question. My company would soar through the rankings, Barkus muttered. I'll finally be able to surpass him, Bullrun whispered. The temptation of defeating a 450th ranked company was too great. The twins immediately exited the mayor's house and began preparing their companies for the competition against the Reborn Company. Meanwhile, the mayor sighed in relief as he saw the twins leave. He looked up at the ceiling and brought his hands together as a prayer. I hope that is satisfactory for your majesty, he muttered under his breath. Back at Angora City, Michael saw Fudge jump out of his shadows with a giant smile on his face. What's up? Nothing, master. The west branch of the Golden Road should proceed smoothly now. A few days later, the Golden Road finally reached the first settlement in the grafted cluster. It was just a small village with a little over 300 citizens inside. The locals of this settlement saw firsthand how the Rebornian engineers poured the liquid concrete onto the pathway ditch and watched it harden within just a few hours with the help of a little magic. It completely surprised them, especially as the first few automobiles came riding from the horizon. These trucks carried over all the necessary equipment and products needed to create a base for the Reborn Company here in this settlement. Michael even went above and beyond as he planned to create more amenities in this place, such as an underground well, to help raise the standard of living in the grafted cluster. After the automobiles arrived, he transported himself over there through his shadows and met with the local leader of the settlement to relay his intentions. Are you the owner of the Reborn Company? The hunched old man asked Michael. This kind of surprised him a little bit, seeing as he hadn't even introduced himself yet, but the old man seemed to have known that he was its leader. Yeah, how did you know? The old man smiled and pointed at all the Rebornians laying down their materials from the automobile trucks. They've been looking at you with respectful eyes all this time, he said. That kind of respect can only be reserved for benevolent leaders such as yourself. He was flattered. You've heard about us, the old man nodded. There has been a lot of talk about the new sponsor of Angora City, and despite my ears failing me, I can still hear well enough to have heard about you. Michael looked around and saw the underdeveloped state of the settlement. Most buildings were made out of wood and thatch, the roads were muddy, and there wasn't much foot traffic going around it. They didn't even have a market and only relied on traveling peddlers to get supplies. Can we establish our company here, build our own infrastructure? The old man nodded and spread his hands. You are very much welcome to do so. I'm planning on building a golden road that connects this place to Angora City. You can travel there in about 3 days through carriage, or just 1 day through our taxi automobile service. He also planned to create a bus station in every territory, allowing for normal people to travel easily to the big cities like Angora. Michael began instructing Kong, the Rebornian engineer chief, to start the construction in the settlement. Their first order of business was to create running water from the aquifer underground. It took them just an hour before a deep well hand pump was installed, giving clean water for the citizens to drink and bathe from. Whoa, water. Boy said as the water splashed on the ground from the pipes. The whole population of the settlement celebrated this momentous occasion, thanking the Rebornians by offering them dried deer meat and skinned rabbit fur. The old man approached Michael. This may be presumptuous of me, but there is nothing we would like more than to be under your banner. You want to join the nation of Reborn? Yes. We would all like to, the old man replied with everyone nodding behind him. Michael didn't think it would be this easy. Not even a few hours after they landed in this settlement, and already he had accomplished his goal. He was just hoping to establish the company here, but he ended up gaining another territory. He had Shayna and Yuna take care of all the paperworks, and in just a matter of a few hours, they became official Reborn citizens. Back in the center town of the Grafted Cluster, the two twins each sat in their respective headquarters and commanded their companies to start a large campaign that spanned the whole Western Territory. Gather all our merchants and our peddlers. I want them all to start going over all the territories near us selling only Barcus Inc. Products, sell potatoes, carrots, and even pepper spices at a large discount, and it seemed that his twin brother thought of the same thing. Make sure that the whole market is drowned out by all of our products, Bullrun shouted to his employees. I don't want anyone buying those Reborn products at all. Since they were much more established in the deeper parts of the Grafted Cluster, their campaign largely worked and increased their overall sales throughout the whole region. Their profits were down, but that was a necessary sacrifice to completely shut down the Reborn company's attempts. However, just a few days after this campaign started, the twins each received terrible news. Sir Barcus, we can't sell anything in the first settlement, his messenger said anxiously. And why is that they're the ones that need fresh produce from us? Otherwise, they can't survive. The messenger bit his lips. That's the thing, sir. The Reborn company has already arrived there and established a connection with them. That's fine, Barcus said. Just lower the prices some more. I doubt that the Reborn company can bear to lower the prices like we do because they're transporting those goods all the way from Angora City. This is a war that they'll lose. The messenger tried to get the words out of his mouth, but couldn't bear to do so. Sir, the first settlement has already agreed to become part of the Reborn territory. What? Now that the first settlement was part of their territory, Michael decided to implement a lot of new establishments in the territory. Aside from basic stuff like concrete roads and plumbing systems, Michael also created a fun little hot springs-inspired bath for the people to enjoy. And just as Michael thought, this became a really popular spot for the locals. The large improvement in the first settlement eventually reached the next two territories in the Grafted Cluster, which Michael set his eyes onto next. The Golden Road branched into two paths once again as it reached towards those two places in just a matter of a few days. Those two settlements were a little bit bigger and more advanced than the first settlement. They had proper buildings and infrastructures to be called a town rather than a village. The wet markets in these places consisted of small local businesses who sourced their products from their own homes. Things like butchered pigs, metal pots and pans, and dirtied vegetables were all made by their own citizens and sold to other citizens. However, unlike the wet market free-for-all, the Barcus Inc. store was established in a building that was much more organized than most. Right now, the whole store had signs that showed prices slashed in half. This caused quite a line in the Barcus Inc. store as people bought their products in a frenzy. However, this all changed when the citizens noticed the flat road being constructed in the distance. It was the famous Rebornians. A few days later, the Golden Road connected to their town and allowed for the automobile trucks to unload all their products onto the general market. The sudden appearance of unique products only found in the King's region like the famous grassweed herb or the phrenic stone completely changed the market landscape of this town. The Reborn company became all the rage within its citizens, buying their products and venturing out to the Golden Road to reach the first settlement in just a few hours. The mayor of this town immediately accepted Michael's offer to establish their own infrastructure in the territory, much to the dismay of the twin brothers. Barcus and Bullrun only found out a couple of days later that their business in these territories almost came to a complete stop. What? How are they creating these roads so damn fast? Bullrun screamed out, and how are they transferring these King's region products so cheaply? The transport and shipping costs of these items should far exceed what they're selling it at. I just don't understand it. Bullrun became so bothered at the current situation that he ended up tasking a few of his employees to become troublemakers for the Reborn company. Scare them just enough so that they'll be hesitant to step a foot further into the Grafted Cluster, he said to his employees. Threaten their merchants and show them your knives. You don't have to hurt them, just make sure they get scared. This would have been a great plan if not for the Reborn company's tremendous defensive capabilities. First of all, Bullrun never knew that there were shadow orcs planted all over his mansion and even under his very feet. They listened and watched for his every move, so Michael and the Rebornians were quickly given notice of what was about to happen. And second of all, those merchants weren't just ordinary people. They were Rebornians with an almost impenetrable defense as well. So when the troublemakers sneaked into the Reborn camping site near the town, they didn't know what they were getting into. They entered into the tents of the Rebornian merchants and pulled a knife near their throats. Leave this place now or else we'll come back to finish the job. However, as soon as the knives were about to reach their throats, an invisible prismatic shield appeared around the Rebornians and repelled the knives away from their hands. What? The troublemakers cried out as they saw their knives land in the ground. They stumbled forwards trying to catch it, but when they did, they suddenly realized that they were kneeling in front of a giant pair of feet that emanated a black fire. The troublemakers looked up and saw these humongous orcs looking down at them with red glinting eyes, and as soon as they made eye contact with the orcs, these troublemakers fell into illusions that showed them their deepest and worst nightmares. AAGHH. They screamed, holding their heads in terror. Get me out of here. These troublemakers ran away, never to be seen again. Bullrun tried to get a hold of them a couple of days later, but quickly found out that they disappeared without a single trace. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Bullrun's twin brother was experiencing a very similar meltdown upon realizing the power of the Reborn Company. I guess the rumors are true about those metal carriages, Barcus muttered, biting his nails nervously. And I thought this concrete thing was just a parlor trick, but I was wrong. It's the only reason as to how they're building the roads so damn fast. Barcus, unlike his twin brother, chose not to get heavy-handed in his attempt to oppose the Reborn Company. Instead, he chose a different route. He now wished to study the Reborn Company's methods of success to try to implement it into his own company. He could no longer treat this unknown company as a fraud that only bought their way up the rankings. After all, the results were as clear as day. In a matter of a week or so, the Reborn Company was able to turn a quarter of the grafted cluster under their influence. The people of this territory hate venturing out of their homes. However, the Reborn Company was able to push them out of their comfort zones and influence them to travel through the Golden Road and out into the other territories. He wanted to know how they did that. HMPH, they must be using some kind of magic spell or illusion, Barcus said to himself. Some kind of love potion, perhaps. After a few days' worth of travel, Barcus arrived in the first settlement where the Reborn Company established their territory. Barcus thought he was prepared for it, but the complete change in the settlement brought him into a complete standstill. The houses made out of wood and thatch were still there, but by its side were these large and towering stone buildings under construction. He was not the first tourist that came into this place. After all, the other Golden Road branches all lead to this place before going over to Angora City, so there were already Rebornians ready to accommodate all his questions and needs. Hello, sir. Welcome to the first settlement, a new colony of the nation of Reborn, said a perky young catwoman. Hi, Barcus whispered. Is there a place here that everyone loves to visit? Yes, replied the catwoman. Our newly constructed bathhouse is a must-try for all tourists. In Barcus' mind, that place must be where the Reborn Company brainwashed their customers. There must have been something in the water to completely turn normal citizens into fanatics of Reborn. I am going to detect magic on the water, Barcus whispered to himself as the catwoman escorted him to the bathhouse. Enjoy, she said. Barcus entered the steamy room and saw these large stones arranged to make it look like a natural hot spring in the woods. He concentrated on the water, making him look like an awkward man staring at other naked men wearing only a towel. He chose a shallow part of the bath and used the 4-star spell called Detect Water to see if it had been tampered with, just as he guessed. Surprisingly, the spell told him that it was just pure, clean water. Confused, Barcus decided to copy what the other men in the bathhouse were doing and completely soaked himself in the steaming pool. As soon as he did, his body felt a relaxing heat that seemed to massage all his tense muscles. All his plans of investigating the hot springs went out the window the moment he submerged his body onto the therapeutic bathhouse. Barcus didn't know it, but he unknowingly spent a full hour in the bathhouse. By the time he dried himself outside, he saw the sun had already set in the horizon. What the hell do they put in that water? He asked himself. Did you enjoy yourself? Asked the catwoman from earlier. Not that much, Barcus flusteredly replied, with his cheeks still red from the bath. Would you like to join our communal game sessions? Barcus was visibly confused. We Rebornians have introduced fun board games for everyone to enjoy. Chutes and Ladders, Scrabble, and Uno are widely popular for beginners, but we also have some card games that are popular for experienced gamers. Barcus was led into the newly constructed building into an open space where both Rebornian and local tourists alike gathered in small groups playing different kinds of board games. Although he was invited to play, these things looked childish to him, so he refused to play. But then he noticed one group playing cards while drinking some kind of frothy yellow water. What's that? Barcus asked. Come join us, my friend. This is beer and poker. Ever since the start of the Golden Road project, Michael noticed that a lot of the Rebornian engineers and the construction workers ended up feeling sad and burnt out at the end of the day. After all, their days and weeks were just made up of going to work, pouring concrete, flattening roads, and waiting for it to dry. Michael forgot that this was a world that didn't have any sort of entertainment for people to enjoy. They didn't have television shows, anime, or even cell phones. To remedy this boredom that they had, he began a social project in which he spread all kinds of board games to see which ones they liked the most. Snakes and Ladders, in particular, were quite famous with the Rebornian construction workers. They played that game while on lunch breaks and during their day offs. However, Lamias weren't quite fond of that for obvious reasons. Turns out, they didn't like snakes all that much, probably because of how much they were compared with each other. But they did like the game Hungry Hungry Hippos because it reminded them of their natural habitat near the rivers. The Dragonborns liked Uno, which added up because they were siblings, so the rivalry certainly added up a lot of the fun. As for the engineers, plain old Reborn chess was their choice for entertainment. The spread of board games was received very well within the Rebornian community, and surprisingly, an unintended side effect of this was that even the other territories they conquered adapted board games into their culture as well. For example, the first settlement saw the construction workers playing a lot of Snakes and Ladders. One thing led to another, and soon, they were all playing board games during their free time. However, he knew that board games were fun and all, but sometimes this wasn't enough to satisfy people's need for competition. So he ended up inventing poker for them as well. Creating the cards was easy enough, but he thought that spreading the rules of poker could be a little bit complicated for people. But as it turned out, that was not the problem he should have thought of. Instead, people picked up on poker really fast and they became really enthusiastic in playing it all the time. Right now, he was playing poker in the first settlement with Zion, Fudge, Jakku, Grieve, and a red Mankey. And just as they were about to play their first hand of the night, Michael's shadow ascended from the floor and turned into a shadow orc. This orc whispered to Michael and pointed at the man entering the building. "Sir, that's Barkus, the leader of Barkus Inc." The shadow orc told him before disappearing into the shadows. Michael was quite surprised to see Barkus here in the flesh. From what Fudge told him, it seemed that the two twins weren't quite receptive to their entrance into the grafted cluster. He watched as Barkus looked around the room, with wonder and surprise clearly painted on his face. And with the reddish glow on his cheeks, Michael was sure that the man had just finished a rejuvenating session at the bathhouses. Barkus continued to tour around the tables, peering at the different board games that the Reborn Company offered. Everyone had fun and tried to get Barkus to play with them, but he refused. Eventually, the guy ended up approaching one of the tables who were also playing poker. It was Butch and his friends, who were all adopted from the Hammerstone company a few weeks back. What's that?" Barkus asked. "Come join us, my friend. This is beer and poker," Butch shouted, his cheeks reddened from being drunk. Barkus seemed really intrigued with the idea of poker, but Michael knew that those guys were practically veterans in the game. They were the first ones that became quite good at poker upon its introduction. It became their go-to entertainment whenever they had guard duties on the Golden Road construction project. "Guys, don't bully the man," Michael said to them. Butch immediately sobered up upon seeing him. "Boss, we weren't planning on beating the guy for all his money." "Just a little bit," he stammered. Barkus' eyes squinted as he looked at Butch. He seemed to have remembered the bald guy from somewhere. "Wait. Weren't you the leader of the Hammerstone company in Angora City?" Barkus screamed. "We buy our armor from your guys. Don't you remember me?" Butch looked at Barkus but seemed to see 3 images of him at the same time. "Are you Hiccup and Orc too?" Barkus ignored Butch and then turned to Michael. "He called you boss, then that means YOURE the owner of Reborn." Michael shrugged. "I guess I am, ha." "Nice to meet you," he said, offering his hand. Barkus took a second to steady himself before he hurriedly shook Michael's hand. "I wasn't expecting to see you so young," Barkus muttered, his eyes still clearly doubtful whether he was seeing the real thing. "I wasn't expecting to see the owner of the famous 487th rank company here too. I wasn't okay, I admit it." "I'm spying on you," Barkus said, his head hanging low. "I thought I would expose all the deceit that your company was doing, but I'm wrong. I haven't seen the people of the first settlement look this happy in all the years of my life. They look satisfied." Michael appreciated the honesty. It looked like this guy wasn't bad at all. "Bro Mike, are we gonna play or what?" Zion shouted at Michael from the poker table, clearly impatient. Michael looked at Barkus. "You want to play some poker?" After giving him all the rules he needed to play poker, Barkus joined Michael and the others on the poker table. He was given colorful coins that didn't seem to be any kind of denomination of money that he was familiar with. "Those are chips," Michael explained. "It's what you use to bet." Barkus nodded. He was smart enough and understood enough of the game to play decently. "Dealer, deal the cards." Fudge shouted to the shadow orc on the opposite side of the table. The Orcanine orc looked very distinguished with his black and white suit and well-combed mane. The orc gave each player 2 cards and laid down 5 other cards on the table. The objective of the game was to have the best hand among the given cards on the table. There was a lot of bluffing and guessing involved in the game, which made for some really interesting reactions in the table. "I have the best cards on the table. You should all fold and surrender the chips to me," Zion bragged. "Ho ho, young one, mine are the best cards." At least I think so. Grieve took another peek at his cards before affirming his words. "Ah yes indeed, I don't have any good cards, but I'll fight it out," Fudge declared, completely misunderstanding the point of the game. While the other players were talking and bluffing against each other, Barkus was fidgeting in his seat, unable to sit properly. It seemed that something was bothering him so much that he couldn't concentrate on playing the game. In the end, he leaned over to Michael and expressed his thoughts. "Are you really planning on spreading the Reborn Company in the grafted cluster? Aren't you afraid of Flare Corp?" Ever since Barkus stepped foot into the first settlement, he couldn't help but be engrossed in the culture and lifestyle that Reborn had brought into this territory. He loved the bathhouses, he loved the very welcoming and accommodating Rebornians who helped him without any complaints or expectations of rewards, and he loved that people were enjoying and playing board games together in one room. It was the kind of camaraderie and friendship between people that he had never seen before, and even though he had never visited other Reborn territories, it was easy to guess that it probably had the same vibe and culture as the first settlement. In fact, from the stories he heard, it seemed that those territories were much better than he could have ever thought possible. He realized that what Reborn brought was something precious. It could not be replicated by him or anyone else even if he tried. However, he just couldn't help but feel that it was a waste. It was clear that Michael and the Reborn Company were planning on expanding their market reach and their territories all the way into the Queen's region. But Barkus couldn't help but think that this was a mistake. Why couldn't Reborn just stay in this territory and protect what they already have in his mind? He couldn't help but think of the inevitable future when the Reborn Company eventually butts head with the infamous Flare Corp group that had just recently conquered Batroc Town. If they stopped advancing today, then they could have maybe 1 or 2 years of peace and prosperity before Flare Corp tries to invade Angora City. At least by then, they could have created some kind of defensive structure to try and withstand their onslaught. But by continuing to advance in the Queen's region, Michael would only meet Flare Corp a lot sooner than expected. Barkus just couldn't understand it. The Reborn Company had a lot of potential from what he could see. He couldn't just stand still and watch it fall onto an endless abyss. Ever since the possibility of Flare Corp invading the grafted cluster came about, I have been reading and trying to find out more about them. And what I saw terrified, Barkus said. They are fearless and relentless in their pursuit. They will not stop until they get what they want. If they conquer a territory, they will impose an iron rule. If the government opposes them, then that government will be gone. If a duke or a royal goes against their wishes, then they are disposed of. If a company is threatening their total domination, then that company is ripped apart. And if the citizens themselves are defying them, Barkus' words trailed off. Their army is built out of thousands of soldiers who go through hellish training from their youth. They have equipment that would make adventurers go green with envy. Even their top officers are known to be masters of their own weapons. And at the very top of the chain of command is a man from a very powerful family. He is a direct heir of the Oscorp conglomerate, and he is using Flare Corp as a way to try and compete to become the main successor of Flare Corp. And it's working. He's slowly going up the line. Barkus became more and more disheveled as he spat out the words in his mind. "Aren't you afraid?" he asked Michael. But after all those terrifying words of warning, Michael just smiled. "I want to build a world of comfort," he answered. "I know that I can make a change, real change, and there is nothing here in this world that can or will stop me." Barkus looked at the 12-year-old child and saw a sense of boundless confidence in his eyes. It was pure. He could see that Michael truly believed the words that he said. He meant it with the true fullness of his heart, and for some reason, Barkus started to believe him. He didn't know why he got this feeling, but somehow, he started to have faith in Michael. "Oh, that's right, bro, Mike, tell him," Zion cheered. "I'll punch those Blair Borps until their noses bleed silly." Ho ho ho, I don't know how many times I have seen armies greater than Flare Corp tumble and die because of one single man. Maybe a lot, maybe a little, I don't know because I don't remember. Ho 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 ho. Grieve laughed out loud, with his hoodie falling backwards and letting Barkus see his true appearance. "A skeleton," Barkus screamed out. "Ho ho ho, yes indeed, I am just a lowly skeleton, but I can agree with young Unzion here. Flare Corp is no problem, ho ho ho." Fudge couldn't help it anymore and jumped onto the table, flipping the cards face side up and toppling everyone's chips. "Oh, should I have my shadows kill that Flare Corp guy right now so that we can finally play the game?" Meanwhile, Barkus couldn't help but stare at everyone as if they were all crazy. They were treating Flare Corp as nothing more than a second-rate company. He couldn't understand where they got all this confidence from. They have a whole army, and their officers are the equivalents of high-tiered knights. Barkus shouted. Don't worry, we have this guy, Zion said, pointing at the evolved red hobmanky sitting meekly at their table. This particular red hobmanky was one of the mankeys that Michael recruited from Angora City. He previously worked for the knights as a janitor, but after his awakening, became the current leader of a platoon in the Reborn army. Under Greaves' tutelage, the red hobmankeys were constantly going through hellish training and practice just to become competent soldiers in the undead general's eyes. Of course, Michael implemented modern health and training techniques such as proper protein intakes, proper sleep and recovery, and also progressive overload of work intensity to maximize their growth. Although the red hobmankeys didn't have a chance against the Dragonborns individually, they would definitely put up a fighting chance against them while in a group. Even just 10 of the red hobmankeys served as proper sparring partners of Zion. They were so good that Zion ended up inviting the platoon leader to come play poker with him, which was why he was here right now. We're still improving, but we will do our best, the red manky answered. Michael turned to Barkus. As you can see, we're ready for a fight. Barkus was still reeling from the shock at their indifference, but chose not to question it any further. Now let's play poker, Fudge shouted, and soon the group restarted the game with a fresh new set of playing cards. Right now there was a standoff against Michael, Zion, and the red hobmanky. All three of them were betting all of their chips for this final turn of the cards. It was clear that they all thought that they had the best hand in play, so much so that they were willing to bet everything they had and more. Bro Mike, I'll bet 10 hours of washing dishes, Zion shouted to his opponents. I'll do the same, whispered the red manky. Michael smiled at his two opponents. Fine, I'll bet a single customized skill for this hand. All the Rebornians, whether they were playing snakes and ladders, Scrabble, or chess, turned towards Michael once he said those words. He was offering a free skill. Meanwhile, Barkus looked around, confused as to why everyone acted so seriously all of a sudden. Barkus looked at all the Rebornians around him. Surely they weren't talking about the skill right after all. That was an inherent power that people have since their birth, and only naturally awakened during the course of one's life. It wasn't supposed to be wagered or given away like it was some sort of coin. Really, bro, Mike, Yosha, I'll be getting that 4-star shadow transportation that you guys have. I don't want to sit in a carriage for weeks on end, Zion said, his eyes filling with competitive fire. Even the red hobmanky couldn't help but gulp as he began to think about the skill that he was going to get once he won. Ooh, this is a really high-stakes game. One of the spectators said, I want a skill of my own too, but I need to work a few more months before I can get an allocated spot in the boss time. Now that the nation of Reborn grew to the size of about 30 citizens and more, Michael couldn't simply just give out any kind of customized skill for the Rebornians anytime they wanted. Back when there were only thousands of them, he gave away skills like it was bronze coins. But now he was a little bit more conservative in his gift bestowal. If he didn't, then he would have to spend a lot of hours every day giving skills to Rebornians. So he implemented a merit-based system for skills. Once they worked hard enough to progress the nation of Reborn, then they were entitled with a one-on-one session with him where they could wish for any customized skill they wanted. This became quite a good motivator for the workers, so Michael began to implement it with the other amenities in the nation. For example, people could get mithril artifacts, a year's supply of beer, or even a house and lot in the parched lands all through merit as well. Of course, the most coveted prize that anyone wanted was the customized skill. It was a total game changer for people who wanted to improve their skills in their field, which helped them gain more merit, and so on and so forth. So when he offered a skill as a bet, all the Rebornians were intrigued. Dealer, show the cards, Zion enthusiastically shouted, banging his fists on the table. The shadow orc then turned the 5 cards on the table into a face-up position, showing their value. Oh. Zion jumped, showing his 2 cards to Michael. Bro Mike, I got a 2-pair combo. He showed his cards, and the dealer confirmed that his 2 cards were definitely the same as 2 of the 5 cards in the table, making 2 pairs. Sorry, but I got 3 of a kind. Michael showed his 2 cards, a 5 of hearts and a 5 of clubs, and coincidentally, one of the cards on the dealer's table also had a 5 of diamonds, creating a combo of 3 5s. Awa, Zion slumped back to his seat, defeated. Now there was just one other person on the table who still hasn't shown his cards. Can you beat a 3 of a kind? The dealer asked the red hobmanky. He looked shy to show his cards at first, but he eventually turned them over and showed a 2 of clubs and a 3 of diamonds. Those 2 cards seemed unimpressive at first, but when combined with the 5 cards at the dealer's table, showed a completely different outcome. The dealer had a 4 of hearts, a 5 of diamonds, and a 6 of clubs. The cards numbered 2 through 6 created a straight combo. The Red Hob Mankey won. WAH, congrats man. I won. The Red Hob Mankey couldn't believe his luck. Congrats, Michael said to him. As promised, I owe you a skill. What do you want? The Red Hob Mankey didn't even know what to say. A few seconds later, some of his Mankey friends in their platoon came rushing over to his side and began bombarding him with requests. Dude, you should get a cool sword skill, like Sir Jakku with his lightning slashes. The 4-star electric slice should be good. One of them said, no, he should get a shadow skill. Aren't the orcs so cool with their ninja skills? The Red Hob Mankey listened to everyone's request, but none of them struck his fancy. He wanted something different, something that would help the platoon as a whole. I have a request, he said to Michael. Boss, I want to talk with my team without speaking like telepathically. Upon hearing this, Barcus couldn't help but think to himself that there was no such spell like that available in the world, certainly not here in the backwoods side of the Queen's region. He thought Michael would immediately deny the request, but Mickey instead closed his eyes for a second before nodding. Okay, Michael said. One customized 3-star skill military talk coming right up. He raised his hand, and immediately, a bright white light appeared on the Red Hob Mankey's chest. It blinded everyone for a second before subsiding. What happened? Barcus asked out loud, but then he noticed that the Red Hob Mankey's eyes widened. He looked at the other Mankeys, who all raised their hands and created some sort of gestures at the very same time as if they were talking to each other. No way, he muttered. Are they telepathically communicating through a skill? Michael nodded. Yeah, I gave him a skill that allows him to become like a radio signal. Oh, I guess you don't understand that, huh? It creates an invisible connection with his platoon members that allows them to speak with their minds. But a skill? Impossible. But how? Barcus couldn't bring the words out of his mouth. Shock wouldn't be the right word to describe his feeling at the moment. Distressed was more like it. He couldn't help but look at Michael and the Rebornians differently now. After the bet was over, everyone turned back to their own games and played like normal as if nothing even happened. He couldn't understand why he was the only one who seemed to be stupefied at the sight of Michael creating a skill out of nowhere and giving it to someone in just a blink of an eye. Was this normal for them? A 4-star skill given just like that? Before Barcus could even formulate a question, he saw a dark shadow ascend from the ground behind Michael. Slowly, it morphed into the form of an orc, similar to the one dealing the cards on their table. The orc bowed to Michael. Boss, the bandits are finally on the move. They have positioned themselves on top of the valleys near the Golden Road halfway from Angora City to the first settlement. Barcus heard their conversation and couldn't help but speak out his thoughts. Wait. Are those bandits wearing black handkerchiefs around their necks? The orc looked at Michael first, asking him for permission to talk. Once he was given a nod, he faced Barcus and nodded. Yes, they are led by a man that carries around a curved knife made out of reinforced obsidian. Barcus gasped, realizing who it was. That's Sleazy from the Bastard Bandits. He's famous for leaving behind only empty carriages and pooled blood in his wake. You have to retreat your merchants now. Damn. They struck while the sun was gone with no help in sight. If they're in the middle of Angora City and the first settlement, it'll take at least 3 days before anyone could send reinforcements. Barcus gritted his teeth. I have been victim to this kind of scheme one too many times. He then looked at Michael and realized something. If you were able to find this out, then this means you have a way to inform your merchants about what's coming. What if you take a detour? But strangely enough, he was the only one who seemed to be panicking at the situation. Why aren't you saying anything? He asked Michael. Are you not worried that your merchants will get robbed? Michael shrugged. To be honest, my orcs have been monitoring those bandits for a long time now. And I am planning not to get involved in it because I want the Golden Road to sustain itself. Barcus looked at Michael. You're testing the limits of the Golden Road? Yeah, Michael replied. In the future, there will be a lot of other merchants traveling the road. I need to make certain that they wouldn't have to be worried about thieves robbing them during their sleep. This was inconceivable to someone like Barcus. Michael seemed extremely confident with the abilities of his men, with no doubt whatsoever. What are you planning? Michael then turned to the red Mankey sitting at the poker table, with the other red Mankeys still congratulating him for getting a new skill. Them. Barcus looked at the 10 or so monkey-like demi-humans gathered near the poker table. Although they seemed a little bit different from their normal species, there was no doubt that they were the red Mankeys infamous in the Queen's region. As far as Barcus could recall, red Mankeys had no talent for magic at all. They were the lowest-ranked demi-human in the entire world. And somehow Michael entrusted the security of his fortune to them. It was unbelievable. Ho ho ho, I hope that you keep my musings in mind while dealing with those no-gooders, Greaves said to his students. Remember my first rule? What was it again? Ho ho. Even I don't remember. Tusk tusk tusk. I'll be sorely disappointed if you guys mess this up, Zion warned the red Mankeys. If only my sis has me on dishwashing duty tonight, I totally would have joined you guys. My juniors, Fudge declared, jumping on each red Mankey's head one by one. You have been blessed by the good ninja. Go forth and deal with those baddies. After getting some slightly effective pep talk from them, the leader of the Red Mankeys, codenamed Radio Man, faced Michael with a determined face. We are ready, boss. Please deploy us. Sure, Michael nodded. Hey, Barkus. You want to go see it? Barkus looked at Michael. See what? And before he could even ask again, he saw Michael's shadow lengthen and reach towards his own feet. And before he knew it, he saw an entire world of shadow ascend from the ground and encase him in endless darkness with no depth whatsoever. A nauseating feeling overcame Barkus' senses, with his stomach churning upside down. He had to kneel on the ground and restrain his vomit before the shadow walls descended back into the floor, showing a completely different environment. 1 second they were at the first settlement recreational building, and the second after that they were at an open space with nothing but the starry skies above them and an endless flat plain with large boulders and plateaus littered everywhere. Barkus forced himself up, wiping the drool off his mouth. What happened? Where are we? He asked. He looked around and saw a perfectly straight road parallel to the horizon going from left to right. We're in the middle of the Golden Road, Michael answered. On our west here is headed to Angora City, while on the right leads back to the first settlement. Beside him was Michael and the 10 or so red hobmankeys, who didn't seem to be fazed at all from the sudden transportation that had just happened. Teleportation. Not just any teleportation, but long range and multiple targets too. Michael ignored Barkus' surprised expression and turned to the red hobmankeys. Are you all ready for your first mission? He asked them. If you are successful in repelling the bandits, then I will endow upon you a proper name to call your troops the very first squadron in the Reborn army. The red hobmankeys looked at each other with excitement. Their eyes still showed a bit of nervousness, but there was a hidden fire within them that burned ever so brightly. Okay, if you're ready, take out your uniforms and do your final preparations, he said to the hobmankeys. They began reaching out into their shadows, taking out these gears and garments that would look extremely familiar to those who lived on modern Earth. The red Mankeys adorned themselves in these beige and brown shirts and leggings, completely covering themselves with something that blended within the environment of the plains. They wore camouflage army combat uniforms. Michael had these especially designed for the first group of the Reborn army. And of course, Michael wouldn't forget the most important part of their attire, the weapons. These red Mankeys were all talented in the blade. So Michael had military knives made out of mithril artifacts attached to their belts for easy access. And as the red hobmankeys were finishing their preparations, Barkus suddenly looked out into the distance. There was a fast-strolling automobile coming directly from the west. The large R symbol painted on its side made it clear that this was Reborn property. It was only then that Barkus connected the dots. This is where the ambush is taking place. He whispered urgently. Yup, and those are our ambushers, Michael said, pointing to the other side of the road where a stone boulder was barricaded right in the middle of the path. Just behind the obstruction were these men numbered in the 20s who covered their faces with black handkerchiefs, yet their bloodlust and their greed was still spilling out of their masks. One of those men looked different from the others. His posture was intimidating. He wielded a weapon blacker than the night itself with no regard for his own safety, licking its blade just for the fun of it. That sleazy Barkus realized. They're gonna stop the automobile, and just like he guessed, as soon as the driver in the truck saw the boulders in the road, he immediately stepped on the brakes. A high-pitched noise screeched out of the vehicle as it skidded to a stop. The black handkerchief bandits strolled out of their hiding spots with swagger in their steps. They had confidence. Look what we have here, boys. Wow, a real-life automobile right in front of our very eyes, Sleazy said, pointing his knife at the driver. Ooh-wee. Just the metal alone from this thing could set us up for a year. One of the bandits said, Are you kidding me? A horseless carriage like this can fetch for a whole lot more. Meanwhile, the driver of the automobile got out of his car and approached the bandits without even a sense of urgency in his eyes. Oh look, a yellow Mankey, Sleazy said. I suggest you surrender now, my man, or else y'all have to change your fur to red. Sleazy and the bandits raised their knives, twirling it in their hands and showing off their mastery over the weapon. With 20 of them surrounding the lonesome Rebornian driver, they knew that it wouldn't take much pressure to scare him, especially since he was only a yellow Mankey. However, they didn't expect the driver to actually give them the keys to the truck so easily. Here, he said casually, tossing the keys to Sleazy. Take them if you dare. Sleazy's eyebrows narrowed, suspicious as to why this demi-human looked so confident in the face of 20 bandits. Open the truck, Sleazy said to his bandits, tossing the keys. In his mind, there was probably a bomb stashed somewhere inside the metal container that would be triggered upon opening. That must have been the reason for the driver's nonchalance. Once the bandits got a hold of the keys, they quickly rushed over to the truck. However, their excitement quickly died down once they realized they had no idea how to use these keys and where to even put them. The bandits poked and prodded the key all over the metal vehicle, unsuccessful in all their attempts. After a while, Sleazy got impatient and ordered the driver to personally open the metal container. "No funny business," he warned the driver, but the driver had no intention of doing so. He simply looked down at his own shadow, making him feel safe and secured. He used the keys and opened the back container of the truck, showing the bandits all the products stored inside. Once Sleazy was sure there were no bombs about to go off, he boarded the truck and marveled at all the loot he had just taken control of. There were crates and crates full of shiny, metallic armor devoid of any scratches or dents. Sleazy began going through the crates, inspecting the quality and make of these equipment to see their worth. His eyes widened as he realized what he held in his fingers. His usually steady hands started to shake with excitement. The other bandits eventually jumped up onto the truck and saw what Sleazy had been so stunned by. They began picking up chest plates, boots, and helmets. "No way, this is dwarven make. Not only that, but there's raw Damascus steel here." In the bandits' eyes, this was even better than gold coins. After all, gold coins can be exchanged for anything. However, dwarven equipment could only be acquired in the black market, and even then, the quantity available there was only a very paltry amount. Even just a single crate in this truck could only be acquired once a year in the black market, and there were tens of these crates here. "Looks like we hit the motherlode here, boys," Sleazy exclaimed. The rest of the bandits cheered and shouted. They began to pick out whatever equipment they fancied, sometimes clashing with other bandits and getting into an argument. Sleazy let them sort their own problems out. This was normal for them. But then he noticed that all of them were inside the trucks. No one was outside watching the Rebornian driver. "You idiots," Sleazy screamed, rushing out the truck. But when he looked around, the yellow hobmanky was nowhere to be found. In the endless flat plains, the driver seemed to have disappeared from thin air without any trace of his presence. Where did he go? He screamed, his voice echoing back endlessly. There was something suspicious going on. The other bandits were either too stupid or too greedy to even think of this as a problem. As long as they obtained all these treasures, then they didn't care about a single yellow manky. "Tusk, fine, load up all these crates into our carriages," he said to the bandits. "Damn, if only I knew how to drive this thing, we wouldn't have to go through all that trouble." The bandits enthusiastically began to unload all the crates full of dwarven equipment and Damascus steel. But as soon as the first crate landed on the ground, Sleazy suddenly felt the skin on his arms turn up. He sensed the presence of dangerous people. "You have made a grave mistake. This is property of the Reborn Company." The bandits were startled, immediately dropping the heavy crates back onto the ground. They reached for their knives and brandished it in the air, looking around for the source of that voice. They realized that there were about 10 individuals surrounding them and the truck. They didn't know where they came from. They seemed to have appeared from out of nowhere, unnerving the bandits. Sleazy squinted his eyes as he recognized the unique faces of these individuals. "Red mankeys," he said, chuckling. His demeanor quickly changed from wary to lax in a matter of a few seconds upon figuring out their species. They wore strange uniforms, but he would recognize that striking red fur anywhere. "Surrender now and your sentences will be lessened," the red manky said to Sleazy. "Oh, funny joke, I never knew you guys were comedians." "I am serious," said the red manky. "First violation, stopping an authorized reborn vehicle without permission. That's 1 to 2 years in prison. Second violation, attempting to steal reborn products. That's 5 years minimum. And third violation, which is the most grievous of all crimes, threatening the life of a Rebornian. That's 15 years in prison." The bandits looked at the red mankeys before, one by one, they began to laugh and jeer at the ridiculous situation they found themselves in. "Oh, are you sure you're not comedians?" Sleazy asked, clutching his belly from laughter. "What are you gonna do? There's 20 of us and 1, 2, 3, 10 of you only. And that's enough," the red manky muttered. Sleazy shook his head and gestured for his bandits to attack. One bandit licked his knife before rushing towards the nearest red manky. He thrusted his knife, aiming for the throat. Just then the red manky soldier parried the knife with his own knife, creating sparks in their blades upon collision. The bandit's eyes widened, not expecting the manky to push him back. Just then the red manky pushed his weapon upwards, making the bandit lost his grip on his knife. Before he could even react, the red manky took his hand and twisted it behind his back, making him scream out in pain. Grahh. And in a blink of an eye, the bandit felt himself fall to the ground, with both of his hands crossed behind his back. He only heard the sound of clinking metal before he found himself cuffed by the red manky. "One bandit down," he reported. 2 other bandits flanked the red manky from behind, hoping to free their comrade from his grasp. However, the soldier seemed to have eyes on the back of his head as he ducked and avoided their lunges. With a swift kick through their legs, the two bandits lost balance and toppled on top of each other. Before they could get up, they felt their arms twisted into a knot before getting cuffed by the same red Mankey. The soldier stepped on top of the stacked bandits and looked at Sleazy. 3 down. In one fluid motion, the 3 bandits were taken down and neutralized. The bandits stopped laughing. They didn't even see what happened. But for Michael, who was watching everything unfold from a vantage point on top of a plateau, this was just basic martial arts. Specifically, this was Krav Maga, a fighting style that he implemented onto the red Mankey soldiers that increased their knife and grappling skills tremendously. Sleazy eyed the red Mankeys with a little bit more caution once he saw 3 of his men get put down in a matter of a few seconds. "Tusk, don't get scared of them," he shouted at the bandits. "We have the number advantage. Just do as we've always done." The bandits screamed at the top of their lungs and began to rush towards the red Mankey soldiers. Their knives began to glow with the power of mana as they unleashed their physical art spells. Their powers reached the heights of 3-star fighters. Their attacks were made up of basic scrolls they stole from merchants, yet their execution of this spell was nothing less than deadly. One bandit slashed his knife to the red Mankey's neck, with his blade creating sharp crescent waters that launched towards its target. Another bandit beside him completely disregarded the water crescent and rushed alongside it. This was a tactic that overwhelmed their opponents. Yet somehow, 2 other Mankeys came in at the right time for support. One deflected the water crescent, and one clashed with the rushing bandit. The original red Mankey used this opportunity and rushed forward, with dust exploding behind him, and attacked the bandit who released the water crescent. He used the 2-star Krav Maga skill Torpedo Elbow, twisting his torso and creating tremendous acceleration for his elbow. The bandit ducked and used his knife to strike back at the red Mankey's elbow, using water pump to induce a powerful repelling force against the elbow strike. However, an invisible prismatic shield manifested around the red Mankey, destroying the water particles from the bandit's knife. Without the repelling force, the bandit was forced to use his arms to defend against the red Mankey's elbow. The bandit felt his whole world shake upon impact, with his arms completely shattered from the elbow. Unfortunately for him, the red Mankey grabbed his head and pushed it down for a perfect delivery of a 2-star knee bomb. The bandit lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Once his job was done, the red Mankey immediately rushed towards another bandit to help out his fellow soldier. The bandits may have the numerical advantage, but the red Mankeys were somehow able to fluidly exchange and cooperate with each other without much friction. If one red Mankey was just a moment away from being lacerated by 2 bandits coming with a knife, 3 more red Mankeys would come at the perfect time and give support, repelling the 2 bandits before returning to their original fight. It was as if they were communicating with each other without talking. This was a very frustrating fight for the bandits, as they felt like they were fighting against 3 times the actual amount of red Mankeys present. And it wasn't just their cooperation that made this a hard fight for the bandits, it was also their hard-hitting skills that seemed to come with endless combos. If their kick failed to land, they would pivot and punch instead, and if that didn't work, they would feint a kick before using the bandits off balance to tackle him to the ground. Each and every one of their moves were powered by a 2-star or a 3-star spell, creating a much more devastating attack. "Where the hell did these Mankeys come from?" Sleazy shouted out. "Aren't they a new company? How did they get these spells?" Their fighting style was too specific and too specialized for it to be a basic spell purchased in the public market. This meant that their spells must be something that the Reborn Company made themselves. But that wasn't possible. As far as he knew, the Reborn Company should only be a few years old at this point. It would take at least 4 decades to develop and perfect these kinds of unique spells. "Damn it, they tricked us." Sleazy gritted his teeth. "They must specialize in magic formulation as well. I thought they just developed armor and weapons." Sleazy watched as one by one bandits fell to the ground unconscious. By now their numbers were completely even, which meant that it wasn't long before they were subdued. In a moment of self-preservation, Sleazy slowly backed away from the fight. He quickly turned around and raced to the truck's front seat. His plan was to run away from this place as fast as possible. Yes, he would abandon the thieves, but he would be able to escape with the treasures from this truck as well. Surely, the boss would forgive him once he presented this loot to him. However, faced with the unfamiliar dashboard of the truck, he remembered that he was completely clueless on how to drive an automobile. He tried to smack the wheel, just like a horse, to make it run. Beep! Sleazy was startled, not expecting the horn to sound off. "You can't run away." Suddenly, Sleazy saw the leader of the red Mankeys appear on the front seat of the truck, just beside him. He immediately lunged with his obsidian knife, but the red Mankey deflected it upwards with his own knife. Their weapons pierced through the roof, with the 2 fighting to push each other's knives. Sleazy smiled. "I'm not like those shrimps." He pushed the red Mankey's knife, creating a large gash on the ceiling of the truck before being pushed down towards the soldier's neck. "I am powerful," Sleazy declared. With the knife just inches away from his neck, the red Mankey used his other hand to take out something from his pockets. With the gold and violet wrapper torn from the top, the red Mankey was free to take a bite out of the chocolate bar. Suddenly, a new force erupted from the red Mankey's knife, allowing him to push Sleazy's knife back towards him. "What? How?" Sleazy screamed. With the red Mankey's newfound strength, he began to fight back against Sleazy's attacks. Sleazy gritted his teeth and pulled his knife back before lunging it back towards the red Mankey's shoulder. The red Mankey tried to parry the knife, but found that his knife merely passed through the obsidian weapon. It was an illusion. The real knife was lunging towards the red Mankey's neck. But just at the very last second, the red Mankey moved back, letting the obsidian knife pierce through the leather seat of the truck. "Tusk," Sleazy muttered, pulling back his knife out of the chair. The red Mankey used this chance to leap towards Sleazy in the driver's seat, making this a melee fight. He tried to grapple the bandit, grabbing the seatbelt to try and strangle him. "Python Constrictor," the red Mankey exclaimed, with his mana pouring through to the seatbelt and reinforcing it with more power. Sleazy felt his neck constrain, struggling to pull the red Mankey off himself. In an act of desperation, he used the 4-star spell Slice and Dice to cut through the seatbelt at the risk of his own neck getting cut. Blood poured out of his neck from a flesh wound, but Sleazy didn't mind. He immediately tried to skewer the red Mankey's stomach, with the demi-human having no chance to escape. The red Mankey saw the threat and immediately stepped foot on the gas pedal, with the truck accelerating from 0 km/h to 40 km/h in a matter of a few seconds. The sudden acceleration pushed Sleazy's seat backwards, allowing the red Mankey to barely avoid the knife. With the demi-human on top of him, Sleazy was about to be defeated by a swift elbow meteor directed on his head. He kicked and squirmed, turning the wheel quickly to the left and causing the entire truck to skid sideways. One of the wheels ran over a stray rock on the road, causing the entire truck to tilt sideways, with the momentum finally toppling the truck on its side. With the car crashed, Sleazy used this chance to try and escape. He punched through the windshield, shattering the glass into a million pieces. He began crawling out of the truck, with blood pouring out of his forehead. He dragged his own body away from the hoping to escape, but then he suddenly felt a force stepping down on him. He turned around and saw the red Mankey looking down at him, with barely a scratch on his face. "Who are you guys?" he asked them. The red Mankey took a big breath, a little bit exhausted after that fight. "As far as you're concerned, we're your worst nightmares. Consider yourselves lucky that we're the ones you faced. If our orc seniors took on this case, your fate would have been a lot worse than death." He raised his feet high up in the air before performing a final dragon's leg sweep to Sleazy's head. Once Sleazy was taken care of, the rest of the bandits lost their will to fight and immediately surrendered themselves to the red Mankeys. The Rebornian soldiers immediately cuffed them up with metal chains and subdued them completely. The red Mankey leader looked down at his shadow and bowed as a sign of respect. "Senior orcs, we request that you take these miscreants and send them to prison," he said solemnly, as if praying. It didn't take long before the red Mankey's shadows converged and coalesced into one big hole in the ground, right where the bandits were subdued. Their personal orc bodyguard, one whose job was to constantly protect a Rebornian they were assigned, transferred over to the bandits. They then used their shadow transportation skill to take them to the parched lands in a matter of a few seconds. After falling for what seemed like a minute, the bandits fell on their butts and saw the darkness around them subside into the ground. The world opened up to them, allowing them to see a large wall enclosing them in, about 30 meters in height, with barbed wires on top that prevented anyone from escaping. They weren't the only ones there. They looked around and saw other people wearing a uniformed orange jumpsuit, looking at them with pity. One of them approached the bandits. "What you in for?" he asked. "What, we tried to rob an automobile. We didn't know they were protected." The prisoner inhaled a sharp breath. "Tusk, Tusk, Tusk, we learned that the hard way, and it seems you were quite lucky you didn't see the orcs." "The orcs look at them," the prisoner said, pointing to a group of other prisoners who sat on the ground, grabbing their head intensely and rocking their bodies back and forth like a madman. "If you met them, that's what would have happened to you." After all that was over, the red Mankeys approached Michael and Barkus back at the top of the plateau. "We have successfully subdued the bandits, boss." The red Mankeys kneeled in anticipation, waiting for Michael's acknowledgement. "Congratulations," Michael said to them. "You have proven yourselves worthy to be the first platoon in the Rebornian army. I hereby give your group the name, 1st Division Golden Road Troopers." The red Mankeys rejoiced. All their hard work had paid off. Just then, Michael suddenly saw a notification flash in front of his eyes. New evolution path found for the red Mankeys. Golden Road Troopers. These red Mankeys dedicate themselves to the safety and maintenance of the Golden Road. They gain a 150 boost in all attributes while in the presence of the Golden Road. They gain another 50 boost while riding in a fast-paced vehicle. Michael eyed the words with surprise. This new evolution path coincided perfectly with what he had in mind for the Red Mankeys. Chat JK4, did you do this? No. Upon their triumph against the bandits, the Red Mankeys achieved enough experience to evolve a second time. Your words of praise gave them a solid sense of identity and solidarity, which seemed to have pushed their evolutionary path into a completely different one from normal. His words influenced their evolution path. He looked at the Red Mankeys and saw them shoulder to shoulder, jumping around and celebrating this momentous occasion. They seemed to love the new title he gave them. This was a very welcome surprise, and one that he hoped to use in the future. He raised his hand and activated his supreme skill, Gift Bestowal. The Red Mankeys found themselves glowing with a bright white light, blinding them for a few seconds. Once the light subsided, they looked at themselves and found not much difference in their physical bodies. Yet they felt an intense connection on their right side, towards the Golden Road. It was calling to them, beckoning them to return to their rightful place. They kneeled again towards Michael, this time with much more passion and zealousness. We thank you for this gift. They screamed. Michael nodded. With their new evolution path, they were perfectly suited to become the protectors of the Golden Road. Return to our headquarters, he said to them. Naruto and Sasuke will give you your designated Shadow Orcs. Because their Shadow Orcs transferred the bandits to the nation of Reborn, they were now currently without a shadow. Also, seek out Shayna and tell her to call the Centaurs. They will be your new teammates. Michael planned for the Red Mankeys to ride on the Centaurs, creating a terrifying combination. After all, their new evolution gave them a 50 boost upon riding a fast-paced vehicle, and the Centaurs qualified as one. He just hoped that the Centaurs would work well and someday have the opportunity to evolve into Golden Road Troopers as well. But that was a problem for another day. He then used his own shadow clone and used it to swallow the crashed wreckage of the automobile truck and the crates of dwarven equipment strewn about in the Golden Road. Meanwhile, Barkus, who watched everything unfold, still couldn't close his mouth from the shock. Sleazy and 20 bandits, defeated by none other than 10 Red Mankeys, who were supposedly the weakest demi-humans in the entire world. This whole trip to the first settlement truly opened his eyes to the reason why the Reborn Company shot up through the Golden 500 rankings so fast. They had it all, money and power both. It was then that Barkus slowly realized the magnitude of what he had just seen. If Michael could turn the weak Red Mankeys into these officer-level caliber fighters, then it meant that he could give any skill he wanted to anyone who wanted them. If that was true, then what stopped him from arming all the Rebornians under his control, civilian or not, to cast a devastating 4-star meteor shower skill, at the same time nothing? He could do that if he wanted to. Not even a well-equipped army could stand a chance against 40,000 civilians casting devastation from far away. Only now did he finally realize why the Rebornians were so lax against the looming threat of Flare Corp. It's because they don't see it as a threat, just a roadblock. Back in the center town of the Grafted Cluster, Bullrun Barkus' twin brother found himself pacing back and forth with worry. As the days passed, the domination of the Reborn Company became ever so clear. Their fast construction of their so-called Golden Road felt like a virus that spread even faster than the plague. Bullrun Inc. Sales were already down. It would only continue to plummet even further later. Just then, a resounding knock-knock rang out from his door. "Sir, you have a visitor," said Bullrun's personal butler. The door opened, and Bullrun saw a man who wore bright orange armor with flames jutting out from his chest. His presence alone brought a heavy, intimidating air in Bullrun's own bedroom. "Who are you?" Bullrun asked. "I am here on behalf of our glorious king. You may have heard of his company, Flare Corp." Bullrun's eyes widened. "I am here to discuss a possible agreement between our companies, one that would benefit both parties simultaneously." The man in orange armor smiled confidently. Bullrun immediately stood up. Perhaps they were the answer to his problems. "Are you here to deal with the Reborn Company?" The man in the armor scoffed. Bullrun thought that the reason why Flare Corp suddenly knocked on his door was because of the current progression of the Reborn Company into the Grafted Cluster. After all, Reborn's expansion into the western part of Angora City would certainly cement their foot into the lower tip of Queen's region. Bullrun thought that this would pose a significant problem for Flare Corp, who clearly has plans to conquer Angora City in the future. But from the man's expression filled with derision and disdain, it seemed like they weren't even aware of the Reborn Company's presence in the slightest. And even if they were, they considered them as nothing more than an insignificant pebble on the road. "Can I ask who you are?" "I am Hestu, and I am in charge of Flare Corp's relations and management. I have come here as a messenger on behalf of our king to talk about a possible alliance between our companies." Bullrun eyed Hestu with suspicion. "An alliance? What would Flare Corp want with us? While it is true that a 486th rank company like yours is too low to become allies with Flare Corp, we still consider your expertise in the grafted cluster as something very valuable in our expansion. So you are expanding, Bullrun realized. Yes, once we have properly set our foot down in Batrock Town, we will start rehabilitating the entirety of the southern tip of the Queen's region. Angora City will fall by our hands. Bullrun balled his fist, quaking from anger. What will happen to me, to my company? We will subdue you by force, or you can surrender willingly and keep your life and your dignity. In my opinion, it is much better for you now to give up. Screw you. Bullrun screamed, grabbing the oil lamps, books, and ink pots from his desk and throwing it to Hestu. HPMH. Hestus' entire body went up in flames, creating a boundary of fire that disintegrated the ordinary objects thrown at him. Guards, Berlin shouted, take him to our dungeon. The door burst wide open, but it was not the Bullrun Inc. Bodyguards that showed up. Instead, there were 4 more orange-armored men that entered carrying Bullrun's employees by their necks. These were his personal bodyguards, each with a 4-star realm cultivation, yet they were subdued by Hestus men and being carried around like lifeless dolls. Bardards, Bullrun shouted, stone monsters avarice. He punched the ground, creating a stone mound on the flooring that reached in a straight line towards Hestu. As it reached its target, the mound exploded into stone rubble, revealing a giant lizard-like golem that had its jaws wide open ready to consume Hestu in one bite. However, Hestus bodyguards immediately rushed forward, unsheathing their flaming swords from their belts and fighting against the stone monster's jaws. The monster tried to crunch down on the flaming swords, but found that its own canine teeth were melting into lava from the sword's intense hot fire. King's Flame Cross. The bodyguards shouted, releasing a miniature flaming crescent from their swords that intersected in the air. Upon crashing together, the 2 flames morphed into the shape of a flaming eagle, one that flapped its wings and dove towards the wary stone monster. The eagle burst through the stone monster's jaws and out its back, leaving behind a molten mess of lava that soon dissipated in the air. Bullrun felt the heat increase tremendously as the flaming eagle broke out of the stone monster and went straight towards him. He raised his hand, turning his entire body into stone through stony skin defense. The eagle crashed into his arms, exploding into a ball of flames that propelled Bullrun towards the wall, destroying the cabinets filled with paperwork. Bullrun unburied himself from the splintered wooden planks. He coughed up blood as he looked up at Hestu. If this is not enough, then I shall have your butler explain the gravity of your situation. Hestu gestured for his men to bring down an old man wearing a disheveled suit. Sir, the butler said, crawling to Bullrun. Our entire warehouse has been ransacked clean by bandits. Our men were left for dead. Bullrun gritted his teeth as he looked up at Hestu. You guys have the bastard bandits under your pockets. Hestu didn't speak, but the answer was clear. They controlled the bastard bandits. This was when Bullrun truly realized that he was only a pawn in the games of conglomerates. Companies like Flare Corp had all the power, money, and influence to do whatever they wanted, and small companies like him were of no consequence in the grand scheme of things. You now have 2 choices, die or live. If you agree to join our company, then you will be able to transcend your current ranking. Becoming 460th in the world will be a guarantee. If you don't, well, you know what will happen. Bullrun looked at his employees, his bodyguards, and his butler. They depended on him. What do I have to do, he asked. Hestu smiled. Simple. Our king wants you to take control of the grafted cluster as its sole provider. Defeat your brother and pave the way for Flare Corp. This was what Bullrun always wanted. But why did it feel so gut-wrenching now? But what about the Reborn company? Hestu shook his head. I told you. These small companies are of no consequence to us. You need not to worry. We will send appropriate aid for you to fulfill your mission. He took out a small white pill and gave it to Bullrun. That is a cultivation pill meant to increase your power in a short period of time. We will give you all you could ever need. Not only that, but we shall send you Flare Corp products to sell to the general public. This will solve the problem of profit for your company. However, Bullrun was still unsure. I don't think you understand the true power of the Reborn company, but Hestu wasn't listening. Bullrun could see it in his eyes that he was completely uninterested in dealing with a company he didn't even know. Fine, Hestu sighed. If you want more help, then I shall task the bastard bandits to help you even the odds. I heard that an infamous bandit is quite good at stealing and robbing companies blind. What was his name? Ah, yes, Sleazy. Meanwhile, Michael and Barkus returned back to the first settlement after dealing with the aftermath of the fight. The sharp-chinned man was still reeling from finally seeing the true value of the Reborn company. Here I thought your ranking was a complete lie. Turns out I think they undervalued you, Barkus said honestly. It made me realize that your company has a future beyond this small part of the Queen's region. I think you can conquer the entire continent. Michael waved off the man's praise. If you want, you could also become one of our allies. Barkus' eyes widened. Really, I would be more than honored to. I've been planning on creating truck stops all along the Golden Road as a way to make the journey through it a little bit better. I want it to be filled with not only gas stations, but inns, stores, restaurants, and other such establishments. I think that your company could be one of those things. Usually it takes a few days of travel to reach one destination to another, Michael explained. Because of this, a lot of travelers pack up a lot of camping gear and food for their entire trip. This costs them a lot of money to do so. However, I am planning on creating a little safe haven for travelers on the Golden Road. For each day of travel they journey, they will find a truck stop to sleep and recover from their expedition. They will find a place to sleep, a place to eat, and a place to replenish their gear. Barcus' eyes gleamed with excitement once Michael told him all of his plans about this truck stop in the Golden Road. He had never heard of such an innovative idea. Michael had already thought of a solution to a millennia-long problem in the world that no one has ever yet to solve. Amazing, this idea of yours is nothing less than extraordinary, Barcus praised Michael. Of course, Michael was borrowing heavily from the ideas in his previous world. There, it was normal to have truck stops or gas stations once every 100 kilometers of highway or interstate. People in this world were accustomed to traveling large amounts of time, camping in the woods and hunting for food to survive. But once Michael constructed these truck stops, they wouldn't have to pack up a week's worth of food in their inventory, saving them a lot of time and money. For the Reborn company, it would also make transportation a lot more efficient. After all, these long travels with Reborn trucks were sustained only through large tanks of extra fuel for the road. But if there were truck stops all along the way, then they wouldn't have to stock up on extra gas. What do you think? Michael asked him. I used to think that taking full control of the grafted cluster is my only path to success. I thought that if your Reborn company invades our territory, then we will lose our way of living. But I see now that I have been completely narrow-minded. Your ideas and your philosophy in life will completely change the quality of everyone's lives. It will change the world. And I want to be part of that. Barcus looked at Michael with much more respect and deference. Please let my company, Barcus Incorporated, become a subsidiary company of the Reborn company. Michael was a little bit surprised to see such seriousness come from Barcus. The man even kneeled in front of him, like he was some kind of royal. After all, becoming a subsidiary company was akin to being adopted into a bigger company. It was as if Barcus was allowing Michael to put him and his entire company under his own umbrella of influence. This meant that Barcus Inc. would now fully follow the Reborn company's orders. Not only that, but they would have to share a tiny portion of his profits with Michael as dividends. No company would lower themselves to such an extent, especially not one who was already at the Golden 500 ranking. Clearly, Barcus thought that becoming a subsidiary of Michael's company was a lot more beneficial to him in the long run. He wasn't wrong. You want to become our subsidiary, yes. I have a lot of resources spread about in the entirety of the grafted cluster. By becoming your subsidiary company, I can help you spread the Golden Road in the western region much faster than before. Michael didn't know much about the technicalities to something like this, so he consulted a professional in the business. Soon, Michael and Barcus arrived back in Angora City inside the Reborn company's headquarters. Michael knocked on Yuna's door, who seemed to have been busy playing Uno with Agnes and her demi-human escorts. Sorry to bother you, but I need your help. There's someone here who wants to become our subsidiary company, who she asked confusedly. Him. Michael pointed to the man next to him, Barcus, who wore armor made out of intertwined leaves and stems. Becoming a subsidiary company is no easy decision. Are you sure? She asked Barcus. Yes, there is no doubt in my mind, he replied with no hesitation. Yuna was satisfied with that answer. Well, you have made the best decision in your entire life. Michael may be a lazy Larry, but he will definitely lead you into a better future, she said, poking out her tongue at Michael. Hey, Michael felt offended. When was he ever lazy? She then invited them into her work office, which Michael specifically built for her style. As soon as she opened the door, Barcus felt the breeze of cold air hit his entire face, making him feel like he had stepped foot into the top of a mountain. Cold. He exclaimed. How is that possible? Yuna walked over to the metal box near the window and turned down the dial, weakening the cold breeze coming out of the air conditioning unit. This is just one of the perks of the Reborn company. Once electricity is spread in the Queen's region, you can also purchase one of these for your home, Yuna explained to Barcus. This specific unit in her room was different from a normal one because it didn't run on electricity. Instead, it was powered by Unity mithril, which, by the way, wasn't cheap at all to produce. All 8 elemental mana present in a mithril artifact creates a powerful explosive force that could be harnessed to become energy, and now it was being powered for an aircon unit and lights around her room. Did I ever tell you you're a high maintenance? He said to Yuna. Did I ever tell you my work for these contracts and legal advice cost a lot of money? She retorted. We're just even. Michael shrugged. Fair enough. Now how do we go about completing this subsidiary company? Una raised her hand, levitating the quill in her desk. With a simple contract creation spell, she was able to whip up a legal binding agreement that would allow a company to become Reborn's subsidiary. It only took about a minute before two identical papers floated to Michael and Barkis, detailing all the legal writings that would make their agreement solid. This means that your company is entitled to ask for help from Michael. For example, you can be entitled to own automobile trucks, dwarven equipment, and other such material or service that Reborn offers. In exchange, a portion of your profits will be sent to Michael as a form of dividends for all his help. Barkis nodded, agreeing with the terms written on the paper. I accept. Michael didn't even look over the pages and simply trusted ChatJK4 and Una to take care of all the legal work. Just simply sign here your name and your company's name, Una said to Barkis. Once Barkis wrote down his company's name, Una's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, Barkis Inc. Aren't you guys the 487th ranked company in the world? Barkis nodded before signing his name in the contract. Una looked at Michael in disbelief. You were able to turn a golden 500 ranked company into your subsidiary, yup. Michael nodded before signing the contract as well. Una shook her head. At this point, she shouldn't even be surprised if the top 10 ranked company became Michael's ally. Once the agreement was finalized, Barkis immediately introduced Michael to all the resources of Barkis Inc. I own this entire farmland, Barkis said to Michael as they both looked over a huge plain field that had plenty of crops being tended by farmers. I own about 64 of all the fertile land in the grafted cluster, allowing me to be a majority provider of all produce in this region. Now that he was a subsidiary company for the Reborn Company, Michael could now take full advantage of these farmlands to create local products for the grafted cluster. This will be perfect for the truck stops. I have a feeling that this place will be the provider for all the restaurants and taverns that are to be constructed there. Since the nation of Reborn was too far away here from the grafted cluster, it was much better if the products made here were made with local products. I'll have my agriculture specialists inspect all your farmland. I am sure that they can help you improve the yield for the crops this season. Michael instructed the Rebornians to send a team from the agriculture department from the nation of Reborn. In order to speed up the process, Michael personally transported them from the parched lands over to the grafted cluster through his shadow transportation skill. The farming team consisted of lamias, satyrs, and a lot of yellow mankeys. Their leader bowed to Michael and Barkis before immediately using their innate skills and spells to check the current state of the farmlands. The moisture in the soil is not ideal, boss. We'll need to set up a proper irrigation system to maximize the crops well grow this season. Boss, do we have permission to use magic to enhance the soil? Michael nodded, and the farming team immediately created perfectly fertilized soil in a matter of a few minutes. Not only that, but with the help of a few engineers, they were able to create an automatic irrigation system that cut the workers' burden by at least half, allowing them to plant more crops in a day. Barkis watched all of this unfold with shock and awe. He thought that the Reborn Company specialized only in metallurgy and armor making. After all, that was what they were famous for back in Angora City. But the techniques the Rebornian farmers showed today were futuristic at the very least. After the farmlands were done being inspected, Michael and Barkis then went on to look at the livestock in their possession. There were large farms containing at least 1,000 cows spread across 3 large plains, 500 sheep near 2 mountains, and about 3,000 chickens being raised in coops. That was just one of the regions managed by Barkis Inc. All of these natural resources made Michael realize how Barkis reached rank 487th in the entire world. He was a big provider in food and nourishment for the entire grafted cluster. We also gain most of our income through exporting to other cities and territories that do not have a lot of space, Barkis explained. Angora City is one of those, but we are only limited to that city because the meat would often spoil after a long time of transport. Michael smiled. Not anymore, he said. With the modern techniques of food preservation as well as the fast transportation times of the automobile trucks, Barkis Inc. could increase their sphere of trade by a very large margin. With the help of the more established Barkis Inc. Reborn Company was able to much more smoothly spread the Golden Road through the grafted cluster. About 13 of the 28 territories were finally connected to the Golden Road, with each one easily adopting the ways of the Reborn way of life. For example, comfort. Before Reborn introduced themselves to the grafted cluster, the natives of this region were a lot more isolated within each other. Not only that, but they simply depended on naturally grown produce from their own backyard to sustain themselves. But with the Golden Road and the construction of Reborn stores in each territory, these citizens were quickly introduced to easy commerce. They need food. They no longer had to hunt their own livestock to survive. They could just purchase preserved meat from the Reborn stores. They need water, they could just pump up water underground using Reborn water pumps installed in every home. The connection roads also allowed citizens from each territory to much more easily move across each other, creating more tourism and more commerce, increasing profits for the Reborn Company and all its affiliates. Angora City found itself with a lot more visitors coming from the grafted cluster, which was all thanks to the affordable taxi services that Reborn offered in every territory. And thanks to Reborn's help, Barkus was able to spread his agriculture and farming business further outside of the grafted cluster. Michael helped him get connected with the companies in Angora City needing fresh produce for their own products, which was delivered very fresh through automobiles. It wasn't long before Michael started the construction of the very first truck stop in the Golden Road. This was located in the very middle of the road between Angora City and the grafted cluster, which was coincidentally right where Sleazy and the bandits ambushed the truck. Michael transported himself over to the empty land right next to the Golden Road. There were Rebornian engineers and construction workers already working hard to create a stable concrete flooring for the entire establishment. Boss, one of the engineers approached Michael with a blueprint. This is where we'll install the gas station. The engineer used his skill blueprint visual to create a projection of the finished product onto the empty land. The gas station was exactly as Michael remembered back in his previous life. There were about 4 aisles of gasoline pumps, which could serve about 16 cars simultaneously. Below the pavement hidden underground was a very large gas tank housing about 30 gallons of fuel at full capacity. Even with the increased capacity, Michael estimated that he would have to send in a refuel tank every single day all the way from the parched lands to here just to keep the gas station running. He expected a lot of cars to go through this gas station. After all, it was the only one in this entire part of the Golden Road. And right next to the gas station was where Michael planned to construct different buildings. One section of the truck stop would be dedicated for parking, another section for inns and taverns to spend the night, and another for restaurants. This truck stop would be quite large, about the size of a small town once fully constructed. And once this truck stop was finished, Michael was planning on creating more truck stops along the Golden Road, one for each day of travel. He would have wanted to have the truck stops constructed simultaneously, but it was incredibly expensive to do so. The Golden Road already needed quite a large budget, and it wasn't even finished construction in the grafted cluster yet. "Here I am quite poor," Michael muttered to himself. If Barkus or any other company heard him say that, they would probably vomit out of frustration. Michael was on his way to becoming a large behemoth in terms of monetary power, one that could contend in the global scale. While Michael was busy dealing with all of the business in the grafted cluster, the Shadows of Reborn was busy dealing with all the behind-the-scenes stuff that was happening all around the Reborn territories. Their job was to spread eyes on all the corners that the Reborn Company had its hands on. They used their unique clone and shadow skills to have surveillance over every single thing that was happening in their visible world, whether they be insignificant gossip from neighbors or large bandit conspiracies that threatened to disrupt commerce on a large scale. They heard it all. The Orcanine orcs, with their specialties in offense, were given the more aggressive tasks during ninja missions. This included infiltrating foreign territories, surveilling persons of interests, etc. The Orcupine orcs, on the other hand, were tasked with protecting Rebornians and their assets from ne'er-do-wells with bad intentions. Of course, that distinction wasn't that strict. After all, with the expansion of the Reborn Company into different territories, the Shadows of Reborn eventually ended up needing more members to keep their surveillance in many places. They recruited humans and demi-humans alike. As long as they had the talent for espionage, then they were allowed membership into this exclusive group. After all, there were some missions in which a spy was required, where one had to pretend to be a different identity in order to gain the trust of a group or a person. These expanded members of the Shadows of Reborn all had their own groups and their own superiors, but they all took orders from the orc chieftains, Naruto and Sasuke. Those 2 orcs ran the majority of the Shadows' day-to-day missions. All the major events that their spies and their shadows gathered throughout the day was filtered through their eyes and ears. Once they decide that it was important enough, then they would pass it on to the legendary ninja himself, Fudge. Boring Fudge muttered as Naruto and Sasuke reported to him about the current affairs of the Reborn Shadows. Naruto kneeled and slapped his own chest. "That is not all, Boss Fudge. We have just received word that an individual named Hestu has made contact with Bulrin, Barkus' twin brother." Fudge raised his non-existent eyebrows, intrigued. "Who is this Hestu?" Judging from the paperwork hidden in his carriage, we have ascertained that he is a major officer from the infamous company, Flare Corp, Sasuke reported. Master will give me a pat once he hears about this. Fudge giggled. Tell me more. What did they talk about? Did they finally realize that our reborn company is superior? Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other, both hesitating to talk. They seemed like they didn't want Fudge to hear what they had to say. Fudge jumped out of his seat and landed in front of the two. What is it? Are they planning on invading our territory, or what? No, Naruto muttered. This is what happened. The orc chieftains began to tell Fudge word for word about the events that transpired in Bullrun's office. And as soon as they finished their stories, they felt as if the whole room had gone cold. The already dark dungeon they were in became even darker, as if being swallowed by nothingness. The temperature dropped below freezing, making them feel the coldness of outer space. What? Fudge muttered, his cloak fluttering in the non-existent wind. What did they say about Reborn? He asked again. Naruto and Sasuke kneeled respectfully. They didn't know who we are, Boss Fudge. The violet slime shook his head. No, what was that bastard's exact word in response to our company? Hestu said, hoo-ha. Fudge chuckled, he said, how funny. Isn't it funny? The two orc chieftains gulped. They knew things were getting serious whenever Fudge's slimy body became more and more spherical. And right now, he was a perfect ball. He was mad. Withdraw all our shadows, Fudge declared. Boss, all of them, you heard me. Starting from now on, we will be dedicating all our resources to finally answer that bastard's question. Who are we? He asked. We are reborn. We shall make HIM experience rebirth. Meanwhile, as the Reborn Company reached its stride in conquering the grafted cluster, Bullrun experienced more and more despair as the days passed. Reborn's golden road sucked away all the potential profits that his company could make. Even their loyal customers were now choosing to travel the golden road and seek out more Reborn products themselves. His main business was gathering earth minerals, mostly stone, quartz, and marble, which were primarily used for construction in the grafted cluster. Since he owned a majority of the mountains and the mines in the region, he was able to have a monopoly in the business, which gave him free rein to set his own prices. However, ever since the Reborn Company introduced their miraculous cement, most people chose to construct their buildings using that material instead. People were still using stones, but not as much as before, and because of that, Bullrun had to lower his prices to its true market value. This problem plagued him for days, causing a lot of lost sleep. Not to mention his own plummeting profits, he was also worried about what Flare Corp would do to him if he wasn't able to conquer the entirety of the region before their arrival. His only chance was the promised support they would give him, Flare Corp products. Thankfully for him, the first crates of Flare Corp products just arrived from Batrock Town. About 100 carriages landed on the center town of the grafted cluster, with each one being colored with the royal orange color that Flare Corp was associated with. But before Bullrun could open the crates, he was approached by one of the messengers who gave him an itemized list of all the products delivered, as well as the price indicated there. What? Bullrun shouted out loud. Why does it cost this much? The messenger shrugged. That's normal, he said. Transporting these goods here takes a lot of time and money. It's only natural. If Bullrun had to buy these products at such a high cost, then that meant that he would have to sell it at an even higher price just so that he could break even. For example, Flare Corp salt, one of the most sought-after spices in the world, costs about a gold coin per pouch to sell. But in comparison, the Reborn salt being sold on the Golden Road was about half that price. No one was going to buy Flare Corp salt. This only made Bullrun realize how absurd and insane the Reborn Company's ability was to transport products at such a low cost. A daunting realization came to pass. Bullrun cannot compete with the Reborn Company's commercial products. There was no way to beat them. But he couldn't just give up. Flare Corp would punish him if he reneged on their deal. He would end up being conquered too, so he swallowed his pride and knocked on his next-door neighbor, his brother Barkus. Brother, listen to me, Bullrun said, walking into Barkus' office. If we work together and unite our resources, we can defeat the Reborn Company. But Barkus didn't respond and just looked out his window in solemn contemplation. If you do this, then I will put in a good word for you in my meeting with the Flare Corp representative, Bullrun said, pleading. Barkus finally turned around. You still think you can beat them? The man asked, scoffing. Bullrun looked at his twin brother and wondered why he seemed to defend or even root for the Reborn Company. Just a few weeks ago, both of them were in the same mindset of rebelling against their Golden Road. Didn't you hear what I said? Flare Corp will conquer the grafted cluster, whether we like it or not. But if we help them now, then we can be assured that they will take great care of us once they arrive. But instead of seeing his reasoning, Barkus seemed to ridicule his brother for such a thought. What makes you think that the Reborn Company can't defend against Flare Corp? Barkus asked. Brother, are you listening to yourself? Flare Corp is a major subsidiary of a conglomerate. The money and manpower they possess is not something that we peasants could even dream about. No matter how strong the Reborn Company looks now, they will suffer the same fate as Batrock Town. I'm just making sure that we don't. The two twin brothers, as usual, could not see eye to eye on their problems. One of them was awakened to the intimidating power of Flare Corp, and the other was awakened by the world-changing power of the Reborn Company. Their perspectives on this predicament were even more contrasting than black and white. So what do you plan to do? Barcus asked. Conquer the grafted cluster and throw out the Reborn Company. You think you can do that? Bullrun gritted his teeth. With your help, yes, and that's not all. We will have the bastard bandits on our side too. Barcus looked back at his brother. The bandits, yes, that's how powerful they are. Flare Corp bought their way into controlling the bastard bandits, and they are now willing to help us achieve this mission. I was promised that he will send in a major officer of the bandits, someone called Sleazy, the infamous night killer of the bandits. A raucous laughter came out of Barcus once he heard that. Oh, that's the reason for your confidence, Sleazy. Yes, Bullrun answered, confused as to why Barcus was acting weird. Wasn't he terrorizing our merchants and our trade routes for a long time now? He will surely do so with the Reborn Company as well. I have bad news for you, brother. Sleazy already tried that, and he failed, miserably. Bullrun froze, completely shaken from this news. What? How can you be sure I was there? I saw it myself. The Rebornians knew what was coming and foiled Sleazy's ambush. The man started pacing back and forth. His brother may be many things, but one thing he was not was a liar. This meant that Sleazy was truly defeated by the Rebornians. Then the rumors about the Dragonborns are true, Bullrun muttered. It makes sense. If they can defeat a strong caliber group like the Stone Cold Six, then Sleazy is easy pickings for them. Barcus couldn't help but laugh inwardly once he heard that. The best part about it was that the infamous Dragonborns weren't even the ones who defeated Sleazy. It was the Red Mankeys who the Rebornians and the Dragonborns considered as their weakest fighting members. It doesn't matter in the end. Flare Corp will come sooner or later and they will bring their full force. Bullrun reasoned. We have to move now and curry for their favor. Brother, join me. Bullrun raised his hand for his brother to take, but Barcus ignored him. I refuse, he said. I am already affiliated with the Reborn Company. How Barcus took off his long-sleeved jacket, revealing a tiny patch of embroidered symbols on the back of stitches. There were two symbols. One was the Barcus ink emblem, but above that was the distinct R symbol of the Reborn Company. No, Bullrun muttered. You became their subsidiary company. Bullrun treated this as a complete betrayal. He couldn't believe that his brother would subordinate himself to the Reborn Company. There is a distinct difference between us, brother, Barcus said. You want to subordinate yourself to Flare Corp because you fear them. I do it because I believe in the Reborn Company. They know we will prevail sooner or later. I wish you could see that, but Bullrun couldn't see it. In his eyes, the Reborn Company was a freshman, a greenhorn, and a fledgling rookie compared to the colossal Flare Corp. Companies like them almost always end up being subdued by the bigger predator in the global market. I guess this is where we part, brother. Barcus raised his hand for a handshake, but Bullrun refused. He simply walked out of the room in silence and with his head down in contemplation. After the confrontation with his brother, Barcus immediately looked down at his shadow and requested a meeting with Michael. A couple of seconds later, an orcupine shadow orc emerged next to him with a respectful nod. The orc raised his hand and enveloped the two of them in an endless darkness. A second later, the darkness dissipated and Barcus saw himself in the Reborn headquarters located in Angora City. He saw the white-scaled Dragonborn that was always by Michael's side. You can go inside and talk with Lord Michael, she said. He entered Michael's office and saw Michael tinkering with some cylindrical metal shape. What's up? Michael greeted him. Barcus then immediately told Michael about his confrontation with his brother, including the piece of information about Hestu and the bastard bandits. Flare Corp is trying to influence my brother into competing with you. They'll probably try to stop your Golden Road expansion into the grafted cluster soon. Michael looked down at his shadow and summoned Fudge. He entrusted his good old pal to take care of things like these, such as surveillance. Surely a nosy Nelly like him would know about the behind-the-scenes development of Flare Corp. Fudge, what do you know about this? A violet pudgy sphere jumped out from the ground and landed in front of Michael's desk, displacing neatly stacked paperwork into a disorderly mess. What did the shadow orcs find? He asked Fudge. Oh, that yeah, Fudge muttered awkwardly. I seem to remember something like that happening. And Michael asked, expecting to hear a much more detailed explanation than that. I don't seem to remember what exactly transpired, ha. My juniors always forget to write things down, ha. Michael eyed Fudge suspiciously, making the violet slime fidget anxiously in place. Don't worry, master. We have this under control. We have started to infiltrate the bastard bandit hideout behind the scenes through our orc ninjas. We have also sent in a few of our own bandits as spies on the inside, Fudge explained, which seemed to have allowed him to avoid Michael's suspicious gaze. You already found their hideout, Barcus impulsively said out loud in disbelief. Yes, Fudge answered. They made the mistake of ambushing one of our merchants, so we sent in our shadows with them when they returned. Hee, aren't I such a good ninja? Fudge scooted over to Barkus, with his eyes filled with an expectant gaze. Barkus slowly and awkwardly put out his hand and patted Fudge's head. There, you're a good ninja, haha. That's right, Fudge declared, but Michael wasn't getting sold on his cutesy performance. He leaned in closer and squinted. He caught a scent of Fudge's shenanigans all over the story. That's it, he asked Fudge. He, of course, master. Oops, would you look at the time, I have to go now. Fudge immediately descended into the shadows before Michael could figure out his plans. Meanwhile, back in the center town of the grafted cluster, Bullrun found himself pacing back and forth in worry. It had been a few weeks since Hestu arrived to help him, but he had made no progress in uniting the grafted cluster into Flare Corp's banner. In fact, he was slowly losing his influence in business as everything was being swallowed up by the Reborn company. Hestu eventually returned from Batrock town, having reported to his king to expect good results in the grafted cluster. So when he arrived in Bullrun's mansion, he was stunned to see Flare Corp crates just sitting around in a warehouse. What's the meaning of this? Hestu screamed. Get me Bullrun. Now, Bullrun arrived in the warehouse with anxious steps. He bowed as he greeted Hestu, but the man didn't seem to be in such a good mood for pleasantries. Why are you not selling these products? These are grade items that would have sold a lot in other territories. Instead, you're just letting them rot in a warehouse. Have you given up in trying to conquer the grafted cluster? Hestu was steaming with anger. It's not that I don't want to, sir. It's that no one wants to buy them. Finally, the man stopped huffing and puffing. He looked at Bullrun as if he was sure that he heard him wrong. No one wants to buy them. What sort of excuse is that? It's true, Bullrun insisted. The prices that you have set for me is something that the market is not willing to purchase. Even with the Flare Corp symbol imprinted on them, no one is willing to buy an item that is twice more expensive than other brands. This was extremely confusing for Hestu. After all, he had calculated the perfect price for these products, which took into account the transportation fees, labor fees, and even insurance fees. These were supposed to be the cheapest items they sent out, yet people are calling it expensive. How could that be possible? Hestu asked. It's Reborn, Bullrun explained. They are selling extremely affordable products that everyone wants to buy. Bullrun gave Hestu a list of the price comparison between Reborn products and Flare Corp products. The difference was astounding. Even Hestu would be tempted to buy from the Reborn company at these prices. How can they price it so cheap? He asked incredulously. One spool of silk fabric is only 500 silver. That's local pricing. It doesn't take into account any transportation fees. Heck, from what I know, these types of silkworms can only be found in the King's region. And the transportation fees to transport this here is more than 500 silver coins. Hestu was completely dumbfounded by Reborn's pricing. Now you understand my problem, right? The Reborn company is a formidable opponent in the market. Bullrun finally felt a little bit relieved knowing Hestu finally knew what they were up against. The Reborn company's Golden Road was an impossibly great boon for their profits. HPMH, no need to worry so much, Hestu said. If they're selling this low, then that must mean they are losing a lot of money selling these products. We only need to wait it out before they go bankrupt. But that wasn't enough to convince Bullrun. There was no sign of the Reborn company stopping anytime soon. And for some reason, he never saw any financial problems from them, even though Hestu said they were losing a lot of money. They even seemed to become even wealthier as time passed, because their construction of the Golden Road was getting faster and faster. They were recruiting workers from the grafted cluster left and right. I understand your concerns, Hestu said, but not to worry. The king has allowed the Flare Corp wizards to help in this endeavor. They'll make sure to help us deal with this Reborn problem we have. Bututara did you say something? Asked Hestu. Bullrun looked back at him with confusion. I didn't say anything. No, I clearly heard you say something, Hestu insisted, but Bullrun and the rest of the guards inside the warehouse heard nothing of the sort. Hestu's insistence of a strange noise seemed to have changed their perception of him a bit. The next day, the Flare Corp wizards finally arrived in the grafted cluster. They wore bright orange robes with flaming wings on their backs. They were quite snobbish, choosing to ignore Bullrun and chose only to speak to Hestu. These were 6-star wizards borrowed from Flare Corp's main army itself. One of their specialties was creating large barriers and domains that would separate a territory from the rest of the world. It didn't take long before they started to travel through all of the territories under Bullrun's occupation and started to isolate them from the rest of the grafted cluster. World of Burn, the wizards chanted, with a magic circle appearing in front of their hands. They concentrated for a few seconds before the magic circles lifted off their hands and remained static in the air. The Flare Corp wizards continued to create 4 more of these magic circles throughout the entirety of the territory, creating a pentagram connection between them. As soon as the final magic circle was placed, a large fire erupted from the ground and created a domed boundary that encompassed the entire village. The citizens were alarmed, but well-placed guards assured them all that it was a protection spell that would safeguard their village. They weren't technically lying. They were getting protected, but the main purpose of this flaming barrier was to prevent the Reborn Company from constructing their golden road wherever they wanted. The Flare Corp wizards installed these barriers over the rest of the territories that were yet to be infected with the Reborn sickness. Bullrun was once again awed at the power of Flare Corp and their wizards. The amount of mana it will take to keep these barriers stay active was a staggering amount. They would have to concentrate for the whole day to keep this intact. Somehow, Flare Corp could make these well-accomplished 6-star wizards into mana dispensers like it was nothing. Michael was alerted as soon as these flaming barriers were installed. Instead of being mad, he became quite curious as to how they were able to create these magic stones in the first place. He immediately transported himself into one of these territories through a clone implanted by the Shadow Orcs. When he arrived, he saw a semi-transparent wall of flame that created a domed structure within the tiny village. Curious, he tried to put his hand on it, only for his absolute unity defense to activate as it tried to sear through his skin. Normal people wouldn't be able to get in or out of this place, he realized. He activated his supreme skill and observed the flow of mana in this wall of flames, leading him to a certain magic circle that floated in the air. Magic theory acquired, ChatJK4 announced. Timely as always. Thanks. Now, can you modify this magic spell so that we can use it? What do you have in mind? I want something that is not too hostile. I want it to keep pests and rodents out, but won't hurt them. Are you planning on implementing this into the Golden Road? You know just how I think. ChatJK4. It only took ChatJK for a couple of seconds before it spat out an appropriate spell perfectly accustomed to Michael's wishes. Wall of Rebirth Unity Element. This spell allows the user to create a physical barrier that will prevent any trespassers from entering or leaving. Any attempt to do so will result in them being burned with the power of the Unity Flames. This was perhaps one of the more stronger spells that Michael received from ChatJK4. With how it was described, he was even surprised that it was only rated as a 5-star spell. If he read it right, then that meant that he could create a similar barrier within an enclosed space. But instead of it creating a wall of flames made out of fire mana, this wall would be made out of Unity mana, which was much more deadly and cannot be extinguished by any normal means. Wow, ChatJK4, you've really outdone yourself. The reason that this spell is only rated as a 5-star spell is because it is not very practical on other people. The mana requirement to simply create a 1 cubic meter volume of space would be tremendously large, which is probably something only a 7-star wizard could do. Keeping the spell active for a long time is practically impossible. Michael now finally understood why it was so lowly rated. Practically nobody could use it, of course, except for Michael. Good thing that my mana capacity is literally infinite. My limit is the limit of the entire world. As long as Michael was in the presence of mana, he could absorb them all for himself and use it as fuel to perpetually keep any spell running for an eternity. Michael immediately wanted to try it out. He teleported himself out of the flaming barrier and onto a desolate part of the Golden Road 100 kilometers away from the first settlement. There was nothing here but the endless concrete road and the flat plains of the grafted cluster. He raised his hand and cast his newly acquired spell Wall of Rebirth. As he did so, the 8 mana cores in his body started to pump out billions and billions of mana particles out and onto his palms. But that wasn't enough to even form the outline of the magic theory itself. He had to gather all the mana in his surroundings, sucking them in like he was a black hole. The air started to blow in his direction, making his clothes flutter. The ground started to shake, with soil particles levitating from the ground. Precipitation from the clouds rained down on him, directly on him only and nothing else. And finally, the intense heat of the sun concentrated itself onto Michael's palms, creating smoke and steam flowing upwards. The mana particles in the surrounding were far more abundant than his own cores, allowing the magic circle to finally take shape. The writings on the magic circle were filled with wavy and geometric scribbles, dictating the magic theory behind the very spell itself. The edges glowed in a bright white light, signaling its finished construction. He gently pushed the magic circle, letting it float perfectly into the air just on the edge of the Golden Road itself. That was just the first half of the spell. He created another magic circle in his other hand. This time, the mana he absorbed from the surroundings were completely different from the 4 basic elements. Light, dark, lightning, and poison slowly, but surely gathered themselves into Michael's palms. Some rose up from deep underground while others rained down from the very heavens itself, outer space. Once the magic circle finished, he pushed it onto the other side of the road, finally creating a closed loop. As soon as it took its rightful place, a translucent wall of golden aura emerged from the circles and spread out towards the outer edges of the golden road. It went as far as half a kilometer on both sides and to the skies, creating an enclosed space on this portion of the golden road. Michael looked at his creation and was immensely satisfied. This was perhaps the first time that a spell took such a toll on him. He felt the mana from his cores constantly getting depleted by the magic circles and constantly getting replenished from his surroundings. He then picked up a small rock from the ground and threw it towards the golden aura. As soon as the rock touched the unity barrier, it was suddenly engulfed in a bright white flame that disintegrated its very structure in just a couple of milliseconds. There weren't even any ashes left from the rock. The earth mana was immediately cancelled out by the other mana supplied by the magic circles. Michael had no doubt that any bandit or wild animal that stumbled upon this road would immediately find themselves destroyed from their very cores. It's powerful, Michael thought to himself. Maybe too powerful. Now, of course, this did raise some concerns. After all, there could be a time when a person would accidentally touch the barrier and immediately find themselves without a finger. If that was the case, then this barrier would be a lot more troublesome than it's worth. Chat JK4, can you edit the spell a little bit so that it can recognize whether someone is an intruder or not? Is there a way to do that? Unfortunately, the criteria to identify someone as an intruder is far too vague and complicated for me to take into account for the spell. However, there's a way to identify someone as an ally or a friend. His personal AI assistant took a couple of seconds before presenting Michael with a new version of the spell. Gate of Rebirth Unity Element. This spell allows the user to create a physical barrier that will prevent any unwanted trespassers from entering. Any unauthorized attempt to do so will result in them being burned with the power of the Unity flames. Those with authorization will be allowed entry and exit from the Gate of Rebirth. Only those who are in possession of a reborn shadow clone is granted authorization. Michael looked at this new spell and found it to be quite complicated. According to Chat JK4, this new Gate of Rebirth would only allow entry and exit from people who are in possession of reborn shadow clones. Shadow clones, as in my shadow clones and the orc shadow clones. That is correct. After thinking about it for a minute, Michael finally understood. The thing about the shadow clones seemed arbitrary at first, but when taken into account what they possessed, then it made sense. The reborn shadow clones could access the Rebornian innate skill Lesser Unity Defense. And if those clones are attached to someone that wasn't a Rebornian, then they were included in the Lesser Unity Defense skill, which allowed them to be unharmed by the Unity flames from the Gate of Rebirth. So in short, only those that were Rebornian or had Rebornian clones attached to them could enter and exit the Gate of Rebirth unharmed. And then this means that I will have to start setting up toll booths. If Michael was going to be completely honest, he wasn't planning on creating a toll booth for the Golden Road so early in its construction. Of course, he planned to make it a business later on down the line when it was more established within the royal continent, but he thought that it would be much further later in the future. However, creating this Gate of Rebirth would necessitate him having to create a membership that would allow people safe entry into the Golden Road. For example, at the start of every town, there would be a toll booth to enter the Golden Road. Once they paid a certain amount, they would then receive one of his shadow clones to accompany them throughout the journey, keeping them safe from the Unity flames of the Gate of Rebirth. This was actually a tremendous idea, if not for Michael being a little bit hesitant in making people pay for passage into the Golden Road. After all, his initial idea for the project was to make the road as accessible to everyone as possible so that they would eventually be led down into the King's region and into the nation of Reborn. But if there was a toll booth for this road, then it was possible that people would be hesitant or even refuse to enter because of the fee. This was quite a dilemma for him until ChatJK4 talked some sense into him. Studies have shown that people are much more willing to pay a premium price for safety and convenience. You're right. I guess I have to stop thinking of the Golden Road as just a simple road. It is a guaranteed safe and convenient passage through all the territories in the royal continent. Now that he had the Gate of Rebirth, he could be sure that there wouldn't be any unauthorized people from setting up an ambush in the middle of nowhere and stealing any important merchandise. The sleazy and the bandits incident wouldn't ever happen again once Michael installed Gate of Rebirth all around the Golden Road. The best part about this was that there wasn't an obvious loophole that people could exploit. If they purchased entry into the Golden Road and tried to rob someone, then Michael would be immediately informed of what was happening. After all, their safe passage came from the shadow clone attached to their body. Now, Michael could give safety assurance to other people who passed through the Golden Road. Before the Gate of Rebirth, there was still a chance for non-Rebornian people to get robbed while traveling in the Golden Road. But now, that possibility was practically zero. For now, he planned on implementing the Gate of Rebirth and the toll booth in the road between Angora City and the grafted cluster. He wanted to treat it as a beta test to see if there would be any problems that would occur before he implemented it to the rest of the Golden Road. The only problem now was its construction. Having to concentrate on this magic spell was, of course, not feasible. Thankfully, he had an endless supply of clones that could fill in the role for him. You know what to do, Chat JK4. Please give me a clone skill that can supply endless mana in the Gate of Rebirth spell. Understood. Creating Spell Shadow Clone Battery Unity Element. This spell allows the user to create a clone that fills in the role of a magic caster. Upon activation of this new spell, 2 parts of Michael's shadow immediately separated from his feet and latched themselves onto the magic circle. The shadow 3D effect brought on by the skill made the magic circle look more realistic, as if it was tangible in the real world. It didn't look like a hologram, it looked like a floating neon sign. He immediately felt the burden of mana lift from his chest, making him breathe a little bit easier than before. A weight had been taken away from his shoulder and transferred over to the 2 shadows, who kept on absorbing mana from the surroundings and keeping the magic spell active. The best part was that he could remotely turn the Gate of Rebirth on and off at any time he wanted. For now, he turned it off. There could be plenty of curious, innocent bystanders that could lose a finger because of this. He only planned to make it active once he completed this whole part of the Golden Road and finished the toll booth. That was the only way he could warn the travelers about the dangers of the Gate of Rebirth without getting a Rebornian shadow. Nice, it works. Now, on to the hard part. He still had hundreds upon hundreds of kilometers left from this part of the Golden Road, which would probably take him a few days to finish if he did it all by hand. Chat JK4, any way that I could have my clones install these magic circles. Thankfully, such a thing was possible. He could simply just create all the required magic circles in one place and have his clones transfer them over to their appropriate spot, shortening the required time from 1 week to just 1 day. After Michael was done with the Gate of Rebirth, he went straight to the first settlement and seeked out the Rebornian engineers for another project. Thankfully, Michael found a couple of A-class engineering talents from the grafted cluster who he recruited into the nation. So while the rookie engineers continued the work on expanding the Golden Road, the more experienced workers started on Michael's new project, the toll booth. It's just a simple barrier that goes up and down he borrowed heavily from his previous life, taking all aspects of highway toll booths and implementing it here. Seems easy enough, boss. Give us a couple of days and we'll have it done, said the yellow manky engineer. They worked quickly, already hollowing out the road to create the new foundation for the toll booths. Meanwhile, he was approached by one of the elders from the first settlement about a problem. We can't enter the other towns, he said. There's fire all over. We can't visit our family. The old man was talking about the flaming sphere barrier that Flare Corp put up on the remaining territories in the grafted cluster, still not connected to the Golden Road. With people unable to go in or out, there was a lot of frustration building up among the citizens. Naruto and Sasuke emerged from behind Michael and also gave their input about the whole situation. It's total isolation over there, boss. Since no one can go in or out, people are having to rely on Flare Corp products to sustain themselves, Naruto reported. Ra-ta-ta, Sasuke shouted in anger. Even if the prices are a little bit more expensive than normal, people have no choice but to purchase from them. It seemed that this was one surefire way for Hestu to make sure that Bullrun's company was keeping its profits up. It was a slimy business practice, for sure. I'll have to give them another visit, he said. Meanwhile, back in the central town of the grafted cluster, Hestu and Bullrun were just given notice of their huge bump in profits in a single day. See, Hestu bragged, pointing at the papers in Bullrun's desk. It's working. The people are using Flare Corp products. But despite increasing his gains to nearly double its normal amount, Bullrun couldn't bring himself to celebrate. He looked out of the window and saw the outskirts of the central town being separated from the outside world by a semi-invisible wall of fire that prevented anyone from going outside. There were Flare Corp soldiers posted all around the circumference of the flaming sphere, preventing people from hurting themselves as they tried to sneak out of the territory. Doubt began to seep into his heart. This would definitely not be the first time that this could happen. If Flare Corp eventually arrived in the grafted cluster, it was more than possible that this forced isolation would transition from temporary to permanent. He didn't know if he would be able to live with that. But of course, he couldn't say any of this out loud to Hestu. The man was in control of the 6-star wizards in charge of maintaining this barrier. They could easily focus their attention onto him if he voiced out his concerns. Now that we have made sure that the Reborn Company can't expand their business here, we shall slowly take back the other settlements from their grasp, Hestu said. I'm looking forward to it. After finishing his conversation with Bullrun, Hestu walked out of the mansion and back into his carriage. Unbeknownst to him or any of the bodyguards assigned next to him, there was a peculiar shadow that seemed to have attached itself to his feet. "Bootita-ra-ta-ta, who is that?" Hestu screamed, surprising his bodyguards. "Sir, no one said anything. I heard it clearly," Hestu insisted. "Someone is playing tricks on me. Guards, do your job and inspect our surroundings for any miscreants playing a prank." The Flare Corp guards looked at each other before awkwardly looking around at the empty streets of the central town. With the martial law in effect, there was no one out of the streets loitering about. They were all confined to their homes, creating an eerie silence that overcame the whole territory. This made Hestu seem all the more crazed since the guards hear not a peep from their surroundings. However, they still did their jobs and checked the corners for any intruders. They saw nothing. "The coast is clear, sir. There's no one here." Just as then, Hestu heard another clear voice echoing from all directions. "Talking to you there, it is again." It sounded like a child, a teen. The guards looked at Hestu with worry. They started to think that he was crazy. "I'm not crazy," Hestu swore. "I must have been cursed. It must be the work of a wizard or a mage that is out to get me." It wasn't long before the Flare Corp 6-star mages were gathered at Hestu's temporary residence. They seemed annoyed. They were already extremely exhausted from keeping the flaming barrier active all day that all they wanted to do now was to sleep. Yet Hestu summoned them despite it. "Exorcise this malevolent curse. I keep hearing things, voices, they talk to me." The 6-star wizards immediately used Inspect Magic, Curse Identifier, and even Find Disease to check up on Hestu's well-being. All sorts of lights surrounded Hestu, with each one revolving around him and inspecting a different aspect of his very presence. Hestu's body began to light up as these lights entered his body, and as they did, the wizards could see an X-ray vision of his body with his bones, veins, and even mana cores visible from the outside. If there was any anomaly present, the lights would immediately highlight the problem for the wizards. But after a few minutes, the lights faded, meaning that the magic found no anomalies in Ai's body. His mana levels were normal, his physical body was in tip-top shape, and there wasn't any kind of spell or magic that was casted at him by a different person. It seemed that the voices that he heard were all in his head, a product of his imagination. This can't be. Hestu screamed. "We suggest that you return to Batroc Town at once and ask for your replacement," said the Flare Corp wizard. "You don't seem to be fit for this mission." As soon as that was mentioned, Hestu aggressively pointed at everyone in the room. "You will do no such thing. My liege, my king, will not hear of this in any shape or form. I will bring victory to Flare Corp and show that this problem is no hindrance to my abilities, that I guarantee." Soon, Hestu was left all alone in his room. The subtle sounds of drumming and strumming kept on beating in his head, preventing him from getting a good night's sleep. The next day, Hestu tried to act as normal as possible. However, he would often see shadowy figures and forms on the edge of his vision, only for it to disappear once he tried to look at them. This wasn't enough cause for worry, though. That came a day later, when Hestu found himself becoming lost in a maze within his own guest house. The 4-bedroom mini-mansion became a kilometer long. He tried to exit the house, only finding himself back to his own bedroom. The windows outside were completely bolted shut, letting no sunlight shine through, with only the artificial luminescence of the flickering oil lamp illuminating his surroundings. "Help, get me out of here," he shouted, but his words came echoing back at him at full force. Every door he walked through seemed to lead him further and further down the path of insanity. Time seemed to blur. His consciousness became foggy. He just wandered this endless maze in a daze, opening one door and the other for an endless amount of time. He didn't know how long he had been trapped into this door, but after what seemed like an eternity, he finally found the exit. "Help me," he said exasperatedly to the guard outside his house. "I've been trapped for months, years." "I don't know." The guard looked back at him with a strange look. "Sir, it's only been a few hours." The wizards were once again asked to examine Hestu's well-being, but aside from looking a bit haggard, the man was in perfect condition. His mind, however, is a complete mess. "I was trapped there, I tell you. There's no traces of magic in the house," said the wizard. Having no one believe him made Hestu feel intensely paranoid about his surroundings. He couldn't even take a bath for fear of being trapped in that maze again, making him look even more disheveled and dirty as the days passed. After a week, Hestu's well-being deteriorated to the point that he wouldn't even go out of the house anymore. He kept himself on the corner of the room, hugging his knees and biting on his nails. His eyes were completely sunken. It was at this point that suddenly Hestu saw darkness seeping out of the walls, covering its entirety. Shadows flew back and forth in the air, infecting everything it touched into darkness. In the end, all Hestu could see was an endless black void. He floated in this space, wary of his surroundings, before a giant figure came into view. It was a colossal violet slime. Hestu saw a large violet slime floating in the middle of the dark void. Its colossal figure gave a sense of grandeur that was almost godly in nature, as if this divine being had touched down from the heavens and visited the human plane. Who are you? Hestu asked, his voice filled with confusion yet with a hint of wariness. He didn't want to offend this humongous being. After all, it was more than probable that they were the reason why he was here in the first place. I am a ninja a celestial, the slime said, its voice transferring directly into Hess's head. A celestial, what do you want from me? Get me out of here. Hestu struggled to push himself off to try and find a way out of the darkness, but found that no amount of force could displace him from his current location. It was as if he was trapped in the very air itself. I am here to help you, my son, for you are treading a path that will make you stray from your true destiny, the slime said in an ethereal voice. Why should I believe you true destiny? What are you talking about? The giant slime then grew a pair of stumps on its side, creating its own hands. A shadow from the dark void latched onto the slime's palms, morphing into the silhouettes of humans. Upon closer inspection, Hestu realized that those two human figures bore a great resemblance to himself. The one on the right was a replica of himself in his current state. He almost didn't recognize himself. His usually slicked back hair was a total mess, his eyes were sunken to the point that he looked like an emaciated ghost, and his dashing royal suit was stained so much that the Flare Corp emblem was completely disfigured. This version of himself laid down on the floor, hugging its knees and continuing to mumble unintelligible words. This is the path that you are currently on, said the giant slime. It is filled with suffering and torment. Doubt will poison your thoughts, making you question your very own sanity. Hestu remembered the horrifying hell he had to go through when trapped inside that maze. The worst part about it was the doubt he had in his mind at the very end of it. Did it truly happen, or was he just imagining that it did? But that is not your final fate. You can have peace and serenity in your life as well. The giant slime showed Hestu the other shadow replica. This time, Hestu saw himself sitting in a lotus pose with a calm smile on his face. For a second, Hestu saw himself finally free from the voices in his head, but as soon as he was about to achieve this peace, he suddenly heard that familiar butu-tu and ra-ta-ta rhythm beating in his mind. Why are you doing this? Hestu begged. Have you ever felt that you are meant for something bigger, for something more meaningful, becoming as cool as a ninja or as amazing as a spy? The slime asked him seriously. The slime's words made Hestu be raptured in deep thought. After all, this was the first time that he thought about this kind of question. He always thought he was meant for something greater, beyond the Queen's region, and even beyond the royal continent. This was the reason why he subordinated himself to Flare Corp in the first place. He thought that by following them, he could achieve his dream of becoming an influential figure in the world. I do think of becoming more than I am. I don't know what a ninja is, but I want to take destiny in my hands and mold it myself, Hestu declared in a rare moment of courage. The giant slime looked down at him and smiled. That is precisely your fate. You are destined to become one of the greatest figures in the history of the entire world. After all, you are one of my chosen ones. Hestu's eyes gleamed with excitement. He felt like it was only now that he was starting his life. It was only now through this celestial slime did he finally found purpose for himself. I am one of your chosen ones, Hestu asked, pride leaking out of his voice. Yes, I have big plans that are in store for this world, and you are one of the lucky ones that are going to fulfill my wishes. Hestu stepped forward, no longer being afraid of the giant slime in front of him. Now that he was convinced that this colossal figure was not a malevolent being, but a helpful celestial, Hestu felt even more in tune with his words. What shall be my mission in this world? O great slime! It was at this point that the giant slime stayed silent. In Hestu's perspective, it was as if the slime was in deep contemplation, as if he was peering through the different possibilities of the dimensions of the universe. But in truth, Fudge was a little bit caught off guard. He didn't expect Hestu to go along with his lies so easily. He might have acted as this all-knowing figure, but he was bumbling along the way, improvising all of the words out of his mouth. There is a great evil in this world. Yeah, that's right. And it is our job to destroy it. Yes, that sounds good. Despite saying those words without the dignity and assurance that a celestial should have, Hestu didn't even question any of this giant slime's authenticity. He was too enamored with the promises, and that the celestial was offering him to see through the lies. I see. I knew it, Hestu muttered to himself. Just like in the stories and legends of old, there is a great evil in this world that must be purged, and it is my job to help you get rid of it. Is that right? Yep, that is exactly right. I knew I chose you for the right reasons. Then that must mean that there is a hero in this world that you have arranged, Hestu said, as if he was discovering a big secret of the world. Sure, it is not my job to ensure that this hero will succeed in his destiny and purge the evil of this world. Fudge heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't even have to do anything, and Hestu did all the work for him. But who is this hero, celestial slime? How will I find this individual perhaps? Is it the king of Flare Corp? Silence. The dark void shook upon the giant slime's shout. Hestu found himself stricken, having trouble composing himself. You do not want to anger me any further. I do not take kindly to your words. If you keep on spouting these falsehoods, then I cannot protect you from my own wrath." Hestu bowed deeply, kneeling in front of the celestial slime. He didn't know that helping Flare Corp was a crime worthy of death. "I beg for your forgiveness, celestial slime. I shall not mention this again." While Fudge was having fun manipulating the events behind the scenes, Michael took it upon himself to liberate the people of the Grafted Cluster from the tyrannical rule of Bullrun Inc. and Flare Corp combined. He descended into the shadows and arrived at a discreet corner of the street of the central town of the Grafted Cluster, one of the territories isolated from the world. He looked up and saw a flaming sphere covering the entire area, preventing even birds and clouds from trespassing onto their property. The whole town was divided into two sections. One was made out of wood and natural resources, and the other was made out of stone. This was indicative of the two brothers' rivalry against each other, with Barkus controlling the wooded area and Bullrun controlling the other. Despite being the central town of the Grafted Cluster, the whole place was as deserted as Neo-Orcus before Michael arrived. People were hiding in their houses, barricading their doors and only peeking out their windows once every so often. There were soldiers stationed in each street, each of them wearing orange armor with flame carvings jutting out of their chests. Michael noticed that they were quite strong to be locals. Each of them had the strength of a 4-star warrior, which could be considered quite rare in the isolated Grafted Cluster. This meant that these soldiers were probably from the infamous Flare Corp. Lunchtime. One of the soldiers said, carrying a crate of dried meat and jerky. The residential houses reluctantly opened their doors and peeked out. Michael saw a thin woman come out from the door and beg the soldier for food to eat. Two little kids peeked out from behind their mother and eyed the food with longing. The soldier then took out a piece of jerky from the crate and motion brought it closer to the woman. But before she could pluck it out from his hands, he reminded her of something she completely missed. "Where's the payment?" the soldier asked. The woman hurriedly took out a few silver coins from her pouch and gave it to the soldier. Once the payment was received, the soldier gave her a handful of cured meat and beef jerky. How despicable, Michael thought to himself. Without any other merchants allowed inside or outside the territory, all the foods can only be found from Flare Corp itself. Michael used fabric manipulation, making the soldier's own handkerchief to wrap around his head. The soldier struggled and tried to shout out loud, but found that no noise came out of his throat. As he tried to take off the handkerchief from his head, he suddenly tripped backwards and hit his head on one of the crates, making him unconscious. The woman and her children looked on with worry as Michael came out from the corner. They were wary of him. But then, Michael commanded his shadow to float above the woman's door. The shadow opened up and created a portal back into their headquarters in Angora City, allowing 5 different crates of fresh fruits and food to fall directly towards her. The woman eyed the crates with wonder, with her children immediately picking up the fallen apples from the crates and taking a bite of each. She looked at the symbols stamped onto the crates. Once she realized what happened, she looked up and tried to thank Michael for his kind gesture. But once she did, he was already gone. It was as if he was never even there in the first place. Michael floated up in the air, looking down at the central town with a wide view. He used his supreme skill to sense the flow of magic in the air. The flaming dome surrounding them was filled with aggressive fire mana. The magic theory was constructed in a way that created the most amount of repulsive force. Michael squinted his eyes, seeing through the different dimensions of mana. Unearthed the layer of reality, he saw small strings of fire mana flowing down from the topmost part of the flaming dome. These strings all connected down, near Bullrun's mansion of stone. With his masterful sensitivity of mana, Michael saw the light mana signatures of all the people inside the house, including the 5 wizards whose hands connected to the fire strings of the flaming dome. These 6-star wizards were the barrier's source of mana. They continuously concentrated to keep the spell active. Now usually, disrupting a concentration spell would require Michael to physically disrupt the wizards casting them. He had to disrupt their focus, thereby changing the flow of mana into the magic circle above. But he didn't have to do all of that. He could see the invisible strings of fire mana connecting the wizards from their spells. He simply had to raise his hand and beckon the mana to flow towards him instead. The individual fuzzy balls of red mana suddenly found themselves drawn towards the golden-haired boy floating in the air. They went through their life practically invisible from the eyes of humans, yet it seemed as if this boy could actually see them in real life. They felt compelled to go towards him. Even though their very nature was linked to the wizards that summoned them, they couldn't help but disobey their own nature and follow the commands of this strange boy instead. 1 fire mana left the flow, then 2, then 4, and eventually, thousands upon thousands of mana strayed from the line. The moment this happened, the 5 wizards below were immediately alerted. They all opened their eyes and looked at each other. They saw all of them meditating in the same place as before. Disbelief started to paint their faces as they realized what had happened. Somehow, their concentration was broken without losing their focus. They felt their control of the barrier weakening by the second, making them cringe. It felt as if their own arms were getting ripped away by an invisible force. It was not painful, it was worse than that. It was shameful. They immediately got up from their seats and exited the dungeon underground Bullrun's mansion. They were placed there as a matter of safety and security, but it seemed that all of these precautions were for naught. The spell was still broken. The wizards ran up the stairs and forced themselves inside Bullrun's office. Why are you guys here?" he asked them. The wizards, still catching their breaths, pointed towards the window behind his desk. Bullrun turned to the side and peeked out the glass. His eyes widened. He pushed his face closer to the glass, smushing his face against it. But he didn't care. He wanted to see if what he was seeing was true. The flaming barrier was flickering in and out of existence. The fire was turning into cinder before dissipating in the air. It wasn't long before the flaming dome flickered out of existence permanently, brightening the entire town as the sun finally shone above it. "How did this happen?" Bullrun screamed out. "What am I going to do?" Bullrun was at a complete loss. He never would have thought that Flare Corp's infamous barrier would suddenly disappear without warning. He turned to the wizards. "Where is Hestu?" Without Hestu around, Bullrun was left to his own devices. He was pacing back and forth in worry. "Don't fret," one of the 6-star wizards said. "We'll get the barrier up and running again soon." Even now, they had no clue as to how or why their spell was suddenly cancelled without any rhyme or reason. They just chalked it up to a freak coincidence of some sort. "Are you going to cast the spell again?" Bullrun asked them. The wizards didn't deign to answer such needless questions. They instead raised their hands to the ceiling and concentrated on their magic cores. Individual magic circles appeared on their hands as they commanded their mana to follow the magic theory ingrained in their minds. With their combined powers, they pushed their magic circles up in the air, allowing all 5 to coalesce into one bigger piece. The collisions of these magic circles seemed to have melted together, creating a much bigger slab that glowed in power. However, just as it was about to finish its fusion, the magic circle suddenly flickered in and out of existence. The wizards felt their connections to the spell cut off as if severed with a knife. Once it was without its source of mana, the magic circle eventually dissipated in the air, leaking all its built-up mana inside the room. The disturbance created a large shockwave that toppled everyone off their feet and even destroyed a few shelves. "What happened?" Bullrun shouted. The wizards all looked at each other. This time they were sure that this was not a coincidence. They rushed out the balcony and looked up at the sky, towards the silhouette of a human cast over the sun. Bullrun followed behind the wizards and saw the anomaly in the sky. Who is that? Immediately, the 6-star wizards cast flaming steps on themselves, creating a large jet stream from under their souls. The force propelled them up in the air, confronting the troublemaker that somehow disrupted their magic spell. They were all wary as they finally saw his face. It wasn't a well-known wizard from the Guild of Arcana. It wasn't even a rival of Flare Corp. It was just a blonde-haired boy. "How did you do this?" one of them asked Michael. "It's easy. I just snapped my fingers," he replied to them with a casual attitude, completely disregarding the not-so-well-hidden hostility coming from them. "Don't lie to us, kid. How did you cancel out our spell? Did you use an elven relic?" Michael shrugged. "I don't even know what that is. I told you, I just snapped my fingers and lo and behold, I got 5 grown, angry men coming at me." The 6-star wizards didn't take well to Michael's quips. If they weren't so wary of his mysterious artifact that allowed him to cancel their spell, then they would have thought of this as amusing. Their orange robes detailed with fiery symbols waved in the wind. The innate fire mana in their cores flared up, releasing an intense heat that was enough to turn the skies into a reddish hue. The combined power of not 1, not 2, but 5 6-star wizards was not something that a kid could simply shrug off. "If you're not going to tell us how you did it, then we'll have to find out whether you like it or not," they threatened him. Michael looked at all of them and sighed. "Fine, you want to see it, then here, snap." He shrugged his fingers, and the fire underneath their feet was suddenly extinguished. Its wisps of flames flew into a string towards Michael, before being completely absorbed into his body. Without the flames keeping them in the air, the wizards suddenly felt themselves falling in free fall. Ahhhhhhhh. What it was such an expected result that they barely even understood what was happening before they were just mere meters away from falling through the roof. 2 of them were able to whip up the spell feather fall to negate the near-fatal falling damage they would have incurred. The other 2 were much faster than the rest, and were able to recast flaming steps underneath their feet, slowing down their descent just in time. Unfortunately for one of them, she was not able to concentrate on executing the magic theory in her head before falling through the brick roofs of Bullrun's mansion. She fell through 2 stories down before crashing on the kitchen floor, creating a large crater in the marble flooring and surprising the maids and butlers preparing food. She was down for the count. The four other wizards felt their hearts pumping 1,000 times per second as they looked up at the lone child up in the skies. Michael looked down at them with his hands on his pockets and with a carefree smile. How did he do that? That's impossible. This is impossible. My mana, it was taken away from me. They all looked at their own mana cores and felt a portion of it depleted, permanently. Usually any mana they used while casting magic would eventually return back to their cores after some time. But now they felt as if their cultivation, their mana core, had deteriorated to their previous state. It was as if their meditation and mana gathering for the last month or so was wiped clean. It would be a lie to say they weren't completely terrified of losing their mana, as well as terrified of the boy who could somehow take their mana. See, I told you, just a snap. Michael's voice echoed down to the four wizards. They were spooked. Encountering Michael left their fight or flight responses triggering every second. What should we do? One of the wizards asked. He's a child. Why are we afraid of him? That's right. We're proud 6-star wizards of Flare Corp. We don't back down from a fight, bombard him with our greatest spells. The wizards, with a renewed sense of vigor, flew up in the air to confront Michael. But this time they didn't come close to him. They surrounded him with at least half a kilometer radius, making sure that he couldn't take their mana again. Meteor flares. One of them shouted, casting one of the strongest 6-star spells in their repertoire. Balls of orange fire shot through the magic circle in his hands, with each one leaving a trail of smoke behind, much like fireworks. Lion's pride, roar of ember. Another wizard shouted. The head of a lion manifested out of the wizard's magic circle. It opened its jaws wide and roared towards Michael, exciting the mana particles in the air and increasing the temperature in a wave form towards him. Bastion of Balrog, the next wizard casted. A fire demon, made completely out of flames, burst into reality as the wizard finished his magic spell. This fire demon looked human-like, except for its hog-like face and its gaseous lower body. Upon its summoning, the demon rushed towards Michael, using its gaseous lower body to propel itself even faster than the first two spells. Lesser Phoenix's feather. The last wizard shouted. This time, large black feathers appeared from the magic circle. These feathers incinerated everything it touched, including the air surrounding it, and as it rushed towards Michael, large explosions followed its wake. With these 4 6-star spells coming towards him, even Michael felt a little bit of heat. As a 5-star wizard himself, the best spells he could use right now were only in the 5-star category. If it were any other mage, then there was only one outcome that this could go, and that was his own demise. But of course, he was different. He had a supreme talent that allowed him complete control over mana itself. He looked at the fire demon coming at him fast. Magic theory acquired, ChatJK4 said. As soon as he heard that, information washed over his mind, detailing all the tricks and mana flow of the fire demon itself. And as it turned out, it wasn't really a creature at all. It was just a clever construct of fire mana that made it look like a demon. He looked at its body and no longer saw just ordinary flames. Instead, he saw highlighted lines of mana that indicated the weaknesses unintentionally left behind by the spell's creator. He might not be powerful enough to completely take control of a 6-star spell, but he was surely strong enough to pick apart its gears individually. With a simple tug, Michael caught the very backbone of the fire demon, destroying the very flow of mana that allowed it to become physical in the first place. Soon, the fire demon's features melted into its own flames, turning more and more obscure as it reached Michael. In the end, it turned into nothing but a ball of flames, the equivalent of a 3-star spell as it reached his location. An invisible prismatic shield appeared around him at the very same moment, nullifying the fire mana in the spell and dissipating pure mana that was soon absorbed by Michael. Not even smoke was left of its remains. What the wizard shouted in disbelief as saw its spell get dismantled in the air. The other wizards were surprised too, but they chose to focus on their own spells instead. Whatever spell or artifact he used to keep disrupting these high-level spells was probably on cooldown after using it on the fire demon. This was now their chance to hit him square in the face. The flaming meteors numbering in the tens finally came close to Michael. Each one felt like homing missiles, following Michael's every move. In response, Michael's shadow suddenly separated from himself and morphed into an exact replica of Michael. Superior Shadow Clone. This was a 5-star version of the normal Shadow Clone spell, but this time, the clone was as close to being real as possible. Even the Dragonborns wouldn't be able to figure out which one was which. The meteors suddenly changed directions, following Michael's shadow instead. It seemed that this 6-star spell identified Michael's clone as the real thing. The meteors exploded upon impact towards Michael's clone, bombarding its absolute unity defense with great force. Just when the wizard thought he succeeded, Michael suddenly melted back into a shadow form and attached itself back to the clone. This was also one of the perks of Superior Shadow Clone. It allowed him to switch between the two seamlessly. Now there were only 2 spells left, and coincidentally, both of these were area of effect spells, affecting a very large area and leaving no chance for Michael to dodge or move out of the way. Even his clones would be subject to its intense heat and power. The lion's roar came first, creating a large shockwave that emitted stronger and stronger heat, much like a modern microwave. This encompassed the entire area in the skies, dissipating the clouds. And if that wasn't enough, the black feathers positioned themselves 100 meters below Michael's feet. These feathers continuously emitted heat, creating a campfire in the middle of the air, intending to roast Michael and all his clones. Michael's Unity defense kept disrupting the heat and protecting him from its intense effects. However, the combined power of both 6-star spells became equivalent to a 7-star spell, which finally was enough to go through his defenses. Slowly, the mana and the prismatic shield were slowly whittling away, letting some of the heat leak through towards Michael. With the heat coming close to affecting him, Michael closed his eyes and concentrated. He instructed ChatJK4 to create an innovative spell, one that would combine both magic and modern physics. He raised his hand and uttered, "Heat sink." He looked down at the central town below and commanded all of the metal to rise up towards him. The citizens were surprised as they saw their buckets, armors, and even kitchen utensils suddenly float up in the air and escape through their windows. People tried to jump and catch their prized metal possessions, only for their eyes to finally see the magical fight happening above. They stared in awe and wonder as giant magic circles floated in the sky, with the intense fire creating a reddish hue that painted the environment. As these thousands upon thousands of iron and copper materials floated in the skies, the intense heat from the 6-star spells slowly melted them into a liquid concoction. Michael took advantage of this and slowly molded them into his own design. These metal liquids slowly formed into long tubes extending across the skies. Michael made them as many as possible and as thin as possible with the limited metal he gathered. Then Michael created ice-cold water inside these tubes, which flowed from one side to the other continuously. Because of convection currents, the heat from the 6-star spells were transferred over to the cold, freezing water in these tubes, slowly turning it into steam, which then followed the tubes and flowed out of the spell's range. This was a heat sink, allowing the heat to naturally dissipate through the exchange of heat through the hundreds of tubes near Michael. The wizards were left speechless as they felt the temperature plummet. The prismatic shield that was slowly getting dissipated regenerated back up as the heat was no longer enough to destroy its defenses. How, with just a bunch of tubes? The wizards shouted in disbelief. With the heat no longer affecting him, Michael took a breath of relief. His modern knowledge of thermodynamics helped him this time. That's science. He declared to them, now that their 6-star spells were destroyed, the wizards became utterly vulnerable. They used up all their powers for those spells, but they all turned up useless in the end. Michael, grabbing his chance, raised his hand and pointed at the closest wizard in front of him. Tusk, just wait, boy. Even if he could miraculously survive their attacks, there was no way a child like him could defeat all 6-star wizards like them. If they just waited a few more seconds, they could recast their spells again. But before he could move, he suddenly felt a strange power emanating in front of him. It felt like the whole world was shaking, trembling upon its presence. He looked up at Michael and saw that the tip of his finger was glowing with an intense white light. He didn't recognize what kind of spell it was nor what kind of mana he used. However, that wasn't the source of that terrifying power, that soul-shaking pressure that made them feel inferior for the first time in their entire lives. That came from the strange metallic figure of an object floating above Michael's head. Unity Gun, Michael's strongest attack that could easily burst through any kind of defenses that a mage could conjure. The 8 elemental cores pumped out mana to his veins, creating a concoction of pure energy one that could annihilate any kind of mana known to man. Now if he tried to release this unity mana, as is, then the result of it would only be a powerful flame that surrounded his fist. But using his knowledge of his previous world, Michael could change the way his body distributed mana, its mana flow, and leverage physical and mechanical properties of mana. By mimicking the way a gun worked, Michael was able to store the immense energy of the unity mana and release all of it in one single go. Water, fire, air, and earth created 1/2 of the 8 elemental mana. Michael named those 4 mana as the natural elements. Meanwhile, he named the group of light, dark, lightning, and poison as the abstract elements. Just by itself, the combination of the natural elements canceled each other out, annihilating all of the energy conserved in all 4 mana types. The same went with the abstract elements, and by combining the natural and abstract elements, he was able to create unity mana, the ever-powerful force that was second to none. To make the unity gun work, Michael combined the natural elements and used it as the gunpowder of the bullet. and by rapidly striking this gunpowder with a primer like the abstract elements, he was able to create an instantaneous explosion as unity mana was created. And by changing the mana flow in his body, he was able to create a barrel inside his finger where the controlled explosion of the unity mana was directed towards. With the help of ChatJK4, the creation of this unity gun was as natural as breathing. At least that's what he thought. Light flashed on the tip of his finger, it signaling the creation of the natural elements air, water, fire, and earth. He just needed to strike it with the other 4 elements. But just as he was about to do so, he suddenly felt a strange power overcome his entire body. A resonating power, one that was alien to him and completely unfamiliar, jumped out of his chest and attached itself to the forming unity gun in his fingers. ChatJK4, what's happening? His trusted personal AI assistant, scanned his entire body before its sights landed on his chest, specifically his heart. Surrounding one of the valves was a metallic liquid of some sort that was the cause of this strange new sensation overriding his body. It's the Godforge piece, sir. It was suddenly activated as soon as it sensed the formation of the unity gun. Michael was shocked, to say the least. He thought that the Godforge piece was merely a simple piece of metal that was the same as any other material in the world. He even scanned its entire body to sense for any kind of anomaly or spell hidden inside. Even ChatJK4 was caught unaware of such a thing, or else it would have already warned him from the beginning and prevented it from entering his chest. All his scrutiny led him to believe that the Godforge piece was a normal piece of metal with a little bit of unity mana still left inside. But the power resonating from inside the Godforge piece was completely different and alien from any kind of power that Mikkel had ever encountered. Just the fact that his supreme skill didn't pick up on its presence meant that it was not made up of mana at all. Now, Michael would have been a lot more concerned regarding this strange new turn of events, but the power coming from the Godforge piece was actually reinforcing the unity gun in his finger. It was making the spell more physical, more real, if that made any sense. Just then, Michael noticed the strange looks that the Flare Corp wizards were giving him. They weren't looking at the bright white light coming from the tip of his finger. They were looking up. Michael slowly turned his head upwards until he saw a giant projection of the upper body of a feminine woman. Its entire face was made out of some kind of metal as shiny as aluminum, but as immaculate as a diamond. Despite how unnatural she seemed, she looked at Michael with a gentle gaze, one that was akin to a mother looking down at her son. She had her hands spread out towards him, as if she was welcoming his very presence. He couldn't help but look at her face. He didn't know if he was looking at a very realistic sculpture or a real living human being. The difference was minute. He could even swear that he was seeing tiny movements and changes of expressions from her face as he looked up at her, but a second look would only make it seem as if she never moved at all. "Who are you?" he asked her, but she didn't respond. She stayed in the same state as she was before, unmoving. He couldn't even tell if it was a projection, an illusion, or a spell. It seemed none of those. It reminded him more of how his shadow moved through reality itself, except this womanly figure wasn't a shadow of a human, but the shadow of a figure that was beyond the 3 dimensions. He didn't know why, but he just wanted to spend the rest of his days analyzing this projection. It seemed as if he could answer the very questions of the universe itself if given enough time. However, time was not on his side. Michael's distraction with the projection above his head allowed the 6-star wizards to finally gather enough mana to conjure up another spell in their hands. Now that they knew Michael could defeat them all individually, they decided to finally let loose and combine their powers to take down this anomaly of a child, this monstrous genius that could even contend with the monstrous geniuses of those conglomerates. Their magic circles formed, shimmering and flickering in and out of existence, but they pushed through and completed the magic theory. All 4 wizards pointed at Michael from the north, south, west, and east sides. Their magic circles created a connection with each other, with lines and nodes appearing in the air and bridging themselves to make a sphere of magic surrounding Michael. It would only take a few more seconds before the wizard's spell finished, creating the dreaded 8-star spell Phoenix's last stand that could even destroy an entire city and level it to the ground. Just then, the metallic woman moved. It reached for Michael with its gigantic hands, guiding his unity gun to point towards the skies. Michael felt the strange power of the Godforge piece bursting out from his chest and powering up the unity gun to the point where he could no longer contain it in his body. His hands shook, and the light at the tip of his finger began to grow even brighter. Just as the unity gun was about to burst, Michael heard a voice coming from above him. "Build me," she said, just before the unity gun shot out into the skies. The unity gun shot a beam of power soaring through the skies, piercing through the magic sphere that surrounded Michael. The wizards felt their connection with the 8-star spell break, severing the mana they built up so far. An overwhelming sense of exhaustion coursed through their bodies. They had completely used up all the mana in their cores, leaving them completely spent and tired. Just then, the skies emitted a bright light. Everyone looked up to see a single star shining in the distance, flickering like any other heavenly bodies before it. But after a few seconds, the star became ever so bigger and ever so brighter. Before the wizards could even wonder what was happening, a single beam of light instantaneously appeared, connecting the lone star in the skies and reaching down towards one of the wizard's stomach, destroying the mana cores contained inside. But as it turned out, this beam of light had curved and hit the next wizard, and the next, creating an almost circular connection with the star in the skies. A macabre image of the wizards being strung up and skewered like pearls on a necklace became an image that would never leave the memory of anyone who saw it from down below. The wizards looked down at the beam of unity light piercing their stomachs, before passing out from pure exhaustion and injury. All their years of cultivation and hard work was destroyed when the unity gun pierced through their cores. The beam of light slowly dissipated, severing its connection with the star above the skies, which slowly lost all its luster and hid within the black void of space. The bodies of the wizards fell down from the air, plummeting at terminal velocity. Just before they crashed to their deaths, a shadowy figure emerged from down below and cushioned their landing, saving them from certain death. Michael thought it would be too cruel for them to die now that he had already crippled their power. He had his shadows wrap themselves around the unconscious wizards of Flare Corp and transfer them over to the prison in the nation of Reborn. Meanwhile, he himself stayed hovering in the air. He looked up, but the apparition of the metallic woman was already long gone. She disappeared as soon as the unity gun shot off into skies. Her last words to him echoed in his mind. "Build me," she said. Her words were drowned out by the intense power of the unity gun that Michael almost mistook it for his imagination. But it was definitely real. "Who do you think that was?" he asked ChatJK4. There is no definite conclusion to that question. However, there is enough reason to speculate that the woman must be connected with the completed pieces of the God Forge itself. Perhaps that is what she meant when she said "build me." Michael agreed with ChatJK4's conclusion. It seemed that she was able to hide a part of her presence in the God Forge piece this whole time. And it was only when he used the Unity gun did she show herself. Unity gun is the first spell that makes use of Unity mana, and it is also a combination of physical and mystical arts. Could that be the reason why she appeared once I used it, and not when I used the other spells? There is reason to believe so. Michael looked down at his own chest. With a simple X-ray spell, he was able to see his own heart in crystal clear clarity. On the left upper chamber was the God Forge piece, which had wrapped itself around his heart. Just like before, this metallic liquid remained stagnant in his body, never moving, never radiating any kind of power. It was as if nothing even happened in the first place. If I used Unity gun again, will she appear? It was unfortunate that Michael didn't understand what kind of power she used to hide herself in the God Forge piece. If he did, then he would be able to find out if she was still present in this piece or not. Nothing has changed with the God Forge piece. Logic dictates that repeating the same action with the same variables will result in the same effects. Michael wanted to try it out immediately, but he knew that this was not the time to do so. He still had to wrap up the loose ends in the grafted cluster. He slowly lowered himself down to the ground, with everyone's eyes locked onto him. Practically everyone in the central town witnessed the unexplained spectacle in the skies. Ever since Michael kidnapped their metal utensils in the air, everyone went outside and became spectators of the fight that unfolded. Even though this was the first time they witnessed the battle of high-level wizards, they knew that there was something different with the metallic woman apparition that appeared behind Michael. It was unnatural and natural at the same time. It was unfamiliar and familiar at the same time. Her presence made them scared, yet they could not rip their gazes away from her. This was the closest thing to a god that they could have ever seen, and because of that, Michael's presence became even more substantial than normal. They stared at him as he lowered himself down, making them wonder who he was in the first place. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this was a life-changing experience for many of them, but perhaps one among them was more changed than the rest of them. Hestu was still looking up at the skies, with the image of the metallic woman burned in his memories. His heart was still palpitating with emotion, with excitement. There was a wholehearted belief in his heart that the metallic woman was nothing less than a goddess. This must be a sign, Hestu muttered to himself. The slime god was right. Meanwhile, Borin was on his knees as he looked at Michael as he touched down on the ground. He couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. 5 6-star wizards taken down by a single boy, and after looking at his golden hair and his warm smile, Berlin was sure. This was Michael, the rumored owner of the Reborn company. After this realization, things somehow finally made sense. His brother had already told him the truth, but he just refused to believe it. The Reborn company was not a middling organization that was going to crumble under pressure. No, They were a company meant for the big leagues. They were a company that could contend with the very best of them, even Flare Corp. Seeing Michael defeat 6-star wizards handily made him realize how much he had underestimated this company. He thought those rumors of them defeating the Stone Cold Six, a group brought up by the Hephaestus conglomerate themselves, was a lie. But as it turned out, they were more than the truth. They were just the beginning. He had made a mistake. He had sided with Flare Corp thinking that this was the only way that he could survive. He thought this was the only way he could protect his and his employees' livelihood, but he had doomed it instead. The central town in the grafted cluster was finally free from the grasp of the tyrannical Flare Corp company. They found themselves looking over to the horizon and saw it with crystal-clear clarity. In the outskirts of the town, there were still burn marks on the ground, evidence of where the flaming barrier used to be. People walked up to it and hesitated as they tried to touch the other side. They were worried for nothing. They could finally exit the town without the fear of being burned into a crisp. Huzzah, we're free, Mom. Finally freedom. Their cheers and shouts echoed along the town. Celebrations were abound, but of course they didn't forget to search for the boy who made all of this possible. Michael, the golden-haired boy. His stature in the town became sort of a legendary figure, not just because he freed them from their gilded cage, but also because of that metallic woman apparition that they saw just a few minutes ago. So when Michael announced to the entire town with a speaker audio spell that he was part of a company, the citizens of this town were immediately beholden to Reborn. With a booming voice that echoed through every corner of the town, Michael addressed every single one of them. In a while later, my men will arrive in this town and bring support for all of you after this ordeal. The reception to this was an overwhelming positivity. They raised their hands in the air in thanks for his help. Thank you, we are honored. This whole town is in your gratitude. Just then, one of the citizens, an old man, approached Michael from below and kneeled. Please, I know that we are in debt to your assistance, but we have just one more favor to ask of you. Please kick out the traitorous Bullrun Inc. As soon as he said those words, the other citizens voiced their approval of the old man's words. When Bullrun Inc. told them that the arrival of the Flare Corp wizards was cause for celebration, they believed him. When Bullrun Inc. told them that the flaming barrier was for their own safety, they believed them. But after experiencing the tyrannical rule of Flare Corp, forcing them to buy only products from their company and burning any other brands into ashes, they knew that they had been duped. Their previous loyalty to Bullrun Inc. was destroyed. They wanted him out and hoped that the Reborn company could replace them. Michael looked towards Bullrun's mansion in the center of the town. The huge manor made out of pristine stone material stood tall in the skyline. Yet there were a lot of people knocking on their doors and climbing on the walls trying to get redemption against the man that betrayed them. He floated up in the and arrived at Bullrun's balcony. There, he saw the man in tears as he kneeled on the ground. Bullrun looked up at Michael and recognized him. I have betrayed my customers, Bullrun muttered with a hoarse voice. I took advantage of them and made them. Michael looked at him and commanded his shadow to open up a portal in Angora City. A couple of seconds later, Barcus, his twin brother, ascended from the shadow in the ground. Bullrun looked at his brother and tears fell even harder. You were right, brother. I should have trusted your words, Bullrun wept. Barcus felt sorry for his sibling, but knew that he had chosen this route. He had to bear the consequences of this choice. I am sorry. You shouldn't say those words to me. You have to say those to them, Barcus said as he pointed out the window, where the citizens of the town were gathering at his gates. Bullrun nodded, wiping his tears. There is no way for me to atone this sin. It is only best for them to be in the hands of someone much more suited than me, and that is you, Michael. I hereby withdraw from my own company. Barcus looked at Michael with expectation. That's right, Michael. Please take Bullrun Inc. into Reborn and make it your own. Please save the grafted cluster. Michael nodded. It is my honor, with both Bullrun Inc. and Barcus Inc. becoming subsidiaries of the Reborn Company, he no longer had any roadblocks in spreading the golden road in the grafted cluster. Not only that, but the natural resources and assets that both of those companies held together will make the construction of the golden road a lot smoother than before. With that done, Michael had his shadows transport Bullrun and Barcus to the nation of Reborn. Bullrun voluntarily admitted himself to the nation's prison in order to atone. On the other hand, Barcus decided to move to the nation of Reborn for now to support his brother. This left Michael all alone in the central town of the grafted cluster. A few hours later, the Reborn automobiles and trucks entered the gates with a warm welcome from the citizens of the town. They stared in wonder at the horseless carriages and started to kneel as they rolled down the stone brick roads. Ah, as expected. Only he could create such marvelous works of metal. One of the citizens shouted, "He truly is blessed. This must be a child of that goddess." Another proclaimed as he pointed at a giant truck, and somehow, That kind of thinking stuck to the citizens of the town. They didn't think of the automobile as some kind of lifeless machine, but instead treated it as a living being that was conceived by that metallic woman that appeared above Michael. It didn't help that the headlights on the cars looked like eyes, while the bumper looked like mouths. "Boss," one of the Mankeys reported to Michael, "they're saying weird things about our cars." Michael heard about it too, and he didn't know how to feel about it. "So I just ignore them for now," he said to the yellow Mankey. "Are the crates ready to disembark?" All the automobiles carried crates of food and other support items for the whole town after their forced isolation. Not only that, but Michael also had cement and other materials transported here to start the construction of the Golden Road. "It is going well, boss. Though our men are feeling quite strange with all of the people kneeling and worshipping the automobiles." Michael knew that this had to stop soon or else a lot of misunderstandings could happen, and one of the ways he thought he could solve this was through Fudge. "Fudge, can you have your shadow orcs make some kind of illusion that will make them forget all about that metallic woman?" Fudge jumped out of his shadow and immediately shook his head. "No, master, that's too invasive. I'm not such a bad guy that I can just brainwash a lot of people." "You're right," Michael acquiesced. "Just convince them that the automobile is a lifeless machine." Fudge looked at him and just silently nodded with a smile. This made him a little bit suspicious of the supposed good ninja. "I can trust y'all do this, right, Fudge?" The violet slime smiled again and saluted at Michael. "Don't worry, master. Everything I do is for Reborn, hehe." While Michael was busy dealing with consolidating the Golden Road and the rest of the grafted cluster, Fudge took this time to appreciate this unexpected turn of events. Everywhere his clones touched, everywhere the shadow orcs were placed, all they could hear was gossip and discussions about what happened during that fateful day, that day when the metallic woman appeared and changed their whole lives. It was evident from the fervor in their eyes that they believed this as a miracle. A divine being touched down and graced them with their presence. And more importantly, this goddess only showed themselves through this golden-haired boy. Because of that, a lot of the citizens in the central town of the grafted cluster treated Michael, and subsequently the Reborn Company, as graced by the goddess herself. This incident spread quite fast in the grafted cluster. Those that witnessed it themselves began telling it to the other territories, who began to believe the rumors once a lot of people corroborated the story. It was quite a strange phenomenon to see. After all, it seemed that this incident had caused Michael and the Reborn Company's name to spread even faster than when they constructed the Golden Road. "Boss Fudge, shall we have our shadow orcs sow doubt and disbelief within the citizens?" Narito, the Orcanine orc chieftain, respectfully asked. "Our men have already taken note of any individuals with fervent belief that the automobiles are made by the goddess. We shall use our illusions to make them disbelieve such a notion," Sasuke added. Fudge looked at the two shadow chieftains and tilted his head. "And why should we do that?" The orcs looked at each other, wondering if they heard Fudge correctly. "Master has already told us to try and change that belief," Narito reminded Fudge. Michael already told Fudge and the shadow orcs to subtly spread word that the goddess they saw was merely an illusion of a high-level wizard. However, judging from the look on Fudge's face, it seemed he had a totally different plan. "Tusk, tusk, tusk," Fudge clicked his tongue. "You guys are not thinking further ahead. Short-term thinkers, that's what you are. I, however, am a visionary, someone who sees the future and what it could be." The two orcs looked strangely at Fudge. "What are you suggesting, Boss Fudge?" Narito asked, a little bit suspicious of the violet slime's intentions. "I'm not suggesting anything," Fudge insisted. "I'm just saying we don't need to do anything. Don't make any illusions and don't change any minds." Sasuke leaned forward. "But if we do that, they will continue to think that the metallic woman is some kind of god, and that Michael is their chosen one." A smile slowly formed in Fudge's violet amorphous body. "Exactly," he muttered with quite an evil tone. A few days later, there seemed to be a new group that emerged within the citizens of the central town. They were made up of people who completely believed the metallic woman's divinity, to the point that they regularly looked up at the skies and hoped to see her magnificent figure once again. Although these people seemed crazy, it only took a few days before they had hundreds of members within their midst. They called themselves the Iron Maiden. This new group treated her as their savior. She was the one who sent Michael to save them from the tyrannical rule of the Flare Corp company. And because of that, they had an intense fascination with Michael and the Reborn Company. All the metallic machines that the Reborn Company had in their possession were immediately treated as some sort of divine object or even a product of the divine herself. One example of this was the automobiles. This became the subject of fanatical fascination from the group, to the point where they kneeled in the street whenever one of them passed by them. There was even an incident where this group became enraged when an automobile accidentally crashed on the street. They became livid. They immediately alerted the Rebornians to the scene, wanting them to heal the automobile before it died. It was only that point where Michael was alerted of this behavior. I thought this was already taken care of. Fudge, he called out. The violet slime popped out of his shadow and flashed an innocent smile towards Michael. Yes, Master, I thought you dealt with this already. How did this Iron Maiden thing escalate to this point? Fudge tilted its head like a dog. I tried, Master. But it seems that this group is a lot more persistent than I thought. The shadows of Reborn are at a total loss. We can't get rid of them no matter what we do. Michael squinted at Fudge. I seriously doubt that. Didn't you know that their group is growing even larger now? What do you want me to do? Master, there's too many of them. Of course, he couldn't really rely on the mischievous little Fudge. That was why he had his own clones spread around the town to try and see what was happening and why they were spreading so fast. They seemed too organized to be just an impromptu gathering of like-minded individuals. And as it turned out, they were being led by one man called the priest. Nobody really knew who this priest person was. Even when Michael attached his clones to the members of this group, none of them ever met with the priest himself. They only communicated through letters hidden in very obscure places. Fudge, who is priest, the self-proclaimed ninja, shrugged his shoulders. No clue, he said. Really no clue. Yep, Master, no clue. As much as it pains me to say this, but even my powers are not enough to discover the identity of this priest. They are too elusive. They stay out of the shadows at all times, as if he knew that our members are hidden in the shadows. Michael simply didn't believe Fudge even a single bit. The violet slime may act as a doofus 99% of the time, but his skills in the shadows was the real deal. There was nothing that could hide from this ninja. He could force Fudge to tell him the truth, or he could even use his own powers to discover it himself. But for now, Michael let Fudge do whatever he wanted. As long as it wasn't too overboard, then he was willing to let the little slime have his fun. I just hope you know what you're doing, he warned Fudge. Of course, Master. If there's anything that will hurt the Reborn Company, then you can be sure that I will be the first one to stop it. Michael sighed and let the matter rest. Sometimes Fudge was just too darn cute to be lectured. By the way, do you have any news about that guy called Hestu? He just disappeared all of a sudden. Fudge's body shivered for a moment, as if being seized by surprise. However, he quickly changed his own posture and acted like nothing happened. Hey, I have no idea, Master. Well, it's time to go, hee. The slime immediately descended into the shadows before Michael could ask any more questions. Typical. Just a week's worth of travel away from Angora City was the town of Batroc. It used to be an independent territory managed by a duke who was once known for his righteousness and his loyalty to the people. Unfortunately, he was stripped of his title as a new power took hold of the town, Flare Corp. Batroc town was connected to a lot of territories further down the Queen's region, serving as the main node that connected the lower tip of the Queen's region to the rest of the territories. It was geologically important, which was probably the reason why Flare Corp invaded it in the first place. What used to be a bustling exchange of commodities between local and foreign merchants alike was now a completely isolated town with a flaming barrier sphere that prevented anyone from going in or out of the territory. There were merchants from further down the Queen's region who tried to enter the town not knowing of its circumstances, only to be stopped by Flare Corp guards that immediately threatened to show force if they did not leave. The only carriages that were permitted entry inside were those that bore the symbol of flames that Flare Corp was known for. There was one such man that traveled all alone and tried to get past the guards. Halt. The guards crossed their javelins together to form an X. Only Flare Corp is allowed inside. The strange man then slowly took off his hood, revealing his face to the guards. And immediately the guards' eyes widened with recognition, then with fear. This man was a major officer of Flare Corp itself, a man that was responsible for any and all dealings outside of Flare Corp territory. It was none other than Hestu. Apologies, sir. We didn't know you were going to visit today. They hurried, retrieved their weapons, and stood at attention. Hestu didn't say a word and walked inside the gates, with a portion of the flaming barrier opening up as he walked through the gates. The guards heaved a sigh of relief. Usually a mistake like this would have cost them their jobs, or worse, their hands. But it seemed that Hestu was in an extremely good mood for him to not care about such things, which was quite unusual. Hugh, I don't know what's gotten into Sir Hestu, but we better thank our lucky stars we didn't get scolded, one of the guards said. Meanwhile, Hestu walked through the streets of Batroc town, and everywhere he looked, he could still see the evidence of the war that occurred when Flare Corp liberated this place from the Duke's hands. The stone roads had cracks and crates all around, making it hard for horses, never mind carriages, to stroll about the streets without tripping on one of the crates. Janitors were sweeping the remaining stone rubble and wooden splinters in the ground, brought about by stray meteor spell-shitting houses and buildings during the fight. Meanwhile, the citizens that used to inhabit these houses were only given Flare Corp meals and tents to get by in their daily lives. It was a travesty. Hestu quickened his steps and arrived at the former Duke's castle. The drawbridge was immediately lowered upon his arrival, with some guards escorting him inside. The other officers are waiting for you inside, Sir Hestu. They are expecting great results, one of the guards said. Hestu didn't say a word and kept walking inside. As he entered the castle, he saw the whole place inundated with Flare Corp paraphernalia. There were orange flaming barriers hanging up from the ceiling, there were orange carpets laid down to cover up burn marks on the floor, and the previous paintings of the Duke were taken down and replaced by pictures of a middle-aged man with a mustache wearing a noble orange uniform. The guards led him to the dining area, where the table was already filled with scrumptious meals enough for a whole village to eat, except there were only 7 of them sitting at the table. Strangely enough, the extravagant throne-like chair at the end of the table was empty. Their king was not present, unfortunately. Hestu, this is an unexpected surprise, one of the men at the table said, raising his glass. I'm guessing that the grafted cluster was primed for our arrival, surprising if that is so, said the woman opposite the man who talked. It has only been a few weeks. Are you that good at your job? She asked teasingly. Hestu took the seat at the front of the table, with all the officers of Flare Corp looking at him in anticipation. The candles at the table flickered, making the shadows in the room shake as Hestu sat in his seat. So don't keep us all waiting, the man right next to Hestu said, tapping his foot. Hestu cleared his throat before nodding. That is right. The grafted cluster is clear of any competition. Flare Corp can easily take this territory without using too much force, he said with a straight face. The other 7 officers showed elated expressions. They weren't surprised by the outcome, only that it came so soon. What shall our next move be? The man sitting next to the throne asked. He was the second in command. Hestu cleared his throat once again and gave a suggestion. Since the grafted cluster is clear, then you don't have to personally send in your forces, Sir Arsonius, he said. How about we send in our third in command to secure our foothold? Everyone looked over to the woman sitting opposite Arsonius. She was Blazel, the third most influential figure in the Flare Corp organization. Arsonius looked at Hestu and stared down at him. Blazel holds a very important piece that is near and dear to our king's heart. Are you sure that there is no competition in the grafted cluster, and she won't be in any sort of danger? Hestu felt a little bit paralyzed as the man looked at him. But as the candle flickered and flashed a shadow on his face, he became much more relaxed. Don't be absurd, Arsonius. I can protect myself, Blazel admonished. Or are you saying that our Flare Corp is afraid of a little competition? Arsonius scoffed. I am merely being cautious, Blazel. Our king has given you a very valuable treasure that cannot be replaced. It is of utmost importance that you do not lose it, lest we lose our heads. Blazel looked at Hestu with excitement. I'll have to ask you to guide me there, Hestu. Hestu nodded. Very well, Arsonius declared. Blazel will consolidate our power in the grafted cluster, while the rest of us focus our strengths on defending our territories. We must take a firm foothold in the southern part of the Queen's region. The rest of the officers raised their glasses to Arsonius' words before they continued on eating the delectable food on the table. While the rest of the officers talked casually and ate their fill, Hestu excused himself to the guardrobe, or the bathroom, for some privacy. The candles flickered as he entered the room. Hestu blew on the flames, leaving the entire place as dark as the night skies, and with no one else watching him, he kneeled on the floor and whispered. Priest here, Hestu whispered. I have done what you have asked of me, O slime god. The rest of the officers have no idea that your grace has already spread to their shadows. The progress for the Golden Road had gone smoothly, after the smooth handover of both the Bullrun Inc. and Barkus Inc. The Reborn Company, thanks to Una, Michael was able to speed up the construction of the roads and infrastructure to get the entirety of the grafted cluster into the nation of Reborn. Bullrun's assets consisted of a lot of mountains and mines that were ripe for the picking, which was extremely useful since there was a lot of materials that were needed for the creation of concrete and cement. He visited each mine with Shayna, taking account of all the new resources that the Reborn Company had in store. There's a lot of iron, coal, copper, and limestone in this part of the mountain ranges, said Shayna as she wrote in her notes. One of the problems Michael had in expanding the Reborn Company was not due to a lack of money, but due to a lack of resources, both manpower and materials. All the metals and minerals that they used on a day-to-day basis were all sourced mainly from the Dwarven Kingdom and a couple of other mines back in the King's region. A good estimate for all the ores and minerals they excavated on a day-to-day basis was only about 10 tons daily. Now that may seem like a lot, but in the context of the entirety of the territories in the nation of Reborn, it was extremely small. About 7,000 tons of materials that Michael gets daily from the Dwarven Kingdom and other sources will be retained in the King's region, where it would be used for the nation of Reborn. Even now, their territory in the parched lands was continuing to be built day to day. There were buildings, houses, and infrastructure that needed a lot of raw materials to finish its construction. Michael wasn't even taking into account all the requests from the cities and towns in the King's region who wanted to become a part of the nation of Reborn. They, too, want their territory to become as advanced as the paradise in the parched lands. However, Michael had to reject their proposals for now because he simply didn't have enough resources to do it. He didn't have enough raw materials to make it, and he didn't have enough workers to do it. He could allocate the rest of the 3,000 tons of ores and materials that he gains every day, but that would mean that he would have to stop his construction of the Golden Road. And for now, Michael prioritized his expansion into the Queen's region. In fact, he was already getting low on supplies after the grafted cluster was added into the branch of the Golden Road. He even thought that he would have to lay low for a few months to back up enough resources to continue his expansion eastward of Angora City. But after seeing all of the natural resources that Bullrun Inc. had in their midst, he realized that he had found his solution. "Good evening, sir. I know this is rude, but have we lost our jobs?" As Michael was ruminating on the business of Reborn, he was suddenly approached by a few miners from Bullrun Inc. They had coal and grime all over their white shirts and brown pants, which seemingly hadn't been washed in over a month. Their eyes were reddened, evidence from spending 12 hours every day in the mines and inhaling all the smoke and powder inside. They had heard about the handoff to the Reborn Company, which made them unsure of their own fates. From what they heard, the Rebornians were blessed by the Iron Maiden, meaning that they would probably be replaced by those metal machines that they brought in the grafted cluster. On the contrary, "I'm going to need your help now more than ever," he assured them. Michael looked over to Shayna, who walked forward and explained to the miners about their new job. "How many men do you have in total?" she asked them. One of the miners answered, "We have about 1,000 in total, 300 here and the rest are spread around in the grafted cluster." Shayna dutifully noted it down. "And how much do you think that you can mine in a day?" The miners all looked at each other, a bit clueless in how they would answer Shayna. "We can gather about 2 of those large containers." They pointed to a very large bin near the entrance of the mineshaft. Michael asked ChatJK for how much capacity those bins had. "Each bin can gather around 200 tons each. That means they gather about 400 tons of ores and materials," Michael muttered, which Shayna jotted down on her notes. "The other mineshafts can also gather about the same materials each day," the miner added. Once Michael added it all up, that meant that Bullrun Inc. excavated about 200 tons of ores and materials each day. This was quite impressive for just a single company. The fact that they could gather this much material with very primitive methods spoke to how competent the company was in mining materials. He should have expected this. After all, both companies were ranked in the Golden 500 before they became subsidiaries of Reborn. "Very well," Shayna said, putting down her notebook. "Lord Michael welcomes you all to the Reborn Company. Your first order of business is to officially become our employee, which means that you are eligible to awaken your talent if you haven't already. Not only that, but in a couple of days, our Rebornian engineers will come here and start construction of conveyor systems, drill rigs, and ventilation shafts to speed up the process of mining." Shayna began to go on a spiel about the benefits of becoming a Rebornian employee, which thoroughly made the miners completely overwhelmed. Talent awakening permanent residence in the nation of Reborn, monetary benefits, these were all words that seemed too good to be true. "Just trust Lord Michael," Shayna said to them. The miners all looked at their leader to see what he would do, and eventually he steeled his resolve and walked towards Michael. "We are already extremely grateful that we can keep our jobs. That is enough for us," he said sincerely. Michael and Shayna both shook their heads. "You guys are now Rebornians, and we hold ourselves to a higher standard." He raised his hand and activated his supreme skill, Gift Bestowal. The miner was surprised to see his chest glowing in a bright white light. A warm sensation came over him as a disembodied voice whispered unintelligible words in his head. A couple of seconds later, the light subsided and the miner opened his eyes. There was a new glint in his gaze, a glint of understanding. There was power now in his body, power that had been bestowed onto him. It allowed him to sense the mana in his surroundings. It allowed him to intuitively gather them in his body, forming a very small crystal core in the depths of his stomach. Not only that, but there was now complex knowledge of geology embedded in his mind. "Talent, a class mineral resource collector. What do you think about your new job?" Michael asked him. The miner kneeled. "With the knowledge you have bequeathed and the technology that you are about to give us, then I am confident that we can give you almost 50 tons of ores every day."